The Secret Teachings of All Ages. An encyclopedic outline of Masonic, Hermetic, Kabbalistic, and Rosicrucian symbolical philosophy, being an interpretation of the secret teachings concealed within the rituals, allegories, and mysteries of all ages. By Manly P. Hall. Narrated by Matthew Schmitz. This book is dedicated to the rational soul of the world. Pythagorean Mathematics. Concerning the secret significance of numbers, there has been much speculation. Though many interesting discoveries have been made, it may be safely said that with the death of Pythagoras, the great key to this science was lost. For nearly 2,500 years, philosophers of all nations have attempted to unravel the Pythagorean skein, but apparently none has been successful. Notwithstanding attempts to obliterate all records of the teachings of Pythagoras, fragments have survived which give clues to some of the simpler parts of his philosophy. The major secrets were never committed to writing, but were communicated orally to a few chosen disciples. These apparently did not divulge their secrets to the profane, the result being that when death sealed their lips, the arcana died with them. Certain of the secret schools in the world today are perpetuations of the ancient mysteries, and although it is quite possible that they may possess some of the original numerical formulae, there is no evidence of it in the voluminous writings of which have issued from these groups during the last 500 years. These writings, while frequently discussing Pythagoras, show no indication of a more complete knowledge of his intricate doctrines than the post-Pythagorean Greek speculators had, who talked much, wrote little, knew less, and concealed their ignorance under a series of mysterious hints and promises. Here and there among the literary products of early writers are found enigmatic statements which they made no effort to interpret. The following example is quoted from Plutarch. The Pythagoreans indeed go farther than this, and honor even numbers and geometrical diagrams with the names and titles of the gods. Thus they call the equilateral triangle head-born Minerva and Tritogenia, because it may be equally divided by 3 perpendiculars drawn from each of the angles. So the unit they term Apollo. As to the number 2 they have affixed the name of strife and audaciousness, and to that of 3, justice, for as doing an injury is an extreme on one side, and suffering one is an extreme on the other side, and suffering in the middle between them. In like manner, the number 36, their tetractys, or sacred quaternion, being composed of the first 4 odd numbers added to the first 4 even ones, as is commonly reported, is looked upon by them as the most solemn oath they can take, called Cosmos, Isis, and Osiris. Earlier in the same work, Plutarch also notes, "For as the power of the triangle is expressive of the nature of Pluto, Bacchus, and Mars, and the properties of the square of Rhea, Venus, Ceres, Vesta, and Juno, of the dodecahedron of Jupiter, so, as we are informed by Eudoxus, is the figure of 56 angles expressive of the nature of Typhon." Plutarch did not pretend to explain the inner significance of the symbols, but believed that the relationship which Pythagoras established between the geometrical solids and the gods was the result of images the great sage had seen in the Egyptian temples. Albert Pike, the great Masonic symbolist, admitted that there were many points concerning which he could secure no reliable information. In his symbolism, for the 32nd degree and 33rd degree, he wrote, "I do not understand why the 7 should be called Minerva, or the cube, Neptune." Further on he added, "Undoubtedly, the names given by Pythagoreans to the different number were themselves enigmatical and symbolic, and there is little doubt that in the time of Plutarch the meanings these names concealed were lost. Pythagoras had succeeded too well in concealing his symbols with a veil that was from the first impenetrable, without his oral explanation. This uncertainty, shared by all true students of the subject, proves conclusively that it is unwise to make definite statements found on the indefinite and fragmentary information available concerning the Pythagorean system of mathematical philosophy. The material which follows represents an effort to collect a few salient points from the scattered records preserved by disciples of Pythagoras and others who have since contacted his philosophy. Method of securing the numerical power of words. The first step in obtaining the numerical value of a word is to resolve it back to its original tongue. Only words of Greek or Hebrew derivation can be successfully analyzed by this method, and all words must be spelled in their most ancient and complete forms. Old Testament words and names therefore must be translated back into the early Hebrew characters, and New Testament words into the Greek. Two examples will help to clarify this principle. The demiurgus of the Jews is called in English Jehovah, but when seeking the numerical value of the name Jehovah, it is necessary to resolve the name into its Hebrew letters. It becomes He-Va-He-Yod and is read from right to left. The Hebrew letters are He, Va, He, Yod, and when reversed into the English order from left to right, read Yod He Va He. By consulting the foregoing table of letter values, it is found that the 4 characters of this sacred name have the following numerical significance. Yod equals 10, He equals 5, Va equals 6, and the second He equals 5. Therefore, 10 plus 5 plus 6 plus 5 equals 26, a synonym of Jehovah. If the English letters were used, the answer obviously would not be correct. The second example is the mysterious Gnostic pantheos Abraxas. For this name, the Greek table is used. Abraxas in Greek is thus 1, 2, 100, 1, 60, 1, and 200, the sum being 365, the number of days in the year. This number furnishes the key to the mystery of Abraxas, who is symbolic of the 365 aeons, or spirits of the days, gathered together in one composite personality. Abraxas is symbolic of 5 creatures, and, as the circle of the year actually consists of 360 degrees, each of the emanating deities is 1/5 of this power, or 72, one of the most sacred numbers in the Old Testament of the Jews and in their Kabbalistic system. This same method is used in finding the numerical value of the names of the gods and goddesses of the Greeks and Jews. All higher numbers can be reduced to 1 of the original 10 numerals, and the 10 itself to 1. Therefore, all groups of numbers resulting from the translation of names of deities into their numerical equivalents have a basis in one of the first 10 numbers. By this system, in which the digits are added together, 666 becomes 6 plus 6 plus 6, or 18, and in this turn becomes 1 plus 8, or 9. According to Revelation, 144,000 are to be saved. This number becomes 1 plus 4 plus 4 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0, which equals 9, thus proving that both the beast of Babylon and the number of the saved refer to man himself, whose symbol is the number 9. This system can be used successfully with both Greek and Hebrew letters. The numerical values of the Hebrew, Greek, and Samaritan alphabets, from Higgins, Celtic Druids. Column 1, Names of the Hebrew letters. Column 2, Samaritan letters. Column 3, Hebrew and Chaldean letters. Column 4, Numerical equivalents of the letters. Column 5, Capital and Small Greek letters. Column 6, the letters marked with asterisks are those brought to Greece from Phoenicia by Cadmus. Column 7, Name of the Greek letters. Column 8, Nearest English equivalents to the Hebrew, Greek, and Samaritan letters. Note, when used at the end of a word, the Hebrew tau has the numerical value 440, kaf 500, mem 600, nun 700, pe 800, tzadi 900. A dotted alpha and a dashed LF have the value of 1000. The original Pythagorean system of numerical philosophy contains nothing to justify the practice now in vogue of changing the given name or surname in the hope of improving the temperament or financial condition by altering the name vibrations. There is also a system of calculation in vogue for the English language, but its accuracy is a matter of legitimate dispute. It is comparatively modern and has no relationship either to the Hebrew Kabbalistic system or to the Greek procedure. The claim made by some that the Pythagorean is not supported by any tangible evidence, and there are many reasons why such a contention is untenable. The fact that Pythagoras used 10 as the basis of calculation, while this system uses 9, an imperfect number, is in itself almost conclusive. Furthermore, the arrangement of the Greek and Hebrew letters does not agree closely enough with the English to permit the application of the number sequences of one language to the number sequences of the others. Further experimentation with the system may prove profitable, but it is without basis in antiquity. The arrangement of the letters and numbers is as follows. The letters under each of the numbers have the value of the figure at the top of the column. Thus, in the word man, M equals 4, A equals 1, N equals 5, a total of 10. The values of the numbers are practically the same as those given by the Pythagorean system. An introduction to the Pythagorean theory of numbers. The following outline of Pythagorean mathematics is a paraphrase of the opening chapters of Thomas Taylor's theoretic arithmetic, the rarest and most important compilation of Pythagorean mathematical fragments extant. The Pythagoreans declared arithmetic to be the mother of the mathematical sciences. This is proved by the fact that geometry, music, and astronomy are dependent upon it, but it is not dependent upon them. Thus, geometry may be removed, but arithmetic will remain. But if arithmetic be removed, geometry is eliminated. In the same manner, music depends upon arithmetic, but the elimination of music affects arithmetic only by limiting one of its expressions. The Pythagoreans also demonstrated arithmetic to be prior to astronomy, for the latter is dependent upon both geometry and music. The size, form, and motion of the celestial bodies is determined by the use of geometry, their harmony and rhythm by the use of music. If astronomy be removed, neither geometry nor music is injured. But if geometry and music be eliminated, astronomy is destroyed. The priority of both geometry and music to astronomy is therefore established. Arithmetic, however, is prior to all. It is primary and fundamental. Pythagoras instructed his disciples that the science of mathematics is divided into two major parts. The first is concerned with the multitude, or the constituent parts of a thing, and the second with the magnitude, or the relative size or density of a thing. Magnitude is divided into two parts, magnitude which is stationary and magnitude which is movable, the stationary part having priority. Multitude is also divided into two parts, for it is related both to itself and to other things, the first relationship having priority. Pythagoras assigned the science of arithmetic to multitude related to itself, and the art of music to multitude related to other things. Geometry likewise was assigned to stationary magnitude, and spherics, usually partly in the sense of astronomy, to movable magnitude. Both multitude and magnitude were circumscribed by the circumference of mind. The atomic theory has proved size to be the result of number, for a mass is made up of minute units, though mistaken by the uninformed for a single simple substance. Owing to the fragmentary condition of existing Pythagorean records, it is difficult to arrive at exact definitions of terms. Before it is possible, however, to unfold the subject further, some light must be cast upon the meanings of the words number, monad, and one. The monad signifies the all-including one. The Pythagoreans called the monad the noble number, sire of gods and men. The monad also signifies the sum of any combination of numbers considered as a whole. Thus the universe is considered as a monad, but the individual parts of the universe, such as the planets and elements, are monads in relation to the parts of which they themselves are composed, though they, in turn, are parts of the greater monad formed of their sum. The monad may also be likened to the seed of a tree which, when it has grown, has many branches, the numbers. In other words, the numbers are to the monad what the branches of the tree are to the seed of the tree. From the study of the mysterious Pythagorean monad, Leibniz evolved his magnificent theory of the world atoms, a theory in perfect accord with the ancient teachings of the mysteries, for Leibniz himself was an initiate of a secret school. By some Pythagoreans, the monad is also considered synonymous with the one. Number is the term applied to all numerals and their combinations. A strict interpretation of the term number by certain of the Pythagoreans excludes 1 and 2. Pythagoras defines number to be the extension and energy of the spermatic reasons contained in the monad. The followers of Hippasus declared number to be the first pattern used by the demiurges in the formation of the universe. The one was defined by the Platonists as the summit of the many. The one differs from the monad in that the term monad is used to designate the sum of the parts considered as a unit, whereas the one is the term applied to each of its integral parts. There are two orders of number, odd and even. Because unity, or one, always remains indivisible, the odd number cannot be divided equally. Thus 9 is 4 plus 1 plus 4, the unity in the center being indivisible. Furthermore, if any odd number be divided into two parts, one part will always be odd and the other even. Thus 9 may be 5 plus 4, 3 plus 6, 7 plus 2, or 8 plus 1. The Pythagoreans considered the odd number, of which the monad was the prototype, to be definite and masculine. They were not all agreed, however, as to the nature of unity, or one. Some declared it to be positive, because if added to an even or negative number, it produces an odd or positive number. Others demonstrated that if unity be added to an odd number, the latter becomes even, thereby making the masculine to be feminine. Unity, or one, therefore, was considered an androgynous number, partaking of both the masculine and the feminine attributes, consequently both odd and even. For this reason, the Pythagoreans called it evenly odd. It was customary for the Pythagoreans to offer sacrifices of an uneven number of objects to the superior gods, while to the goddesses and subterranean spirits an even number was offered. Any even number may be divided into two equal parts, which are always either both odd or both even. Thus 10 by equal division gives 5 plus 5, both odd numbers. The same principle holds true if the 10 be unequally divided. For example, in 6 plus 4, both parts are even. In 7 plus 3, both parts are odd. In 8 plus 2, both parts are again even, and in 9 plus 1, both parts are again odd. Thus, in the even number, however it may be divided, the parts will always be both odd or both even. The Pythagoreans considered the even number, of which the duad was the prototype, to be indefinite and feminine. The odd numbers are divided by a mathematical contrivance called the sieve of Eratosthenes into three general classes: incomposite, composite, and incomposite composite. The incomposite numbers are those which have no divisor other than themselves and unity, such as 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, 19, 23, 29, 31, 37, 41, 43, 47, and so forth. For example, 7 is divisible only by 7, which goes into itself once, and unity, which goes into 7, 7 times. The composite numbers are those which are divisible not only by themselves and unity, but also by some other number, such as 9, 15, 21, 25, 27, 33, 39, 45, 51, 57, and so forth. For example, 7 is divisible not only by itself and by unity, but also by 3 and by 7. The incomposite composite numbers are those which have no common divisor, although each of itself is capable of division, such as 9 and 25. For example, 9 is divisible by 3 and 25 by 5, but neither is divisible by the divisor of the other. Thus they have no common divisor. Because they have individual divisors, they are called composite, and because they have no common divisor, they are called incomposite. Accordingly, the term incomposite composite was created to describe their properties. Even numbers are divided into three classes: evenly even, evenly odd, and oddly odd. The evenly even numbers are all in duple ratio from unity, thus 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, 512, and 1024. The proof of the perfect evenly even number is that it can be halved and the halves again halved back into unity, as half of 64 is 32, half of 32 is 16, half of 16 is 8, half of 8 is 4, half of 4 is 2, half of 2 is 1. Beyond unity, it is impossible to go. The evenly even numbers possess certain unique properties. The sum of any number of terms, but the last term, is always equal to the last term minus 1. For example, the sum of the first and second terms, 1 plus 2, equals the third term, 4 minus 1, or the sum of the first, second, third, and fourth terms, 1 plus 2 plus 4 plus 8, equals the fifth term, 16 minus 1. In a series of evenly even numbers, the first multiplied by the last equals the last, the second multiplied by the second from the last equals the last, and so on, until in an odd series one number remains, which multiplied by itself equals the last number of the series, or in an even series two numbers remain, which multiplied by each other give the last number of the series. For example, 1, 2, 4, 8, 16 is an odd series. The first number, 1, multiplied by the last number, 16, equals the last number, 16. The second number, 2, multiplied by the second from the last number, 8, equals the last number, 8. Being an odd series, the 4 is left in the center, and this multiplied by itself also equals the last number, 16. The evenly odd numbers are those which, when halved, are incapable of further division by halving. They are formed by taking the odd numbers in sequential order and multiplying them by 2. By this process, the odd numbers 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11 produce the evenly odd numbers 2, 6, 10, 14, 18, 22. Thus, every fourth number is evenly odd. Each of the even odd numbers may be divided once, as 2, which becomes 2 ones, and cannot be divided further, or 6, which becomes 2 threes, and cannot be divided further. The Sieve of Eratosthenes, redrawn from Taylor's Theoretic Arithmetic. This sieve is a mathematical device originated by Eratosthenes about 230 BC for the purpose of segregating the composite and incomposite odd numbers. Its use is extremely simple after the theory has once been mastered. All the odd numbers are first arranged in their natural order, as shown in the second panel from the bottom, designated odd numbers. It will then be seen that every third number, beginning with 3, is divisible by 3. Every fifth number, beginning with 5, is divisible by 5. Every seventh number, beginning with 7, is divisible by 7. Every ninth number, beginning with 9, is divisible by 9. Every 11th number, beginning with 11, is divisible by 11, and so on into infinity. This system finally sifts out what the Pythagoreans called the incomposite numbers, or those having no divisor other than themselves, and unity. These will be found in the lowest panel, designated primary and incomposite numbers. In his History of Mathematics, David Eugene Smith states that Eratosthenes was one of the greatest scholars of Alexandria and was called by his admirers the second Plato. Eratosthenes was educated at Athens and is renowned not only for his sieve, but for having computed, by a very ingenious method, the circumference and diameter of the earth. His estimate of the Earth's diameter was only 50 miles less than the polar diameter accepted by modern scientists. This and other mathematical achievements of Eratosthenes are indisputable evidence that in the 3rd century before Christ, the Greeks not only knew the Earth to be spherical in form, but could also approximate with amazing accuracy its actual size and distance from both the sun and the moon. Aristarchus of Samos, another great Greek astronomer and mathematician who lived about 250 BC, established by philosophical deduction and a few simple scientific instruments that the Earth revolved around the sun. While Copernicus actually believed himself to be the discoverer of this fact, he but restated the findings advanced by Aristarchus 1700 years earlier. Another peculiarity of the evenly odd numbers is that if the divisor be odd, the quotient is always even, and if the divisor be even, the quotient is always odd. For example, if 18 be divided by 2, an even divisor, the quotient is 9, an odd number. If 18 be divided by 3, an odd divisor, the quotient is 6, an even number. The evenly odd numbers are also remarkable in that each term is 1/2 of the sum of the terms on either side of it. For example, 10 is 1/2 of the sum of 6 and 14. 18 is 1/2 the sum of 14 and 22. And 6 is 1/2 the sum of 2 and 10. The oddly odd or unevenly even numbers are a compromise between the evenly even and the evenly odd numbers. Unlike the evenly even, they cannot be halved back to unity, and unlike the evenly odd, they are capable of more than one division by halving. The oddly odd numbers are formed by multiplying the evenly even numbers above 2 by the odd numbers above 1. The odd numbers above 1 are 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, and so forth. The evenly even numbers above 2 are 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, and so on. The first odd number of the series, 3, multiplied by 4, the first evenly even number of the series, gives 12. The first oddly odd number. By multiplying 5, 7, 9, 11, and so forth by 4, oddly odd numbers are found. The other oddly odd numbers are produced by multiplying 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, and so forth, in turn, by the other evenly even numbers, 8, 16, 32, 64, and so forth. An example of the halving of the oddly odd numbers is as follows. Half of 12 equals 6. Half of 6 equals 3, which cannot be halved further because the Pythagoreans did not divide unity. Even numbers are also divided into 3 other classes: superperfect, deficient, and perfect. Superperfect or superabundant numbers are such as have the sum of their fractional parts greater than themselves. For example, half of 24 equals 12. 1/4 equals 6. 1/3 equals 8. 1/6 equals 4. 1/12 equals 2. And 1/24 equals 1. The sum of these parts, 12 plus 6 plus 8 plus 4 plus 2 plus 1, is 33, which is in excess of 24, the original number. Deficient numbers are such as have the sum of their fractional parts less than themselves. For example, half of 14 equals 7, 1/7 equals 2, and 1/14 equals 1. The sum of these parts, 7 plus 2 plus 1, is 10, which is less than 14, the original number. Perfect numbers are such as have the sum of their fractional parts equal to themselves. For example, half of 28 equals 14, 1/4 equals 7, 1/7 equals 4, 1/14 equals 2, and 1/28 equals 1. The sum of these parts, 14 plus 7 plus 4 plus 2 plus 1, is equal to 28. The perfect numbers are extremely rare. There is only one between 1 and 10, namely 6, one between 10 and 100, namely 28, one between 100 and 1,000, namely 496, and one between 1,000 and 10,000, namely 8,128. The perfect numbers are found by the following rule. The first number of the evenly even series of numbers, 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, and so forth, is added to the second number of the series, and if an incomposite number results, it is multiplied by the last number of the series of evenly even numbers, whose sum produced it. The product is the first perfect number. For example, the first and second evenly even numbers are 1 and 2. Their sum is 3, an incomposite number. If 3 be multiplied by 2, the last number of the series of evenly even numbers used to produce it, the product is 6, the first perfect number. If the addition of the evenly even numbers does not result in an incomposite number, the next evenly even number of the series must be added until an incomposite number results. The second perfect number is found in the following manner. The sum of the evenly even numbers 1, 2, and 4 is 7, an incomposite number. If 7 be multiplied by 4, the last of the series of evenly even numbers used to produce it, the product is 28, the second perfect number. This method of calculation may be continued to infinity. Perfect numbers, when multiplied by 2, are superabundant numbers, and when divided by 2 produce deficient numbers. The Pythagoreans evolved their philosophy from the science of numbers. The following quotation from Theoretic Arithmetic is an excellent example of this practice. Perfect numbers, therefore, are beautiful images of the virtues, which are certain media between excess and defect, and are not summits, and by some of the ancients they were supposed to be. And evil is indeed opposed to evil, but both are opposed to one good. Good, however, is never opposed to good, but to 2 evils at one and the same time. Thus timidity is opposed to audacity, to both of which the want of true courage is common. But both timidity and audacity are opposed to fortitude. Craft also is opposed to fatuity, to both of which the want of intellect is common, and both these are opposed to prudence. Thus, too, profusion is opposed to avarice, to both of which illiberality is common, and both these are opposed to liberality. And in a similar manner in the other virtues, by all of which it is evident that perfect numbers have a great similitude to the virtues, but they also resemble the virtues on another account, for they are rarely found, as being few, and they are generated in a very constant order. On the contrary, an infinite multitude of superabundant and diminished numbers may be found, nor are they disposed in any orderly series, nor generated from any certain end, and hence they have a great similitude to the vices, which are numerous, inordinate, and indefinite. The Table of the 10 Numbers. The following outline of the Pythagorean numbers is a paraphrase of the writings of Nicomachus, Theon of Smyrna, Proclus, Porphyry, Plutarch, Clement of Alexandria, Aristotle, and other early authorities. Monad, 1, is so called because it remains always in the same condition, that is, separate from multitude. Its attributes are as follows. It is called mind because the mind is stable and has preeminence, hermaphrodism because it is both male and female, odd and even, for being added to the even it makes odd, and to the odd even. God, because it is the beginning and end of all, but itself has neither beginning nor end. Good, for such is the nature of God, the receptacle of matter, because it produces the duad, which is essentially material. By the Pythagoreans, monad was called chaos, obscurity, chasm, Tartarus, Styx, abyss, leth, atlas, axis, morpho, a name for Venus, and tower or throne of Jupiter, because of the great power which abides in the center of the universe and controls the circular motion of the planars about itself. Monad is also called germinal reason, because it is the origin of all thoughts in the universe. Other names given to it were Apollo, because of its relation to the sun, Prometheus, because he brought man light, Pyralios, one who exists in fire, Geniture, because without it no number can exist, Substance, because substance is primary, cause of truth, and constitution of symphony. All these because it is the primordial one. Between greater and lesser the monad is equal. Between intention and remission it is middle. In multitude it is mean. And in time it is now, because eternity knows neither past nor future. It is called Jupiter because he is father and head of the gods. Vesta, the fire of the home, because it is located in the midst of the universe and remains there, inclining to no side as a dot in a circle. Form, because it circumscribes, comprehends, and terminates. Love, concord, and piety, because it is indivisible. Other symbolic names for the monad are ship, chariot, Proteus, a god capable of changing his form, Mnemosyne, and Polyanimus, having many names. The following symbolic names were given to the duad, 2, because it has been divided, and is 2 rather than 1, and when there are 2, each is opposed to the other. Genius, evil, darkness, inequality, instability, movability, boldness, fortitude, contention, matter, dissimilarity, partition between multitude and monad, defect, shapelessness, indefiniteness, indeterminateness, harmony, tolerance, root, feet of the fountain abounding idea, top, phanis, opinion, fallacy, alterity, diffidence, impulse, death, motion, generation, mutation, division, longitude, augmentation, composition, communion, misfortune, sustentation, imposition, marriage, soul, and science. In his book Numbers, W. Wynne Westcott says of the duad, it was called audacity from its being the earliest number to separate itself from the divine one, from the adatum of God-nourished silence, as the Chaldean oracles say. As the monad is the father, so the duad is the mother. Therefore the duad has certain points in common with the goddesses Isis, Rhea, Jove's mother, Phrygia, Lydia, Dindymene, Sibyl, and Ceres, Erato, one of the muses, Diana, because the moon is forked, Dictana, Venus, Dione, Cytherea, Juno, because she is both wife and sister of Jupiter, and Maia, the mother of Mercury. While the monad is the symbol of wisdom, the duad is the symbol of ignorance, for in it exists the sense of separateness, which sense is the beginning of ignorance. The duad, however, is also the mother of wisdom, for ignorance, out of the nature of itself, invariably gives birth to wisdom. The Pythagoreans revered the monad but despised the duad, because it was the symbol of polarity. By the power of the duad, the deep was created in contradistinction to the heavens. The deep mirrored the heavens and became the symbol of illusion, for the below was merely a reflection of the above. The below was called Maya, the illusion, the sea, the great void, and to symbolize it, the Magi of Persia carried mirrors. From the duad arose disputes and contentions, until by bringing the monad between the duad, equilibrium was re-established by the Savior God, who took upon himself the form of a number and was crucified between two thieves for their sins of men. The triad, 3, is the first number actually odd, monad not always being considered a number. It is the first equilibrium of unities. Therefore, Pythagoras said that Apollo gave oracles from a tripod and advised offer of libation 3 times. The key words to the qualities of the triad are friendship, peace, justice, prudence, piety, temperance, and virtue. The following deities partake of the principle of the triad: Saturn, ruler of time; Latona, cornucopia; Ophion, the great serpent; Thetis, Hecate; Polyhymnia, a muse; Pluto, Triton, president of the sea; Tritogenia, Achelous, and the faces, furies, and graces. This number is called wisdom, because men organize the present, foresee the future, and benefit by the experiences of the first. It is cause of wisdom and understanding. The triad is the number of knowledge, music, geometry, and astronomy, and the science of the celestials and terrestrials. Pythagoras taught that the cube of this number had the power of the lunar circle. The sacredness of the triad and its symbol, the triangle, is derived from the fact that it is made up of the monad and the duad. The monad is the symbol of the Divine Father and the duad of the Great Mother. The triad being made of these two is therefore androgynous and is symbolic of the fact that God gave birth to his worlds out of himself, who in his creative aspect is always symbolized by the triangle. The monad passing into the duad was thus capable of becoming the parent of progeny, for the duad was the womb of Meru, within which the world was incubated and within which it still exists in embryo. The tetrad, 4, was esteemed by the Pythagoreans as the primal genial number, the root of all things, the fountain of nature, and the most perfect number. All tetrads are intellectual. They have an emergent order and encircle the world as the imperium passes through it. Why the Pythagoreans expressed God as a tetrad is explained in a sacred discourse ascribed to Pythagoras, wherein God is called the number of numbers. This is because the decad, or 10, is composed of 1, 2, 3, and 4. The number 4 is symbolic of God, because it is symbolic of the first 4 numbers. Moreover, the tetrad is the center of the week, being halfway between 1 and 7. The tetrad is also the first geometric solid. Pythagoras maintained that the soul of man consists of a tetrad, the four powers of the soul being mind, science, opinion, and sense. The tetrad connects all beings, elements, numbers, and reasons, nor can anything be named which does not depend upon the tetractys. It is the cause and maker of all things, the intelligible God, author of celestial and sensible good. Plutarch interprets this tetractys, which he said was also called the world, to be 36, consisting of the first four odd numbers added to the first four even numbers, thus 1 plus 3 plus 5 plus 7 equals 16, 2 plus 4 plus 6 plus 8 equals 20, equals 36. Key words given to the tetrad are impetuosity, strength, virility, two-mothered, and the key keeper of nature, because the universal constitution cannot be without it. It is also called harmony and the first profundity. The following deities partook of the nature of the tetrad: Hercules, Mercury, Vulcan, Bacchus, and Urania, one of the Muses. The triad represents the primary colors and from the major planets, while the tetrad represents the secondary colors and the minor planets. From the first triangle comes forth the seven spirits, symbolized by a triangle and a square. These together form the Masonic apron. The pentad, 5, is the union of an odd and an even number, 3 and 2. Among the Greeks, the pentagram was a sacred symbol of light, health, and vitality. It also symbolized the fifth element, ether, because it is free from the disturbances of the four lower elements. It is called equilibrium because it divides the perfect number 10 into two equal parts. The pentad is symbolic of nature, for when multiplied by itself, it returns into itself, just as grains of wheat, when starting in the form of seed, pass through nature's processes and reproduce the seed of the wheat as the ultimate form of their own growth. Other numbers multiplied by themselves produce other numbers, but only 5 and 6 multiplied by themselves represent and retain their original number as the last figure in their products. The pentad represents all the superior and inferior beings. It is sometimes referred to as the Hierophant or the priest of the mysteries, because of its connection with the spiritual ethers, by means of which mystic development is attained. Keywords of the pentad are reconciliation, alternation, marriage, immortality, cordiality, providence, and sound. Among the deities who partook of the nature of the pentad were Pallas, Nemesis, Bubastia or Bast, Venus, Androgynia, Cytherea, and the messengers of Jupiter. The tetrad, the elements, plus the monad equals the pentad. The Pythagoreans taught that the elements of earth, fire, air, and water were permeated by a substance called ether, the basis of vitality and life. Therefore, they chose the five-pointed star or pentagram as the symbol of vitality, health, and interpretation. It was customary for the philosophers to conceal the element of earth under the symbol of a dragon, and many of the heroes of antiquity were told to go forth and slay the dragon. Hence, they drove their sword, the monad, into the body of the dragon, the tetrad. This resulted in the formation of the pentad, a symbol of the victory of the spiritual nature over the material nature. The four elements are symbolized in the early biblical writings as the four rivers that poured out of the Garden of Eden. The elements themselves are under the control of the composite cherubim of Ezekiel. The Pythagoreans held the hexad, 6, to represent, as Clement of Alexandria conceived, the creation of the world according to both the prophets and the ancient mysteries. It was called by the Pythagoreans the perfection of all the parts. This number was particularly sacred to Orpheus, and also to the Fate, the Casus, and the Muse, Thalia. It was called the form of forms, the articulation of the universe, and the maker of the soul. Among the Greeks, harmony and the soul were considered to be similar in nature, because all souls are harmonic. The hexad is also the symbol of marriage, because it is formed by the union of two triangles, one masculine and the other feminine. Among the keywords given to the hexad are time, for it is the measure of duration, panacea, because health is equilibrium, and the hexad is a balance number, the world, because the world, like the hexad, is often seen to consist of contraries by harmony. Omnisufficient, because its parts are sufficient for totality. 3 + 2 + 1 = 6. Unwearied, because it contains the elements of immortality. By the Pythagoreans, the heptad, 7, was called worthy of veneration. It was held to be the number of religion, because man is controlled by 7 celestial spirits to whom it is proper for him to make offerings. It was called the number of life because it was believed that human creatures born in the 7th month of embryonic life usually lived, but those born in the 8th month often died. One author called it the motherless virgin, Minerva, because it was not born of a mother, but out of the crown, or the head of the father, the monad. Keywords of the heptad are fortune, occasion, custody, control, government, judgment, dreams, voices, sounds, and that which leads all things to their end. Deities whose attributes were expressed by the heptad were Aegis, Osiris, Mars, and Clio, one of the Muses. Among many ancient numbers, the heptad is a sacred number. The Elohim of the Jews were supposedly 7 in number. They were the spirits of the dawn, more commonly known as the archangels, controlling the planets. The 7 archangels, with the 3 spirits controlling the sun in its threefold aspect, constitute the 10, the sacred Pythagorean decad. The mysterious Pythagorean tetractys, or 4 rows of dots, increasing from 1 to 4, was symbolic of the stages of creation. The great Pythagorean truth that all things in nature are regenerated through the decad, or 10, is subtly preserved in Freemasonry, through these grips being affected by the uniting of 10 fingers, 5 on the hand of each person. The 3, spirit, mind, and soul, descend into the 4, the world, the sum being the 7, or the mystic nature of man, consisting of a threefold spiritual body and a fourfold material form. These are symbolized by the cube, which has 6 surfaces and a mysterious 7th point within. The 6 surfaces are the directions: north, east, south, west, up, and down, or front, back, right, left, above, and below, or again, earth, fire, air, water, spirit, and matter. In the midst of these stands the One, which is the upright figure of man, from whose center in the cube radiate 6 pyramids. From this comes the great occult axiom: the center is the father of the directions, the dimensions, and the distances. The heptad is the number of the law because it is the number of the makers of cosmic law, the 7 spirits before the throne. The ogdoad, 8, was sacred because it was the number of the first cube, which form had 8 corners, and was the only evenly even number under 10, 1, 2, 4, 8, 4, 2, 1. Thus, the 8 is divided into 2 4s, each 4 is divided into 2 2s, and each 2 is divided into 2 1s, thereby re-establishing the monad. Among the keywords of the ogdoad are love, counsel, prudence, law, and convenience. Among the divinities partaking of its nature were Panharmonia, Rhea, Sibyl, Cadmea, Dindymene, Orsia, Neptune, Themis, and Euterpe, a muse. The ogdoad was a mysterious number associated with the Eleusinian mysteries of Greece and the Kabiri. It was called the Little Holy Number. It derived its form partly from the twisted snakes on the caduceus of Hermes, and partly from the serpentine motion of the celestial bodies, possibly also from the moon's nodes. The Ennead, 9, was the first square of an odd number, 3 by 3. It was associated with failure and shortcoming because it fell short of the perfect number 10 by 1. It was called the called number of man because of the 9 months of his embryonic life. Among its key words are ocean and horizon, because to the ancients these were boundless. The Ennead is the limitless number because there is nothing beyond it but the infinite 10. It was called boundary and limitation because it gathered all numbers within itself. It was called the sphere of the air because it surrounded the numbers as air surrounds the earth. Among the gods and goddesses who partook in greater or lesser degree of its nature were Prometheus, Vulcan, Juno, the sister and wife of Jupiter, Paeon, and Aglia, Tritogenia, Curitus, Prosperine, Hyperion, and Terpsichore, and Muse. The 9 was looked upon as evil because it was an inverted 6. According to the Eleusinian mysteries, it was because of the spheres through which the consciousness passed on its way to birth. Because of its close resemblance to the spermatozoon, the 9 has been associated with germinal life. The decad, 10, according to the Pythagoreans, is the greatest of numbers, not only because it is the tetractys, the 10 dots, but because it comprehends all arithmetic and harmonic proportions. Pythagoras said that 10 is the nature of number, because all nations reckon to it, and when they arrive at it, they return to the monad. The decad was called both heaven and the world, because the former includes the latter. Being a perfect number, the decad was applied by the Pythagoreans to those things relating to age, power, faith, necessity, and the power of memory. It was also called unwearied, because, like God, it was tireless. The Pythagoreans divided the heavenly bodies into 10 orders. They also stated that the decad perfected all numbers and comprehended within itself the nature of odd and even, moved and unmoved, good and ill. They associated its power with the following deities: Atlas, for it carried the numbers on its shoulders; Urania, Mnemosyne, the sun; Phanes, and the one God. The decimal system can probably be traced back to the time when it was customary to reckon on the fingers, these being among the most primitive of calculating devices and still in use among many aboriginal peoples. The human body in symbolism. The oldest, the most profound, the most universal of all symbols is the human body. The Greeks, Persians, Egyptians, and Hindus considered a philosophical analysis of man's triune nature to be an indispensable part of ethical and religious training. The mysteries of every nation taught that the laws, elements, and powers of the universe were epitomized in the human constitution, that everything which existed outside of man had its analog within man. The universe, being immeasurable in its immensity and inconceivable in its profundity, was beyond mortal estimation. Even the gods themselves could comprehend but a part of the inaccessible glory which was their source. When temporarily permeated with divine enthusiasm, man may transcend for a brief moment the limitations of his own personality and behold in part that celestial effulgence in which all creation is bathed. But even in his periods of greatest illumination, man is incapable of imprinting upon the substance of his rational soul a perfect image of the multiform expression of celestial activity. Recognizing the futility of attempting to cope intellectually with that which transcends the comprehension of the rational faculties, the early philosophers turned their attention from the inconceivable divinity to man himself, within the narrow confines of those whose nature they found manifested all the mysteries of the external spheres. As the natural outgrowth of this practice, there was fabricated a secret theological system in which God was considered as the grand man, and, conversely, man as the little God. Continuing this analogy, the universe was regarded as a man, and, conversely, man as a miniature universe. The greater universe was termed the macrocosm, the great world or body, and the divine life or spiritual entity controlling its functions was called the macroprosophos. Man's body, or the individual human universe, was termed the microcosm, and the divine life or spiritual entity controlling its functions was called the microprosophos. The pagan mysteries were primarily concerned with instructing neophytes in the true relationship between the macrocosm and the microcosm, in other words, between God and man. Accordingly, the key to these analogies between the organs and functions of the microcosmic man and those of the macrocosmic man constituted the most prized possession of the early initiates. In Isis Unveiled, H.P. Blavatsky summarizes the pagan concept of man as follows: Man is a little world, the microcosm inside the great universe. Like a fetus, he is suspended, by all his three spirits in the matrix of the macrocosmos, and while his terrestrial body is in constant sympathy with its parent Earth, his astral soul lives in unison with the sidereal anima mundi. He is in it, as it is in him, for the world-pervading element fills all space, and is space itself, only shoreless and infinite. As to his third spirit, the divine, what is it but an infinitesimal ray, one of the countless radiations proceeding directly from the highest cause, the spiritual light of the world? This is the trinity of organic and inorganic nature, the spiritual and the physical, which are three in one, and of which Proclus says that the first monad is the eternal God, the second, eternity, the third, the paradigm or pattern of the universe, the three constituting the intelligible triad. Long before the introduction of idolatry into religion, the early priests caused the statue of a man to be placed in the sanctuary of the temple. This human figure symbolized the divine power in all its intricate manifestations. Thus the priests of antiquity accepted man as their textbook, and through the study of him learned to understand the greater and more abstruse mysteries of the celestial scheme of which they were a part. It is not improbable that this mysterious figure standing over the primitive altars was made in the nature of a mannequin, and, like certain emblematic hands in the mystery schools, was covered with either carved or painted hieroglyphs. The statue may have opened, thus showing the relative positions of the organs, bones, muscles, nerves, and other parts. After ages of research, the mannequin became a mass of intricate hieroglyphs and symbolic figures. Every part had its secret meaning. The measurements formed a basic standard, by the means of which it was possible to measure all parts of cosmos. It was a glorious composite emblem of all the knowledge possessed by the sages and hierophants. Then came the age of idolatry. The mysteries decayed from within, the secrets were lost, and none knew the identity of the mysterious man who stood over the altar. It was remembered only that the figure was a sacred and glorious symbol of the universal power, and it finally came to be looked upon as a god, the one in whose image man was made. Having lost the knowledge of the purpose for which the mannequin was originally constructed, the priests worshipped this effigy until at last their lack of spiritual understanding brought the temple down in ruins about their heads, and the statue crumbled with the civilization that had forgotten its meaning. Proceeding from this assumption of the first theologians that man is actually fashioned in the image of God, the initiated minds of past ages erected the stupendous nature of theology upon the foundation of the human body. The religious world of today is almost totally ignorant of the fact that the science of biology is the fountainhead of its doctrines and tenets. Many of the codes and laws believed by modern divines to have been direct revelations from divinity are in reality the fruitage of ages of patient delving into the intricacies of the human constitution and the infinite wonders revealed by such a study. In nearly all the sacred books of the world can be traced an anatomical analogy. This is most evident in their creation myths. Anyone familiar with embryology and obstetrics will have no difficulty in recognizing the basis of the allegory concerning Adam and Eve and the Garden of Eden, the 9 degrees of the Eleusinian mysteries, and the Brahmanic legend of Vishnu's incarnations. The story of the universal egg, the Scandinavian myth of Ginnungagap, the dark cleft in space in which the seed of the world is sown, and the use of the fish as the emblem of the paternal generative power, all show the true origin of theological speculation. The philosophers of antiquity realized that man himself was the key to the riddle of life, for he was the living image of the divine plan, and in future ages humanity also will come to realize more fully the solemn import of those ancient words. The proper study of mankind is man. Both God and man have a twofold constitution, of which the superior part is invisible and the inferior visible. In both there is also an intermediary sphere, marking the point where these invisible and invisible natures meet. As the spiritual nature of God controls his objective universal form, which is actually a crystallized idea, so the spiritual nature of man is the invisible cause and controlling power of his visible material personality. Thus, it is evident that the spirit of man bears the same relationship to his material body that God bears to the objective universe. The mysteries taught that spirit, or life, was anterior to form, and that what is anterior includes all that is posterior to itself. Spirit being anterior to form, form is therefore included within the realm of spirit. It is also a popular statement or belief that man's spirit is within his body. According to the conclusions of philosophy and theology, however, this belief is erroneous, for spirit first circumscribes an area and then manifests within it. Philosophically speaking, form, being a part of spirit, is within spirit. But spirit is more than the sum of form, as the material nature of man is therefore within the sum of spirit. So the universal nature, including the entire sidereal system, is within the all-pervading essence of God, the universal spirit. According to another concept of the ancient wisdom, all bodies, whether spiritual or material, have three centers, called by the Greeks the upper center, the middle center, and the lower center. An apparent ambiguity will here be noted. To diagram or symbolize adequately abstract mental verities is impossible, for the diagrammatic representation of one aspect of metaphysical relationships may be an actual contradiction of some other aspect. While that which is above is generally considered superior in dignity and power, in reality, that which is in the center is superior and anterior to both that which is said to be above and that which is said to be below. Therefore, it must be said that the first, which is considered as being above, is actually in the center, while both of the others, which are said to be either above or below, are actually beneath. This point can be further simplified if the reader will consider above as indicating degree of proximity to source and below as indicating degree of distance from source, source being posited in the actual center and relative distance being the various points along the radii from the center toward the circumference. In matters pertaining to philosophy and theology, up may be considered as toward the center and down as toward the circumference. Center is spirit, circumference is matter. Therefore, up is toward spirit along an ascending scale of spirituality, down is toward matter along an ascending scale of materiality. The latter concept is partly expressed by the apex of a cone, which, when viewed from above, is seen as a point in the exact center of the circumference formed by the base of the cone. These three universal centers, the one above, the one below, and the link uniting them, represent three suns or three aspects of one sun, centers of effulgence. These also have their analogues in the three grand centers of the human body, which, like the physical universe, is a demiurgic fabrication. The first of these suns, says Thomas Taylor, is analogous to light when viewed subsisting in its fountain, the sun, the second to the light immediately proceeding from the sun, and the third to the splendor communicated to other natures by this light. The Tetragrammaton in the human heart, from Boehm's Libri Apologeticae. The Tetragrammaton, or four-lettered name of God, is here arranged as a tetractys within the inverted human heart. Beneath, the name of Jehovah is shown transformed into Jehoshua by the interpolation of the radiant Hebrew letter Shin. The drawing as a whole represents the throne of God and his hierarchies within the heart of man. In the first book of his Libri Apologeticae, Jacob Boehm thus describes the meaning of the symbol. For we men have one book in common which points to God. Each has it within himself, which is the priceless name of God. Its letters are the flames of his love, which he, out of his heart, in the priceless name of Jesus, has revealed in us. Read these letters in your hearts and spirits, and you have books enough. All the writings of the children of God direct you unto that one book, for therein lie all the treasures of wisdom. This book is Christ in you. Since the superior or spiritual center is in the midst of the other two, its analog in the physical body is the heart, the most spiritual and mysterious organ in the human body. The second center, or the link between the superior and inferior worlds, is elevated to the position of greatest physical dignity, the brain. The third or lower center is relegated to the position of least physical dignity, but greatest physical importance, the generative system. Thus the heart is symbolically the source of life, the brain the link by which, through rational intelligence, life and form are united, and the generative system, or infernal creator, the source of that power by which physical organisms are produced. The ideals and aspirations of the individual depend largely upon which of these three centers of power predominates in scope and activity of expression. In the materialist, the lower center is the strongest, in the intellectualist, the higher center, but in the initiate, the middle center, by bathing the two extremes in a flood of spiritual effulgence, controls wholesomely both the mind and the body. As light bears witness of life, which is its source, so the mind bears witness of the spirit, and activity in a still lower plane bears witness of intelligence. Thus the mind bears witness of the heart, while the generative system in turn bears witness of the mind. Accordingly, the spiritual nature is most commonly symbolized by a heart, the intellectual power of an opened eye, symbolizing the pineal gland or cyclopean eye, which is the two-faced Janus of the pagan mysteries, and the generative system by a flower, a staff, a cup, or a hand. While all the mysteries recognize the heart as the center of spiritual consciousness, they often purposely ignored this concept and used the heart in its exoteric sense as the symbol of the emotional nature. In this arrangement, the generative center represented the physical body, the heart the emotional body, and the brain the mental body. The brain represented the superior sphere, but after the initiates had passed through the lower degrees, they were instructed that the brain was the proxy of the spiritual flame, dwelling in the innermost recesses of the heart. The student of esotericism discovers, ere long, that the ancients often resorted to various blinds to conceal the true interpretations of their mysteries. The substitution of the brain for the heart was one of these blinds. The 3 degrees of the ancient mysteries were, with few exceptions, given in chambers which represented the 3 great centers of the human and universal bodies. If possible, the temple itself was constructed in the form of the human body. The candidate entered between the feet and received the highest degree in the point corresponding to the brain. Thus the first degree was the material mystery, and its symbol was the generative system. It raised the candidate through the various degrees of concrete thought. The second degree was given in the chamber corresponding to the heart, but represented the middle power, which was the mental link. Here the candidate was initiated into the mysteries of abstract thought and lifted as high as the mind was capable of penetrating. He then passed into the third chamber, which, analogous to the brain, occupied the highest position in the temple, but, analogous to the heart, was of the greatest dignity. In the brain chamber, the heart mystery was given. Here the initiate, for the first time, truly comprehended the meaning of those immortal words, "As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he." As there are 7 hearts in the brain, so there are 7 brains in the heart, but this is a matter of superphysics of which little can be said at the present time. Proclus writes on this subject in the first book of On the Theology of Plato. Indeed, Socrates in the first Alcibiades rightly observes that the soul entering into herself will behold all other things, and deity itself, for verging to her own union and to the center of all life, laying aside multitude, and the variety of all the manifold powers which she contains, she ascends to the highest watchtower offerings. And, as in the most holy of the mysteries, they say that the mystics at first meet with the multiform and many-shaped genera, which are hurled forth before the gods, but on entering the temple, unmoved and guarded by the mystic rites, they genuinely receive in their bosom, heart, divine illumination, and divested of their garments, as they would say, participate of a divine nature. The same mode, as it appears to me, take place in the speculation of wholes. For the soul, when looking at things posterior to herself, beholds the shadows and images of beings, but when she converts herself to herself, she evolves her own essence, and the reasons which she contains. And at first, indeed, she only, as it were, beholds herself, but when she penetrates more profoundly into the knowledge of herself, she finds in herself both intellect and the orders of beings. When, however, she proceeds into her interior recesses, and into the adytum, as it were, of the soul, she perceives with her eye closed without the aid of the lower mind, the genius of the gods, and the unities of beings, for all things are in us psychically, and through this we are naturally capable of knowing all things, by exciting the powers and the images of wholes which we contain. The initiates of old warned their disciples that an image is not a reality, but merely the objectification of a subjective idea. The image of the gods were not designed to be objects of worship, but were to be regarded merely as emblems or reminders of invisible powers and principles. Similarly, the body of man must not be considered as the individual, but only as the house of the individual, in the same manner that the temple was the house of God. In a state of grossness and perversion, man's body is the tomb or prison of a divine principle. In a statement of unfoldment and regeneration, it is the house or sanctuary of the deity by whose creative powers it was fashioned. Personality is suspended upon a thread from the nature of being, declares the secret work. Man is essentially a permanent and immortal principle. Only his bodies pass through the cycle of birth and death. The immortal is the reality. The mortal is the unreality. During each period of earth life, reality thus dwells in unreality, to be liberated from it temporarily by death and permanently by illumination. Hand decorated with effigies of Jesus Christ, the Virgin Mary, and the 12 Apostles, from an old print, courtesy of Carl Oscar Borg. Upon the 12 phalanges of the fingers appear the likenesses of the Apostles, each bearing its own appropriate symbol. In the case of those who suffered martyrdom, the symbol signifies the instrument of death. Thus, the symbol of St. Andrew is a cross, of St. Thomas a javelin or a builder's square, of St. James the Less a club, of St. Philip a cross, of St. Bartholomew a large knife or scimitar, of St. Matthew a sword or spear, sometimes a purse, of St. Simon a club or saw, of St. Matthias an axe, and of St. Judas a halbert. The apostles whose symbols do not elate to their martyrdom are St. Peter, who carries 2 crossed keys, one gold and one silver, St. James the Great, who bears a pilgrim's staff and a scallop shell, and St. John, who holds a cup from which the poison miraculously departed in the form of a serpent. See Handbook of Christian Symbolism. The figure of Christ upon the second phalange of the thumb does not follow the pagan system of assigning the first person of the creative triad to this position. God the Father should occupy the second phalange, God the Son the first phalange, while to God the Holy Spirit is assigned the base of the thumb. Also, according to the philosophic arrangement, the Virgin should occupy the base of the thumb, which is sacred to the moon. While generally regarded as polytheists, the pagans gained this reputation not because they worshipped more than one god, but rather because they personified the attributes of this god, thereby creating a pantheon of posterior deities, each manifesting a part of what the one god manifested as a whole. The various pantheons of ancient religions therefore actually represent the catalogued and personified attributes of deity. In this respect, they correspond to the hierarchies of the Hebrew Kabbalists. All the gods and goddesses of antiquity consequently have their analogies in the human body, as have also the elements, planets, and constellations which were assigned as proper vehicles for these celestials. 4 body centers are assigned to the elements, the 7 vital organs to the planets, the 12 principal parts and members to the zodiac, the invisible parts of man's divine nature to various supermundane deities, while the hidden God was declared to manifest through the marrow in the bones. It is difficult for many to realize that they are actual universes, that their physical bodies are a visible nature through the structure of which countless waves of evolving life are unfolding their latent potentialities. Yet, through man's physical body, not only are a mineral, a plant, and an animal kingdom evolving, but also unknown classifications and divisions of invisible spiritual life. Just as cells are infinitesimal units in the structure of man, so man is an infinitesimal unit in the structure of the universe. A theology based upon the knowledge and appreciation of these relationships is as profoundly just as it is profoundly true. As man's physical body has 5 distinct and important extremities, 2 legs, 2 arms, and a head, of which the last governs the first 4, The number 5 has been accepted as the symbol of man. By its 4 corners, the pyramid symbolizes the arms and legs, and by its apex, the head, thus indicating that one rational power controls 4 irrational corners. The hands and feet are used to represent the 4 elements, of which the 2 feet are earth and water, and the 2 hands, fire and air. The brain then symbolizes the sacred 5th element, aether, which controls and unites the other 4. If the feet are placed together and the arms outspread, man then symbolizes the cross with the rational intellect as the head or upper limb. The fingers and toes also have special significance. The toes represent the 10 commandments of the physical law, and the fingers the 10 commandments of the spiritual law. The 4 fingers of each hand represent the 4 elements, and the 3 phalanges of each finger represent the divisions of the element, so that in each hand there are 12 parts to the fingers, which are analogous to the signs of the zodiac, whereas the 2 phalanges and base of each thumb signify the threefold deity. The first phalange corresponds to the creative aspect, the second to the preservative aspect, and the base to the generative and destructive aspect. When the hands are brought together, the result is the 24 elders and the 6 days of creation. In symbolism, the body is divided vertically into halves, the right half being considered as light and the dark half as darkness. By those unacquainted with the true meanings of light and darkness, the light half was denominated spiritual and the left half material. Light is the symbol of objectivity, darkness of subjectivity. Light is a manifestation of life and is therefore posterior to life. That which is anterior to light is darkness, in which light exists temporarily, but darkness permanently. As life precedes light, its only symbol is darkness, and darkness is considered as the veil which must eternally conceal the true nature of abstract and undifferentiated being. In ancient times, men fought with their right arms and defended the vital centers with their left arms, on which was carried the protecting shield. The right half of the body was regarded, therefore, as offensive, and the left half defensive. For this reason also, the right side of the body was considered masculine, and the left side feminine. Several authorities are of the opinion that the present prevalent right-handedness of the race is the outgrowth of the custom of holding the left hand in restraint for defensive purposes. Furthermore, as the source of being is in the primal darkness which preceded light, so the spiritual nature of man is in the dark part of his being, for the heart is on the left side. Among the curious misconceptions arising from the false practice of associating darkness with evil is one by which several early nations used the right hand for all constructive labors, and the left hand for only those purposes termed unclean and unfit for the sight of the gods. For the same reason, black magic was often referred to as the left-hand path, and heaven was said to be upon the right, and hell upon the left. Some philosophers further declared that there were 2 methods of writing, one from left to right, which was considered the exoteric method, the other from right to left, which was considered esoteric. The exoteric writing was that which was done out or away from the heart, while the esoteric writing was that which, like the ancient Hebrew, was written toward the heart. The secret doctrine declares that every part and member of the body is epitomized in the brain, and, in turn, that all that is in the brain is epitomized in the heart. In symbolism, the human head is frequently used to represent intelligence and self-knowledge. As the human body in its entirety is the most perfect known product of the Earth's evolution, it was employed to represent divinity, the highest appreciable state or condition. Artists attempting to portray divinity often show only a hand emerging from an impenetrable cloud. The cloud signifies the unknowable divinity, concealed from man by human limitation. The hand signifies the divine activity, the only part of God which is cognizable to the lower senses. The face consists of a natural trinity, the eyes representing the spiritual power which comprehends, the nostrils representing the preservative and vivifying power, and the mouth and ears representing the material demiurgic power of the lower world. The first sphere is eternally existent and is creative. The second sphere pertains to the mystery of the creative breach, and the third sphere to the creative word. By the word of God the material universe was fabricated, and the 7 creative powers, or vowel sounds, which had been brought into existence by the speaking of the word, became the 7 Elohim, or deities, by whose power and ministration the lower world was organized. Occasionally, the deity is symbolized by an eye, an ear, a nose, or a mouth. By the first, divine awareness is signified, by the second, divine interest, by the third, divine vitality, and by the fourth, divine command. The threefold life of the inner man, redrawn from Gitschel's Theosophia Practica. Johann Georg Gitschel, a profound philosopher and mystic, the most illumined of the disciples of Jacob Boehm, secretly circulated the above diagrams among a small group of devoted friends and students. Gitschel republished the writings of Boehm, illustrating them with numerous remarkable figures. According to Gitschel, the diagrams above represent the anatomy of the divine or inner man and graphically set forth its condition during its human, infernal, and divine states. The plates in the William Law edition of Boehm's works are based apparently upon Gitschel's diagrams, which they follow in all essentials. Gitschel gives no detailed description of his figures, and the lettering on the original diagrams here, translated out of German, is the only clue to the interpretation of the charts. The two end figures represent the obverse and reverse of the same diagram and are termed Table 3. They are designed to show the condition of the whole man as to all his 3 essential parts, spirit, soul, and body, in his regenerated state. The third figure from the left is called the second table and sets forth the condition of man in his old, lapsed, and corrupted state, without any respect to or consideration of his renewing by regeneration. The third figure, however, does not correspond within the first table of William Law. The first table presumably represents the condition of humanity before the fall, but the Gitschel plate pertains to the third or regenerated state of mankind. William Law thus describes the purpose of the diagrams and the symbols upon them. These 3 tables are designed to represent man in his different threefold state. The first before his fall, in purity, dominion, and glory. The second after his fall, in pollution and perdition. And the third in his rising from the fall, or on the way of regeneration, in sanctification and tendency to his last perfection. The student of Orientalism will immediately recognize in the symbols upon the figures the Hindu chakras, or centers of spiritual force, the various motions and aspects of which reveal the condition of the disciple's internal divine nature. The ancients did not believe that spirituality made men either righteous or rational, but rather that righteousness and rationality made men spiritual. The mysteries taught that the spiritual illumination was attained only by bringing the lower nature up to a certain standard of efficiency and purity. The mysteries were therefore established for the purpose of unfolding the nature of man according to certain fixed rules which, when faithfully followed, elevated the human consciousness to a point where it was capable of cognizing its own constitution and the true purpose of existence. This knowledge of how man's manifold constitution could be most quickly and completely regenerated to the point of spiritual illumination constituted the secret or esoteric doctrine of antiquity. Certain apparently physical organs and centers are in reality the veils or sheaths of spiritual centers. What these were and how they could be unfolded was never revealed to the unregenerate, for the philosophers realized that once he understands the complete working of any system, a man may accomplish a prescribed end without being qualified to manipulate and control the effects which he has produced. For this reason, long periods of probation were imposed, so that the knowledge of how to become as the gods might remain the sole possession of the worthy. Lest that knowledge be lost, however, it was concealed in allegories and myths which were meaningless to the profane, but self-evident to those acquainted with that theory of personal redemption which was the foundation of philosophical theology. Christianity itself may be cited as an example. The entire New Testament is in fact an ingeniously concealed exposition of these secret processes of human regeneration. The characters so long considered as historical men and women are really the personification of certain processes which take place in the human body when man begins the task of consciously liberating himself from the bondage of ignorance and death. The garments and ornamentations supposedly worn by the gods are also keys, for in the mysteries, clothing was considered as synonymous with form, The degree of spirituality or materiality of the organisms was signified by the quality, beauty, and value of the garments worn. Man's physical body was looked upon as the robe of his spiritual nature. Consequently, the more developed were his supersubstantial powers, the more glorious his apparel. Of course, clothing was originally worn for ornamentation rather than protection, and such practice still prevails among many primitive peoples. The mysteries caught that man's only lasting adornments were his virtues and worthy characteristics, that he was clothed in his own accomplishments and adorned by his attainments. Thus, the white robe was symbolic of purity, the red robe of sacrifice and love, and the blue robe of altruism and integrity. Since the body was said to be the robe of the spirit, mental or moral deformities were depicted as deformities of the body. Considering man's body as the measuring rule of the universe, the philosophers declared that all things resemble in constitution, if not in form, the human body. The Greeks, for example, declared Delphi to be the navel of the earth, for the physical planet was looked upon as a gigantic human being twisted into the form of a ball. In contradistinction to the belief of Christendom that the earth is an inanimate thing, the pagans considered not only the earth, but also the sidereal bodies as individual creatures possessing individual intelligences. They even went so far as to view the various kingdoms of nature as individual entities. The animal kingdom, for example, was looked upon as one being, a composite of all the creatures composing that kingdom. This prototypic beast was a mosaic embodiment of all animal propensities, and within its nature the entire animal world existed as the human species exists within the constitution of the prototypic atom. The divine tree in man. Reverse. From Laws, Figures of Jacob Boehm. Just as the diagram representing the front view of man illustrates his divine principles in their regenerated state, so the back view of the same figure sets forth the inferior or night condition of the sun. From the sphere of the astral mind, a line ascends through the sphere of reason into that of the senses. The sphere of the astral mind and of the senses are filled with stars to signify the nocturnal condition of their natures. In the sphere of reason, the superior and the inferior are reconciled, reason in the mortal man corresponding to illumined understanding in the spiritual man. The divine tree in man. Obverse. From Laws, Figures of Jacob Boehm. A tree with its roots in the heart rises from the mirror of the deity through the sphere of the understanding to branch forth in the sphere of the senses. The roots and trunk of this tree represent the divine nature of man and may be called his spirituality. The branches of the tree are the separate parts of the divine constitution and may be likened to the individuality, and the leaves, because of their ephemeral nature, correspond to the personality, which partakes of none of the permanence of its divine source. In the same manner, races, nations, tribes, religions, states, communities, and cities were viewed as composite entities, each made up of varying numbers of individual units. Every community has an individuality which is the sum of the individual attitudes of its inhabitants. Every religion is an individual whose body is made up of a hierarchy and vast host of individual worshippers. The organization of any religion represents its physical body and its individual members, the cell life, making up this organism. Accordingly, religions, races, and communities, like individuals, pass through Shakespeare's 7 ages, for the life of man is a standard by which the perpetuity of all things is estimated. According to the secret doctrine, man, through the gradual refinement of his vehicles and the ever-increasing sensitiveness resulting from that refinement, is gradually overcoming the limitations of matter and is disentangling himself from his mortal coil. When humanity has completed its physical evolution, the empty shell of materiality left behind will be used by other life waves as stepping stones to their own liberation. The trend of man's evolutionary growth is ever toward his own essential selfhood. At the point of deepest materialism, therefore, man is at the greatest distance from himself. According to the mystery teachings, not all the spiritual nature of man incarnates in matter. The spirit of man is diagrammatically shown as an equilateral triangle with one point downward. This lower point, which is 1/3 of the spiritual nature, but in comparison to the dignity of the other two is much less than 1/3, descends into the illusion of material existence for a brief space of time. That which never clothes itself in the sheath of matter is the hermetic anthropos, the overman, analogous to the cyclops or guardian daemon of the Greeks, the angel of Jacob Boehm, and the oversoul of Emerson, that unity, that oversoul within which every man's particular being is contained and made one with all other. At birth, only a third part of the divine nature of man temporarily dissociates itself from its own immortality and takes upon itself the dream of physical birth and existence, animating with its own celestial enthusiasm a vehicle composed of material elements, part of and bound to the material sphere. At death, this incarnated part awakens from the dream of physical existence and reunites itself once more with its eternal condition. This periodical descent of spirit into matter is termed the wheel of life and death, and the principles involved are treated at length by the philosophers under the subject of metempsychosis. By initiation into the mysteries and a certain process known as operative theology, this law of birth and death is transcended, and during the course of physical existence, that part of the spirit which is asleep in form is awakened without the intervention of death, the inevitable initiator, and is consciously reunited with the anthropos, or the overshadowing substance of itself. This is at once the primary purpose and consummate achievement of the mysteries, that man shall become aware of and consciously be reunited with the divine source of himself without tasting of physical dissolution. The Hiramic Legend. When Solomon, the beloved of God, builder of the everlasting house and Grand Master of the Lodge of Jerusalem, ascended the throne of his father David, he consecrated his life to the erection of a temple to God and a palace for the kings of Israel. David's faithful friend, Hiram, king of Tyre, hearing that a son of David sat upon the throne of Israel, sent messages of congratulations and offers of assistance to the new ruler. In his History of the Jews, Josephus mentions that copies of the letters passing between the two kings were then to be seen both at Jerusalem and at Tyre. Despite Hiram's lack of appreciation for the 20 cities of Galilee which Solomon presented to him upon the completion of the temple, the two monarchs remained the best of friends. Both were famous for their wit and wisdom, and when they exchanged letters, each devised puzzling questions to test the mental ingenuity of the other. Solomon made an agreement with Hiram of Tyre, promising vast amounts of barley, wheat, corn, wine, and oil as wages for the masons and carpenters from Tyre, who were to assist the Jews in the erection of the temple. Hiram also supplied cedars and other fine trees, which were made into rafts and floated down the sea to Joppa, whence they were taken inland by Solomon's workmen to the temple site. Because of his great love for Solomon, Hiram of Tyre sent also the Grand Master of the Dionysiac architects, Hiram Abif, a widow's son, who had no equal among the craftsmen of the earth. Hiram is described as being a Tyrian by birth, but of Israelitish descent, and a second Bezaleel, honored by his king with the title of father. The Freemason's Pocket Companion, published in 1771, describes Hiram as the most cunning, skillful, and curious workman that ever lived, whose abilities were not confined to building alone, but extended to all kinds of work, whether in gold, silver, brass, or iron, whether in linen, tapestry, or embroidery, whether considered as an architect, statuary, founder, or designer, separately or together, he equally excelled. From his designs and under his direction, all the rich and splendid furniture of the temple and its several appendages were begun, carried on, and finished. Solomon appointed him, in his absence, to fill the chair as Deputy Grand Master, and in his presence, Senior Grand Warden, Master of Work, and General Overseer of all artists, as well those whom David had formerly procured from Tyre and Sidon, as those Hiram should now send. Modern Masonic writers differ as to the accuracy of the last sentence. Although an immense amount of labor was involved in its construction, Solomon's Temple, in the words of George Oliver, was only a small building and very inferior in point of size to some of our churches. The number of buildings contiguous to it and the vast treasure of gold and precious stones used in its construction concentrated a great amount of wealth within the temple area. In the midst of the temple stood the Holy of Holies, sometimes called the Oracle. It was an exact cube, each dimension being 20 cubits, and exemplified the influence of Egyptian symbolism. The buildings of the temple group were ornamented with 1,453 columns of Parian marble, magnificently sculptured, and 2,906 pilasters decorated with capitals. There was a broad porch facing the east, and the Sanctum Sanctorum was upon the west. According to tradition, the various buildings and courtyards could hold in all 300,000 persons. Both the sanctuary and the Holy of Holies were entirely lined with solid gold plates encrusted with jewels. King Solomon began the building of the temple in the 4th year of his reign on what would be, according to modern calculation, the 21st day of April, and finished it in the 11th year of his reign on the 23rd day of October. The temple was begun in the 480th year after the children of Israel had passed the Red Sea. Part of the labor of construction included the building of an artificial foundation on the brow of Mount Moriah. These stones for the temple were hoisted from quarries directly beneath Mount Moriah and were trued before being brought to the surface. The brass and golden ornaments for the temple were cast in molds in the clay ground between Succoth and Zeradatha, and the wooden parts were all finished before they reached the temple site. The building was put together, consequently, without sound and without instruments, all its parts fitting exactly, without the hammer of contention, the axe of division, or any tool of mischief. Anderson's much-discussed Constitutions of the Freemasons, published in London in 1723 and reprinted by Benjamin Franklin in Philadelphia in 1734, thus describes the division of the laborers engaged in the building of the everlasting house. But Dagon's temple and the finest structures of Tyre and Sidon could not be compared with the eternal God's temple at Jerusalem. There were employed about it no less than 3,600 princes, or master masons, to conduct the work according to Solomon's directions, with 80,000 hewers of stone in the mountain, or fellow craftsmen, and 70,000 laborers. In all, 153,600, besides the levy under Adoniram, to work in the mountains of Lebanon by turns with the Sidonians. As such, 30,000, being in all 183,600. Daniel Sickles gives 3,300 overseers instead of 3,600, and lists the 3 Grand Masters separately. The same author estimates the cost of the temple at nearly 4,000 millions of dollars. The Masonic legend of the building of Solomon's temple does not, in every particular, parallel the scriptural version, especially in those proportions relating to Hiram Abiff. According to the biblical account, this master workman returned to his own country. In the Masonic allegory, he is foully murdered. On this point, A. E. Waite, in his New Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, makes the following explanatory comment. The legend of the master builder is the great allegory of Masonry. It happens that his figurative story is grounded on the fact of a personality mentioned in Holy Scripture, but this historical background is of the accidents and not the essence. The significance is in the allegory and not in any point of history which may lie behind it. A Masonic apron with symbolic figures. From an early hand-painted Masonic apron. While the mystic symbolism of Freemasonry decrees that the apron shall be a simple square of white lambskin with appropriate flap, Masonic aprons are frequently decorated with curious and impressive figures. When silk, cotton, or linen is worn, writes Albert Pike, the symbolism is lost, nor is one clothed who blots, defaces, and desecrates the white surface with ornamentation, figuring, or colors of any kind. See Symbolism. To Mars, the ancient plane of cosmic energy, the Atlantean and Chaldean stargazers assigned Aries as a diurnal throne and Scorpio as a nocturnal throne. Those not raised to spiritual life by initiation are described as dead from the sting of a scorpion, for they wander in the night side of divine power. Through the mystery of the Paschal Lamb, or the attainment of the Golden Fleece, these souls are raised into the constructive day power of Mars and Aries, the symbol of the Creator. When worn over the area related to the animal passions, The pure lambskin signifies the regeneration of the procreative forces and their consecration to the service of the deity. The size of the apron, exclusive of the flap, makes it the symbol of salvation, for the mysteries declare that it must consist of 144 square inches. The apron shown above contains a wealth of symbolism: the beehive, emblematic of the Masonic Lodge itself, the trowel, the mallet, and the trestle board, the rough and trewed ashlars, the pyramids and hills of Lebanon, the pillars, the temple, and the checkerboard floor, and the blazing star and tools of the craft. The center of the apron is occupied by the compass and square, representative of the macrocosm and the microcosm, and alternately black and white serpent of astral light. Below is an acacia branch with 7 sprigs, signifying the life centers of the superior and inferior man. The skull and crossbones are a continual reminder that the spiritual nature attains liberation only after the philosophical death of man's sensuous personality. Hiram, as master of the builders, divided his workmen into 3 groups, which were termed entered apprentices, fellow craftsmen, and master masons. To each division he gave certain passwords and signs by which their respective excellence could be quickly determined. While all were classified according to their merits, some were dissatisfied, for they desired a more exalted position than they were capable of filling. At last, 3 fellow craftsmen, more daring than their companions, determined to force Hiram to reveal them the password of the master's degree. Knowing that Hiram always went into the unfinished sanctum sanctorum at high noon to pray, these ruffians, whose names were Jubella, Jubello, and Jubellum, lay in wait for him, one at each of the main gates of the temple. Hiram, about to leave the temple by the south gate, was suddenly confronted by Jubella, armed with a 24-inch gauge. Upon Hiram's refusal to reveal the master's word, the ruffian struck him in the throat with the rule, and the wounded master then hastened to the west gate, where Jubello, armed with a square, awaited him and made a similar demand. Again, Hiram was silent, and the second assassin struck him on the breast with the square. Hiram thereupon staggered to the east gate, only to be met there by Jubellum, armed with a maul. When Hiram refused the master's word, Jubellum struck the master between the eyes with the mallet, and Hiram fell dead. The body of Hiram was buried by the murderers over the brow of Mount Moriah, and a sprig of acacia placed upon the grave. The murderers then sought to escape punishment for their crime by embarking for Ethiopia, but the port was closed. All 3 were finally captured, and, after admitting their guilt, were duly executed. Parties of 3 were sent out by King Solomon, and one of these groups discovered the newly made grave marked by the evergreen sprig. After the entered apprentices and the fellow craftsmen had failed to resurrect their master from the dead, he was finally raised by the master mason with the strong grip of a lion's paw. To the initiated builder, the name Hiram Abif signifies my father, the universal spirit, 1 in essence, 3 in aspect. Thus the murdered master is a type of the cosmic martyr, the crucified spirit of good, the dying God, whose mystery is celebrated throughout the world. Among the manuscripts of Dr. Sigismund Bastrom, the initiated Rosicrucian, appears the following extract from von Welling concerning the true philosophic nature of the Masonic Hiram. The original word, Hiram, is a radical word consisting of 3 consonants, Cheth, Resh, and Mem. Cheth signifies Chama, the sun's light, i.e., the universal, invisible, cold fire of nature attracted by the sun, manifested into light and sent down to us, to every planetary body belonging to the solar system. Resh signifies Ruach, i.e., spirit, air, wind, as being the vehicle which conveys and collects the light into numberless foci, wherein the solar rays of light are agitated by a circular motion and manifested in heat and burning fire. Or, Mem signifies Mahim, water, humidity, but rather the mother of water, i.e., radical humidity, or a particular kind of condensed air. These 3 constitute the universal agent or fire of nature in one word, Hiram, not Hiram. Albert Pike mentions several forms of the name Hiram: Kiram, Kuram, and Kurom. the latter ending in the sacred Hindu monosyllable Om, which may also be extracted from the names of the three murderers. Pike further relates the three ruffians to a triad of stars in the constellation of Libra, and also calls attention to the fact that the Chaldean god Baal, metamorphosed into a demon by the Jews, appears in the name of each of the murderers, Jubela, Jubelo, and Jubelum. To interpret the Hiramic legend requires familiarity with both the Pythagorean and Kabbalistic systems of numbers and letters, and also the philosophic and astronomic cycles of the Egyptians, Chaldeans, and Brahmins. For example, consider the number 33. The first temple of Solomon stood for 33 years in its pristine splendor. At the end of that time, it was pillaged by the Egyptian king Shishak, and finally, 588 BC, it was completely destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar, and the people of Jerusalem were led into captivity to Babylon. See General History of Freemasonry by Robert McCoy. Also, King David ruled for 33 years in Jerusalem. The Masonic order is divided into 33 symbolic degrees. There are 33 segments in the human spinal column, and Jesus was crucified in the 33rd year of his life. The efforts made to discover the origin of the Hiramic legend show that, while the legend in its present form is comparatively modern, its underlying principles run back to the remotest antiquity. It is generally admitted by modern Masonic scholars that the story of the martyred Hiram is based upon the Egyptian rites of Osiris, whose death and resurrection figuratively portrayed the spiritual death of man and his regeneration through initiation into the mysteries. Hiram is also identified with Hermes through the inscription on the Emerald Table. From these associations, it is evident that Hiram is to be considered as a prototype of humanity. In fact, he is Plato's idea, or archetype, of man. As Adam, after the fall, symbolizes the idea of human degeneration, so Hiram, through his resurrection, symbolizes the idea of human regeneration. On the 19th day of March, 1314, Jacques de Molay, the last Grand Master of the Knights Templar, was burned on a pyre erected upon that point of the islet of the Seine at Paris, where afterwards was erected the statue of King Henry IV. See The Indian Religions by Hargrave Jennings. It is mentioned as a tradition in some of the accounts of the burning, writes Jennings, that Molay, ere he expired, summoned Clement, the Pope who had pronounced the bull of abolition against the order and had condemned the Grand Master to the flames, to appear, within 40 days, before the Supreme Eternal Judge, and Philip, the King, to the same awful tribunal within the space of a year. Both predictions were fulfilled. The close relationship between Freemasonry and the original Knights Templars has caused the story of Hiram to be linked with the martyrdom of Jacques de Molay. According to this interpretation, the three ruffians who cruelly slew their master at the gates of the temple because he refused to reveal the secrets of his order represent the Pope, the King, and the executioners. De Molay died maintaining his innocence and refusing to disclose the philosophical and magical arcana of the Templars. Those who have sought to identify Hiram with the murdered King Charles I conceived the Hiramic legend to have been invented for that purpose by Elias Ashmole, a mystic philosopher who was probably a member of the Rosicrucian fraternity. Charles was dethroned in 1647 and died on the block in 1649, leaving the Royalist party leaderless. An attempt has been made to relate the term the sons of the widow, an appellation frequently applied to members of the Masonic order, to this incident in English history, for by the murder of her king, England became a widow, and all Englishmen widows' sons. To the mystic Christian Mason, Hiram represents the Christ, who in 3 days, or degrees, raised the temple of his body from its earthly sepulchre. His 3 murderers were Caesar's agent, the state, the Sanhedrin, the church, and the incited populace, the mob. Thus considered, Hiram becomes the higher nature of man, and the murderers are ignorance, superstition, and fear. The indwelling Christ can give expression to himself in this world only through man's thoughts, feelings, and actions. Right thinking, right feeling, and right action. These are 3 gates through which the Christ power passes into the material world, there to labor in the erection of the temple of universal brotherhood. Ignorance, superstition, and fear are 3 ruffians, through whose agencies the spirit of good is murdered, and a false kingdom, controlled by wrong thinking, wrong feeling, and wrong action, established in its stead. In the material universe, evil appears ever victorious. In this sense, writes Daniel Sickles, the myth of the Tyrian is perpetually repeated in the history of human affairs. Orpheus was murdered, and his body thrown into the Hebrus. Socrates was made to drink the hemlock, and, in all ages, we have seen evil temporarily triumphant, and virtue and truth calumniated, persecuted, crucified, and slain. But eternal justice marches surely and swiftly through the world. The Typhons, the children of darkness, the plotters of crime, all the infinitely varied forms of evil are swept into oblivion, and truth and virtue, for a time laid low, come forth, clothed with diviner majesty and crowned with everlasting glory. See General Ayman Rezan. If, as there is ample reason to suspect, the modern Freemasonic order was profoundly influenced by, if it is not an actual outgrowth of, Francis Bacon's secret society, its symbolism is undoubtedly permeated with Bacon's two great ideals, universal education and universal democracy. The deadly enemies of universal education are ignorance, superstition, and fear, by which the human soul is held in bondage to the lowest part of its own constitution. The errant enemies of universal democracy have ever been the crown, the tiara, and the torch. Thus, Haram symbolizes that ideal state of spiritual, intellectual, and physical emancipation which has ever been sacrificed upon the altar of human selfishness. Haram is the beautifier of the eternal house. Modern utilitarianism, however, sacrifices the beautiful for the practical, in the same breath declaring the obvious lie that selfishness, hatred, and discord are practical. Dr. Orville Ward Owen found a considerable part of the first 32 degrees of Freemasonic ritualism hidden in the text of the first Shakespeare folio. Masonic emblems are to be observed also upon the title pages of nearly every book published by Bacon. Sir Francis Bacon considered himself as a living sacrifice upon the altar of human need. He was obviously cut down in the midst of his labors, and no student of his New Atlantis can fail to recognize the Masonic symbolism contained therein. According to the observations of Joseph Fort Newton, the Temple of Solomon described by Bacon in that utopian romance was not a house at all, but the name of an ideal state. Is it not true that the Temple of Freemasonry is also emblematic of a condition of society? While, as before stated, the principles of the Hiramic legend are of the greatest antiquity, it is not impossible that its present form may be based upon incidents in the life of Lord Bacon, who passed through the philosophic death and was raised in Germany. The emblematic hand of the mysteries, from Montfaucon's Antiquities. A hand covered with numerous symbols was extended to the neophytes when they entered into the Temple of Wisdom. An understanding of the embossed upon the surface of the hand brought with it divine power and regeneration. Therefore, by means of these symbolic hands, the candidate was said to be raised from the dead. In an old manuscript appears the statement that the Freemasonic order was formed by alchemists and hermetic philosophers who had banded themselves together to protect their secrets against the infamous methods used by avaricious persons to wring from them the secret of gold-making. The fact that the Hiramic legend contains an alchemical formula gives credence to this story. Thus, the building of Solomon's Temple represents the consummation of the magnum opus, which cannot be realized without the assistance of Hiram, the universal agent. The Masonic mysteries teach the initiate how to prepare within his own soul a miraculous powder of projection, by which it is possible for him to transmute the base lump of human ignorance, perversion, and discord into an ingot of spiritual and philosophic gold. Sufficient similarity exists between the Masonic Hiram and the Kundalini of Hindu mysticism to warrant the assumption that Hiram may be considered a symbol also of the spirit fire moving through the sixth ventricle of the spinal column. The exact science of human regeneration is the lost key of Masonry, for when the spirit fire is lifted up through the 33 degrees, or segments of the spinal column, and enters into the dome chamber of the human skull, it finally passes into the pituitary body, Isis, where it invokes Ra, the pineal gland, and demands the sacred name. Operative masonry, in the fullest meaning of that term, signifies the process by which the Eye of Horus is opened. E. A. Wallace Budge has noted that in some of the papyri illustrating the entrance of the souls of the dead into the judgment hall of Osiris, the deceased person has a pine cone attached to the crown of his head. The Greek mystics also carried a symbolic staff, the upper end being in the form of a pine cone, which was called the thyrsus of Bacchus. In the human brain, there is a tiny gland called the pineal body, which is the sacred eye of the ancients and corresponds to the third eye of the Cyclops. Little is known concerning the function of the pineal body, which Descartes suggested, more wisely than he knew, might be the abode of the spirit of man. As its name signifies, the pineal gland is the sacred pine cone in man, the eye single, which cannot be opened until Haram, the spirit fire, is raised through the sacred seals, which are called the 7 churches in Asia. There is an oriental painting which shows 3 sunbursts. One sunburst covers the head, in the midst of which sits Brahma with 4 heads, his body a mysterious dark color. The second sunburst, which covers the heart, solar plexus, and upper abdominal region, shows Vishnu sitting in the blossom of the lotus on a couch formed of the coils of the serpent of cosmic motion, its 7 hooded head forming a canopy over the god. The third sunburst is over the generative system, in the midst of which sits Shiva, his body a grayish-white, and the Ganges River flowing out of the crown of his head. This painting was the work of a Hindu mystic who spent many years subtly concealing great philosophical principles within these figures. The Christian legends could be related also to the human body of the same method as the Oriental, for the arcane meanings hidden in the teachings of both schools are identical. As applied to masonry, the 3 sunbursts represent the gates of the temple at which Haram was struck, there being no gate in the north because the sun never shines from the northern angle of the heavens. The north is the body of the physical because of its relation to ice, or crystallized water, and to the body, crystallized spirit. In man, the light shines toward the north, but never from it, because the light has no light of its own, but shines with the reflected glory of the divine life particles concealed within the physical substance. For this reason, the moon is accepted as the symbol of man's physical nature. Haram is the mysterious, fiery, airy water which must be raised through the 3 grand centers, symbolized by the ladder with 3 rungs, and the sunburst flowers mentioned in the description of the Hindu painting. It must also pass upward by means of the ladder of 7 rungs, the 7 plexuses proximate to the spine. The 9 segments of the sacrum and coccyx are pierced by 10 foramina, through which pass the roots of the tree of life. 9 is the sacred number of man, and in the symbolism of the sacrum and coccyx, a great mystery is concealed. That part of the body from the kidneys downwards was termed by the early Kabbalists the land of Egypt, into which the children of Israel were taken during the captivity. Out of Egypt, Moses, the illuminated mind, as his name implies, led the tribes of Israel, the 12 faculties, by raising the brazen serpent in the wilderness upon the symbol of the Tau cross. Not only Haram, but the godmen of nearly every pagan mystery ritual are personifications of the spirit fire in the human spinal cord. The astronomical aspect of the Haramic legend must not be overlooked. The tragedy of Haram is enacted annually by the sun during its passage through the signs of the zodiac. From the journey of the sun through the 12 signs, writes Albert Pike, come the legend of the 12 labors of Hercules and the incarnations of Vishnu and Buddha. Hence came the legend of the murder of Kurum, representative of the sun, by the 3 fellow crafts, symbols of the winter signs, Capricornus, Aquarius, and Pisces, who assailed him at the 3 gates of heaven and slew him at the winter solstice. Hence the search for him by the 9 fellow crafts, the other 9 signs, his finding, burial, and resurrection. See Morals and Dogma. Other authors consider Libra, Scorpio, and Sagittarius as the 3 murderers of the sun, inasmuch as Osiris was murdered by Typhon, to whom were assigned the 30 degrees of the constellation of Scorpio. In the Christian mysteries also, Judas signifies the scorpion, and the 30 pieces of silver for which he betrayed his Lord represent the number of degrees in that sign. having been struck by Libra, the state, Scorpio, the church, and Sagittarius, the mob. The sun, Hiram, is secretly home through the darkness by the signs of Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces, and buried over the brow of a hill, the vernal equinox. Capricorn has for its symbol an old man with a scythe in his hand. This is Father Time, a wayfarer who is symbolized in Masonry as straightening out the ringlets of a young girl's hair. If the Weeping Virgin be considered a symbol of Virgo, and Father Time with his scythe a symbol of Capricorn, then the interval of 90 degrees between these two signs will be found to correspond to that occupied by the three murderers. Esoterically, the urn containing the ashes of Hiram represents the human heart. Saturn, the old man who lives at the North Pole and brings with him to the children of men a sprig of evergreen, the Christmas tree, is familiar to the little folks under the name of Santa Claus, for he brings each winter the gift of a new year. The martyred sun is discovered by Aries, a fellow craftsman, and at the vernal equinox the process of raising him begins. This is finally accomplished by the line of Judah, who, in ancient times, occupied the position of the keystone of the royal arch of heaven. The procession of the equinoxes causes various signs to play the role of the murderers of the sun during the different ages of the world, but the principle involved remains unchanged. Such is the cosmic story of Hiram, the universal benefactor, the fiery architect of the divine house, who carries with him to the grave that lost word which, when spoken, raises all life to power and glory. According to Christian mysticism, when the lost word is found, it is discovered in a stable, surrounded by beasts and marked by a star. After the sun leaves Leo, writes Robert Hewitt Brown, the days begin to grow unequivocally shorter as the sun declines toward the autumnal equinox, to be again slain by the 3 autumnal months, lie dead through the 3 winter ones, and be raised again by the 3 vernal ones. Each year the great tragedy is repeated, and the glorious resurrection takes place. See Stellar Theology and Masonic Astronomy. Hiram is termed dead because in the average individual the cosmic creative forces are limited in their manifestation to purely physical, and correspondingly materialistic expression. Obsessed by his belief in the reality and permanence of physical existence, man does not correlate the material universe with the blank north wall of the temple. As the solar light symbolically is said to die as it approaches the winter solstice, so the physical world may be termed the winter solstice of the spirit. Reaching the winter solstice, the sun apparently stands still for 3 days, and then, rolling away the stone of winter, begins its triumphal march north towards the summer solstice. The condition of ignorance may be likened to the winter solstice of philosophy, spiritual understanding to the summer solstice. From this point of view, initiation into the mysteries becomes the vernal equinox of the spirit, at which time the Hiram in man crosses from the realm of mortality into that of eternal life. The autumnal equinox is analogous to the mythological fall of man, at which time the human spirit descended into the realms of Hades by being immersed in the illusion of terrestrial existence. Diana of Ephesus, from Montfaucon's Antiquities. Crowned with a triple tower-like tiara, and her form adorned with symbolic creatures representative of her spiritual powers, Diana stood for the source of that imperishable doctrine which, flowing from the bosom of the great multi-Mamiya, is the spiritual food of those aspiring men and women who have consecrated their lives to the contemplation of reality. As the physical body of man receives its nutriment from the great Earth Mother, so the spiritual nature of man is fed from the never-failing fountains of truth, pouring outward from the invisible worlds. In an essay on the beautiful, Plotinus describes the refining effect of beauty upon the unfolding consciousness of man. Commissioned to decorate the everlasting house, Hiram Abiff is the embodiment of the beautifying principle. Beauty is essential to the natural unfoldment of the human soul. The mysteries held that man, in part at least, was the product of his environment. Therefore they considered it imperative that every person be surrounded by objects which would evoke the highest and noblest sentiments. They proved that it was possible to produce beauty in life by surrounding life with beauty. They discovered that symmetrical bodies were built by souls continuously in the presence of symmetrical bodies, that noble thoughts were produced by minds surrounded by examples of mental nobility. Conversely, if a man were forced to look upon an ignoble or asymmetrical structure, it would arouse within him a sense of ignobility which would provoke him to commit ignoble deeds. If an ill-proportioned building were erected, in the midst of a city there would be ill-proportioned children born in that community, and men and women, gazing upon the asymmetrical structure, would live inharmonious lives. Thoughtful men of antiquity realized that their great philosophers were the natural products of the aesthetic ideals of architecture, music, and art, established as the standards of the cultural systems of the time. The substitution of the discord of the fantastic for the harmony of the beautiful constitutes one of the great tragedies of every civilization. Not only were the savior gods of the ancient world beautiful, but each performed a ministry of beauty, seeking to effect man's regeneration by arousing within him the love of the beautiful. A renaissance of the golden age of fable can be made possible only by the elevation of beauty to its rightful dignity as the all-pervading, idealizing quality in the religious, ethical, sociological, scientific, and political departments of life. The Dionysiac architects were consecrated to the raising of their master spirit, cosmic beauty, from the sepulchre of material ignorance and selfishness, by erecting buildings which were such perfect exemplars of symmetry and majesty that they were actually magical formulae by which was evoked the spirit of the martyred beautifier entombed within a materialistic world. In the Masonic mysteries, the triune spirit of man, the light delta, is symbolized by the three Grand Masters of the Lodge of Jerusalem. As God is the pervading principle of the three worlds, in each of which he manifests as an active principle, so the spirit of man, partaking of the nature of divinity, dwells upon three planes of being, the supreme, the superior, and the inferior spheres of the Pythagoreans. At the gate of the inferior sphere, the underworld or dwelling place of mortal creatures, stands the guardian of Hades, the three-headed dog, Cerberus, who is analogous to the three murderers of the Hiramic legend. According to this symbolic interpretation of the triune spirit, Hiram is the third or incarnating part, the master builder who through all ages erects living temples of flesh and blood as shrines of the Most High. Hiram comes forth as a flower and is cut down. He dies at the gates of matter. He is buried in the elements of creation. But, like Thor, he swings his mighty hammer in the fields of space, sets the primordial atoms in motion, and establishes order out of chaos. As the potentiality of cosmic power within each human soul, Hiram lies waiting for man by the elaborate ritualism of life to transmute potentiality into divine potency. As the sense perceptions of the individual increase, however, man gains ever greater control over his various parts, and the spirit of life within gradually attains freedom. The three murderers represent the laws of the inferior world, birth, growth, and decay, whichever frustrate the plan of the builder. To the average individual, physical birth actually signifies the death of Hiram, and physical death the resurrection of Hiram. To the initiate, however, the resurrection of the spiritual nature is accomplished without the intervention of physical death. The curious symbols found in the base of Cleopatra's Needle, now standing in Central Park, New York, were interpreted as being of first Masonic significance by S. A. Zola, 33rd degree, past Grand Master of the Grand Lodge of Egypt. Masons' marks and symbols are to be found on the stones of numerous public buildings, not only in England and on the continent, but also in Asia. In his Indian Masons' marks of the Mughal dynasty, A. Gorham describes scores of markings appearing on the walls of buildings such as the Taj Mahal, the Jama Masjid, and that famous Masonic structure, the Qutb Minar. According to those who regard Masonry as an outgrowth of the secret society of architects and builders, which for thousands of years formed a caste of master craftsmen, Hiram Abiff was the Tyrian Grand Master of a worldwide organization of artisans, with headquarters in Tyre. Their philosophy consisted of incorporating into the measurements and ornamentation of temples, palaces, mausoleums, fortresses, and other public buildings their knowledge of the laws controlling the universe. Every initiated workman was given a hieroglyphic with which he marked the stones he trewed, to show all posterity that he thus dedicated to the supreme architect of the universe each perfected product of his labor. Concerning masons' marks, Robert Freak Gould writes, "It is very remarkable that these marks are to be found in all countries, in the chambers of the Great Pyramid at Giza, on the underground walls of Jerusalem, in Herculaneum and Pompeii, on Roman walls and Grecian temples, in Hindustan, Mexico, Peru, Asia Minor, as well as on the great ruins of England, France, Germany, Scotland, Italy, Portugal, and Spain. See A Concise History of Freemasonry." From this viewpoint, the story of Hiram may well represent the incorporation of the divine secrets of architecture into the actual parts and dimensions of earthly buildings. The 3 degrees of the craft bury the Grand Master, the great arcanum, in the actual structure they erect, after first having killed him with the builder's tools by reducing the dimensionless spirit of cosmic beauty to the limitations of concrete form. These abstract ideals of architecture can be resurrected, however, by the master mason who, by meditating upon the structure, releases therefrom the divine principles of architectonic philosophy incorporated or buried within it. Thus, the physical building is actually the tomb or embodiment of the creative ideal, of which its material dimensions are but the shadow. Moreover, the Hiramic legend may be considered to embody the vicissitudes of philosophy itself. As institutions for the dissemination of ethical culture, the pagan mysteries were the architects of civilization. Their power and dignity were personified in Hiram Abiff, the master builder, but they eventually fell a victim to the onslaughts of that recurrent trio of state, church, and mob. They were desecrated by the state, jealous of their wealth and power, by the early church, fearful of their wisdom, and by the rabble or soldiery incited by both state and church. As Hiram, when raised from his grave, whispers the master mason's word which was lost through his untimely death, so according to the tenets of philosophy, the reestablishment or resurrection of the ancient mysteries will result in the rediscovery of that secret teaching without which civilization must continue in a state of spiritual confusion and uncertainty. When the mob governs, man is ruled by ignorance. When the church governs, he is ruled by superstition. And when the state governs, he is ruled by fear. Before men can live together in harmony and understanding, ignorance must be transmuted into wisdom, superstition into an illumined faith, and fear into love. Despite statements to the contrary, Masonry is a religion seeking to unite God and man by elevating its initiates to that level of consciousness whereon they can behold with clarified vision the workings of the great architect of the universe. From age to age, the vision of a perfect civilization is preserved as the ideal for mankind. In the midst of that civilization shall stand a mighty university wherein both the sacred and secular sciences concerning the mysteries of life will be freely taught to all who will assume the philosophic life. Here creed and dogma will have no place. The superficial will be removed, and only the essential be preserved. The world will be ruled by its most illumined minds, and each will occupy the position for which he is most admirably fitted. The great university will be divided into grades, admission to which will be through preliminary tests or initiations. Here mankind will be instructed in the most sacred, the most secret, and the most enduring of all mysteries, symbolism. Here the initiate will be taught that every visible object, every abstract thought, every emotional reaction is but the symbol of an eternal principle. Here mankind will learn that Hiram, or truth, lies buried in every atom of cosmos, that every form is a symbol and every symbol the tomb of an eternal verity. Through education, spiritual, mental, moral, and physical, man will learn to release living truths from their lifeless coverings. The perfect government of the earth must be patterned eventually after that divine government by which the universe is ordered. In that day, when perfect order is reestablished, with peace universal and good triumphant, men will no longer seek for happiness, for they shall find it welling up within themselves. Dead hopes, dead aspirations, dead virtues shall rise from their graves, and the spirit of beauty and goodness repeatedly slain by ignorant men shall again be the master of work. Then shall sages sit upon the seats of the mighty, and the gods walk with men. The Pythagorean theory of music and color. Harmony is a state recognized by great philosophers as the immediate prerequisite of beauty. A compound is termed beautiful only when its parts are in harmonious combination. The world is called beautiful, and its creator is designated the good, because good perforce must act in conformity with its own nature, and good acting according to its own nature is harmony, because the good which it accomplishes is harmonious with the good which it is. Beauty, therefore, is harmony manifesting its own intrinsic nature in the world of form. The universe is made up of successive gradations of good, these gradations ascending from matter, which is the least degree of good, to spirit, which is the greatest degree of good. In man, his superior nature is the summum bonum. It therefore follows that his highest nature most readily cognizes good, because the good external to him in the world is in harmonic ratio with the good present in his soul. What man terms evil is therefore, in common with matter, merely the least degree of its own opposite. The least degree of good presupposes, likewise, the least degree of harmony and beauty. Thus, deformity, or evil, is really the least harmonious combination of elements naturally harmonic as individual units. Deformity is unnatural, for the sum of all things being the good, it is natural that all things should partake of the good, and be arranged in combinations that are harmonious. Harmony is the manifesting expression of the will of the eternal good. The philosophy of music. It is highly probable that the Greek initiates gained their knowledge of the philosophic and therapeutic aspects of music from the Egyptians, who, in turn, considered Hermes the founder of the art. According to one legend, this god constructed the first lyre by stretching strings across the concavity of a turtle shell. Both Isis and Osiris were patrons of music and poetry. Plato, in describing the antiquity of these arts among the Egyptians, declared that songs and poetry had existed in Egypt for at least 10,000 years, and that these were of such an exalted and inspiring nature that only gods or godlike men could have composed them. In the mysteries, the lyre was regarded as the secret symbol of the human constitution, the body of the instrument representing the physical form, the strings, the nerves, and the musician, the spirit. Playing upon the nerves, the spirit thus created the harmonies of normal functioning, which, however, became discords if the nature of man were defiled. While the early Chinese, Hindus, Persians, Egyptians, Israelites, and Greeks employed both vocal and instrumental music in their religious ceremonials, also to complement their poetry and drama, it remained for Pythagoras to raise the art to its true dignity by demonstrating its mathematical foundation. Although it is said that he himself was not a musician, Pythagoras is now generally credited with the discovery of the diatonic scale. Having first learned the divine theory of music from the priests of the various mysteries into which he had been accepted, Pythagoras pondered for several years upon the laws governing consonance and dissonance. How he actually solved the problem is unknown, but the following explanation has been invented. One day, while meditating upon the problem of harmony, Pythagoras chanced to pass a brazier's shop, where workmen were pounding out a piece of metal upon an anvil. By noting the variances in pitch between the sounds made by large hammers and those made by smaller implements, and carefully estimating the harmonies and discords resulting from combinations of these sounds, he gained his first clue to the musical intervals of the diatonic scale. He entered the shop, and after carefully examining the tools and making mental note of their weights, returned to his own house and constructed an arm of wood so that it extended out from the wall of his room. At regular intervals along this arm, he attached 4 cords, all of like composition, size, and weight. To the first of these he attached a 12-pound weight, to the second a 9-pound weight, to the third an 8-pound weight, and to the fourth a 6-pound weight. These different weights corresponded to the sizes of the brazier's hammers. Pythagoras thereupon discovered that the first and fourth strings, when sounded together, produced the harmonic interval of the octave, for doubling the weight had the same effect as halving the string. The tension of the first string being twice that of the fourth string, their ratio was said to be 2 to 1, or duple. By similar experimentation, he ascertained that the first and third string produced the harmony of the diapente, or the interval of the fifth. The tension of the first string being half again as much as that of the third string, their ratio was said to be 3 to 2, or sesquialter. Likewise, the second and fourth strings, having the same ratio as the first and third strings, yielded a diapente harmony. Continuing his investigation, Pythagoras discovered that the first and second strings produced the harmony of the diatessaron, or the interval of the third, and the tension of the first string being a third greater than that of the second string, their ratio was said to be 4 to 3, or sesquitercion. The third and fourth strings, having the same ratio as the first and second strings, produced another harmony of the diatessaron. According to Iamblichus, the second and third strings had the ratio of 8 to 9, or ipogdoin. The key to harmonic ratios is hidden in the famous Pythagorean tetractys, or pyramid of dots. The tetractys is made up of the first four numbers, 1, 2, 3, and 4, which, in their proportions, reveal the intervals of the octave, the diapente, and the diatessaron. While the law of harmonic intervals as set forth above is true, it has been subsequently proved that hammers striking metal in the manner described will not produce the various tones ascribed to them. In all probability, therefore, Pythagoras actually worked out his theory of harmony from the monochord, a contrivance consisting of a single string stretched between two pegs and supplied with movable frets. To Pythagoras, music was one of the dependencies of the divine science of mathematics, and its harmonies were inflexibly controlled by mathematical proportions. The Pythagoreans averred that mathematics demonstrated the exact method by which the good established and maintained its universe. Number, therefore, preceded harmony, since it was the immutable law that governs all harmonic proportions. After discovering these harmonic ratios, Pythagoras gradually initiated his disciples into this, the supreme arcanum of his mysteries. He divided the multitudinous parts of creation into a vast number of planes or spheres, to each of which he assigned a tone, a harmonic interval, a number, a name, a color, and a form. He then proceeded to prove the accuracy of his deductions by demonstrating them upon the different planes of intelligence and substance, ranging from the most abstract logical premise to the most concrete geometrical solid. From the common agreement of these diversified methods of proof, he established the indisputable existence of certain natural laws. The intervals and harmonies of the spheres. From Stanley's The History of Philosophy. In the Pythagorean concept of the music of the spheres, the interval between the earth and the sphere of the fixed stars was considered to be a diapason, the most perfect harmonic interval. The allowing arrangement is most generally accepted for the musical intervals of the planets between the earth and the sphere of the fixed stars. From the sphere of the earth to the sphere of the moon, 1 tone; from the sphere of the moon to that of Mercury, 1/2 tone; from Mercury to Venus, 1/2; from Venus to the Sun, 1 1/2 tones; from the Sun to Mars, 1 tone; from Mars to Jupiter, 1/2 tone; from Jupiter to Saturn, 1/2 tone; from Saturn to the fixed stars, 1/2 tone. The sum of these intervals equals the 6 whole tones of the octave. Having once established music as an exact science, Pythagoras applied his newly found law of harmonic intervals to all the phenomena of nature, even going so far as to demonstrate the harmonic relationship of the planets, constellations, and elements to each other. A notable example of modern corroboration of ancient philosophical reaching is that of the progression of the elements according to harmonic ratios. While making a list of the elements in the ascending order of their atomic weights, John A. Newlands discovered at every 8th element a distinct repetition of properties. This discovery is known as the law of octaves in modern chemistry. The consonances of the mundane monochord, from Flood's De Musica Mundana. This diagrammatic sector represents the major gradations of energy and substance between elemental earth and absolute unconditioned force. Beginning with the superior, the 15 graduated spheres descended in the following order: limitless and eternal life, the superior, the middle, and the inferior, Empyrean, the 7 planets, and the 4 elements. Energy is symbolized by flood as a pyramid with its base on the concave surface of the superior Empyrean, and substance as another pyramid with its base upon the convex surface of the sphere, not planet, of Earth. These pyramids demonstrate the relative proportions of energy and substance entering into the composition of the 15 planes of being. It will be noted that the ascending pyramid of substance touches but does not pierce the 15th sphere, that of limitless and eternal life. Likewise, the descending pyramid of energy touches but does not pierce the 1st sphere, the grossest condition of substance. The plane of the sun is denominated the sphere of equality, for here neither energy nor substance predominate. The mundane monochord consists of a hypothetical string stretched from the base of the pyramid of energy to the base of the pyramid of substance. Since they held that harmony must be determined not by the sense perceptions but by reason and mathematics, the Pythagoreans called themselves canonics, as distinguished from musicians of the harmonic school, who asserted taste and instinct to be the true normative principles of harmony. Recognizing, however, the profound effect of music upon the senses and emotions, Pythagoras did not hesitate to influence the mind and body with what he termed musical medicine. Pythagoras evinced such a marked preference for stringed instruments that he even went so far as to warn his disciples against allowing their ears to be defiled by the sounds of flutes or cymbals. He further declared that the soul could be purified from its irrational influences by solemn songs sung to the accompaniment of the lyre. In his investigation of the therapeutic value of harmonics, Pythagoras discovered that the 7 modes, or keys, of the Greek system of music had the power to incite or allay the various emotions. It is related that while observing the stars one night he encountered a young man befuddled with strong drink and mad with jealousy who was piling faggots about his mistress's door with the intention of burning the house. The frenzy of the youth was accentuated by a flutist a short distance away who was playing a tune in the stirring Phrygian mode. Pythagoras induced the musician to change his air to the slow and rhythmic spondaic mode, whereupon the intoxicated youth immediately became composed and, gathering up his bundles of wood, returned quietly to his own home. There is also an account of how Empedocles, a disciple of Pythagoras, by quickly changing the mode of a musical composition he was playing, saved the life of his host, Anchitus, when the latter was threatened with death by the sword of one whose father he had condemned to public execution. It is also known that Aesculapius, the Greek physician, cured sciatica and other diseases of the nerves by blowing a loud trumpet in the presence of the patient. Pythagoras cured many ailments of the spirit, soul, and body by having certain specially prepared musical compositions played in the presence of the sufferer, or by personally reciting short selections from such early poets as Hesiod and Homer. In his university at Crotona, it was customary for the Pythagoreans to open and to close each day with songs, those in the morning calculated to clear the mind from sleep and inspire it to the activities of the coming day, and those in the evening of a mode soothing, relaxing, and conducive to rest. At the vernal equinox, Pythagoras caused his disciples to gather in a circle around one of their number, who led them in a song and played their accompaniment upon a lyre. The therapeutic music of Pythagoras is described by Iamblichus thus: "And there are certain melodies devised as remedies against the passions of the soul, and also against despondency and lamentation, which Pythagoras invented as things that afford the greatest assistance in these maladies. And again, he employed other melodies against rage and anger, and against every aberration of the soul. There is also another kind of modulation invented as a remedy against desires." See the Life of Pythagoras. It is probable that the Pythagoreans recognized a connection between the 7 Greek modes and the planets. As an example, Pliny declares that Saturn moves in the Dorian mode and Jupiter in the Phrygian mode. It is also apparent that the temperaments are key to the various modes, and the passions likewise. Thus anger, which is a fiery passion, may be accentuated by a fiery mode, or its power neutralized by a watery mode. The far-reaching effect exercised by music upon the culture of the Greeks is thus summed up by Emil Naumann. Plato depreciated the notion that music was intended solely to create cheerful and agreeable emotions, maintaining rather that it should inculcate a love of all that is noble and hatred of all that is mean, and that nothing could more strongly influence man's innermost feelings than melody and rhythm. Firmly convinced of this, he agreed with Damon of Athens, the musical instructor of Socrates, that the introduction of a new and presumably enervating scale would endanger the future of a whole nation, and that it was not possible to alter a key without shaking the very foundations of the state. Plato affirmed that music which ennobled the mind was of a far higher kind than that which merely appealed to the senses, and he strongly insisted that it was the paramount duty of the legislature to suppress all music of an effeminate and lascivious character, and to encourage only that which was pure and dignified, that bold and stirring melodies were for men, gentle and soothing ones for women. From this, it is evident that music played a considerable part in the education of the Greek youth. The greatest care was also to be taken in the selection of instrumental music, because the absence of words rendered its signification doubtful, and it was difficult to foresee whether it would exercise upon the people a benign or baneful influence. Popular taste, being always tickled by sensuous and meretricious effects, was to be treated with deserved contempt. See the history of music. Even today, martial music is used with telling effect in times of war, and religious music, while no longer developed in accordance with the ancient theory, still profoundly influences the emotion of the laity. The music of the spheres. The most sublime but least known of all the Pythagorean speculations was that of sidereal harmonics. It was said that of all men only Pythagoras heard the music of the spheres. Apparently the Chaldeans were the first people to conceive of the heavenly bodies joining in a cosmic chant as they moved in stately manner across the sky. Job describes a time when the stars of the morning sang together, and in The Merchant of Venice, the author of the Shakespearean plays writes, "There's not the smallest orb which thou beholdest, but in his motion like an angel sings." So little remains, however, of the Pythagorean system of celestial music that it is only possible to approximate his actual theory. Pythagoras conceived the universe to be an immense monochord, with its single string connected at its upper end to absolute spirit and at its lower end to absolute matter. In other words, a cord stretched between heaven and earth. Counting inward from the circumference of the heavens, Pythagoras, according to some authorities, divided the universe into 9 parts, according to others into 12 parts. The 12-fold system was as follows. The first division was called the Empyrean, or the sphere of the fixed stars, and was the dwelling place of the immortals. The second to 12th divisions were, in order, the spheres of Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, the Sun, Venus, Mercury, and the Moon, and fire, air, water, and earth. This arrangement of the 7 planets, the Sun and Moon being regarded as planets in the old astronomy, is identical with the candlestick symbolism of the Jews, the Sun in the center as the main stem, with 3 planets on either side of it. The names given by the Pythagoreans to the various notes of the diatonic scale were, according to Macrobius, derived from an estimation of the velocity and magnitude of the planetary bodies. Each of these gigantic spheres, as it rushed endlessly through space, was believed to sound a certain tone caused by its continuous displacement of the ethereal diffusion. As these tones were a manifestation of divine order and motion, it must necessarily follow that they partook of the harmony of their own source. The assertion that the planets in their revolutions round the earth uttered certain sounds differing according to their respective magnitude, celerity, and local distance was commonly made by the Greeks. Thus Saturn, the farthest planet, was said to give the gravest note, while the Moon, which is the nearest, gave the sharpest. These sounds of the 7 planets and the sphere of the fixed stars, together with that above us, and Tichthon, are the 9 muses, and their joint symphony is called mnemosyne. See the canon. This quotation contains an obscure reference to the ninefold division of the universe previously mentioned. The mundane monochord with its proportions and intervals. From Flood's De Musica Mundana. In this chart is set forth a summary of Flood's theory of universal music. The interval between the element of earth and the highest heaven is considered as a double octave, thus showing the two extremes of existence to be in disdiapason harmony. It signifies that the highest heaven, the sun, and the earth have the same time, the difference being in pitch. The sun is the lower octave of the highest heaven, and the earth the lower octave of the sun. The lower octave comprises that part of the universe in which substance predominates over energy. Its harmonies, therefore, are more gross than those of the higher octave, wherein energy predominates over substance. If struck in the more spiritual part, writes Flood, the monochord will give eternal life. If in the more material part, transitory life. It will be noted that certain elements, planets, and celestial spheres sustain a harmonic ratio to each other. Flood advanced this as a key to the sympathies and antipathies existing between the various departments of nature. The Greek initiates also recognized a fundamental relationship between the individual heavens or spheres of the 7 planets and the 7 sacred vowels. The first heaven uttered the sound of the sacred vowel A, alpha, the second heaven the sacred vowel E, epsilon, the third H, eta, the fourth I, iota, the fifth O, omicron, the sixth Y, Upsilon, and the 7th heaven, the sacred vowel, Omega. When these 7 heavens sing together, they produce a perfect harmony which ascends as an everlasting praise to the throne of the Creator. See Irenaeus's Against Heresies. Although not so stated, it is probable that the planetary heavens are to be considered as ascending in the Pythagorean order, beginning with the sphere of the moon, which would be the first heaven. Many early instruments had 7 strings, and it is generally conceded that Pythagoras was the one who added the 8th string to the lyre of Terpander. The 7 strings were always related both to their correspondences in the human body and to the planets. The names of God were also conceived to be formed from combinations of the 7 planetary harmonies. The Egyptians confined their sacred songs to the 7 primary sounds, forbidding any others to be uttered in their temples. One of their hymns contained the following invocation. The 7 sounding tones praise Thee, the great God, the ceaseless working Father of the whole universe. In another, the deity describes himself thus, I am the great indestructible lyre of the whole world, attuning the songs of the heavens. See Naumann's History of Music. The Pythagoreans believed that everything which existed had a voice, and that all creatures were eternally singing the praise of the Creator. Man fails to hear these divine melodies because his soul is enmeshed in the illusion of material existence. When he liberates himself from the bondage of the lower world with its sense limitations, the music of the spheres will again be audible as it was in the Golden Age. Harmony recognizes harmony, and when the human soul regains its true estate, it will not only hear the celestial choir, but also join with it in an everlasting anthem of praise to that eternal good, controlling the infinite number of parts and conditions of being. The Greek mysteries included in their doctrines a magnificent concept of the relationship existing between music and form. The elements of architecture, for example, were considered as comparable to musical modes and notes, or as having a musical counterpart. Consequently, when a building was erected in which a number of these elements were combined, the structure was then likened to a musical chord, which was harmonic only when it fully satisfied the mathematical requirements of harmonic intervals. The realization of this analogy between sound and form led Goethe to declare that architecture is crystallized music. In constructing their temples of initiation, the early priests frequently demonstrated their superior knowledge of the principles underlying the phenomena known as vibration. A considerable part of the mystery rituals consisted of invocations and intonements, for which purpose special sound chambers were constructed. A word whispered in one of these apartments was so intensified that the reverberations made the entire building sway and be filled with a deafening roar. The very wood and stone used in the erection of these sacred buildings eventually became so thoroughly permeated with the sound vibrations of the religious ceremonies that when struck, they would reproduce the same tones thus repeatedly impressed into their substances by the rituals. Every element in nature has its individual keynote. If these elements are combined into a composite structure, the result is a chord that, if sounded, will disintegrate the compound into its integral parts. Likewise, each individual has a keynote that, if sounded, will destroy him. The allegory of the walls of Jericho falling when the trumpets of Israel were sounded is undoubtedly intended to set forth the arcane significance of individual keynote or vibration. The philosophy of color. Light, writes Edwin D. Babbitt, reveals the glories of the external world, and yet is the most glorious of them all. It gives beauty, reveals beauty, and is itself most beautiful. It is the analyzer, the truth-teller, and the exposer of shams, for it shows things as they are. Its infinite streams measure off the universe and flow into our telescopes from stars which are quintillions of miles distant. On the other hand, it descends to objects inconceivably small and reveals through the microscope objects 50 millions of times less than can be seen by the naked eye. Like all other fine forces, its movement is wonderfully soft, yet penetrating and powerful. Without its vivifying influence, vegetable, animal, and human life must immediately perish from the earth, and general ruin take place. We shall do well, then, to consider this potential and beautiful principle of light and its component colors, for the more deeply we penetrate into its inner laws, the more will it present itself as a marvelous storehouse of power to vitalize, heal, refine, and delight mankind. See the principles of light and color. Since light is the basic physical manifestation of life, bathing all creation in its radiance, it is highly important to realize, in part at least, the subtle nature of this divine substance. That which is called light is actually a rate of vibration, causing certain reactions upon the optic nerve. Few realize how they are walled in by the limitations of the sense perceptions. Not only is there a great deal more to light than anyone has ever seen, but there are also unknown forms of light which no optical equipment will ever register. There are unnumbered colors which cannot be seen, as well as sounds which cannot be heard, odors which cannot be smelt, flavors which cannot be tasted, and substances which cannot be felt. Man is thus surrounded by a supersensible universe of which he knows nothing, because the centers of sense perception within himself have not been developed sufficiently to respond to the subtler rates of vibration of which that universe is composed. Among both civilized and savage peoples, color has been accepted as a natural language in which to couch their religious and philosophical doctrines. The ancient city of Ecbatana, as described by Herodotus, its 7 walls colored according to the 7 planets, revealed the knowledge of this subject possessed by the Persian Magi. The famous ziggurat, or astronomical tower of the god Nebo at Borsippa, ascended in 7 great steps or stages, each step being painted in the key color of one of the planetary bodies. See Lenormant's Chaldean Magic. It is thus evident that the Babylonians were familiar with the concept of the spectrum in its relation to the 7 creative gods or powers. In India, one of the Mughal emperors caused a fountain to be made with 7 levels. The water pouring down the sides through specially arranged channels changed color as it descended, passing sequentially through all shades of the spectrum. In Tibet, color is employed by the native artists to express various moods. L. Austin Waddell, writing of northern Buddhist art, notes that in Tibetan mythology, white and yellow complexions usually typify mild moods, while the red, blue, and black belong to fierce forms, though sometimes light blue, as indicating the sky, means merely celestial. Generally, the gods are pictured white, goblins red, and devils black, like their European relative. See the Buddhism of Tibet. The theory of elemental music. From Flood's De Musica Mundana. In this diagram, two interpenetrating pyramids are again employed, one of which represents fire and the other earth. It is demonstrated according to the law of elemental harmony that fire does not enter into the composition of earth, nor earth into the composition of fire. The figures on the chart disclose the harmonic relationships existing between the four primary elements, according to both Flood and the Pythagoreans. Earth consists of 4 parts of its own nature, water of 3 parts of earth and 1 part of fire. The sphere of equality is a hypothetical point where there is an equilibrium of 2 parts of earth and 2 parts of fire. Air is composed of 3 parts of fire and 1 part of earth. Fire of 4 parts of its own nature. Thus, earth and water bear to each other the ratio of 4:3, or the diatessaron harmony, and water and the sphere of equality the ratio of 3:2, or the diapente harmony. Fire and air also bear to each other the ratio of 4:3, the diatessaron harmony, and air and the sphere of equality the ratio of 3:2, or the diapente harmony. As the sum of the diatessaron and the diapente equals a diapason, or octave, it is evident that both the sphere of fire and the sphere of earth are in diapason harmony with the sphere of equality, and also that fire and earth are in disdiapason harmony with each other. In Meno, Plato, speaking through Socrates, describes color as an effluence of form, commensurate with sight and sensible. In Theaetetus, he discourses more at length on the subject thus: "Let us carry out the principle which has just been affirmed, that nothing is self-existent, and then we shall see that every color, white, black, and every other color, arises out of the eye meeting the appropriate motion, and that what we term the substance of each color is neither the active nor the passive element, but something which passes between them, and is peculiar to each percipient. Are you certain that the several colors appear to every animal, say a dog, as they appear to you?" In the Pythagorean Tetractys, the supreme symbol of universal forces and processes, are set forth the theories of the Greeks concerning color in music. The first 3 dots represent the threefold white light, which is the Godhead, containing potentially all sound and color. The remaining 7 dots are the colors of the spectrum and the notes of the musical scale. The colors and tones are the active creative powers which, emanating from the first cause, establish the universe. The 7 are divided into 2 groups, one containing 3 powers and the other 4, a relationship also shown in the Tetractys. The higher group, that of 3, becomes the spiritual nature of the created universe. The lower group, that of 4, manifests as the irrational sphere, or inferior world. In the mysteries, the 7 logi, or creative lords, are shown as streams of force issuing from the mouth of the Eternal One. This signifies the spectrum being extracted from the white light of the supreme deity. The 7 creators, or fabricators, of the inferior spheres were called by the Jews the Elohim. By the Egyptians they were referred to as the builders, sometimes as the governors, and are depicted with great knives in their hands with which they carved the universe from its primordial substance. Worship of the planets is based upon their acceptation as the cosmic embodiments of the 7 creative attributes of God. The lords of the planets were described as dwelling within the body of the sun, for the true nature of the sun, being analogous to the white light, contains the seeds of all the tone and color potencies which it manifests. There are numerous arbitrary arrangements setting forth the mutual relationships of the planets, the colors, and the musical notes. The most satisfactory system is that based upon the law of the octave. The sense of hearing has a much wider scope than that of sight, for whereas the ear can register from 9 to 11 octaves of sound, the eye is restricted to the cognition of but 7 fundamental color tones, or 1 tone short of the octave. Red, when posited as the lowest color tone in the scale of chromatics, thus corresponds to do, the first note of the musical scale. Continuing the analogy, orange corresponds to re, yellow to mi, green to fa, blue to sol, indigo to la, and violet to si. The 8th color tone necessary to complete the scale should be the higher octave of red, the first color tone, The accuracy of the above arrangement is attested by two striking facts. 1. The three fundamental notes of the musical scale, the first, the third, and the fifth, correspond with the three primary colors, red, yellow, and blue. 2. The seventh, and least perfect, note of the musical scale corresponds with purple, the least perfect tone of the color scale. In the Principles of Light and Color, Edwin D. Babbitt confirms the correspondence of the color and musical notes. As C is at the bottom of the musical scale and made with the coarsest waves of air, so is red at the bottom of the chromatic scale and made with the coarsest waves of luminous ether. As the musical note B, the seventh note of the scale, requires 45 vibrations of air every time the note C at the lower end of the scale requires 24, or but little over half as many, so does extreme violet require about 300 trillions of vibrations of ether in a second, while extreme red requires only about 450 trillions, which also are but little more than half as many. When one musical octave is finished, another one commences and progresses, with just twice as many vibrations as were used in the first octave, and so the same notes are repeated on a finer scale. In the same way, when the scale of colors visible to the ordinary eye is completed in the violet, another octave of finer, invisible colors, with just twice as many vibrations, will commence and progress on precisely the same law. When the colors are related to the 12 signs of the zodiac, they are arranged as the spokes of a wheel. To Aries is assigned pure red, to Taurus red-orange, to Gemini pure orange, to Cancer orange-yellow, to Leo pure yellow, to Virgo yellow-green, to Libra pure green, to Scorpio green-blue, to Sagittarius pure blue, to Capricorn blue-violet, to Aquarius pure violet, and to Pisces violet-red. In expounding the Eastern system of esoteric philosophy, H.P. Blavatsky relates the colors to the septenary constitution of man and the 7 states of matter as follows. Violet, chaya, or etheric double, ether. Indigo, higher manas, or spiritual intelligence, critical state called air. Blue, auric envelope, steam or vapor. Green, lower manas, or animal soul, critical state. Yellow, Buddhai, or spiritual soul, water. Orange, prana, or life principle, critical state. Red, kamarupa, or seat of animal life, ice. This arrangement of the colors of the spectrum and the musical notes of the octave necessitates a different grouping of the planets in order to preserve their proper tone and color analogies. Thus Do becomes Mars, Re the Sun, Mi Mercury, Fa Saturn, Sol Jupiter, La Venus, Si the Moon. See the ES instructions. The 4 elements and their consonantal intervals. From Flood's De Musica Mundana. In this diagram, Flood has divided each of the 4 primary elements into 3 subdivisions. The first division of each element is the grossest, partaking somewhat of the substance directly inferior to itself, except in the case of the earth, which has no state inferior to itself. The second division consists of the element in its relatively pure state, while the third division is that condition wherein the element partakes somewhat of the substance immediately superior to itself. For example, the lowest division of the element of water is sedimentary, as it contains earth substance in solution. The second division represents water in its most common state, salty, as in the case of the ocean, and the third division is water in its purest state, free from salt. The harmonic interval assigned to the lowest division of each element is 1 tone, to the central division also a tone, but to the higher division a half tone because it partakes of the division immediately above it. Flood emphasizes the fact that as the elements ascend in series of 2½ tones, the diatessaron is the dominating harmonic interval of the elements. Fishes, insects, animals, reptiles, and birds. Part 1. The creatures inhabiting the water, air, and earth were held in veneration by all races of antiquity. Realizing that visible bodies are only symbols of invisible forces, the ancients worshipped the divine power through the lower kingdoms of nature, because those less evolved and more simply constituted creatures responded most readily to the creative impulses of the gods. The sages of old studied living things to a point of realization that God is most perfectly understood through a knowledge of his supreme handiwork, animate and inanimate nature. Every existing creature manifests some aspect of the intelligence or power of the Eternal One, who can never be known save through a study and appreciation of his numbered but inconceivable parts. When a creature is chosen, therefore, to symbolize to the concrete human mind some concealed abstract principle, it is because its characteristics demonstrate this invisible principle in its visible action. Fishes, insects, animals, reptiles, and birds appear in the religious symbolism of nearly all nations because the forms and habits of these creatures and the media in which they exist closely relate them to the various generative and germinative powers of nature, which were considered prima facie evidence of divine omnipresence. The early philosophers and scientists, realizing that all life has its origin in water, chose the fish as the symbol of the life germ. The fact that fishes are most prolific makes the simile still more apt. While the early priests may not have possessed the instruments necessary to analyze the spermatozoon, they concluded by deduction that it resembled a fish. Fishes were sacred to the Greeks and Romans, being connected with the worship of Aphrodite, or Venus. An interesting survival of pagan ritualism is found in the custom of eating fish on Friday. Freya, in whose honor the day was named, was the Scandinavian Venus, and this day was sacred among many nations to the goddess of beauty and fecundity. This analogy further links the fish with the procreative mystery. Friday is also sacred to the followers of the Prophet Muhammad. The word nun means both fish and growth, and as Inman says, the Jews were led to victory by the son of the fish, whose other names were Joshua and Jesus, the Savior. Nun is still the name of a female devotee of the Christian faith. Among early Christians, 3 fishes were used to symbolize the Trinity, and the fish is also one of the 8 sacred symbols of the great Buddha. It is also significant that the dolphin should be sacred to both Apollo, the solar savior, and Neptune. It was believed that this fish carried shipwrecked sailors to heaven on its back. The dolphin was accepted by the early Christians as an emblem of Christ, because the pagans had viewed this beautiful creature as a friend and benefactor of man. The heir to the throne of France, the Dauphin, may have secured his title from this ancient pagan symbol of the divine preservative power. The first advocates of Christianity likened converts to fishes, who at that time of baptism returned again into the sea of Christ. The first incarnation, or Matsya avatar of Vishnu. From Picard's Religious Ceremonials. The fish has often been associated with the world's saviors. Vishnu, the Hindu redeemer who takes upon himself 10 forms for the redemption of the universe, was expelled from the mouth of a fish in his first incarnation. Isis, while nursing the infant Horus, is often shown with a fish on her headdress. Oannes, the Chaldean savior, borrowed from the Brahmins, is depicted with the head and body of a fish, from which his human form protrudes at various points. Jesus was often symbolized by a fish. He told his disciples that they should become fishers of men. The sign of the fish was also the first monogram of the Christians. The mysterious Greek name of Jesus means a fish. The fish was accepted as a symbol of the Christ by a number of early canonized church fathers. St. Augustine likened the Christ to a fish that had been broiled, and it was also pointed out that the flesh of that fish was the food of righteous and holy men. Primitive peoples believed the sea and land were inhabited by strange creatures, and early books on zoology contain curious illustrations of composite beasts, reptiles, and fishes, which did not exist at the time the medieval authors compiled these voluminous books. In the ancient initiatory rituals of the Persian, Greek, and Egyptian mysteries, the priests disguised themselves as composite creatures, thereby symbolizing different aspects of human consciousness. They used birds and reptiles as emblems of their various deities, often creating forms of grotesque appearance and assigning to them imaginary traits, habits, and places of domicile, all of which were symbolic of certain spiritual and transcendental truths, thus concealed from the profane. The phoenix made its nest of incense and flames. The unicorn had the body of a horse, the feet of an elephant, and the tail of a wild boar. The upper half of the centaur's body was human, and the lower half equine. The pelican of the Hermetists fed its young from its own breast, and to this bird were assigned other mysterious attributes which could have been true only allegorically. Though regarded by many writers of the Middle Ages as actual living creatures, none of these, the pelican excepted, ever existed outside the symbolism of the mysteries. Possibly they originated in rumors of animals then little known. In the temple, however, they became a reality, for there they signified the manifold characteristics of man's nature. The manticora had certain points in common with the hyena. The unicorn may have been the single-horned rhinoceros. To the student of the secret wisdom, these composite animals and birds simply represent various forces working in the invisible worlds. This is a point which nearly all writers on the subject of medieval monsters seem to have overlooked. See Vlissus Aldrovandi's Monstrorum Historia, 1642, and Physica Curiosa, by P. Gaspar Shoto, 1697. The Manticora, from Redgrove's Bygone Beliefs. The most remarkable of allegorical creatures was the manticora, which Ctesias describes as having a flame-colored body, lion-like in shape, 3 rows of teeth, a human head and ears, blue eyes, and a tail ending in a series of spikes and stings, thorny and scorpion-like, and a voice which sounded like the blare of trumpets. This synthetic quadruped ambled into medieval works on natural history, but, though seriously considered, had never been seen because it inhabited inaccessible regions and consequently was difficult to locate. There are also legends to the effect that long before the appearance of human beings, there existed a race or species of composite creatures which was destroyed by the gods. The Temple of Antiquity preserved their own historical records and possessed information concerning the prehistoric world that has never been revealed to the uninitiated. According to these records, the human race evolved from a species of creature that partook somewhat of the nature of an amphibian, for at that time primitive man had the gills of a fish and was partly covered with scales. To a limited degree, the human embryo demonstrates the possibility of such a condition. As a result of the theory of man's origin in water, the fish was looked upon as the progenitor of the human family. This gave rise to the ichthyology of the Chaldeans, Phoenicians, and Brahmins. The American Indians believe that the waters of lakes, rivers, and oceans are inhabited by a mysterious people, the Water Indians. The fish has been used as an emblem of damnation, but among the Chinese it typified contentment and good fortune, and fishes appear on many of their coins. When Typhon, or Set, the Egyptian evil genius, had divided the body of the god Osiris into 14 parts, he cast one part into the Nile River, where, according to Plutarch, it was devoured by 3 fishes, the Lepididus, probably the Lepidosiren, the Phagris, and the Oxorhynchus, a form of pike. For this reason, the Egyptians would not eat the flesh of these fishes, believing that to do so would be to devour the body of their god. When used as a symbol of evil, the fish represented the earth, man's lower nature, and the tomb, the sepulchre of the mysteries. Thus was Jonah 3 days in the belly of the great fish, as Christ was 3 days in the tomb. Several early church fathers believed that the whale which swallowed Jonah was the symbol of God the Father, who, when the hapless prophet was thrown overboard, accepted Jonah into his own nature until a place of safety was reached. The story of Jonah is really a legend of initiation into the mysteries, and the great fish represents the darkness of ignorance which engulfs man when he is thrown over the side of the ship or is born into the sea or life. The custom of building ships in the form of fishes or birds, common in ancient times, could give rise to the story, and mayhap Jonah was merely picked up by another vessel and carried into port, the pattern of the ship causing it to be called a great fish. Veritatis simplex oratio est. More probably, the whale of Jonah is based upon the pagan mythological creature, Hippocampus, part horse and part dolphin, for the early Christian statues and carvings show the composite creature and not a true whale. It is reasonable to suppose that the mysterious sea serpents, which, according to the Mayan and Toltec legends, brought the gods to Mexico, were Viking or Chaldean ships, built in the shape of composite sea monsters or dragons. H.P. Blavatsky advances the theory that the word Cetus, the great whale, is derived from Keto, a name for the fish god Dagon, and that Jonah was actually confined in a cell hollowed out in the body of a gigantic statue of Dagon after he had been captured by the Phoenician sailors and carried to one of their cities. There is no doubt a great mystery in the gigantic form of Cetus, which is still preserved as a constellation. According to many scattered fragments extant, man's lower nature was symbolized by a tremendous, awkward creature resembling a great sea serpent or dragon called Leviathan. All symbols having serpentine form or motion signified the solar energy in one of its many forms. This great creature of the sea therefore represents the solar life force imprisoned in water and also the divine energy coursing through the body of man, where, until transmuted, it manifests itself as a writhing, twisting monster, man's greeds, passions, and lusts. Among the symbols of Christ as the Savior of man are a number relating to the mystery of his divine nature concealed within the personality of the lowly Jesus. The Gnostics divided the nature of the Christian Redeemer into two parts, the one Jesus, a mortal man, the other, Christos, a personification of Nous, the principle of cosmic mind. Nous, the greater, was for the period of 3 years, from baptism to crucifixion, using the fleshly garment of the mortal man, Jesus. In order to illustrate this point and still conceal it from the ignorant, many strange and often repulsive creatures were used, whose rough exteriors concealed magnificent organisms. Keneally, in his notes on the Book of Enoch, observes, "Why the caterpillar was a symbol of the Messiah is evident, because under a lowly, creeping, and wholly terrestrial aspect, he conceals the beautiful butterfly form, with its radiant wings, emulating in its varied colors the rainbow, the serpent, the salmon, the scarab, the peacock, and the dying dolphin." Insects. In 1609, Henry Kunrath's Amphitheatrum Sapientiae Aeternae was published. Eliphas Levi declared that within its pages are concealed all the great secrets of magical philosophy. A remarkable plate in this work shows the Hermetic sciences being attacked by the bigoted and ignorant pedagogues of the 17th century. In order to express his complete contempt for his slanderers, Kunrath made out of each a composite beast, adding donkey ears to one and a false tail to another. He reserved the upper part of the picture for certain petty backbiters, whom he gave appropriate forms. The air was filled with strange creatures, great dragonflies, winged frogs, birds with human heads, and other weird forms which defy description, heaping venom, gossip, spite, slander, and other forms of persecution upon the secret arcanum of the wise. The drawing indicated that their attacks were ineffectual. Poisonous insects were often used to symbolize the deadly power of the human tongue. Insects of all kinds were also considered emblematic of the nature spirits and daemons, for both were believed to inhabit the atmosphere. Medieval drawings showing magicians in the act of invoking spirits often portray the mysterious power of the other world, which the conjurer has exercised, as appearing to him in composite part insect forms. The early philosophers apparently held the opinion that the disease which swept through communities in the form of plagues were actually living creatures, but instead of considering a number of tiny germs, they viewed the entire plague as one individuality and gave it a hideous shape to symbolize its destructiveness. The fact that plagues came in the air caused an insect or a bird to be used as their symbol. Beautiful symmetrical forms were assigned to all natural benevolent conditions or powers, but to unnatural or malevolent powers were assigned contorted and abnormal figures. The evil one was either hideously deformed or else of the nature of certain despised animals. A popular superstition during the Middle Ages held that the devil had the feet of a rooster, while the Egyptians assigned to Typhon, or devil, the body of a hog. The habits of the insects were carefully studied. Therefore the ant was looked upon as emblematic of industry and foresight, as it stored up supplies for the winter and also had strength to move objects many times its own weight. The locusts, which swept down in clouds, and in some parts of Africa and Asia obscured the sun and destroyed every green thing, were considered fit emblems of passion, disease, hate, and strife. For these emotions destroy all that is good in the soul of man and leave a barren desert behind them. In the folklore of various nations, certain insects are given special significance, but the ones which have received worldwide veneration and consideration are the scarab, the king of the insect kingdom, the scorpion, the great betrayer, the butterfly, the emblem of metamorphosis, and the bee, the symbol of industry. The Egyptian scarab is one of the most remarkable symbolic figures ever conceived by the mind of man. It was evolved by the erudition of the priestcraft from a simple insect which, because of its peculiar habits and appearance, properly symbolized the strength of the body, the resurrection of the soul, and the eternal and incomprehensible Creator in his aspect as Lord of the Sun. E. A. Wallace Budge says, in effect, of the worship of the scarab by the Egyptians, yet another view held in primitive times was that the sky was a vast meadow over which a huge beetle crawled, pushing the disk of the sun before him. This beetle was the sky god, and arguing from the example of the beetle, Scarabaeus sacer, which was observed to roll along with its hind legs a ball that was believed to contain its eggs, the early Egyptians thought that the ball of the sky god contained his egg and that the sun was his offspring. Thanks, however, to the investigations of the eminent entomologist Monsieur J. H. Fabre, we now know that the ball which the Scarabaeus sacer rolls along contains not its eggs, but dung that is to serve as food for its egg, which it lays in a carefully prepared place. Royal Egyptian Scarab, from Hall's Catalogue of Egyptian Scarabs, etc., in the British Museum. The flat underside of a scarab usually bears an inscription relating to the dynasty during which it was cut. These scarabs were sometimes used as seals. Some were cut from ordinary or precious stones. Others were made of clay, baked and glazed. Occasionally the stone scarabs were also glazed. The majority of the small scarabs are pierced as though originally used as beads. Some are so hard that they will cut glass. In the picture above, A shows top and side views of the scarab, and B, the undersurface with the name of Men-Ka-Ra within the central cartouche. Initiates of the Egyptian mysteries were sometimes called scarabs. Again, lions and panthers. The scarab was the emissary of the sun, symbolizing light, truth, and regeneration. Stone scarabs, called heart scarabs, about 3 inches long, were placed in the heart cavity of the dead when that organ was removed to be embalmed separately as part of the process of mummifying. Some maintain that these stone beetles were merely wrapped in the winding cloths at the time of preparing the body for eternal preservation. The following passage concerning this appears in the great Egyptian Book of Initiation, the Book of the Dead. And behold, thou shalt make a scarab of green stone, which shalt be placed in the breast of a man, and it shall perform for him the opening of the mouth. The funeral rites of many nations bear a striking resemblance to the initiatory ceremonies of their mysteries. Ra, the god of the sun, had 3 important aspects. As the creator of the universe, he was symbolized by the head of a scarab and was called Kepa-Ra, which signified the resurrection of the soul and a new life at the end of the mortal span. The mummy cases of the Egyptian dead were nearly always ornamented with scarabs. Usually one of these beetles, with outspread wings, was painted on the mummy case directly over the breast of the dead. The finding of such great numbers of small stone scarabs indicates that they were a favorite article of adornment among the Egyptians. Because of its relationship to the sun, the scarab symbolized the divine part of man's nature. The fact that its beautiful wings were concealed under its glossy shell typified the winged soul of man hidden within its earthly sheath. The Egyptian soldiers were given the scarab as their special symbol because the ancients believed that these creatures were all of the male sex and consequently appropriate emblems of virility, strength, and courage. Plutarch noted the fact that the scarab rolled its peculiar ball of dung backwards, while the insect itself faced the opposite direction. This made it an especially fitting symbol for the sun, because this orb, according to Egyptian astronomy, was rolling from west to east, although apparently moving in the opposite direction. An Egyptian allegory states that the sunrise is caused by the scarab unfolding its wings, which stretch out as glorious colors on each side of its body, the solar globe, and that when it folds its wings under its dark shell at sunset, night follows. Khepera, the scarab-headed aspect of Ra, is often symbolized riding through the sea of the sky in a wonderful ship called the Boat of the Sun. The scorpion is the symbol of both wisdom and self-destruction. It was called by the Egyptians the creature accursed. The time of year when the sun entered the sign of Scorpio marked the beginning of the rulership of Typhon. When the 12 signs of the zodiac were used to represent the 12 apostles, although the reverse is true, the scorpion was assigned to Judas Iscariot, the betrayer. The scorpion stings with its tail, and for this reason it has been called a backbiter, a false and deceitful thing. Calmet, in his Dictionary of the Bible, declares the scorpion to be a fit emblem of the wicked and the symbol of persecution. The dry winds of Egypt are said to be produced by Typhon, who imparts to the sand the blistering heat of the infernal world and the sting of the scorpion. This insect was also the symbol of the spinal fire, which, according to the Egyptian mysteries, destroyed man when it was permitted to gather at the base of his spine, the tail of the scorpion. The red star, Antares, in the back of the celestial scorpion, was considered the worst light in the heavens. Kalb al-Karab, or the heart of the scorpion, was called by the ancients the lieutenant or deputy of Mars. See footnote to Ptolemy's Tetrabiblos. Antares was believed to impair the eyesight, often causing blindness if it rose over the horizon when a child was born. This may refer again to the sandstorm, which was capable of blinding unwary travelers. The scorpion was also the symbol of wisdom, for the fire which it controlled was capable of illuminating as well as consuming. Initiation into the greater mysteries among the pagans was said to take place only in the sign of the scorpion. In the Papyrus of Ani, the Book of the Dead, the deceased likens his soul to a scorpion, saying, "I am a swallow. I am that scorpion, the daughter of Ra." Elizabeth Goldsmith, in her treatise on sex symbolism, states that the scorpions were a symbol of Selk, the Egyptian goddess of writing, and also were revered by the Babylonians and Assyrians as guardians of the gateway of the sun. 7 scorpions were said to have accompanied Isis when she searched for the remains of Osiris scattered by Set, or Typhon. The Scorpion Talisman. From Paracelsus's Archidoxis Magica. The scorpion often appears upon the talismans and charms of the Middle Ages. This hieroglyphic arachnida was supposed to have the power of curing disease. The scorpion shown above was composed of several metals and was made under certain planetary configurations. Paracelsus advised that it be worn by those suffering from any derangement of the reproductive system. In his Chaldean account of the Genesis, George Smith, copying from the cuneiform cylinders, in describing the wanderings of the hero Idzdubar, or Nimrod, throws some light on the scorpion god who guards the sun. The tablet which he translated is not perfect, but the meaning is fairly clear. Who each day guard the rising sun. Their crown was at the lattice of heaven. Under hell their feet were placed the spinal column. The scorpion man guarded the gate, burning with terribleness. Their appearance was like death. The might of his fear shook the forest. At the rising of the sun and the setting of the sun, they guarded the sun. Izdbar saw them, and fear and terror came into his face. Among the early Latins there was a machine of war called the scorpion. It was used for firing arrows and probably obtained its name from a long beam resembling a scorpion's tail, which flew up to hurl the arrows. The missiles discharged by this machine were also called scorpions. The butterfly, under the name of Psyche, a beautiful maiden with wings of opalescent light, symbolizes the human soul because of the stages it passes through in order to unfold its power of flight. The 3 divisions through which the butterfly passes in its unfoldment resemble closely the 3 degrees of the mystery school, which degrees are regarded as consummating the unfoldment of man by giving him emblematic wings by which he may soar to the skies. Unregenerate man, ignorant and helpless, is symbolized by the stage between ovum and larva. The disciple, seeking truth and dwelling in meditation, by the second stage, from larva to pupa, at which time the insect enters its chrysalis, the tomb of the mysteries. The third stage, from pupa to imago, wherein the perfect butterfly comes forth, typifies the unfolded, enlightened soul of the initiate rising from the tomb of his baser nature. Night moths typify the secret wisdom because they are hard to discover and are concealed by the darkness or ignorance. Some are emblems of death, as Acherontia atropus, the death's head moth, which has a marking on its body somewhat like a human skull. The death watch beetle, which was believed to give warning of approaching death by a peculiar ticking sound, is another instance of insects involved in human affairs. Opinions differ concerning the spider. Its shape makes it an appropriate emblem of the nerve plexus and ganglia of the human body. Some Europeans consider it extremely bad luck to kill a spider, possibly because it is looked upon as an emissary of the evil one, whom no person desires to offend. There is a mystery concerning all poisonous creatures, especially insects. Paracelsus taught that the spider was the medium for a powerful but evil force which the black magicians used in their nefarious undertakings. Certain plants, minerals, and animals have been sacred among all the nations of the earth because of their peculiar sensitiveness to the astral fire, a mysterious agency in nature which the scientific world has contacted through its manifestations as electricity and magnetism. Lodestone and radium in the mineral world and various parasitic growths in the plant kingdom are strangely susceptible to this cosmic electric fire or universal life force. The magicians of the Middle Ages surrounded themselves with such creatures as bats, spiders, cats, snakes, and monkeys because they were able to appropriate the life forces of these species and use them to the attainment of their own ends. Some ancient schools of wisdom taught that all poisonous insects and reptiles are germinated out of the evil nature of man, and that when intelligent human beings no longer breed hate in their own souls, there will be no more ferocious animals, loathsome diseases, or poisonous plants and insects. Among the American Indians is the legend of a Spider-Man whose web connected the heaven worlds with the earth. The secret schools of India symbolize certain of the gods who labored with the universe during its making as connecting the realms of light with those of darkness by means of webs. Therefore, the builders of the cosmic system, who held the embryonic universe together with threads of invisible force, were sometimes referred to as the spider gods, and their ruler was designated the Great Spider. The beehive is found in Masonry as a reminder that in diligence and labor for a common good, true happiness and prosperity are found. The bee is a symbol of wisdom, for as this tiny insect collects pollen from the flowers, so men may extract wisdom from the experiences of daily life. The bee is sacred to the goddess Venus, and according to mystics is one of the several forms of life which came to the earth from the planet Venus millions of years ago. Wheat and bananas are said to be of similar origin. This is the reason why the origin of these three forms of life cannot be traced. The fact that bees are ruled by queens is one reason why this insect is considered a sacred feminine symbol. The fleur de lis, floor at Saint Denis Basilica. The bee was used as a symbol of royalty by the immortal Charlemagne, and it is probable that the fleur de lis, or lily of France, is merely a conventionalized bee and not a flower. There is an ancient Greek legend to the effect that the 9 muses occasionally assumed the form of bees. In India, the god Prana, the personification of the universal life force, is sometimes shown surrounded by a circle of bees. Because of its importance in pollinizing flowers, the bee is the accepted symbol of the generative power. At one time, the bee was the emblem of the French kings. The rulers of France wore robes embroidered with bees, and the canopies of their thrones were decorated with gigantic figures of these insects. The fly symbolizes the tormentor because of the annoyance it causes to animals. The Chaldean god Baal was often called Baal Zebul, or the god of the dwelling place. The word Zebub, or Zabab, means a fly, and Baal Zebul became Baal Zebub, or Beelzebub, a word which was loosely translated to mean Jupiter's fly. The fly was looked upon as a form of the divine power because of its ability to destroy decaying substances and thus promote health. The fly may have obtained its name zebub from its peculiar buzzing or humming. Inman believes that Baal-zebub, which the Jews ridiculed as "my lord of flies," really means "my lord who hums" or murmurs. Inman recalls the singing Memnon on the Egyptian desert, a tremendous figure with an Aeolian harp on the top of its head. When the wind blows strongly, this great statue sighs or hums. The Jews changed Baal-zebub into Beelzebub and made him their prince of devils by interpreting daemon as demon. Naudeus, in defending Virgil from accusations of sorcery, attempted a wholesale denial of the miracles supposedly performed by Virgil and produced enough evidence to convict the poet on all counts. Among other strange fears, Virgil fashioned a fly out of brass and after certain mysterious ceremonies placed it over one of the gates of Naples. As a result, no flies entered the city for more than 8 years. Reptiles. The serpent was chosen as the head of the reptilian family. Serpent worship in some form has permeated nearly all parts of the earth. The serpent mounds of the American Indian, the carved stone snakes of Central and South America, the hooded cobras of India, Python, the great snake of the Greeks, the sacred serpents of the Druids, the Midgard snake of Scandinavia, the Nagas of Burma, Siam, and Cambodia, the brazen serpent of the Jews, the mystic serpent of Orpheus, the snakes at the oracle of Delphi twining themselves around the tripod upon which the Pythian priestess sat, the tripod itself being in the form of twisted serpents, the sacred serpents preserved in the Egyptian temples, the uraeus coiled upon the foreheads of the pharaohs and priests. All these bear witness to the universal veneration in which the snake was held. In the ancient mysteries, the serpent entwining a staff was the symbol of the physician. The serpent-wound staff of Hermes remains the emblem of the medical profession. Among nearly all these ancient peoples, the serpent was accepted as the symbol of wisdom or salvation. The antipathy which Christendom feels towards the snake is based upon the little understood allegory of the Garden of Eden. The serpent is true to the principle of wisdom, for it tempts man to the knowledge of himself. Therefore the knowledge of self resulted from man's disobedience to the demiurgus, Jehovah. How the serpent came to be in the garden of the Lord after God had declared that all creatures which he had made during the 6 days of creation were good has not been satisfactorily answered by the interpreters of Scripture. The tree that grows in the midst of the garden is now the spinal fire. The knowledge of the use of that spinal fire is the gift of the great serpent. Notwithstanding statements to the contrary, the serpent is the symbol and prototype of the universal Savior, who redeems the worlds by giving creation the knowledge of itself and the realization of good and evil. If this be not so, why did Moses raise a brazen serpent upon a cross in the wilderness, that all who looked upon it might be saved from the sting of the lesser snakes? Was not the brazen serpent a prophecy of the crucified man to come? If the serpent be only a thing of evil, why did Christ instruct his disciples to be as wise as serpents? The uraeus, from Kircher's Oedipus Aegypticus. The spinal cord was symbolized by a snake, and the serpent coiled upon the foreheads of the Egyptian initiates represented the divine fire which had crawled serpent-like up the tree of life. The accepted theory that the serpent is evil cannot be substantiated. It has long been viewed as the emblem of immortality. It is the symbol of reincarnation, or metempsychosis, because it annually sheds its skin, reappearing, as it were, in a new body. There is an ancient superstition to the effect that snakes never die except by violence, and that if uninjured, they would live forever. It was also believed that snakes swallowed themselves, and this resulted in their being considered emblematic of the Supreme Creator, who periodically reabsorbed his universe back into himself. In Isis Unveiled, H.P. Blavatsky makes this significant statement concerning the origin of serpent worship. Before our globe had become egg-shaped or round, it was a long trail of cosmic dust or fire mist, moving and writhing like a serpent. This, say the explanations, was the Spirit of God moving on the chaos until its breath had incubated cosmic matter and made it assume the annular shape of a serpent with its tail in its mouth, emblem of eternity in its spiritual and of our world in its physical sense. The seven-headed snake represents the supreme deity manifesting through his Elohim, or seven spirits, by whose aid he established his universe. The coils of the snake have been used by the pagans to symbolize the motion and also the orbits of the celestial bodies, and it is probable that the symbol of the serpent twisted around the egg, which was common to many of the ancient mystery schools, represented both the apparent motion of the sun around the earth and the bands of astral light, or the great magical agent, which move about the planet incessantly. Electricity was commonly symbolized by the serpent because of its motion. Electricity passing between the poles of a spark gap is serpentine in its motion. Force projected through atmosphere was called the Great Snake. Being symbolic of universal force, the serpent was emblematic of both good and evil. Force can tear down as rapidly as it can build up. The serpent with its tail in its mouth is the symbol of eternity, for in this position the body of the reptile has neither beginning nor end. The head and tail represent the positive and negative poles of the cosmic life circuit. The initiates of the mysteries were often referred to as serpents, and their wisdom was considered analogous to the divinely inspired power of the snake. There is no doubt that the title winged serpents, the seraphim, was given to one of the invisible hierarchies that labored with the earth during its early formation. There is a legend that in the beginning of the world, winged serpents reigned upon the earth. These were probably the demigods which antedate the historical civilization of every nation. The symbolic relationship between the sun and the serpent found literal witness in the fact that life remains in the snake until sunset, even though it be cut into a dozen parts. The Hopi Indians considered the serpent to be in close communication with the earth spirit. Therefore, at the time of their annual snake dance, they send their prayers to the earth spirit by first specially sanctifying large numbers of these reptiles, and then liberating them to return to the earth with the prayers of the tribe. The great rapidity of motion manifested by lizards has caused them to be associated with Mercury, the messenger of the gods, whose winged feet traveled infinite distances almost instantaneously. A point which must not be overlooked in connection with reptiles and symbolism is clearly brought out by the eminent scholar Dr. H.E. Santee in his Anatomy of the Brain and Spinal Cord. In reptiles, there are two pineal bodies, an anterior and a posterior, of which the posterior remains undeveloped, but the anterior forms a rudimentary cyclopean eye. In the Hateria, a New Zealand lizard, it projects through the parietal foramen and presents an imperfect lens and retina, and, in its long stalk, nerve fibers. Crocodiles were regarded by the Egyptians both as symbols of Typhon and emblems of the supreme deity, of the latter because while underwater the crocodile is capable of seeing, Plutarch asserts, though its eyes are covered by a thin membrane. The Egyptians declared that no matter how far away the crocodile laid its eggs, the Nile would reach up to them in its next inundation, this reptile being endowed with a mysterious sense capable of making known the extent of the flood months before it took place. There were two kinds of crocodiles. The larger and more ferocious was hated by the Egyptians, for they likened it to the nature of Typhon, their destroying demon. Typhon waited to devour all who failed to pass the judgment of the dead, which rite took place in the Hall of Justice between the earth and the Elysian fields. Anthony Todd Thompson thus describes the good treatment accorded the smaller and tamer crocodiles, which the Egyptians accepted as personifications of good. They were fed daily and occasionally had mulled wine poured down their throats. Their ears were ornamented with rings of gold and precious stones, and their forefeet adorned with bracelets. Good and evil contending for the universal egg. From Maurice's Indian Antiquities. Both Mithras, the Persian redeemer, and Serapis, the Egyptian god of the earth, are symbolized by serpents coiled about their bodies. This remarkable drawing shows the good and evil principles of Persia, Ahura Mazda and Ahriman, contending for the egg of the earth, with each trying to wrench from the teeth of the other. To the Chinese, the turtle was a symbol of longevity. At a temple in Singapore, a number of sacred turtles are kept, their age recorded by carvings on their shells. The American Indians used the ridge down the back of the turtle shell as a symbol of the great divide between life and death. The turtle is a symbol of wisdom because it retires into itself and is its own protection. It is also a phallic symbol, as its relation to long life would signify. The Hindus symbolize the universe as being supported on the backs of 4 great elephants, who, in turn, are standing upon an immense turtle, which is crawling continually through chaos. The Egyptian Sphinx, the Greek centaur, and the Assyrian man-bull have much in common. All are composite creatures combining human and animal members. In the mysteries, all signify the composite nature of man and subtly refer to the hierarchies of the celestial beings that have charge of the destiny of mankind. These hierarchies are the 12 holy animals, now known as constellations, star groups which are merely symbols of impersonal spiritual impulses. Chiron, the centaur, teaching the sons of men, symbolizes the intelligences of the constellation of Sagittarius, who are the custodians of the secret doctrine, while, geocentrically, the sun was passing through the sign of Gemini. The 5-footed Assyrian man-bull with the wings of an eagle and the head of a man is a reminder that the invisible nature of man has the wings of a god, the head of a man, and the body of a beast. The same concept was expressed through the Sphinx, that armed guardian of the mysteries, who, crouching at the gate of the temple, denied entrance to the profane. Thus placed between man and his divine possibilities, the Sphinx also represented the secret doctrine itself. Children's fairy stories abound with descriptions of symbolic monsters, for nearly all such tales are based upon the ancient mystic folklore. Fishes, Insects, Animals, Reptiles, and Birds, Part 2. As appropriate emblems of various human and divine attributes, birds were included in religious and philosophic symbolism, that of pagans and of Christians alike. Cruelty was signified by the buzzard, courage by the eagle, self-sacrifice by the pelican, and pride by the peacock. The ability of birds to leave the earth and fly aloft toward the source of light has resulted in their being associated with aspiration, purity, and beauty. Wings were therefore often added to various terrene creatures in an effort to suggest transcendency. Because their habitat was among the branches of the sacred trees in the hearts of ancient forests, birds were also regarded as the appointed messengers of the tree spirits and nature gods dwelling in these consecrated groves, and through their clear notes the gods themselves were said to speak. Many myths have been fabricated to explain the brilliant plumage of birds. A familiar example is the story of Juno's peacock, in whose tail feathers were placed the eyes of Argus. Numerous American Indian legends also deal with birds and the origin of the various colors of feathers. The Navajos declare that when all living things climbed to the stalk of a bamboo to escape the flood, the wild turkey was on the lowest branch and his tail feathers trailed in the water, hence the color was all washed out. Gravitation, which is a law in the material world, is the impulse toward the center of materiality. Levitation, which is a law in the spiritual world, is the impulse toward the center of spirituality. Seeming to be capable of neutralizing the effect of gravity, the bird was said to partake of a nature superior to other terrestrial creation, and its feathers, because of their sustaining power, came to be accepted as symbols of divinity, courage, and accomplishment. A notable example is the dignity attached to the eagle feathers by the American Indians, among whom they are insignia of merit. Angels have been invested with wings because, like birds, they were considered to be the intermediaries between the gods and men, and to inhabit the air or middle kingdom betwixt heaven and earth. As the dome of the heavens was likened to a skull in the Gothic mysteries, so the birds which flew across the sky were regarded as thoughts of the deity. For this reason, Odin's 2 messenger ravens were called Hugin and Munyin, thought and memory. Among the Greeks and Romans, the eagle was the appointed bird of Jupiter, and consequently signified the swiftly moving forces of the demiurgus. Hence it was looked upon as the mundane lord of the birds, in contradistinction to the phoenix, which was symbolic of the celestial ruler. The eagle typified the sun in its material phase, and also the immutable demiurgic law beneath which all mortal creatures must bend. The eagle was also the hermetic symbol of sulfur, and signified the mysterious fire of Scorpio, the most profoundly significant sign of the zodiac, and the gate of the great mystery. Being one of the three symbols of Scorpio, the eagle, like the goat of Mendes, was an emblem of the theurgic art and the secret processes by which the infernal fire of the scorpion was transmuted into the spiritual light fire of the gods. Among certain American Indian tribes, the thunderbird is held in peculiar esteem. This divine creature is said to live above the clouds. The flapping of its wings causes the rumbling which accompanies storms, while the flashes from its eyes are the lightning. Birds were used to signify the vital breath, and among the Egyptians, mysterious hawk-like birds with human heads, and carrying in their claws the symbols of immortality, are often shown hovering as emblems of the liberated soul over the mummified bodies of the dead. In Egypt, the hawk was the sacred symbol of the sun, and Ra, Osiris, and Horus are often depicted with the heads of hawks. The cock, or rooster, was a symbol of Kashmala, Cadmilis, in the Samothracian mysteries, and is also a phallic symbol sacred to the sun. It was accepted by the Greeks as the emblem of Ares, or Mars, and typified watchfulness and defense. When placed in the center of a weather vane, it signifies the sun in the midst of the four corners of creation. The Greeks sacrificed a rooster to the gods at the time of entering the Eleusinian mysteries. Sir Francis Bacon is supposed to have died as the result of stuffing a fowl with snow. May this not signify Bacon's initiation into the pagan mysteries which still existed in his day? Both the peacock and the ibis were objects of veneration because they destroyed the poisonous reptiles, which were popularly regarded as the emissaries of the infernal gods. Because of the myriad of eyes in its tail feathers, the peacock was accepted as the symbol of wisdom, and on account of its general appearance, it was often confused with the fabled phoenix of the mysteries. There is a curious belief that the flesh of the peacock will not putrefy, even though kept for a considerable time. As an outgrowth of this belief, the peacock became the emblem of immortality, because the spiritual nature of man, like the flesh of this bird, is incorruptible. The Egyptians paid divine honors to the ibis, and it was a cardinal crime to kill one, even by accident. It was asserted that the ibis could live only in Egypt, and that if transported to a foreign country, it would die of grief. The Egyptians declared this bird to be the preserver of crops, and especially worthy of veneration, because it drove out the winged serpents of Libya, which the wind blew into Egypt. The ibis was sacred to Thoth, and when its head and neck were tucked under its wing, its body closely resembled a human heart. See Montfaucon's Antiquities. The black and white ibis was sacred to the moon, but all forms were revered because they destroyed crocodile eggs, the crocodile being a symbol of the detested Typhon. Nocturnal birds were appropriate symbols of both sorcery and the secret divine sciences. Sorcery because black magic cannot function in the light of truth, or day, and is powerful only when surrounded by ignorance, or night. And the divine sciences because those possessing the arcana are able to see through the darkness of ignorance and materiality. Owls and bats were consequently often associated with either witchcraft or wisdom. The goose was an emblem of the first primitive substance, or condition from which and within which the worlds were fashioned. In the mysteries, the universe was likened to an egg which the cosmic goose had laid in space. Because of its blackness, the crow was the symbol of chaos, or the chaotic darkness preceding the light of creation. The grace and purity of the swan were emblematic of the spiritual grace and purity of the initiate. This bird also represented the mysteries which unfolded these qualities in humanity. This explains the allegories of the gods, the secret wisdom, incarnating in the body of a swan, the initiate. Being scavengers, the vulture, the buzzard, and the condor signified that form of divine power which, by disposing of refuse or other matter dangerous to the life and health of humanity, cleanses and purifies the lower spheres. These birds were therefore adopted as symbols of the disintegrative processes which accomplish good while apparently destroying, and by some religions have been mistakenly regarded as evil. Birds such as the parrot and raven were accorded veneration because, being able to mimic the human voice, They were looked upon as links between the human and animal kingdoms. The dove, accepted by Christianity as the emblem of the Holy Ghost, is an extremely ancient and highly revered pagan yonic emblem. In many of the ancient mysteries, it represented the third person of the creative triad, or the fabricator of the world. As the lower worlds were brought into existence through a generative process, so the dove has been associated with those deities identified with the procreative functions. It is sacred to Astarte, Sibyl, Isis, Venus, Juno, Mylitta, and Aphrodite. On account of its gentleness and devotion to its young, the dove was looked upon as the embodiment of the maternal instinct. The dove is also an emblem of wisdom, for it represents the power and order by which the lower worlds are maintained. It has long been accepted as a messenger of the divine will and signifies the activity of God. The name dove has been given to oracles and to prophets. The true name of the dove was Iona, or Ionis, and it was a very sacred emblem, and, at one time, almost universally received. It was adopted by the Hebrews, and the mystic dove was regarded as a symbol from the days of Noah by all those who were of the Church of God. The prophet sent to Nineveh as God's messenger was called Jonah, or the dove, our Lord's forerunner. The Baptist was called in Greek by the name of Ionis, and so was the Apostle of Love, the author of the fourth Gospel and of the Apocalypse, named Ioannis. Bryant's analysis of ancient mythology. In Masonry, the dove is the symbol of purity and innocence. It is significant that in the pagan mysteries the dove of Venus was crucified upon the four spokes of a great wheel, thus foreshadowing the mystery of the crucified Lord of Love. Although Muhammad drove the doves from the temple at Mecca, occasionally he is depicted with a dove sitting upon his shoulder as the symbol of divine inspiration. In ancient times, the effigies of doves were placed upon the heads of scepters to signify that those bearing them were overshadowed by divine prerogative. In medieval art, the dove frequently was pictured as an emblem of divine benediction. The Phoenix. Clement, one of the ante-Nicene fathers, describes in the 1st century after Christ the peculiar nature and habits of the phoenix in this wise. There is a certain bird which is called a phoenix. This is the only one of its kind and lives 500 years. And when the time of its dissolution draws near, that it must die, it builds itself a nest of frankincense and myrrh, and other spices, into which, when the time is fulfilled, it enters and dies. But as the flesh decays, a certain kind of worm is produced, which, being nourished by the juices of the dead bird, brings forth feathers. Then, when it has acquired strength, it takes up that nest in which are the bones of its parent, and bearing these, it passes from the land of Arabia into Egypt, to the city called Heliopolis. And, in open day, flying in the sight of all men, it places them on the altar of the sun, and having done this, hastens back to its former abode. The priests then inspect the registers of the dates, and find that it has returned exactly as the 500th year it was completed. The Phoenix on its nest of flames, from Lycosthenes Prodigiorum, ac Ostentorum Chronicon. The Phoenix is the most celebrated of all the symbolic creatures fabricated by the ancient mysteries, for the purpose of concealing the great truths of esoteric philosophy. Though modern scholars of natural history declare the existence of the phoenix to be purely mythical, Pliny describes the capture of one of these birds and its exhibition in the Roman Forum during the reign of the Emperor Claudius. Although admitting that he had not seen the phoenix bird, there being only one alive at a time, Herodotus amplifies a bit the description given by Clement. They tell a story of what this bird does, which does not seem to me to be credible, that he comes all the way from Arabia and brings the parent bird, all plastered with myrrh, to the temple of the sun, and there buries the body. In order to bring him, they say, he first forms a ball of myrrh as big as he finds that he can carry. Then he hollows out the ball and puts his parent inside, after which he covers over the opening with fresh myrrh, and the ball is then of exactly the same weight as the first. So he brings it to Egypt, plastered over, as I have said, and deposits it in the temple of the sun. Such is the story they tell of the doings of this bird. Both Herodotus and Pliny noted the general resemblance in shape between the phoenix and the eagle, a point which the reader should carefully consider, for it is reasonably certain that the modern Masonic eagle was originally a phoenix. The body of the phoenix is described as having been covered with glossy purple feathers, while its long tail feathers were alternately blue and red. Its head was light in color, and about its neck was a circlet of golden plumage. At the back of its head, the phoenix had a peculiar tuft of feathers, a fact quite evident, although it has been overlooked by most writers and symbolists. The phoenix was regarded as sacred to the sun, and the length of its life, 500 to 1,000 years, was taken as a standard for measuring the motion of the heavenly bodies, and also the cycles of time used in the mysteries, to designate the periods of existence. The diet of the bird was unknown. Some writers declare that it subsisted upon the atmosphere, others that it ate at rare intervals, but never in the presence of man. Modern Masons should realize the special Masonic significance of the phoenix, for the bird is described as using sprigs of acacia in the manufacture of its nest. The phoenix, which is the mythological Persian Rok, is the name of a southern constellation, and therefore it has both an astronomical and an astrological significance. In all probability, the phoenix was the swan of the Greeks, the eagle of the Romans, and the peacock of the Far East. To the ancient mystics, the phoenix was a most appropriate symbol of the immortality of the human soul, for just as the phoenix was reborn out of its own dead self 7 times 7, so again and again the spiritual nature of man rises triumphant from his dead physical body. Medieval Hermetists regarded the phoenix as a symbol of the accomplishment of alchemical transmutation, a process equivalent to human regeneration. The name phoenix was also given to one of the secret alchemical formula. The familiar pelican of the Rose-Croix degree, feeding its young from its own breast, is in reality a phoenix, a fact which can be confirmed by an examination of the head of the bird. The ungainly lower part of the pelican's beak is entirely missing, the head of the phoenix being far more like that of an eagle than of a pelican. In the mysteries, it was customary to refer to initiates as phoenixes, or men who had been born again, for just as physical birth gives man consciousness in the physical world, so the neophyte, after 9 degrees in the womb of the mysteries, was born into a consciousness of the spiritual world. This is the mystery of initiation to which Christ referred when he said, "Except a man be born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God." John 3:3. The phoenix is a fitting symbol of this spiritual truth. European mysticism was not dead at the time the United States of America was founded. The hand of the mysteries controlled in the establishment of the new government, for the signature of the mysteries may still be seen on the Great Seal of the United States of America. Careful analysis of the seal discloses a mass of occult and Masonic symbols, chief among them the so-called American eagle, a bird which Benjamin Franklin declared unworthy to be chosen as the emblem of a great, powerful, and progressive people. Here again, only the student of symbolism can see through the subterfuge and realize that the American eagle upon the Great Seal is but a conventionalized phoenix, a fact plainly discernible from an examination of the original seal. In his sketch of The History of the Seal of the United States, Gallard Hunt unwittingly brings forward much material to substantiate the belief that the original seal carried the phoenix bird on its obverse surface and the Great Pyramid of Giza upon its reverse surface. In a colored sketch submitted as a design for the Great Seal by William Barton in 1782, an actual phoenix appears sitting upon a nest of flames. This itself demonstrates a tendency towards the use of this emblematic bird. If anyone doubts the presence of Masonic and occult influences at the time the Great Seal was designed, he should give due consideration to the comments of Professor Charles Eliot Norton of Harvard, who wrote concerning the unfinished pyramid and the all-seeing eye which adorned the reverse of the seal as follows. The device adopted by Congress is practically incapable of effective treatment. It can hardly, however artistically treated by the designer, look otherwise than as a dull emblem of a Masonic fraternity. The History of the Seal of the United States. The obverse and reverse of the Great Seal of the United States of America, from Hunt's History of the Seal of the United States. The significance of the mystical number 13, which frequently appears upon the Great Seal of the United States, is not limited to the number of the original colonies. The sacred emblem of the ancient initiates, here composed of 13 stars, also appears above the head of the eagle. The motto, E Pluribus Unum, contains 13 letters, as does also the inscription, Annuit Keptis. The eagle clutches in its right talon a branch bearing 13 leaves and 13 berries, and in its left a sheaf of 13 arrows. The face of the pyramid, exclusive of the panel containing the date, consists of 72 stones arranged in 13 rows. Phoenix or eagle, which? On the left is the bird's head from the first Great Seal of the United States, 1782, and on the right the Great Seal of 1902. When the first Great Seal was actually cut, the bird represented upon it was very different from the eagle which now appears. The neck was much longer, and the tuft of feathers at the upper back part of the head was quite noticeable. The beak bore little resemblance to that of the eagle, and the entire bird was much thinner and its wings shorter. It requires very little imagination to trace in this first so-called eagle the mythological phoenix of antiquity. What is more, there is every reason why a phoenix bird should be used to represent a new country rising out of an old, while, as Benjamin Franklin caustically noted, the eagle was not a bird of good moral character. An Egyptian Phoenix. From Wilkinson's Manners and Customs of the Ancient Egyptians. The Egyptians occasionally represented the phoenix as having the body of a man and the wings of a bird. This biform creature had a tuft of feathers upon its head, and its arms were upraised in an attitude of prayer. As the phoenix was the symbol of regeneration, the tuft of feathers on the back of its head might well symbolize the activity of the pineal gland, or third eye, the occult function of which was apparently well understood by the ancient priestcraft. The eagles of Napoleon and Caesar and the zodiacal eagle of Scorpio are really phoenixes, for the latter bird, not the eagle, is the symbol of spiritual victory and achievement. Masonry will be in a position to solve many of the secrets of its esoteric doctrine when it realizes that both its single and double-headed eagles are phoenixes, and that to all initiates and philosophers, the phoenix is the symbol of the transmutation and regeneration of the creative energy, commonly called the accomplishment of the great work. The double-headed phoenix is the prototype of an androgynous man, for according to the secret teachings, there will come a time when the human body will have 2 spinal cords, by means of which vibratory equilibrium will be maintained in the body. Not only were many of the founders of the United States government Masons, but they received aid from a secret and august body existing in Europe, which helped them to establish this country for a peculiar and particular purpose, known only to the initiated few. The Great Seal is the signature of this exalted body, unseen and for the most part unknown, and the unfinished pyramid upon its reverse side is a trestle board setting forth symbolically the task to the accomplishment of which the United States government was dedicated from the day of its inception. Animals. The lion is the king of the animal family, and, like the head of each kingdom, is sacred to the sun, whose rays are symbolized by the lion's shaggy mane. The allegories perpetuated by the mysteries, such as the one to the effect that the lion opens the secret book, signify that the solar power opens the seed pods, releasing the spiritual life within. There was also a curious belief among the ancients that the lion sleeps with his eyes open, and for this reason the animal was chosen as a symbol of vigilance. The figure of a lion placed on either side of doors and gateways is an emblem of divine guardianship. King Solomon was often symbolized as a lion. For ages, the feline family has been regarded with peculiar veneration. In several of the mysteries, most notably the Egyptian, the priests wore the skin of lions, tigers, panthers, pumas, or leopards. Hercules and Samson, both solar symbols, slew the lion of the constellation of Leo and robed themselves in his skin. thus signifying that they represented the sun itself when at the summit of the celestial arch. At Bubastis in Egypt was the temple of the famous goddess Bast, the cat deity of the Ptolemies. The Egyptians paid homage to the cat, especially when its fur was of 3 shades or its eyes of different colors. To the priests, the cat was symbolic of the magnetic forces of nature, and they surrounded themselves with these animals for the sake of the astral fire which emanated from their bodies. The cat was also a symbol of eternity, for when it sleeps, it curls up into a ball with its head and tail touching. Among the Greeks and Latins, the cat was sacred to the goddess Diana. The Buddhists of India invested the cat with special significance, but for a different reason. The cat was the only animal absent at the death of the great Buddha, because it had stopped on the way to chase a mouse. That the symbol of the lower astral forces should not be present at the liberation of Buddha is significant. Regarding the cat, Herodotus says, "Whenever a fire breaks out, cats are agitated with a kind of divine motion, which they that keep them observe, neglecting the fire. The cats, however, in spite of their care, break from them, leaping even over the heads of their keepers to throw themselves into the fire. The Egyptians then make great mourning for their death. If a cat dies a natural death in a house, all they of that house shave their eyebrows. If a dog, they shave the head and all the body. They used to embalm their dead cats and carry them to Bubastis to be interred in a sacred house." Montfaucon's Antiquities. The most important of all symbolic animals was the apis, or Egyptian bull of Memphis, which was regarded as the sacred vehicle for the transmigration of the soul of the god Osiris. It was declared that apis was conceived by a bolt of lightning, and the ceremony attendant upon its selection and consecration was one of the most impressive in Egyptian ritualism. The apis had to be marked in a certain manner. Herodotus states that the bull must be black with a square white spot on his forehead, the form of an eagle, probably a vulture, on his back, a beetle upon or under his tongue, and the hair of his tail lying 2 ways. Other writers declare that the sacred bull was marked with 29 sacred symbols. His body was spotted, and upon his right side was a white mark in the form of a crescent. After its sanctification, the apis was kept in a stable adjacent to the temple and led in processionals through the streets of the city upon certain solemn occasions. It was a popular belief among the Egyptians that any child upon whom the bull breathed would become illustrious. After reaching a certain age, 25 years, the apis was taken either to the river Nile or to a sacred fountain, authorities differ on this point, and drowned, amidst the lamentations of the populace. The mourning and wailing for his death continued until the new apis was found, when it was declared that Osiris had reincarnated, whereupon rejoicing took the place of grief. The sacred bull, or apis, from Kircher's Sphinx Mystagoga. The importance of the bull as the symbol of the sun at the vernal equinox is discussed in the chapter on the zodiac and its signs. The bull and the ox are ancient emblems of the element of earth, consequently of the planet itself. They also signify the animal nature of man, and for this reason were sacrificed upon the altars of such ancient mysteries as the Jewish and Druidic. Plutarch wrote, "The apis ought to be regarded by us as a fair and beautiful image of the soul of Osiris. Osiris represents the spiritual nature of the lower world, which is murdered and distributed throughout the substance of the physical spheres. Apis is the emblem of the material world, within which is the spiritual nature, Osiris. The apis is also the symbol of the exoteric or profane doctrine, in contradistinction to the esoteric or divine teachings represented by the uraeus worn upon the foreheads of the priests. From this is derived the mythological allegory of Serapis, who in a certain sense is not only the composite figure of Osiris and the lower world in which he is incarnated, but also of the mysteries, which are the terrestrial bodies containing the secret teachings, or the spiritual soul. The worship of the bull was not confined to Egypt, but was prevalent in many nations of the ancient world. In India, Nandi, the sacred white bull of Siva, is still the object of much veneration, and both the Persians and the Jews accepted the bull as an important religious symbol. The Assyrians, Phoenicians, Chaldeans, and even the Greeks reverenced this animal, and Jupiter turned himself into a white bull to abduct Europa. The bull was a powerful phallic emblem signifying the paternal creative power of the demiurgus. At his death, he was frequently mummified and buried with the pomp and dignity of a god in a specially prepared sarcophagus. Excavations in the Serapeum at Memphis have uncovered tombs of more than 60 of these sacred animals. As the sign rising over the horizon at the vernal equinox constitutes the starry body for the annual incarnation of the sun, the bull not only was the celestial symbol of the solar man, but, because the vernal equinox took place in the constellation of Taurus, was called the breaker or opener of the year. For this reason, in astronomical symbolism, the bull is often shown breaking the annular egg with his horns. The apis further signifies that the God mind is incarnated in the body of a beast, and therefore that the physical beast form is the sacred vehicle of divinity. Man's lower personality is the apis in which Osiris incarnates. The result of the combination is the creation of Serapis, the material soul as ruler of the irrational material body and involved therein. After a certain period, which is determined by the square of 5 or 25 years, the body of the apis is destroyed and the soul liberated by the water which drowns the material life. This was indicative of the washing away of the material nature by the baptismal waters of divine light and truth. The drowning of the apis is the symbol of death. The resurrection of Osiris in the new bull is the symbol of eternal renovation. The white bull was also symbolically sacred as the appointed emblem of the initiates, signifying the spiritualized material bodies of both man and nature. When the vernal equinox no longer occurred in the sign of Taurus, the sun god incarnated in the constellation of Aries, and the ram then became the vehicle of the solar power. Thus, the sun rising in the sign of the celestial lamb triumphs over the symbolic serpent of darkness. The lamb is a familiar emblem of purity because of its gentleness and the whiteness of its wool. In many of the pagan mysteries, it signified the universal Savior, and in Christianity, it is the favorite symbol of Christ. Early church paintings show a lamb standing upon a little hill, and from its feet pour 4 streams of living water, signifying the 4 Gospels. The blood of the lamb is the solar life pouring into the world through the sign of Aries. The goat is both a phallic symbol and also an emblem of courage or aspiration because of its sure-footedness and ability to scale the loftiest peaks. To the alchemists, the goat's head was the symbol of sulfur. The practice among the ancient Jews of choosing a scapegoat upon which to heap the sins of mankind is merely an allegorical depiction of the Sun Man, who is the scapegoat of the world, and upon whom are cast the sins of the 12 houses, or tribes, of the celestial universe. Truth is the divine lamb, worshipped throughout pagandom and slain for the sins of the world, and since the dawn of time the savior gods of all religions have been personifications of this truth. The golden fleece, sought by Jason and his Argonauts, is the celestial lamb, the spiritual and intellectual sun. The secret doctrine is also typified by the golden fleece, the wool of the divine life, the rays of the sun of truth. Suidas declares the golden fleece to have been in reality a book written upon skin which contained the formulae for the production of gold by means of chemistry. The mysteries were institutions erected for the transmutation of base ignorance into precious illumination. The dragon of ignorance was the terrible creature set to guard the golden fleece and represents the darkness of the old year which battles with the sun at the time of its equinoctial passage. Deer were sacred in the Bacchic mysteries of the Greeks. The Bacchantes were often clothed in fawn skins. Deer were associated with the worship of the moon goddess, and the Bacchic orgies were usually conducted at night. The grace and speed of this animal caused it to be accepted as the proper symbol of aesthetic abandon. Deer were objects of veneration with many nations. In Japan, herds of them are still maintained in connection with the temples. The wolf is usually associated with the principle of evil, because of the mournful discordance of its howl and the viciousness of its nature. In Scandinavian mythology, the Fenris wolf was one of the sons of Loki, the infernal god of the fires. With the temple of Asgard in flames about them, the gods under the command of Odin fought their last great battle against the chaotic forces of evil. With frothing jowls, the Fenris wolf devoured Odin, the father of the gods, and thus destroyed the Odinic universe. Here the Fenris wolf represents those mindless powers of nature that overthrew the primitive creation. The unicorn, or Monoceros, was a most curious creation of the ancient initiates. It is described by Thomas Bormann as a beast, which, though doubted of by many writers, yet is by others thus described. He has but one horn, and that an exceedingly rich one, growing out of the middle of his forehead. His head resembles a hart's, his feet an elephant's, his tail a boar's, and the rest of his body a horse's. The horn is about 1.5 feet in length. His voice is like the lowing of an ox. His mane and hair are of a yellowish color. His horn is as hard as iron, and as rough as any file, twisted or curled, like a flaming sword, very straight, sharp, and everywhere black, excepting the point. Great virtues are attributed to it, in expelling of poison and curing of several diseases. He is not a beast of prey. See Redgrove's Bygone Beliefs. While the unicorn is mentioned several times in Scripture, no proof has yet been discovered of its existence. There are a number of drinking horns in various museums, presumably fashioned from its spike. It is reasonably certain, however, that these drinking vessels were really made either from the tusks of some large mammal or the horn of a rhinoceros. J.P. Lundy believes that the horn of the unicorn symbolizes the hem of salvation mentioned by St. Luke, which, pricking the hearts of men, turns them to a consideration of salvation through Christ. Medieval Christian mystics employed the unicorn as an emblem of Christ, and this creature must therefore signify the spiritual life in man. The single horn of the unicorn may represent the pineal gland, or third eye, which is the spiritual cognition center in the brain. The unicorn was adopted by the mysteries as a symbol of the illumined spiritual nature of the initiate, the horn with which it defends itself being the flaming sword of the spiritual doctrine against which nothing can prevail. In the Book of Lamb's Spring, a rare hermetic tract, appears an engraving showing a deer and a unicorn standing together in a wood. The picture is accompanied by the following text. The sages say truly that two animals are in this forest, one glorious, beautiful, and swift, a great and strong deer, the other a unicorn. If we apply the parable of our art, we shall call the forest the body. The unicorn will be the spirit at all times. The deer desires no other name but that of the soul. He that knows how to tame and master them by art, to couple them together, and to lead them in and out of the form, may justly be called a master. The Egyptian devil Typhon was often symbolized by the Set monster, whose identity is obscure. It has a queer snout-like nose and pointed ears, and may have been a conventional hyena. The Set monster lived in the sandstorms and wandered about the world promulgating evil. The Egyptians related the howling of the desert winds with the moaning cry of the hyena. Thus, when in the depths of the night the hyena sent forth its doleful wail, it sounded like the last despairing cry of a lost soul in the clutches of Typhon. Among the duties of this evil creature was that of protecting the Egyptian dead against grave robbers. Among other symbols of Typhon was the hippopotamus, sacred to the god Mars, because Mars was enthroned in the sign of Scorpio, the house of Typhon. The ass was also sacred to this Egyptian demon. Jesus riding into Jerusalem upon the back of an ass has the same significance as Hermes standing upon the prostrate form of Typhon. The early Christians were accused of worshipping the head of an ass. A most curious animal symbol is the hog, or sow, sacred to Diana, and frequently employed in the mysteries as an emblem of the occult art. The wild boar which gored Attis shows the use of this animal in the mysteries. According to the mysteries, the monkey represents the condition of man before the rational soul entered into his constitution. Therefore it typifies the irrational man. By some, the monkey is looked upon as a species not ensouled by the spiritual hierarchies, by others as a fallen state wherein man has been deprived of his divine nature through degeneracy. The ancients, though evolutionists, did not trace man's ascent through the monkey. The monkey they considered as having separated itself from the main stem of progress. The monkey was occasionally employed as a symbol of learning. Cynocephalus, the dog-headed ape, was the Egyptian hieroglyphic symbol of writing, and was closely associated with Thoth. Cynocephalus is symbolic of the moon, and Thoth of the planet Mercury. Because of the ancient belief that the moon followed Mercury about the heavens, the dog ape was described as the faithful companion of Thoth. The dog, because of its faithfulness, denotes the relationship which should exist between disciple and master, or between the initiate and his god. The shepherd dog was a type of the priestcraft. The dog's ability to sense and follow unseen persons for miles symbolized the transcendental power by which the philosopher follows the thread of truth through the labyrinth of earthly error. The dog is also a symbol of Mercury. The dog star, Sirius, or Sothis, was sacred to the Egyptians because it presaged the annual inundations of the Nile. Thoth, the god-headed, from Lenoir's La Franche Maconiere. Araoris, or Thoth, one of the five immortals, protected the infant Horus from the wrath of Typhon after the murder of Osiris. He also revised the ancient Egyptian calendar by increasing the year from 360 days to 365. Thoth Hermes was called the dog-headed because of his faithfulness and integrity. He is shown crowned with a solar nimbus, carrying in one hand the crux ansata, the symbol of eternal life, and in the other a serpent-wound staff, symbolic of his dignity as counselor of the gods. As a beast of burden, the horse was the symbol of the body of man forced to sustain the weight of his spiritual constitution. Conversely, it also typified the spiritual nature of man, forced to maintain the burden of the material personality. Chiron, the centaur, mentor of Achilles, represents the primitive creation which was the progenitor and instructor of mankind, as described by Berossus. The winged horse and the magic carpet both symbolize the secret doctrine and the spiritualized body of man. The wooden horse of Troy, secreting an army for the capture of the city, represents man's body, concealing within it those infinite potentialities which will later come forth and conquer his environment. Again, like Noah's Ark, it represents the spiritual nature of man as containing a host of latent potentialities, which subsequently become active. The siege of Troy is a symbolic account of the abduction of the human soul, Helena, by the personality, Paris, and its final redemption, through persevering struggle, by the secret doctrine, the Greek army under the command of Agamemnon. Aeneas and the Harpies, from Virgil's Aeneid. Dryden's translation. Among the mythological creatures of the mysteries were the Harpies, projections into material substance of beings existing in the invisible world of nature. They were described by the Greeks as being composite with the heads of maidens and the bodies of birds. The wings of the Harpies were composed of metal, and their flight was accompanied by a terrible clanging noise. During his wanderings, Aeneas, the Trojan hero, landed on the island of the Harpies, where he and his followers vainly battled with these monsters. One of the Harpies perched upon a cliff, and there prophesied to Aeneid that his attack upon them would bring dire calamity to the Trojans. Flowers, plants, fruits, and trees. The Yoni and Phallus were worshipped by nearly all ancient peoples as appropriate symbols of God's creative power. The Garden of Eden, the Ark, the Gate of the Temple, the Veil of the Mysteries, the Vesica Pisces or oval nimbus, and the Holy Grail are important Yonic symbols. The pyramid, the obelisk, the cone, the candle, the tower, the Celtic monolith, the spire, the campanile, the maypole, and the sacred spear are symbolic of the phallus. In treating the subject of priapic worship, too many modern authors judge pagan standards by their own and wallow in the mire of self-created vulgarity. The Eleusinian Mysteries, the greatest of all the ancient secret societies, established one of the highest known standards of morality and ethics, and those criticizing their use of phallic symbols should ponder the trenchant words of King Edward III, Honi soit qui mal y pense. The obscene rites practiced by the later Bacchanalia and Dionysia were no more representative of the standards of purity originally upheld by the mysteries than the orgies occasionally occurring among the adherents of Christianity till the 18th century were representative of primitive Christianity. Sir William Hamilton, British minister at the court of Naples, declares that in 1780, Isernia, a community of Christians in Italy, worshipped with phallic ceremonies the pagan god Priapus under the name of Saint Cosmo. See 2 essays on the worship of Priapus by Richard Payne Knight. Father, mother, and child constitute the natural trinity. The mysteries glorified the home as the supreme institution consisting of this trinity functioning as a unit. Pythagoras likened the universe to the family, declaring that as the supreme fire of the universe was in the midst of its heavenly bodies, so, by analogy, the supreme fire of the world was upon its hearthstones. The Pythagorean and other schools of philosophy conceived the one divine nature of God to manifest itself in the threefold aspect of father, mother, and child. These three constituted the divine family, whose dwelling place is creation, and whose natural and peculiar symbol is the 47th problem of Euclid. God the Father is spirit, God the Mother is matter, and God the child, the product of the two, represents the sum of living things born out of and constituting nature. The seed of spirit is sown in the womb of matter, and, by an immaculate or pure conception, the progeny is brought into being. Is not this the true mystery of the Madonna holding the holy babe in her arms? Who dares to say that such symbolism is improper? The mystery of life is the supreme mystery, revealed in all of its divine dignity and glorified as nature's perfect achievement by the initiated sages and seers of all ages. The prudery of today, however, declares this same mystery to be unfit for the consideration of holy-minded people. Contrary to the dictates of reason, a standard has been established which affirms that innocence bred of ignorance is more to be desired than virtue born of knowledge. Eventually, however, man will learn that he need never be ashamed of truth. Until he does learn this, he is false to his God, to his word, and to himself. In this respect, Christianity has woefully failed in its mission. While declaring man's body to be the living temple of the living God, in the same breath it asserts the substances and functions of this temple to be unclean, and their study defiling to the sensitive sentiments of the righteous. By this unwholesome attitude, man's body, the house of God, is degraded and defamed. Yet the cross itself is the oldest of phallic emblems, and the lozenge-shaped windows of cathedrals are proof that Ionic symbols have survived the destruction of the pagan mysteries. The very structure of the church itself is permeated with phallicism. Remove from the Christian church all emblems of Priapic origin, and nothing is left, for even the earth upon which it stands was, because of its fertility, the first Ionic symbol. As the presence of these emblems of the generative processes is either unknown or unheeded by the majority, the irony of the situation is not generally appreciated. Only those conversant with the secret language of antiquity are capable of understanding the divine significance of these emblems. Flowers were chosen as symbols for many reasons. The great variety of flora made it possible to find some plant or flower which would be a suitable figure for nearly any abstract quality or condition. A plant might be chosen because of some myth connected with its origin, as the stories of Daphne and Narcissus, because of the peculiar environment in which it thrived, as the orchid and the fungus, because of its significant shape as the passion flower and the Easter lily, because of its brilliance or fragrance as the verbena and the sweet lavender, because it preserved its form indefinitely as the everlasting flower, because of unusual characteristics as the sunflower and heliotrope, which have long been sacred because of their affinity for the sun. The plant might also be considered worthy of veneration because from its crushed leaves, petals, stalks, or roots could be extracted healing unctions, essences, or drugs affecting the nature and intelligence of human beings, such as the poppy and the ancient herbs of prophecy. The plant might also be regarded as efficacious in the cure of many diseases, because its fruit, leaves, petals, or roots bore a resemblance in shape or color to parts or organs of the human body. For example, the distilled juices of certain species of ferns, also the hairy moss growing upon oaks, and the thistledown, were said to have the power of growing hair. The dentaria, which resembles a tooth in shape, was said to cure the toothache, and the Palma Christi plant, because of its shape, cured all afflictions of the hands. The blossom is really the reproductive system of the plant and is therefore singularly appropriate as a symbol of sexual purity, an absolute requisite of the ancient mysteries. Thus the flower signifies this ideal of beauty and regeneration, which must ultimately take the place of lust and degeneracy. Of all symbolic flowers, the locust blossom of India and Egypt and the rose of the Rosicrucians are the most important. In their symbolism, these two flowers are considered identical. The esoteric doctrines for which the Eastern lotus stands have been perpetuated in modern Europe under the form of the rose. The rose and the lotus are Ionic emblems, signifying primarily the maternal creative mystery, while the Easter lily is considered to be phallic. The Brahmin and Egyptian initiates, who undoubtedly understood the secret systems of spiritual culture, whereby the latent centers of cosmic energy in man may be stimulated, employed the lotus blossoms to represent the spinning vortices of spiritual energy located at various points along the spinal column and called chakras, or whirling wheels by the Hindus. 7 of these chakras are of prime importance and have their individual correspondences in the nerve ganglia and plexuses. According to the sacred schools, the sacral ganglion is called the 4-petaled lotus, the prostatic plexus, the 6-petaled lotus, the epigastric plexus and navel, the 10-petaled lotus, the cardiac plexus, the 12-petaled lotus, the pharyngeal plexus, the 16-petaled lotus, the cavernous plexus, the 2-petaled lotus, and the pineal gland or adjacent unknown center, the 1,000-petaled lotus. The color, size, and number of petals upon the lotus are the keys to its symbolic import. A hint concerning the unfoldment of spiritual understanding according to the secret science of the mysteries is found in the story of Aaron's rod that budded, and also in Wagner's great opera, Tannhauser, where the budding staff of the Pope signifies the unfolding blossoms upon the sacred rod of the mysteries, the spinal column, the tree of the Knights of the Round Table. This remarkable example of the use of the tree in symbolism is from Château de Pierrefonds, in the little town of Pierrefonds, northern France. The 8 side branches end in conventional cup-like flowers, from each of which rises the body of a knight carrying in his hand a ribbon bearing his name. The central stem is surmounted by a larger flower, from which emerges the body of King Arthur himself. The tree is a favorite motif in heraldry. The one trunk with its multitude of branches caused the tree to be frequently used in diagramming family lineage, from which practice has arisen the custom of terming such tables family trees. The Rosicrucians used a garland of roses to signify the same spiritual vortices, which are referred to in the Bible as the 7 lamps of the candlestick and the 7 churches of Asia. In the 1642 edition of Sir Francis Bacon's History of Henry VII is a frontispiece showing Lord Bacon with Rosicrucian roses for shoe buckles. In the Hindu system of philosophy, each petal of the lotus bears a certain symbol, which gives an added clue to the meaning of the flower. The Orientals also use the lotus plant to signify the growth of man through the 3 periods of human consciousness: ignorance, endeavor, and understanding. As the lotus exists in 3 elements, earth, water, and air, so man lives in 3 worlds, material, intellectual, and spiritual. As the plant, with its roots in the mud and the slime, grows upwards through the water and finally blossoms forth in the light and air, so the spiritual growth of man is upward from the darkness of base action and desire into the light of truth and understanding, the water serving as a symbol of the ever-changing world of illusion through which the soul must pass in its struggle to reach the state of spiritual illumination. The rose and its Eastern equivalent, the lotus, like all beautiful flowers, represent spiritual unfoldment and attainment. Hence, the Eastern deities are often shown seated upon the open petals of the lotus blossoms. The lotus was also a universal motif in Egyptian art and architecture. The roofs of many temples were upheld by lotus columns, signifying the eternal wisdom, and the lotus-headed scepter, symbolic of self-unfoldment and divine prerogative, was often carried in religious processions. When the flower had 9 petals, it was symbolic of man, when 12, of the universe and the gods, when 7, of the planets and the law, when 5, of the senses and the mysteries, and when 3, of the chief deities and the worlds. The heraldic rose of the Middle Ages generally has either 5 or 10 petals, thereby showing its relationship to the spiritual mystery of man through the Pythagorean pentad and decad. Cultus Arborum. The worship of trees as proxies of divinity was prevalent throughout the ancient world. Temples were often built in the heart of sacred groves, and nocturnal ceremonials were conducted under the wide-spreading branches of great trees, fantastically decorated and festooned in honor of their patron deities. In many instances, the trees themselves were believed to possess the attributes of divine power and intelligence, and therefore supplications were often addressed to them. The beauty, dignity, massiveness, and strength of oaks, elms, and cedars led to their adoption as symbols of power, integrity, permanence, virility, and divine protection. Several ancient peoples, notably the Hindus and Scandinavians, regarded the macrocosm, or grand universe, as a divine tree growing from a single seed sown in place. The Greeks, Persians, Chaldeans, and Japanese have legends describing the axle tree, or reed, upon which the earth revolves. Kapila declares the universe to be the eternal tree, Brahma, which springs from an imperceptible and intangible seed, the material monad. The medieval Kabbalists represented creation as a tree with its roots in the reality of spirit and its branches in the illusion of tangible existence. The Severothic tree of the Kabbalah was therefore inverted, with its roots in heaven and its branches upon the earth. Madame Blavatsky notes that the Great Pyramid was considered to be a symbol of this inverted tree, with its root at the apex of the pyramid and its branches diverging in 4 streams towards the base. The Scandinavian world tree, Yggdrasil, supports on its branches 9 spheres or worlds, which the Egyptians symbolized by the 9 stamens of the Persea or avocado. All of these are enclosed within the mysterious 10th sphere or cosmic egg, the definitionless cipher of the mysteries. The Kabbalistic tree of the Jews also consists of 9 branches, or worlds, emanating from the first cause or crown, which surrounds its emanations as the shell surrounds the egg. The single source of life and the endless diversity of its expression has a perfect analogy in the structure of the tree. The trunk represents the single origin of all diversity. The roots, deeply embedded in the dark earth, are symbolic of divine nutriment, and its multiplicity of branches spreading from the central trunk represent the infinity of universal effects dependent upon a single cause. The tree has also been accepted as symbolic of the microcosm, that is, man. According to the esoteric doctrine, man first exists potentially within the body of the world tree and later blossoms forth into objective manifestation upon its branches. According to an early Greek mystery myth, the god Zeus fabricated the 3rd race of men from ash trees. The serpent, so often shown wound around the trunk of the tree, usually signifies the mind, the power of thought, and is the eternal tempter, or urge, which leads all rational creatures to the ultimate discovery of reality, and thus overthrows the rule of the gods. The serpent, hidden in the foliage of the universal tree, represents the cosmic mind, and in the human tree, the individualized intellect. The concept that all life originates from seeds caused grain and various plants to be accepted as emblematic of the human spermatozoon, and the tree was therefore symbolic of organized life unfolding from its primitive germ. The growth of the universe from its primitive seed may be likened to the growth of the mighty oak from the tiny acorn. While the tree is apparently much greater than its own source, nevertheless, that source contains potentially every branch, twig, and leaf which will later be objectively unfolded by the processes of growth. Man's veneration for trees as symbols of the abstract qualities of wisdom and integrity also led him to designate as trees those individuals who possess these divine qualities to an apparently superhuman degree. Highly illumined philosophers and priests were therefore often referred to as trees or tree men, For example, the Druids, whose name, according to one interpretation, signifies the men of the oak trees, or the initiates of certain Syrian mysteries, who were called cedars. In fact, it is far more credible and probable that the famous cedars of Lebanon, cut down for the building of King Solomon's temple, were really illumined, initiated sages. The mystic knows that the true supports of God's glorious house were not the logs subject to decay, but the immortal and imperishable intellects of the tree hierophants. Trees are repeatedly mentioned in the Old and New Testaments and in the scriptures of various pagan nations. The tree of life and the tree of knowledge of good and evil, mentioned in Genesis, the burning bush in which the angel appeared to Moses, the famous vine and fig tree of the New Testament, the grove of olives in the Garden of Gethsemane, where Jesus went to pray, and the miraculous tree of Revelation, which bore 12 manners of fruit and whose leaves were for the healing of the nations, all bear witness to the esteem in which trees were held by the scribes of the Holy Writ. Buddha received his illumination while under the Bodhi tree, near Madras in India, and several of the Eastern gods are pictured sitting in meditation beneath the spreading branches of mighty trees. Many of the great sages and saviors carried wands, rods, or staves cut from the wood of sacred trees, as the rods of Moses and Aaron, Gungnir, the spear of Odin, cut from the tree of life, and the consecrated rod of Hermes, around which the frightening serpents entwined themselves. The Tree of Noah, from the Breeches Bible of 1599. Most Bibles published during the Middle Ages contain a section devoted to genealogical tables showing the descent of humanity from the father Adam to the advent of Jesus Christ. The tree growing from the roots of the ark represents the body of Noah and its 3 branches, his sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The nations by the descendants of Noah's 3 sons are appropriately shown in the circles upon the branches of the tree. While such tables are hopelessly incorrect from a historical point of view, to the symbolist their allegorical interpretations are of inestimable importance. The numerous uses which the ancients made of the tree and its products are factors in its symbolism. Its worship was, to a certain degree, based upon its usefulness. Of this, J.P. Lundy writes, "Trees occupy such an important place in the economy of nature by way of attracting and retaining moisture, and shading the water sources and the soil so as to prevent barrenness and desolation. They are so useful to man for shade, for fruit, for medicine, for fuel, for building houses and ships, for furniture, for almost every department of life, that it is no wonder that some of the more conspicuous ones, such as the oak, the pine, the palm, and the sycamore, have been made sacred and used for worship." See Monumental Christianity. Under the appellations of the Tree of Life and the Tree of Knowledge of Good and Evil is concealed the great arcanum of antiquity, the mystery of equilibrium. The Tree of Life represents the spiritual point of balance, the secret of immortality. The Tree of the Knowledge of Good and Evil, as its name implies, represents polarity or unbalance, the secret of mortality. The Kabbalists reveal this by assigning the central column of their Sephirothic diagram to the Tree of Life and the 2 side branches to the Tree of the Knowledge of Good and Evil. "Unbalanced forces perish in the void," declares the secret work, and all is made known. The apple represents the knowledge of the procreative processes, by the awakening of which the material universe was established. The allegory of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden is a cosmic myth, revealing the methods of universal and individual establishment. The literal story, accepted for so many centuries by an unthinking world, is preposterous, but the creative mystery of which it is the symbol is one of nature's profoundest verities. The Ophites, or serpent worshippers, revered the Edenic snake because it was the cause of individual existence. Though humanity is still wandering in a world of good and evil, it will ultimately attain completion and eat of the fruit of the Tree of Life, growing in the midst of the illusionary garden of worldly things. Thus the Tree of Life is also the appointed symbol of the mysteries, and by partaking of its fruit man attains immortality. The oak, the pine, the ash, the cypress, and the palm are the 5 trees of greatest symbolic importance. The Father God of the mysteries was often worshipped under the form of an oak, the Savior God, frequently the world martyr, in the form of a pine, the world access and the divine nature and humanity in the form of an ash, the goddesses or maternal principle in the form of a cypress, and the positive pole of generation in the form of inflorescence of the mate date palm. The pine cone is a phallic symbol of remote antiquity. The thyrsus of Bacchus, a long wand or staff surmounted by a pine cone or cluster of grapes and entwined with ivy or grapevine leaves, sometimes ribbons, signifies that the wonders of nature may only be accomplished by the aid of solar virility, as symbolized by the cone or grapes. In the Phrygian mysteries, Attis, the ever-present sun-savior, dies under the branches of the pine tree, an allusion to the solar globe at the winter solstice, and for this reason the pine tree was sacred to his cult. This tree was also sacred in the mysteries of Dionysus and Apollo. Among the ancient Egyptians and Jews, the acacia, or tamarisk, was held in the highest religious esteem, and among modern Masons, branches of acacia, cypress, cedar, or evergreen are still regarded as the most significant emblems. The shittim wood, used by the children of Israel in the construction of the tabernacle and the Ark of the Covenant, was a species of acacia. In describing this sacred tree, Albert Pike has written, "The genuine acacia, also, is the thorny tamarisk, the same tree which grew around the body of Osiris. It was a sacred tree among the Arabs, who made of it the idol Al-Uzza, which Muhammad destroyed. It is abundant as a bush in the desert of Thur, and of it the crown of thorns was composed, which was set on the forehead of Jesus of Nazareth. It is a fit type of immortality on account of its tenacity of life, for it has been known, when planted as a doorpost, to take root again and shoot out budding boughs above the threshold." See Morals and Dogma. It is quite possible that much of the veneration accorded to the acacia is due to the peculiar attributes of the mimosa, or sensitive plant, with which it was often identified by the ancients. There is a Coptic legend to the effect that the sensitive plant was the first of all trees or shrubs to worship Christ. The rapid growth of the acacia and its beauty have also caused it to be regarded as emblematic of fecundity and generation. The symbolism of the acacia is susceptible of 4 distinct interpretations. 1. It is the emblem of the vernal equinox, the annual resurrection of the solar deity. 2. Under the form of the sensitive plant which shrinks from human touch, the acacia signifies purity and innocence, as one of the Greek meanings of its name implies. 3. It fittingly typifies human immortality and regeneration, and under the form of the evergreen, represents that immortal part of man which survives the destruction of his visible nature. 4. It is the ancient and revered emblem of the mysteries, and candidates entering the tortuous passageways in which the ceremonials were given carried in their hands branches of these sacred plants or small clusters of sanctified flowers. Albert G. Mackey calls attention to the fact that each of the ancient mysteries had its own peculiar plant, sacred to the gods or goddesses in whose honor the rituals were celebrated. These sacred plants were later adopted as the symbols of the various degrees in which they were used. Thus, in the mysteries of Adonis, lettuce was sacred. In the Brahmin and Egyptian rites, the lotus. Among the Druids, the mistletoe, and among certain of the Greek mysteries, the myrtle. See Encyclopedia of Freemasonry. As the legend of Hiram Abiff is based upon the ancient Egyptian mystery ritual of the murder and resurrection of Osiris, it is natural that the sprig of acacia should be preserved as symbolic of the resurrection of Hiram. The chest containing the body of Osiris was washed ashore near Byblos and lodged in the roots of a tamarisk or acacia, which, growing into a mighty tree, enclosed within its trunk the body of the murdered god. This is undoubtedly the origin of the story that a sprig of acacia marks the grave of Hiram. The mystery of the evergreen marking the grave of the dead sun god is also perpetuated in the Christmas tree. The apricot and quince are familiar Ionic symbols, while the bunch of grapes and the fig are phallic. The pomegranate is the mystic fruit of the Eleusinian rites. By eating it, Proserpine bound herself to the realms of Pluto. The fruit here signifies the sensuous life, which, once tasted, temporarily deprives man of immortality. Also, on account of its vast number of seeds, the pomegranate was often employed to represent natural fecundity. For the same reason, Jacob Bryant, in his Ancient Mythology, notes that the ancients recognized in this fruit an appropriate emblem of the Ark of the Deluge, which contained the seeds of the new human race. Among the ancient mysteries, the pomegranate was also considered to be a divine symbol of such peculiar significance that its true explanation could not be divulged. It was termed by the Kabiri the forbidden secret. Many Greek gods and goddesses are depicted holding the fruit or flower of the pomegranate in their hands, evidently to signify that they are givers of life and plenty. Pomegranate capitals were placed upon the pillars of Jachin and Boaz, standing in front of King Solomon's temple, and by the order of Jehovah, pomegranate blossoms were embroidered upon the bottom of the high priest's ephod. The sunflower, from Kircher's Magnus Sive de Arte Magnetica Opus Tripartitum. The above diagram illustrates a curious experiment in plant magnetism, reproduced with several other experiments in Athanasius Kircher's rare volume on magnetism. Several plants were sacred to the ancient Egyptians, Greeks, and Hindus because of the peculiar effect which the sun exerted over them. As it is difficult for man to look upon the face of the sun without being blinded by the light, those plants which turned and deliberately faced the solar orb were considered typical of very highly advanced souls. Since the sun was regarded as the personification of the supreme deity, those forms of life over which it exercised marked influence were venerated as being sacred to divinity. The sunflower, because of its plainly perceptible affinity for the sun, was given high rank among sacred plants. Strong wine made from the juice of the grape was looked upon as symbolic of the false life and false light of the universe, for it was produced by a false process, artificial fermentation. The rational faculties are clouded by strong drink, and the animal nature, liberated from bondage, controls the individual, facts which necessarily were of the greatest spiritual significance. As the lower nature is the eternal tempter seeking to lead man into excesses which inhibit the spiritual faculties, the grape and its product were used to symbolize the adversary. The juice of the grape was thought by the Egyptians to resemble human blood more closely than did any other substance. In fact, they believed that the grape secured its life from the blood of the dead who had been buried in the earth. According to Plutarch, the priests of the sun at Heliopolis never carried any wine into their temples, and if they made use of it at any time in their libations to the gods, it was not because they looked upon it as in its own nature acceptable to them, but they poured it upon their altars as the blood of those enemies who formerly had fought against them. For they look upon the vine to have first sprung out of the earth after it was fattened with the carcasses of those who fell in the wars against the gods. And this, they say, is the reason why drinking its juice in great quantities makes men mad and beside themselves, filling them, as it were, with the blood of their own ancestors. See Isis and Osiris. Among some cults, the state of intoxication was viewed as a condition somewhat akin to ecstasy, for the individual was believed to be possessed by the universal spirit of life, whose chosen vehicle was the vine. In the mysteries, the grape was often used to symbolize lust and debauchery, because of its demoralizing effect upon the emotional nature. The fact was recognized, however, that fermentation was the certain evidence of the presence of the solar fire. Hence, the grape was accepted as the proper symbol of the solar spirit, the giver of divine enthusiasm. In a somewhat similar manner, Christians have accepted wine as the emblem of the blood of Christ, partaking of it in Holy Communion. Christ, the exoteric emblem of the solar spirit, said, "I am the vine." He was therefore worshipped with the wine of ecstasy in the same manner as were his pagan prototypes, Bacchus, Dionysus, Eris, and Adonis. The Mandragora officinarum, or mandrake, is accredited with possessing the most remarkable magical powers. Its narcotic properties were recognized by the Greeks, who employed it to deaden pain during surgical operations, and it has been identified also with baras, the mystic herb used by the Jews for casting out demons. In the Jewish wars, Josephus describes the method of securing baras, which he declares emits flashes of lightning and destroys all who seek to touch it, unless they proceed according to certain rules, supposedly formulated by King Solomon himself. The occult properties of the mandrake, while little understood, have been responsible for the adoption of the plant as a talisman capable of increasing the value or quantity of anything with which it was associated. As a phallic charm, the mandrake was considered to be an infallible cure for sterility. It was one of the priapic symbols which the Knights Templars were accused of worshipping. The root of the plant closely resembles a human body and often bore the outlines of the human head, arms, or legs. This striking similarity between the body of man and the mandragora is one of the puzzles of natural science and is the real basis for the veneration in which this plant was held. In Isis Unveiled, Madame Blavatsky notes that the mandragora seems to occupy upon earth the point where the vegetable and animal kingdoms meet, as the zoophytes and polypi do in the sea. This thought opens a vast field of speculation concerning the nature of this animal plant. According to a popular superstition, the mandrake shrank from being touched, and, crying out with a human voice, clung desperately to the soil in which it was embedded. Anyone who heard its cry while plucking it either immediately died or went mad. To circumvent this tragedy, it was customary to dig around the roots of the mandrake until the plant was thoroughly loosened, and then to tie one end of a cord about the stalk and fasten the other end to a dog. The dog, obeying his master's call, thereupon dragged the root from the earth and became the victim of the mandragora curse. When once uprooted, the plant could be handled with immunity. During the Middle Ages, mandrake charms brought great prices, and an art was evolved by which the resemblance between the mandragora root and the human body was considerably accentuated. Like most superstitions, the belief in the peculiar powers of the mandrake was founded upon an ancient secret doctrine concerning the true nature of the plant. It is slightly narcotic, says Eliphas Levi, and an aphrodisiacal virtue was ascribed to it by the ancients, who represented it as being sought by Thessalian sorcerers for the composition of philters. Is this root the umbilical vestige of our terrestrial origin, as a certain magical mysticism has suggested? We dare not affirm it seriously, but it is true all the same that man issued from the slime of earth, and his first appearance must have been in the form of a rough sketch. The analogies of nature compel us to admit the notion, at least as a possibility. The first men were, in this case, a family of gigantic, sensitive mandragores, animated by the sun, who rooted themselves up from the earth. See Transcendental Magic. The homely onion was revered by the Egyptians as a symbol of the universe because its rings and layers represented the concentric planes into which creation was divided according to the Hermetic mysteries. It was also regarded as possessing great medicinal virtue. Because of peculiar properties resulting from its pugnancy, the garlic plant was a powerful agent in transcendental magic. To this day, no better medium has been found for the treatment of obsession. Vampirism and certain forms of insanity, especially those resulting from mediumship and the influences of elemental larvae, respond immediately to the use of garlic. In the Middle Ages, its presence in a house was believed to ward off all evil powers. Trifoliate plants, such as the shamrock, were employed by many religious cults to represent the principle of the Trinity. St. Patrick is supposed to have used the shamrock to illustrate this doctrine of the true divinity. The reason for the additional sanctity conferred by a fourth leaf is that the fourth principle of the Trinity is man, and the presence of this leaf, therefore, signifies the redemption of humanity. The Tree of Alchemy, from Museum Hermeticum Reformatum et Amplificatum. The alchemists were wont to symbolize their metals by means of a tree, to indicate that all seven were branches dependent upon the single trunk of solar life. As the seven spirits depend upon God and are branches of a tree of which He is the root, trunk, and the spiritual earth from which the root derives its nourishment, so the single trunk of divine life and power nourishes all the multitudinous forms of which the universe is composed. In Gloria Mundi, from which the above illustration is reproduced, there is contained an important thought concerning the plant-like growth of metals. All trees, herbs, stones, metals, and minerals grow and attain to perfection without being necessarily touched by any human hand, for the seed is raised up from the ground, puts forth flowers, and bears fruit simply through the agency of natural influences. As it is with plants, so it is with metals. While they lie in the heart of the earth, in their natural ore, They grow and are developed day by day through the influence of the four elements. Their fire is the splendor of the sun and moon. The earth conceives in her womb the splendor of the sun, and by it the seeds of the metals are well and equally warmed, just like the grain in the fields. For as each tree of the field has its own peculiar shape, appearance, and fruit, so each mountain bears its own particular ore, those stones and that earth being the soil in which the metals grow. See translation of 1893. Wreaths were worn during initiation into the mysteries and the reading of the sacred books to signify that these processes were consecrated to the deities. On the symbolism of wreaths, Richard Payne Knight writes, "Instead of beads, wreaths of foliage, generally of laurel, olive, myrtle, ivy, or oak, appear upon coins, sometimes encircling the symbolical figures, and sometimes as chaplets upon their heads. All these were sacred to some peculiar personifications of the deity, and significant of some particular attributes, and in general, all evergreens were Dionysiac planes, that is, symbols of the generative power, signifying perpetuity of existence." See Symbolical Language of Ancient Art and Mythology. Stones, metals, and gems. Each of the four primary elements, as taught by the early philosophers, has its analogue in the quaternary terrestrial constitution of man. The rocks and earth correspond to the bones and flesh, the water to the various fluids, the air to the gases, and the fire to the bodily heat. Since the bones are the framework that sustains the corporeal structure, they may be regarded as a fitting emblem of the spirit, that divine foundation which supports the composite fabric of mind, soul, and body. To the initiate, the skeleton of death holding in bony fingers the reaper's scythe denotes Saturn, or Kronos, the father of the gods, carrying the sickle with which he mutilated Ouranos, his own sire. In the language of the mysteries, the spirits of men are the powdered bones of Saturn. The latter deity was always worshipped under the symbol of the base or footing, inasmuch as he was considered to be the substructure upholding creation. The myth of Saturn has its historical basis in the fragmentary records preserved by the early Greeks and Phoenicians concerning a king by that name who ruled over the ancient continent of Hyperborea. Polaris, Hyperborea, and Atlantis, because they lie buried beneath the continents and oceans of the modern world, have frequently been symbolized as rocks supporting upon their broad surfaces new lands, races, and empires. According to the Scandinavian mysteries, the stones and cliffs were formed from the bones of Ymir, the primordial giant of the seething clay, while to the Hellenic mystics, the rocks were the bones of the Great Mother, Gaia. After the deluge sent by the gods to destroy mankind at the close of the Iron Age, only Deucalion and Pyrrha were left alive. Entering a ruined sanctuary to pray, they were directed by an oracle to depart from the temple and, with heads veiled and garments unbound, cast behind them the bones of their mother. Construing the cryptic message of the god to mean that the earth was the great mother of all creatures, Deucalion picked up loose rocks and, bidding Pyrrha to do likewise, cast them behind him. From these rocks there sprang forth a new and stalwart race of human beings, the rocks thrown by Deucalion becoming men, and those thrown by Pyrrha becoming women. In this allegory is epitomized the mystery of human evolution, for spirit, by ensouling matter, becomes that indwelling power which gradually but sequentially raises the mineral to the status of the plant to the plane of the animal to the dignity of man, and man to the estate of the gods. The solar system was organized by forces operating inward from the great ring of the Saturnian sphere, and since the beginnings of all things were under the control of Saturn, the most reasonable inference is that the first forms of worship were dedicated to him and his peculiar symbol, the stone. Thus, the intrinsic nature of Saturn is synonymous with that spiritual rock which is the enduring foundation of the solar temple and has its antitype or lower octave in that terrestrial rock, the planet Earth, which sustains upon its jagged surface the diversified genera of mundane life. Although its origin is uncertain, litholatry undoubtedly constitutes one of the earliest forms of religious expression. Throughout all the world, writes Godfrey Higgins, the first object of idolatry seems to have been a plain, unwrought stone, placed in the ground as an emblem of the generative or procreative powers of nature. See the Celtic Druids. Remnants of stone worship are distributed over the greater part of the Earth's surface, a notable example being the menhirs at Carnac in Brittany, where several thousand gigantic uncut stones are arranged in 11 orderly rows. Many of these monoliths stand over 20 feet out of the sand in which they are embedded, and it has been calculated that some of the larger ones weigh as much as 250,000 pounds. By some, it is believed that certain of the menhirs mark the location of buried treasure, but the most plausible view is that which regards Carnac as a monument to the astronomical knowledge of antiquity. Scattered throughout the British Isles and Europe, these cairns, dolmens, menhirs, and sistvins stand as mute but eloquent testimonials to the existence and achievements of races now extinct. Of particular interest are the rocking or logan stones, which evince the mechanical skill of these early peoples. These relics consist of enormous boulders poised upon one or two small points in such a manner that the slightest pressure will sway them, but the greatest effort is not sufficient to overthrow them. These were called living stones by the Greeks and Latins, the most famous one being the Gregorian stone in the Strait of Gibraltar. Though so perfectly balanced that it could be moved with the stalk of a daffodil, this rock could not be upset by the combined weight of many men. There is a legend that Hercules raised a rocking stone over the graves of the two sons of Boreas, whom he had killed in combat. This stone was so delicately poised that it swayed back and forth with the wind, but no application of force could overturn it. A number of Logan stones have been found in Britain, traces of one, no longer standing, having been discovered in Stonehenge. See the Celtic Druids. It is interesting to note that the green stones forming the inner ring of Stonehenge are believed to have been brought from Africa. In many cases, the monoliths are without carving or inscription, for they undoubtedly antedate both the use of tools and the art of writing. In some instances, the stones have been trued into columns or obelisks, as in the runic monuments and the Hindu lingams and Sakti stones. In other instances, they are fashioned into rough likenesses of the human body, as in the Eastern Island statues, or into the elaborately sculptured figures of the Central American Indians and the Khmers of Cambodia. The first rough stone images can hardly be considered as effigies of any particular deity, but rather as the crude effort of primitive man to portray in the enduring qualities of stone the procreative attributes of abstract divinity. An instinctive recognition of the stability of deity has persisted through all the intervening ages between primitive man and modern civilization. Ample proof of the survival of litholatry in the Christian faith is furnished by allusions to the rock of refuge, the rock upon which the Church of Christ was to be founded, the cornerstone which the builders rejected, Jacob's stony pillow which he set up and anointed with oil, the sling stone of David, the rock Moriah upon which the altar of King Solomon's temple was erected, the white stone of Revelation, and the rock of ages. Stones were highly venerated by prehistoric peoples primarily because of their usefulness. Jagged bits of stone were probably man's first weapons. Rocky cliffs and crags constituted his first fortifications, and from these vantage points he hurled loose boulders down upon marauders. In caverns or rude huts fashioned from the slabs of rock, the first humans protected themselves from the rigors of the elements. Stones were set up as markers and monuments to primitive achievement. They were also placed upon the graves of the dead, probably as a precautionary measure to prevent the depredations of wild beasts. During migrations, it was apparently customary for primitive peoples to carry about with them stones taken from their original habitat. As the homeland or birthplace of a race was considered sacred, these stones were emblematic of that universal regard shared by all nations for the place of their geniture. The discovery that fire could be produced by striking together two pieces of stone augmented man's reverence for stones, but ultimately the hitherto unsuspected world of wonders opened by the newly discovered element of fire caused pyrolatry to supplant stone worship. The dark, cold father, stone, gave birth out of itself to the bright, glowing sun, fire, and the newly born flame, by displacing its parent, became the most impressive and mysterious of all religio-philosophic symbols, widespread and enduring through the ages. Saturn, swallowing the stone substituted for Jupiter. From Catraris Imagini Degli Dei Degli Antici. Saturn, having been warned by his parents that one of his own children would dethrone him, devoured each child at birth. At last Rhea, his wife, in order to save Jupiter, her sixth child, substituted for him a rock enveloped in swaddling clothes, which Saturn, ignorant of the deception practiced upon him, immediately swallowed. Jupiter was concealed on the island of Crete until he attained manhood, when he forced his father to disgorge the 5 children he had eaten. The stone, swallowed by Saturn in lieu of his youngest son, was placed by Jupiter at Delphi, where it was held in great veneration and was daily anointed. The body of everything was likened to a rock, trued either into a cube or more ornately chiseled to form a pedestal, while the spirit of everything was likened to the elaborately carved figure surmounting it. Accordingly, altars were erected as a symbol of the lower world, and fires were kept burning upon them to represent that spiritual essence illuminating the body it surmounted. The square is actually one surface of a cube, its corresponding figure in plane geometry, and its proper philosophic symbol. Consequently, when considering the earth as an element and not as a body, the Greeks, Brahmins, and Egyptians always referred to its 4 corners, although they were fully aware that the planet itself was a sphere. Because their doctrines were the sure foundation of all knowledge and the first step in the attainment of conscious immortality, the mysteries were often represented as cubical or pyramidal stones. Conversely, these stones themselves became the emblem of that condition of self-achieved godhood. The unchangeability of the stone made it an appropriate emblem of God, the immovable and unchangeable source of existence, and also of the divine sciences, the eternal revelation of himself to mankind. As the personification of the rational intellect, which is the true foundation of human life, Mercury, or Hermes, was symbolized in a like manner. Square or cylindrical pillars, surmounted by a bearded head of Hermes and called Herme, were set up in public places. Terminus, a form of Jupiter and god of boundaries and highways, from whose name is derived the modern word terminal, was also symbolized by an upright stone, sometimes ornamented with the head of the god, which was placed at the borders of provinces and the intersections of important roads. The philosopher's stone is really the philosophical stone, for philosophy is truly likened to a magic jewel, whose touch transmutes base substances into priceless gems like itself. Wisdom is the alchemist's powder of projection, which transforms many thousand times its own weight of gross ignorance into the precious substance of enlightenment. The Tablets of the Law. While upon the heights of Mount Sinai, Moses received from Jehovah 2 tablets bearing the characters of the Decalogue, traced to the very finger of Israel's God. These tables were fashioned from the divine sapphire, Shathia, which the Most High, after removing from his own throne, had cast into the abyss to become the foundation and generator of the worlds. This sacred stone, formerly of heavenly dew, was sundered by the breath of God, and upon the 2 parts were drawn in black fire the figures of the law. These precious inscriptions, aglow with celestial splendor, were delivered by the Lord on the Sabbath day into the hands of Moses, who was able to read the illumined letters from the reverse side because of the transparency of the great jewel. See The Secret Doctrine in Israel, or the Zohar, for details of this legend. The 10 Commandments are the 10 shining gems placed by the Holy One in the sapphire sea of being, and in the depths of matter the reflections of these jewels are seen as the laws governing the sublunary spheres. They are the sacred 10 by which the Supreme Deity has stamped his will upon the face of nature. This same decad was celebrated by the Pythagoreans under the form of the tetractys, that triangle of spermatic points which reveals to the initiated the whole working of the cosmic scheme, for 10 is the number of perfection, the key to creation, and the proper symbol of God, man, and the universe. Because of the idolatry of the Israelites, Moses deemed the people unworthy to receive the sapphire tables. Hence he destroyed them, that the mysteries of Jehovah should not be violated. For the original set, Moses substituted 2 tablets of rough stone, into the surface of which he had cut 10 ancient letters, while the former tables, partaking of the divinity of the tree of life, blazed forth eternal verities. The latter, partaking of the nature of the tree of good and evil, revealed only temporal truths. Thus the ancient tradition of Israel returned again to heaven, leaving only its shadow with the children of the 12 tribes. Moses receiving the tables of the law. From an old Bible. Moses Maimonides, the great Jewish philosopher of the 12th century, in describing the tables of the law written by the finger of God, divides all productions into 2 general orders, products of nature and products of art. God works through nature and man through art, he asserts in his Guide for the Perplexed. Thus the word of the Lord is the hand, or active principle, by which the will of the Creator is traced upon the face of his creation. The Tanaim, or initiates of the Jewish mystery school, alone possessed a complete understanding of the significance of the 10 Commandments. These laws are esoterically related to the 10 degrees of contemplation, constituting the path of ecstasy, which winds upward through the 4 worlds and ends in the effulgence of Ein Sof. One of the 2 tables of stone delivered by the lawgiver to his followers stood for the oral, the other for the written traditions upon which the rabbinical school was founded. Authorities differ widely as to the size and substance of the inferior tables. Some describe them as being so small that they could be held in the hollow of a man's hand. Others declare that each table was 10 or 12 cubits in length and of enormous weight. A few even deny that the tables were of stone, maintaining that they were of a wood called cedar, which, according to the Mohammedans, grows profusely in paradise. The 2 tables signify respectively the superior and the inferior worlds, the paternal and the maternal formative principles. In their undivided state, they represent the cosmic androgyne. The breaking of the tables signifies obscurely the separation of the superior and the inferior spheres, and also the division of the sexes. In the religious processionals of the Greeks and Egyptians, an ark or ship was carried which contained stone tablets, cones, and vessels of various shapes emblematic of the procreative processes. The ark of the Israelites, which was patterned after the sacred chests of the Isaic mysteries, contained 3 holy objects, each having an important phallic interpretation: the pot of manna, the rod that budded, and the tablets of the law, the first, second, and third principles of the creative triad. The manna, the blossoming staff, and the stone tablets are also appropriate images respectively of the Kabbalah, the Mishnah, and the written law, the spirit, soul, and body of Judaism. When placed in King Solomon's everlasting house, the Ark of the Covenant contained only the tablets of the law. Does this indicate that even at that early date, the secret tradition had been lost and the letter of the revelation alone remained? As representing the power that fabricated the lower or demiurgic sphere, the tablets of stone were sacred to Jehovah in contradistinction to the tablets of sapphire that signified the potency that established the higher or celestial sphere. Without doubt, the Mosaic tablets have their prototype in the stone pillars or obelisks placed on either side of the entrance to pagan temples. These columns may pertain to that remote time when men worshipped the Creator through his zodiacal sign of Gemini, the symbol of which is still the phallic pillars of the celestial twins. The 10 Commandments, writes Hargreave Jennings, are inscribed in 2 groups of 5 each, in columnar form. The 5 to the right, looking from the altar, mean the law. The 5 to the left mean the prophets. The right stone is masculine, the left stone is feminine. They correspond to the 2 disjoined pillars of stone, or towers, in the front of every cathedral and of every temple in the heathen times. See the Rosicrucians, their rites and mysteries. The same author states that the law is masculine because it was delivered direct from the deity, while the prophets, or gospels, were feminine because born through the nature of man. The right tablet of the law further signifies Yakin, the white pillar of light, the left tablet, Boaz, the shadowy pillar of darkness. These were the names of the 2 pillars cast from brass set up on the porch of King Solomon's temple. They were 18 cubits in height and beautifully ornamented with wreaths of chainwork, nets, and pomegranates. On the top of each pillar was a large bowl, now erroneously called a ball or globe, one of the bowls probably containing fire and the other water. The celestial globe, originally the bowl of fire, surmounting the right-hand column, yakin, symbolized the divine man. The terrestrial bowl, the bowl of water, surmounting the left-hand column, Boaz, signified the earthly man. These two pillars respectively connote also the active and the passive expressions of divine energy, the sun and the moon, sulfur and salt, good and bad, light and darkness. Between them is a door leading into the house of God, and standing thus at the gates of sanctuary, they are a reminder that Jehovah is both an androgynous and an anthropomorphic deity. As two parallel columns, they denote the zodiacal signs of Cancer and Capricorn, which were formerly placed in the chamber of initiation to represent birth and death, the extremes of physical life. They accordingly signify the summer and the winter solstices, now known to Freemasons under the comparatively modern appellation of the two St. Johns. In the mysterious Sephirothic tree of the Jews, these two pillars symbolize mercy and severity. Standing before the gate of King Solomon's temple, these columns had the same symbolic import as the obelisks before the sanctuaries of Egypt. When interpreted Kabbalistically, the names of the two pillars mean, "In strength my house shall be established." In the splendor of mental and spiritual illumination, the high priest stood between the pillars as a mute witness to the perfect virtue of equilibrium, that hypothetical point equidistant from all extremes. He thus personified the divine nature of man in the midst of his compound constitution, the mysterious Pythagorean monad in the presence of the duad. On one side towered the stupendous column of the intellect, on the other the brazen pillar of the flesh. Midway between these two stands the glorified wise man, but he cannot reach this high estate without first suffering upon the cross, made by joining these pillars together. The early Jews occasionally represented the two pillars, Yakin and Boaz, as the legs of Jehovah, thereby signifying to the modern philosopher that wisdom and love, in their most exalted sense, support the whole order of creation, both mundane and supermundane. The Holy Grail. Like the sapphire Shathia, the lapis exilis, crown jewel of the archangel Lucifer, fell from heaven. Michael, archangel of the sun and the hidden god of Israel, at the head of the angelic hosts, swooped down upon Lucifer and his legions of rebellious spirits. During the conflict, Michael, with his flaming sword, struck the flashing lapis exilis from the coronet of his adversary, and the green stone fell through all the celestial rings into the dark and immeasurable abyss. Out of Lucifer's radiant gem was fashioned the Sangreal, or Holy Grail, from which Christ is said to have drunk at the Last Supper. Though some controversy exists as to whether the Grail was a cup or a platter, it is generally depicted in art as a chalice of considerable size and unusual beauty. According to the legend, Joseph of Arimathea brought the Grail cup to the place of the crucifixion, and in it caught the blood pouring from the wounds of the dying Nazarene. Later, Joseph, who had become custodian of the sacred relics, the Sangreal and the Spear of Longinus, carried them into a distant country. According to one version, his descendants finally placed these relics in Glastonbury Abbey in England. According to another, in a wonderful castle on Mount Salvet, Spain, built by angels in a single night. Under the name of Preston John, Parsifal, the last of the Grail kings, carried the holy cup with him into India, and it disappeared forever from the Western world. Subsequent search for the Sangreal was the motif for much of the knight-errantry of the Arthurian legends and the ceremonials of the Round Table. See the Morte d'Arthur. No adequate interpretation has ever been given to the Grail mysteries. Some believe the Knights of the Holy Grail to have been a powerful organization of Christian mystics, perpetuating the ancient wisdom under the rituals and sacraments of the oracular cup. The quest for the Holy Grail is the eternal search for truth, and Albert G. Mackey sees in it a variation of the Masonic legend of the lost word, so long sought by the brethren of the craft. There is also evidence to support the claim that the story of the Grail is an elaboration of an early pagan nature myth, which has been preserved by reason of the subtle manner in which it was engrafted upon the cult of Christianity. From this particular viewpoint, the Holy Grail is undoubtedly a type of the ark or vessel in which the life of the world is preserved, and therefore is significant of the body of the Great Mother, Nature, Its green color relates it to Venus and to the mystery of generation, also to the Islamic faith whose sacred color is green and whose Sabbath is Friday, the day of Venus. The Holy Grail is a symbol both of the lower or irrational world and of the bodily nature of man, because both are receptacles for the living essences of the superior worlds. Such is the mystery of the redeeming blood which, descending into the condition of death, overcomes the last enemy by ensouling all substance with its own immortality. To the Christian, whose mystic faith especially emphasizes the love element, the Holy Grail typifies the heart in which continually swirls the living water of eternal life. Moreover, to the Christian, the search for the Holy Grail is the search for the real self, which, when found, is the consummation of the magnum opus. The Holy Cup can be discovered only by those who have raised themselves above the limitations of sensuous existence. In his mystic poem, The Vision of Sir Launfal, James Russell Lowell describes the true nature of the Holy Grail by showing that it is visible only to a certain state of spiritual consciousness. Only upon returning from the vain pursuit of haughty ambition did the aged and broken knight see the transformed leper's cup, the glowing chalice of his lifelong dream. Some writers trace a similarity between the Grail legend and the stories of the martyred sun gods, whose blood, descending from heaven into the earth, was caught in the cup of matter and liberated therefrom by the initiatory rites. The Holy Grail may also be the seed pod, so frequently employed in the ancient mysteries as an emblem of germination and resurrection, and if the cup-like shape of the Grail be derived from the flower, it signifies the regeneration and spiritualization of the generative forces in man. There are many accounts of stone images which, because of the substances entering into their composition and the ceremonials attendant upon their construction, were ensouled by the divinities whom they were created to resemble. To such images were ascribed various human faculties and powers, such as speech, thought, and even motion, while renegade priests doubtless resorted to trickery, an instance of which is related in a curious apocryphal fragment entitled Bel and the Dragon, and supposedly deleted from the end of the Book of Daniel. Many of the phenomena recorded in connection with sanctified statues and relics can hardly be explained unless the work of supernatural agencies be admitted. History records the existence of stones which, when struck, threw all who heard the sound into a state of ecstasy. There were also echoing images which whispered for hours after the room itself had become silent, and musical stones productive of the sweetest harmonies. In recognition of the sanctity which the Greeks and Latins ascribed to stones, they placed their hands upon certain consecrated pillars when taking an oath. In ancient times, stones played a part in determining the fate of accused persons, for it was customary for juries to reach their verdicts by dropping pebbles into a bag. Divination by stones was often resorted to by the Greeks, and Helena is said to have foretold by lithomancy the destruction of Troy. Many popular superstitions about stones survive the so-called Dark Ages. Chief among these is the one concerning the famous black stone in the seat of the coronation chair in Westminster Abbey, which is declared to be the actual rock used by Jacob as a pillow. The black stone also appears several times in religious symbolism. It was called Heliogabalus, a word presumably derived from Elagabal, the Syro-Phoenician sun god. This stone was sacred to the sun and declared to possess great and diversified properties. The black stone in the Kaaba at Mecca is still revered throughout the Mohammedan world. It is said to have been white originally and of such brilliancy that it could be seen many days' journey from Mecca, but as ages passed, it became blackened by the tears of pilgrims and the sins of the world. The magic of metals and gems. According to the teachings of the mysteries, the rays of the celestial bodies, striking the crystallizing influences of the lower world, became the various elements. Partaking of the astral virtues of their source, these elements neutralize certain unbalanced forms of celestial activity and, when properly combined, contribute much to the well-being of man. Little is known today concerning these magical properties, but the modern world may yet find it profitable to consider the findings of the early philosophers who determined these relationships by extensive experimentation. Out of such research arose the practice of identifying the metals with the bones of the various deities. For example, the Egyptians, according to Manetho, considered iron to be the bone of Mars, and the lodestone the bone of Horus. By analogy, lead would be the physical skeleton of Saturn, copper of Venus, quicksilver of Mercury, gold of the Sun, silver of the Moon, and antimony of the Earth. It is possible that uranium will prove to be the metal of Uranus and radium to be the metal of Neptune. Examples of Hermes. From Christie's Disquisitions upon the Painted Greek Vases. The primitive custom of worshipping the gods in the form of heaps of stones gave place to the practice of erecting phallic pillars, or cones, in their honor. These columns differed widely in size and appearance. Some were of gigantic proportions and were richly ornamented with inscriptions or likenesses of the gods and heroes. Others, like the votive offerings of the Babylonians, were but a few inches high without ornament, and merely bore a brief statement of the purpose for which they had been prepared, or a hymn to the god of the temple in which they were placed. These small baked clay cones were identical in their symbolic meaning with the large Hermes set up by the roadside and in other public places. Later, the upper end of the column was surmounted by a human head. Often, two projections or tenons corresponding to shoulders were placed, one on either side, to support the wreaths of flowers adorning the columns. Offerings, usually of food, were placed near the Hermes. Occasionally, these columns were used to uphold roofs and were numbered among the art objects ornamenting the villas of wealthy Romans. The four ages of the Greek mystics, the Golden Age, the Silver Age, the Bronze Age, and the Iron Age, are metaphoric expressions referring to the four major periods in the life of all things. In the divisions of the day, they signify dawn, midday, sunset, and midnight. In the duration of gods, men, and universes, they denote the periods of birth, growth, maturity, and decay. The Greek ages also bear a close correspondence to the four yugas of the Hindus: Krita Yuga, Treta Yuga, Dvapara Yuga, and Kali Yuga. Their method of calculation is described by Ulamudian as follows. In each of the 12 signs, there are 1800 minutes. Multiply this number by 12, you have 21,600, or 1800 times 12 equals 21,600. Multiply this 21,600 by 80, and it will give you 1,728,000, which is the duration of the first age called Krita Yuga. If the same number be multiplied by 60, it will give 1,296,000, the years of the second age, Treta Yuga. The same number multiplied by 40 gives 864,000, the length of the third age, Dvapara Yuga. The same multiplied by 20 gives 432,000, the fourth age, Kali Yuga. It will be noted that these multipliers decrease in inverse ratio to the Pythagorean tetractys 1, 2, 3, and 4. H. P. Blavatsky declares that Orpheus taught his followers how to affect a whole audience by means of a lodestone, and that Pythagoras paid particular attention to the color and nature of precious stones. She adds, "The Buddhists assert that the sapphire produces peace of mind, equanimity, and chases all evil thoughts by establishing a healthy circulation in man. So does an electric battery, with its well-directed fluid, say our electricians. The sapphire, say the Buddhists, will open barred doors and dwellings for the spirit of man. It produces a desire for prayer and brings with it more peace than any other gem, but he who would wear it must lead a pure and holy life." See Isis Unveiled. Mythology abounds with accounts of magical rings and talismanic jewels. In the second book of his Republic, Plato describes a ring which, when the collet was turned inward, rendered its wearer invisible. With this, Gyges the shepherd secured for himself the throne of Lydia. Josephus also describes magical rings designed by Moses and King Solomon, and Aristotle mentions one which brought love and honor to its possessor. In his chapter dealing with the subject, Henry Cornelius Agrippa not only mentions the same rings, but states, upon the authority of Philostratus Diarchus, that Apollonius of Tyana extended his life to over 200 years with the aid of 7 magical rings presented to him by an East Indian prince. Each of these 7 rings was set with a gem partaking of the nature of one of the 7 ruling planets of the week, And by daily changing the rings, Apollonius protected himself against sickness and death by the intervention of the planetary influences. The philosopher also instructed his disciples in the virtues of these talismanic jewels, considering such information to be indispensable to the theurgist. Agrippa describes the preparation of magical rings as follows. When any star or planet ascends fortunately, with the fortunate aspect or conjunction of the moon, we must take a stone and herb that is under that star and make a ring of the metal that is suitable to this star, and in it fasten the stone, putting the herb or root under it, not omitting the inscriptions of images, names, and characters, as also the proper suffumigations. See the 3 books of occult philosophy. The ring has long been regarded as the symbol of attainment, perfection, and immortality, the last because the circlet of precious metal had neither beginning nor end. In the mysteries, rings chased to resemble a serpent with its tail in its mouth were worn by the initiates as material evidence of the position reached by them in the order. Signet rings, engraved with certain secret emblems, were worn by the hierophants, and it was not uncommon for a messenger to prove that he was the official representative of a prince or other dignitary by bringing with his message either an impression from his master's ring or the signet itself. The wedding ring originally was intended to imply that in the nature of the one who wore it, the state of equilibrium and completion had been attained. This plain band of gold therefore bore witness to the union of the higher self, or God, with the lower self, or nature, and the ceremony consummating this indissoluble blending of divinity and humanity in the one nature of the initiated mystic constituted the hermetic marriage of the mysteries. The Pythagorean signet ring. From Guattari's Immagini degli Dei degli Antichi. The number 5 was peculiarly associated with the Pythagoreans with the art of healing, and the pentagram, or 5-pointed star, was to them the symbol of health. The above figure represents a magical ring set with a talismanic gem bearing the pentalpha, or star formed by 5 different positions of the Greek alpha. On this subject, Mackey writes, the disciples of Pythagoras, who were indeed its real inventors, placed within each of its interior angles one of the letters of the Greek word, itia, or the Latin one, salus, both of which signify health, and thus it was made the talisman of health. They placed it at the beginning of their epistles as a greeting to invoke a secure health to their correspondent, but its use was not confined to the disciples of Pythagoras. As a talisman, it was employed all over the East as a charm to resist evil spirits. In describing the regalia of a magician, Eliphas Levi declares that on Sunday, the day of the sun, he should carry in his right hand a golden wand, set with a ruby or chrysolite. On Monday, the day of the moon, he should wear a collar of 3 strands consisting of pearls, crystals, and selenites. On Tuesday, the day of Mars, he should carry a wand of magnetized steel and a ring of the same metal set with an amethyst. On Wednesday, the day of Mercury, he should wear a necklace of pearls or glass beads containing mercury, and a ring set with an agate. On Thursday, the day of Jupiter, he should carry a wand of glass or resin and wear a ring set with an emerald or a sapphire. On Friday, the day of Venus, he should carry a wand of polished copper and wear a ring set with a turquoise and a crown or diadem decorated with lapis lazuli and beryl. And on Saturday, the day of Saturn, he should carry a wand ornamented with onyx stone and wear a ring set with onyx and a chain about the neck formed of lead. See the magical ritual of the Sanctum Regnum. Paracelsus, Agrippa, Kircher, Lilly, and numerous other magicians and astrologers have tabulated the gems and stones corresponding to the various planets and zodiacal signs. The following list has been compiled from their writings. To the sun is assigned the carbuncle, ruby, garnet, especially the pyrope, and other fiery stones, sometimes the diamond. To the moon, the pearl, selenite, and other forms of crystal. To Saturn, the onyx, jasper, topaz, and sometimes the lapis lazuli. To Jupiter, the sapphire, emerald, and marble. To Mars, the amethyst, hyacinth, lodestone, sometimes the diamond. To Venus, the turquoise, beryl, emerald, and sometimes the pearl, alabaster, coral, and carnelian. To Mercury, the chrysolite, agate, and variegated marble. To the zodiac, the same authorities assigned the following gems and stones. To Aries, the sardonyx, bloodstone, amethyst, and diamond. To Taurus, the carnelian, turquoise, hyacinth, sapphire, moss agate, and emerald. To Gemini, the topaz, agate, chrysoprase, crystal, and aquamarine. To Cancer, the topaz, chalcedony, black onyx, moonstone, pearl, cat's eye, crystal, and sometimes the emerald. To Leo, the jasper, sardonyx, beryl, ruby, chrysolite, amber, tourmaline, sometimes the diamond. To Virgo, the emerald, carnelian, jade, chrysolite, and sometimes the pink jasper and hyacinth. To Libra, the beryl, sardius, coral, lapis lazuli, opal, and sometimes the diamond. To Scorpio, the amethyst, beryl, sardonyx, aquamarine, carbuncle, lodestone, topaz, and malachite. To Sagittarius, the hyacinth, topaz, chrysolite, emerald, carbuncle, and turquoise. To Capricorn, the chrysoprase, ruby, malachite, black onyx, white onyx, jet, and moonstone. To Aquarius, the crystal, sapphire, garnet, zircon, and opal. To Pisces, the sapphire, jasper, chrysolite, moonstone, and amethyst. Both the magic mirror and the crystal ball are symbols little understood. Woe to that benighted mortal who accepts literally the stories circulated concerning them. He will discover, often at the cost of sanity and health, that sorcery and philosophy, while often confused, have nothing in common. The Persian magi carried mirrors as an emblem of the material sphere, which reflects divinity from its every part. The crystal ball, long misused as a medium for the cultivation of psychical powers, is a threefold symbol. 1. It signifies the crystalline universal egg in whose transparent depths creation exists. 2. It is a proper figure of deity previous to its immersion in matter. 3. It signifies the etheric sphere of the world in whose translucent essences is impressed and preserved the perfect image of all terrestrial activity. Meteors or rocks from heaven were considered tokens of divine favor and enshrined as evidence of a pact between the gods and the community in which they fell. Curiously, marked or chipped natural stones are occasionally found. In China, there is a slab of marble, the grain of which forms a perfect likeness of the Chinese dragon. The Oberammergau stone, chipped by nature into a close resemblance to the popular conception of the face of Christ, is so remarkable that even the crowned heads of Europe requested the privilege of beholding it. Stones of such nature were held in the highest esteem among primitive peoples, and even today exert a wide influence upon the religiously minded. Ceremonial magic and sorcery. Ceremonial magic is the ancient art of invoking and controlling spirits by a scientific application of certain formulae. A magician, enveloped in sanctified vestments and carrying a wand inscribed with hieroglyphic figures, could, by the power vested in certain words and symbols, control the invisible inhabitants of the elements and of the astral world. While the elaborate ceremonial magic of antiquity was not necessarily evil, there arose from its perversion several false schools of sorcery, or black magic. Egypt, a great center of learning and the birthplace of many arts and sciences, furnished an ideal environment for transcendental experimentation. Here the black magicians of Atlantis continued to exercise their superhuman powers until they had completely undermined and corrupted the morals of the primitive mysteries. By establishing a sacerdotal caste, they usurped the position formerly occupied by the initiates and seized the reins of spiritual government. Thus black magic dictated the state religion and paralyzed the intellectual and spiritual activities of the individual by demanding his complete and unhesitating acquiescence in the dogma formulated by the priestcraft. The pharaoh became a puppet in the hands of the Scarlet Council, a committee of arch-sorcerers elevated to power by the priesthood. These sorcerers then began the systematic destruction of all keys to the ancient wisdom so that none might have access to the knowledge necessary to reach adeptship without first becoming one of their order. They mutilated the rituals of the mysteries while professing to preserve them, so that even though the neophyte passed through the degrees, he could not secure the knowledge to which he was entitled. Idolatry was introduced by encouraging the worship of the images, which in the beginning the wise had erected solely as symbols for study and meditation. False interpretations were given to the emblems and figures of the mysteries, and elaborate theologies were created to confuse the minds of their devotees. The masses, deprived of their birthright of understanding and groveling in ignorance, eventually became the abject slaves of the spiritual impostors. Superstition universally prevailed, and the black magicians completely dominated national affairs, with the result that humanity still suffers from the sophistries of the priestcrafts of Atlantis and Egypt. Fully convinced that their scriptures sanctioned it, numerous medieval Kabbalists devoted their lives to the practice of ceremonial magic. The transcendentalism of the Kabbalists is found upon the ancient and magical formula of King Solomon, who has long been considered by the Jews as the prince of ceremonial magicians. Among the Kabbalists of the Middle Ages were a great number of black magicians who strayed from the noble concepts of the Sefer Yetzirah and became enmeshed in demonism and witchcraft. They sought to substitute magic mirrors, consecrated daggers, and circles spread around posts of coffin nails for the living of that virtuous life which, without the assistance of complicated rituals or submundane creatures, unfailingly brings man to the state of true individual completion. Those who sought to control elemental spirits through ceremonial magic did so largely with the hope of securing from the invisible worlds either rare knowledge or supernatural power. The little red demon of Napoleon Bonaparte and the infamous oracular heads of de' Medici are examples of the disastrous results of permitting elemental beings to dictate the course of human procedure. While the learned and godlike daemon of Socrates seems to have been an exception, this really proves that the intellectual and moral status of the magician has much to do with the type of elemental he is capable of invoking. But even the daemon of Socrates deserted the philosopher when the sentence of death was passed. Transcendentalism and all forms of phenomenalistic magic are but blind alleys, outgrowths of Atlantean sorcery, and those who forsake the straight path of philosophy to wander therein almost invariably fall victims to their imprudence. Man, incapable of controlling his own appetites, is not equal to the task of governing the fiery and tempestuous elemental spirits. Many a magician has lost his life as the result of opening a way whereby submundane creatures could become active participants in his affairs. When Eliphas Levi invoked the spirit of Apollonius of Tyana, what did he hope to accomplish? Is the gratification of curiosity a motive sufficient to warrant the devotion of an entire lifetime to a dangerous and unprofitable pursuit? If the living Apollonius refused to divulge his secrets to the profane, is there any probability that after death he would disclose them to the curious-minded? Levi himself did not dare to assert that the specter which appeared to him was actually the great philosopher, for Levi realized only too well the proclivity of elementals to impersonate those who have passed on. The majority of modern mediumistic apparitions are but elemental creatures masquerading through bodies composed of thought substance, supplied by the various persons desiring to behold these wraiths of decarnate beings. The theory and practice of black magic. Some understanding of the intricate theory and practice of ceremonial magic may be derived from a brief consideration of its underlying premises. First, the visible universe has an invisible counterpart, the higher planes of which are peopled by good and beautiful spirits. The lower planes, dark and foreboding, are the habitation of evil spirits and demons under the leadership of the fallen angel and his 10 princes. Second, by means of the secret processes of ceremonial magic, it is possible to contact these invisible creatures and gain their help in some human undertaking. Good spirits willingly lead their assistants to any worthy enterprise, but the evil spirits serve only those who live to pervert and destroy. Third, it is possible to make contracts with spirits whereby the magician becomes, for a stipulated time, the master of an elemental being. Fourth, true black magic is performed with the aid of a demoniacal spirit who serves the sorcerer for the length of his earthly life, with the understanding that after death the magician shall become the servant of his own demon. For this reason, a black magician will go to the inconceivable ends to prolong his physical life, since there is nothing for him beyond the grave. The most dangerous form of black magic is the scientific perversion of occult power for the gratification of personal desire. Its less complex and more universal form is human selfishness, for selfishness is the fundamental cause of all worldly evil. A man will barter his eternal soul for temporal power, and down through the ages a mysterious process has been evolved which actually enables him to make this exchange. In its various branches, the black art includes nearly all forms of ceremonial magic, necromancy, witchcraft, sorcery, and vampirism. Under the same general heading are also included mesmerism and hypnotism, except when used solely for medical purposes, and even then there is an element of risk for all concerned. Though the demonism of the Middle Ages seems to have disappeared, there is abundant evidence that in many forms of modern thought, especially the so-called prosperity psychology, willpower building, metaphysics, and systems of high-pressure salesmanship, black magic has merely passed through a metamorphosis, and although its name be changed, its nature remains the same. Baphomet, the goat of Mendes. From Levy's Transcendental Magic. The practice of magic, either white or black, depends upon the ability of the adept to control the universal life force, that which Eliphas Levy calls the great magical agent or the astral light. By the manipulation of this fluidic essence, the phenomena of transcendentalism are produced. The famous hermaphroditic goat of Mendes was a composite creature formulated to symbolize this astral light. It is identical with Baphomet, the mystic pantheos of those disciples of ceremonial magic, the Templars, who probably obtained it from the Arabians. A well-known magician of the Middle Ages was Dr. Johannes Faustus, more commonly known as Dr. Faust. By a study of magical writings, he was enabled to bind to his service an elemental who served him for many years in various capacities. Strange legends are told concerning the magical powers possessed by Dr. Faust. Upon one occasion, the philosopher, being apparently in a playful mood, threw his mantle over a number of eggs in a market woman's basket, causing them to hatch instantly. At another time, having fallen overboard from a small boat, he was picked up and returned to the craft with his clothes still dry. But, like nearly all other magicians, Dr. Faust came at length to disaster. He was found one morning with a knife in his back, and it was commonly believed that his familiar spirit had murdered him. Although Goethe's Dr. Faust is generally regarded as merely a fictional character, this old magician actually lived during the 16th century. Dr. Faust wrote a book describing his experiences with spirits, a section of which is reprinted below. Dr. Faust must not be confused with Johann Fust, the printer. Extract from the Book of Dr. Faust, Wittenberg, 1524. An abridged translation from the original German of a book ordered destroyed. From my youth I followed art and science and was tireless in my reading of books. Among those which came to my hand was a volume containing all kinds of invocations and magic formulae. In this book I discovered information to the effect that a spirit, whether he be of the fire, the water, the earth, or the air, can be compelled to do the will of a magician capable of controlling him. I also discovered that according as one spirit has more power than another, each is adapted for a different operation, and each is capable of producing certain supernatural effects. After reading this wonderful book, I made several experiments, desiring to test the accuracy of the statements made therein. At first, I had little faith that what was promised would take place, but at the very first invocation which I attempted, a mighty spirit manifested to me, desiring to know why I had invoked him. His coming so amazed me that I scarcely knew what to say, but finally asked him if he would serve me in my magical investigations. He replied that if certain conditions were agreed upon, he would. The conditions were that I should make a pact with him. This I did not desire to do, but as in my ignorance I had not protected myself with a circle and was actually at the mercy of the spirit, I did not dare to refuse his request and resigned myself to the inevitable, considering it wisest to turn my mantle according to the wind. I then told him that if he would be serviceable to me according to my desires and needs for a certain length of time, I would sign myself over to him. After the pact had been arranged, this mighty spirit, whose name was Astaroth, introduced me to another spirit by the name of Marbuel, who was appointed to be my servant. I questioned Marbuel as to his suitability for my needs. I asked him how quick he was, and he answered, as swift as the winds. This did not satisfy me, so I replied, "You cannot become my servant. Go again whence you have come." Soon another spirit manifested itself, whose name was Aniguayal. Upon asking him the same question, he answered that he was swift as a bird in the air. I said, "You are still too slow for me. Go whence you came." In the same moment, another spirit by the name of Asial manifested himself. For the third time I asked my question, and he answered, "I am as swift as human thought." "You shall serve me," I replied. This spirit was faithful for a long time, but to tell you how he served me is not possible in a document of this length, and I will here only indicate how spirits are to be invoked and how the circles for protection are to be prepared. There are many kinds of spirits which will permit themselves to be invoked by man and become his servant. Of these, I will list a few. Asiel, the mightiest among those who serve men. He manifests in pleasing human form, about 3 feet high. He must be invoked 3 times before he will come forth into the circle prepared for him. He will furnish riches and will instantly fetch things from a great distance, according to the will of the magician. He is as swift as human thought. Aniguayal, serviceable and most useful, and comes in the form of a 10-year-old boy. He must be invoked 3 times. His special power is to discover treasures and minerals hidden in the ground, which he will furnish to the magician. Marbuel, a true lord of the mountains, and swift as a bird on the wing. He is an opposing and troublesome spirit, hard to control. You must invoke him 4 times. He appears in the person of Mars, a warrior in heavy armor. He will furnish the magician those things which grow above and under the earth. He is particularly the lord of the spring root. The spring root is a mysterious herb, possibly of a reddish color, which medieval magicians asserted had the property of drawing forth or opening anything it touched. If placed against a locked door, it would open the door. The Hermetists believed that the red-capped woodpecker was specially endowed with the faculty of discovering spring root, so they followed this bird to its nest and then stopped up the hole in the tree where its young were. The red-crested woodpecker went at once in quest of the spring root and, discovering it, brought it to the tree. It immediately drew forth the stopper from the entrance to the nest. The magician then secured the root from the bird. It was also asserted that because of its structure, the etheric body of the spring root was utilized as a vehicle of expression by certain elemental spirits which manifested through the proclivity of drawing out or opening things. Asayabel, a mighty ruler of the sea, controlling things both upon and under the water. He furnishes things lost or sunk in rivers, lakes, and oceans, such as sunken ships and treasures. The more sharply you invoke him, the swifter he is upon his errands. Machiel comes in the form of a beautiful maiden, and by her aid the magician is raised to honor and dignity. She makes those she serves worthy and noble, gracious and kindly, and assists in all matters of litigation and justice. She will not come unless invoked twice. Baruel, the master of all arts. He manifests as a master workman and comes wearing an apron. He can teach a magician more in a moment than all the master workmen of the world combined could accomplish in 20 years. He must be invoked 3 times. These are the spirits most serviceable to man, but there are numerous others which, for lack of space, I am unable to describe. Now, if you desire the aid of the spirit to get this or that, then you must first draw the sign of the spirit whom you desire to invoke. The drawing must be made just in front of a circle, made before sunrise, in which you and your assistants will stand. If you desire financial assistance, then you must invoke the spirit Asiel. Draw his sign in front of the circle. If you need other things, then draw the sign of the spirit capable of furnishing them. On the place where you intend to make the circle, you must first draw a great cross with a large sword with which no one has ever been hurt. Then you must make 3 concentric circles. The innermost circle is made of a long, narrow strip of virgin parchment and must be hung upon 12 crosses made of the wood of cross-thorn. Upon the parchment, you must write the names and symbols according to the figure which follows. Outside the first circle, make the second as follows. First, secure a thread of red silk that has been spun or twisted to the left instead of the right. Then place in the ground 12 crosses made of laurel leaves, and also prepare a long strip of new white paper. Write with an unused pen the characters and symbols as seen on the second circle. Wind this latter strip of paper around with the red silken thread and pin them upon the 12 crosses of laurel leaves. Outside this second circle, make a third one, which is also of virgin parchment, and pinned upon the 12 crosses of consecrated palm. When you have made these 3 circles, retire into them until at last you stand in the center upon a pentagram, drawn in the midst of the great cross, first drawn. Now, to ensure success, do everything according to the description, and when you have read off the sacred invocation, pronounce the name of the spirit which you desire to appear. It is essential that you pronounce the name very distinctly. You must also note the day and the hour, for each spirit can only be invoked at certain times. A magical sword. From Levy's The Magical Ritual. Eliphas Levy describes the preparation of a magical sword in substance as follows. The steel blade should be forged in the hour of Mars, with new tools. The pommel should be of hollow silver containing quicksilver, and the symbols of Mercury and the moon, and the signatures of Gabriel and Samael should be engraved upon it. The hilt should be encased with tin, with the symbol of Jupiter and the signature of Michael engraved upon it. A copper triangle should extend from the hilt along the blade a short distance on each side. These should bear the symbols of Mercury and Venus. 5 Sephiroth should be engraved upon the handle as shown. The blade itself should have the word Malkut upon one side and Quis ut Deus upon the other. The sword should be consecrated on Sunday. A magic circle. From The Complete Book of Magic Science, unpublished. The above figure is a complete and faithful representation of a magic circle as designed by medieval conjurers for the invocation of spirits. The magician, accompanied by his assistant, takes his place at the point formed by the crossing of the central lines marked Magister. The words about the circle are the names of the invisible intelligences, and the small crosses mark points at which certain prayers and invocations are recited. The small circle outside is prepared for the spirit to be invoked, and while in use has the signature of the desired intelligence traced within the triangle. While the black magician at the time of signing his pact with the elemental demon may be fully convinced that he is strong enough to control indefinitely the powers placed at his disposal, he is speedily undeceived. Before many years elapse, he must turn all his energies to the problem of self-preservation. A world of horrors to which he has attuned himself by his own covetousness looms nearer every day, until he exists upon the edge of a seething maelstrom, expecting momentarily to be sucked down into its turbid depths. Afraid to die, because he will become the servant of his own demon, the magician commits crime after crime to prolong his wretched earthly existence. Realizing that life is maintained by the aid of a mysterious universal life force, which is the common property of all creatures, the black magician often becomes an occult vampire, stealing this energy from others. According to medieval superstition, black magicians turn themselves into werewolves and roam the earth at night, attacking defenseless victims for the life force contained in their blood. Modus operandi for the invocation of spirits. The following condensed extract from an ancient manuscript is reproduced herewith as representative of the ritualism of ceremonial magic. The extract is from The Complete Book of Magic Science, an unpublished manuscript, original in the British Museum, with pentacles and colors, mentioned by Francis Barrett in his Magus. Opening Prayer. Omnipotent and eternal God, who hath ordained the whole creation for thy praise and glory, and for the salvation of man, I earnestly beseech thee that thou wouldst send one of thy spirits of the order of Jupiter, one of the messengers of Zadkiel, whom thou hast appointed governor of thy firmament at the present time. most faithfully, willingly, and readily to show me these things which I shall ask, command, or require of him, and truly execute my desires. Nevertheless, O most holy God, thy will, and not mine, be done through Jesus Christ, thine only begotten Son, our Lord. Amen. The Invocation. The magician, having properly consecrated his vestments and utensils, and being protected by his circle, now calls upon the spirits to appear and accede to his demands. Spirits, whose assistance I require, behold the sign and the very hallowed names of God full of power. Obey the power of this our pentacle. Go out, your hidden caves and dark places. Cease your hurtful occupations to those unhappy mortals, whom without ceasing you torment. Come into this place where the divine goodness has assembled us. Be attentive to our orders and known to our just demands. Believe not that your resistance will cause us to abandon our operations. Nothing can dispense with your obeying us. We command you by the mysterious names Elohi, Agla, Elohim, Adonai, Gebort. Amen. I call upon thee, Zadkiel, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost, blessed Trinity, unspeakable unity. I invoke and entreat thee, Zadkiel, in this hour to attend to the words and conjurations which I shall use this day by the holy names of God, Elohi, El, Elohim, Elyon, Zebaoth, Eskarahi, Yah, Adonai, Tetragrammaton. I conjure thee, I exorcise thee, thou spirit Zadkiel, by these holy names, Hagios, O Theos, Iskeros, Athanatos, Parakletos, Agla, an Alpha et Omega Iot, Aglanbroth, Abial, Anathiel, Tetragrammaton, and by all other great and glorious, holy and unspeakable, mysterious, mighty, powerful, incomprehensible names of God, that you attend unto the words of my mouth, and send unto me Pabiel, or other of your ministering, serving spirits, who may show me such things as I demand of him, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen. I entreat thee, Pabiel, by the whole spirit of heaven, seraphim, cherubim, thrones, dominations, witnesses, powers, principalities, archangels, and angels, by the holy, great, and glorious angels, Orphaniel, Tetradagiel, Salamla, Akimoi, Pastor Poti, that thou come forthwith, readily show thyself that we may see you and audibly hear you. Speak unto us and fulfill our desires, and by your star which is Jupiter, and by all the constellations of heaven, and by whatsoever you obey, and by your character which you have given, proposed, and confirmed, that you attend unto me according to the prayer and petitions which I have made unto Almighty God, and that you forthwith send me one of your ministering spirits, who may willingly, truly, and faithfully fulfill all my desires, and that you command him to appear unto me in the form of a beautiful angel, gently, courteously, affably, and meekly, entering into communication with me, and that he neither permitting any evil spirit to approach in any sort of hurt, terrify, or affright me in any way, nor deceiving me in any wise. Through the virtue of our Lord Jesus Christ, in whose name I attend, wait for and expect thy appearance. Fiat, fiat, fiat. Amen, amen, amen. Interrogatories. Having summoned the spirit unto his presence, the magician shall question him as follows. Comest thou in peace in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost? And the spirit shall answer, Yes. Thou art welcome, noble spirit. What is thy name? And the spirit shall answer, Pabiel. I have called thee in the name of Jesu of Nazareth, at whose name every knee doth bow in heaven, earth, and hell, and every tongue shall confess there is no name like unto the name of Jesus, who hath given power unto man to bind and to loose all things in his most holy name, yea, even unto those that trust in his salvation. Art thou the messenger of Zadkiel? And the spirit shall answer, Yes. Wilt thou confirm thyself unto me at this time, and henceforth reveal all things unto me that I shall desire to know, and teach me how I may increase in wisdom and knowledge, and show unto me all the secrets of the magic art, and of all liberal sciences, that I may thereby set forth the glory of Almighty God? And the Spirit shall answer, Yes. Then I pray thee, give and confirm thy character unto me, whereby I may call thee at all times, and also swear unto me this oath, and I will religiously keep my vow and covenant unto Almighty God, and will courteously receive thee at all times where thou dost appear unto me. License to depart. For as much as thou comest in peace and quietness, and hath answered unto my petitions, I give humble and hearty thanks unto Almighty God, in whose name I called and thou camest, and now thou mayest depart in peace unto thine orders, and return unto me again at what time soever I shall call thee by thine oath, or by thy name, or by thine order, or by thine office which is granted thee from the Creator, and the power of God be with me, and thee, upon the whole issue of God. Amen. Form of Pact with the Spirit of Jupiter. From the Complete Book of Magic Science. The aforesaid bond of spirits, together with the seal and character of the planetary angel, must be written on virgin parchment and laid before the spirit for signature when he appears. At that time, the invocant must not lose confidence, but be patient, firm, bold, and persevering, and take care that he asks nor requires nothing of the spirit, but with a view to the glory of God and the well-being fellow creatures. Having obtained his desires of the spirit, the invocant may license him to depart. Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Ghost. Note: it would be advisable for the invocant to remain in the circle for a few minutes after reciting the license, and if the place of operation be in the open air, let him destroy all traces of the circle, etc., and return quietly to his home. But should the operation be performed in a retired part of a house, etc., the circle may remain, as it might serve in a like future operation, but the room or building must be locked up to avoid the intrusion of strangers. The agreement set forth above is purely ceremonial magic. In the case of black magic, it is the magician and not the demon who must sign the pact. When the black magician binds an elemental to his service, a battle of wits ensues, which the demon eventually wins. With his own blood, the magician signs the pact between himself and the demon, for in the arcanum of magic it is declared that he controls the soul who controls the blood of another. As long as the magician does not fail, the elemental will fulfill to the letter his obligation under the pact, but the demon will try in every possible way to prevent the magician from carrying out his part of the contract. When the conjurer, ensconced within his circle, has evoked the spirit he desires to control, and has made known his intention, the spirit will answer somewhat as follows: I cannot accede to your request, nor fulfill it, unless after 50 years you give yourself to me, body and soul, to do with as I may please. If the magician refuses, other terms will be discussed. The spirit may say, I will remain in your service as long as on every Friday morning you will go forth upon the public street giving alms in the name of Lucifer. The first time you fail in this, you belong to me. If the magician still refuses, realizing that the demon will make it impossible for him to fulfill his contract, other terms will be discussed, until at last a pact is agreed upon. It may read as follows: I hereby promise the Great Spirit, Lucifuge, Prince of Demons, that each year I will bring unto him a human soul to do with as it may please him, and in return Lucifuge promises to bestow upon me the treasures of the earth, and fulfill my every desire for the length of my natural life. If I fail to bring him each year the offering specified above, then my own soul shall be forfeit to him. Signed. The invocant signs pact with his own blood. The pentagram. In symbolism, an inverted figure always signifies a perverted power. The average person does not even suspect the occult properties of emblematic pentacles. On this subject, the great Paracelsus has written, No doubt many will scoff at the seals, their characters and their uses, which are described in these books, because it seems incredible to them that metals and characters which are dead should have any power and effect. Yet no one has ever proved that the metals and also the characters as we know them are dead, for the salts, sulfur, and quintessences of metals are the highest preservatives of human life and are far superior to all other simples. Translated from the original German. The black magician cannot use the symbols of white magic without bringing down upon himself the forces of white magic, which would be fatal to his schemes. He must therefore distort the hierograms so that they typify the occult fact that he himself is distorting the principles for which the symbols stand. Black magic is not a fundamental art. It is the misuse of an art. Therefore, it has no symbols of its own. It merely takes the emblematic figures of white magic, and by inverting and reversing them, signifies that it is left-handed. A good instance of this practice is found in the pentagram, or five-pointed star, made of 5 connected lines. This figure is the time-honored symbol of the magical arts, and signifies the 5 properties of the great magical agent, the 5 senses of man, the 5 elements of nature, the 5 extremities of the human body. By means of the pentagram within his own soul, man not only may master and govern all creatures inferior to himself, but may demand consideration at the hands of those superior to himself. The pentagram, from Levy's Transcendental Magic. The pentagram is the figure of the microcosm, the magical formula of man. It is the one rising out of the 4, the human soul rising from bondage of the animal nature. It is the true light, the star of the morning. It marks the location of 5 mysterious centers of force, the awakening of which is the supreme secret of white magic. The pentagram is used extensively in black magic, but when so used, its form always differs in one of 3 ways. The star may be broken at one point by not permitting the converging lines to touch. It may be inverted by having 1 point down and 2 up, or it may be distorted by having the points of varying lengths. When used in black magic, the pentagram is called the sign of the cloven hoof, or the footprint of the devil. The star with 2 points upward is also called the goat of Mendes, because the inverted star is the same shape as a goat's head. When the upright star turns and the upper point falls to the bottom, it signifies the fall of the morning star. The pentacles of the 7 planets and the seals and characters of the planetary angels, from a medieval book of spirits, unpublished. The 7 large circles are the planets, while the 2 small circles under each contain the seal and the character of the controlling intelligence of the planet. The elements and their inhabitants. For the most comprehensive and lucid exposition of occult pneumatology, the branch of philosophy dealing with spiritual substances, extant, mankind is indebted to Philippus Aureolus Paracelsus, Theophrastus Bombastus von Hohenheim, prince of alchemists and hermetic philosophers, and true possessor of the royal secret, the philosopher's stone, and the elixir of life. Paracelsus believed that each of the 4 primary elements, known to the ancients, earth, fire, air, and water, consisted of a subtle vaporous principle and gross corporeal substance. Air is, therefore, twofold in nature: tangible atmosphere and an intangible, volatile substratum, which may be termed spiritual air. Fire is visible and invisible, discernible and indiscernible, a spiritual, ethereal flame manifesting through a material, substantial flame. Carrying the analogy further, water consists of a dense fluid and a potential essence of a fluidic nature. Earth has likewise 2 essential parts, the lower being fixed, terreous, immobile, the higher rarefied, mobile, and virtual. The general term elements has been applied to the lower or physical phases of these 4 primary principles, and the name elemental essences to their corresponding invisible spiritual constitutions. Minerals, plants, animals, and men live in a world composed of the gross side of these 4 elements, and from various combinations of them construct their living organisms. Henry Drummond, in Natural Law in the Spiritual World, describes this process as follows. If we analyze this material point at which all life starts, we shall find it to consist of a clear, structureless, jelly-like substance resembling albumen or white of egg. It is made of carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen. Its name is protoplasm, and it is not only the structural unit with which all living bodies start in life, but with which they are subsequently built up. Protoplasm, says Huxley, simple or nucleated, is the formal basis of all life. It is the clay of the potter. The water element of the ancient philosophers has been metamorphosed into the hydrogen of modern science. The air has become oxygen, the fire, nitrogen, the earth, carbon. Just as visible nature is populated by an infinite number of living creatures, so, according to Paracelsus, the invisible spiritual counterpart of visible nature, composed of the tenuous principles of the visible elements, is inhabited by a host of peculiar beings, to whom he has given the name elementals, and which have later been termed the nature spirits. Paracelsus divided these people of the elements into 4 distinct groups, which he called gnomes, undines, sylphs, and salamanders. He taught that they were really living entities, many resembling human beings in shape, and inhabiting worlds of their own, unknown to man because his undeveloped senses were incapable of functioning beyond the limitations of the grosser elements. The civilizations of Greece, Rome, Egypt, China, and India believed implicitly in satyrs, sprites, and goblins. They peopled the sea with mermaids, the rivers and fountains with nymphs, and air with fairies, the fire with lares and penetes, and the earth with fauns, dryads, and hamadryads. These nature spirits were held in the highest esteem, and propitiatory offerings were made to them. Occasionally, as the result of atmospheric conditions or the peculiar sensitiveness of the devotee, they became visible. Many authors wrote concerning them in terms which signify that they had actually beheld these inhabitants of nature's finer realms. A number of authorities are of the opinion that many of the gods worshipped by the pagans were elementals, for some of these invisibles were believed to be of commanding stature and magnificent deportment. The Greeks gave the name daemon to some of these elementals, especially those of the higher orders, and worshipped them. Probably the most famous of these daemons is the mysterious spirit which instructed Socrates, and of whom that great philosopher spoke in the highest terms. Those who have devoted much study to the invisible constitution of man realize that it is quite probable the daemon of Socrates and the angel of Jacob Boehm were in reality not elementals, but the overshadowing divine natures of these philosophers themselves. In his notes to Apuleius on the God of Socrates, Thomas Taylor says, "As the daemon of Socrates, therefore, was doubtless one of the highest order, and may be inferred from the intellectual superiority of Socrates to most other men, Apuleius is justified in calling this daemon a god, and that the daemon of Socrates indeed was divine is evident from the testimony of Socrates himself in the first Alcibiades. For in the course of that dialogue he clearly says, 'I have long been of the opinion that God did not as yet direct me to hold any conversation with you.' And in the Apology he most unequivocally evinces that his daemon is allotted a divine transcendency, considered as ranking in the order of daemons. The idea once held that the invisible elements surrounding and interpreting the earth were peopled with living, intelligent beings may seem ridiculous to the prosaic mind of today. This doctrine, however, has found favor with some of the greatest intellects of the world. The sylphs of Phaseus Cardan, the philosopher of Milan, the salamander seen by Benvenuto Cellini, the Pan of St. Anthony, and Le Petit Homme Rouge, the little red man, or gnome, of Napoleon Bonaparte, have found their places in the pages of history. Literature has also perpetuated the concept of nature spirits. The mischievous Puck of Shakespeare's Midsummer Night's Dream, the elementals of Alexander Pope's Rosicrucian poem, The Rape of the Lock, the mysterious creatures of Lord Lytton's Zanoni, James Barrie's immortal Tinker Bell, and the famous bowlers that Rip Van Winkle encountered in the Catskill Mountains are well-known characters to students of literature. The folklore and mythology of all peoples abound in legends concerning these mysterious little figures, who haunt old castles, guard treasures in the depths of the earth, and build their homes under the spreading protection of toadstools. Fairies are the delight of childhood, and most children give them up with reluctance. Not so very long ago, the greatest minds of the world believed in the existence of fairies, and it is still an open question as to whether Plato, Socrates, and Iamblichus were wrong when they avowed their reality. Paracelsus, when describing the substances which constitute the bodies of the elementals, divided flesh into 2 kinds, the first being that which we have all inherited through Adam. This is the visible corporeal flesh. The second was that flesh which had not descended from Adam, and, being more attenuated, was not subject to the limitations of the former. The bodies of the elementals were composed of this transubstantial flesh. Paracelsus stated that there is as much difference between the bodies of men and the bodies of nature spirits as there is between matter and spirit. Yet, he adds, the elementals are not spirits, because they have flesh, blood, and bones. They live and propagate offspring. They eat and talk, act and sleep, etc., and consequently they cannot be properly called spirits. They are beings occupying a place between men and spirits, resembling men and spirits, resembling men and women in their organization and form, and resembling spirits in the rapidity of their locomotion. Philosophia Occulta, translated by Franz Hartmann. Later, the same author calls these creatures composita, inasmuch as the substance out of which they are composed seems to be a composite of spirit and matter. He uses color to explain the idea. Thus, the mixture of blue and red gives purple, a new color, resembling neither of the others, yet composed of both. Such is the case with the nature spirits. They resemble neither spiritual creatures nor material beings, yet are composed of the substance which we may call spiritual matter, or ether. Paracelsus further adds that whereas man is composed of several natures, spirit, soul, mind, and body, combined in one unit, the elemental has but one principle, the ether out of which it is composed and in which it lives. The reader must remember that by ether is meant the spiritual essence of one of the four elements. There are as many ethers as there are elements, and as many distinct families of nature spirits as there are ethers. These families are completely isolated in their own ether and have no intercourse with the denizens of the other ethers. But, as man has within his own nature centers of consciousness sensitive to the impulses of all the four ethers, it is possible for any of the elemental kingdoms to communicate with him under proper conditions. The nature spirits cannot be destroyed by the grosser elements, such as material fire, earth, air, or water, for they function in a rate of vibration higher than that of earthy substances. Being composed of only one element or principle, the ether in which they function, they have no immortal spirit, and at death merely disintegrate back into the element from which they were originally individualized. No individual consciousness is preserved after death, for there is no superior vehicle present to contain it. Being made of but one substance, there is no friction between vehicles. Thus there is little wear or tear incurred by their bodily functions, and they therefore live to great age. Those composed of earth ether are the shortest lived, those composed of air ether the longest. The average length of life is between 300 and 1,000 years. Paracelsus maintained that they live in conditions similar to our earth environments and are somewhat subject to disease. These creatures are thought to be incapable of spiritual development, but most of them are of a high moral character. Concerning the elemental ethers in which the nature spirits exist, Paracelsus wrote, "They live in the four elements, the nymphae in the element of water, the sylphs in that of air, the pygmies in the earth, and the salamanders in fire. They are also called undinae, sylvestris, gnomi, vulcanae, etc. Each species moves only in the element to which it belongs, and neither of them can go out of its appropriate element, which is to them as the air is to us, or the water to fishes, and none of them can live in the element belonging to another class. To each elemental being, the element in which it lives is transparent, invisible, and respirable, as the atmosphere is to ourselves." Philosophia Occulta, translated by Franz Hartmann. The reader should be careful not to confuse the nature spirits with the true life waves evolving through the invisible worlds. While the elementals are composed of only one etheric or atomic essence, the angels, archangels, and other superior transcendental entities have composite organisms consisting of a spiritual nature and a chain of vehicles to express that nature, not unlike those of men, but not including the physical body with its attendant limitations. To the philosophy of nature spirits is generally attributed an Eastern origin, probably Brahmanic, and Paracelsus secured his knowledge of them from Oriental sages with whom he came in contact during his lifetime of philosophical wanderings. The Egyptians and Greeks gleaned their information from the same source, The four main divisions of nature spirits must now be considered separately according to the teachings of Paracelsus and the Abbé de Villars, and such scanty writings of other authors as are available. The Gnomes. The elementals who dwell in that attenuated body of the earth which is called the terreous ether are grouped together under the general heading of gnomes. The name is probably derived from the Greek genomus, meaning earth dweller. See New English Dictionary. Just as there are many types of human beings evolving through the objective physical elements of nature, so there are many types of gnomes evolving through the subjective ethereal body of nature. These earth spirits work in an element so close in vibratory rate to the material earth that they have immense power over its rocks and flora, and also over the mineral elements in the animal and human kingdoms. Some, like the pygmies, work with the stones, gems, and metals, and are supposed to be the guardians of hidden treasures. They live in caves, far down in what the Scandinavians called the land of Nibelungen. In Wagner's wonderful opera cycle, The Ring of the Nibelungen, Alberic makes himself king of the pygmies and forces these little creatures to gather for him the treasures concealed beneath the surface of the earth. Besides the pygmies, there are other gnomes who are called tree and forest sprites. To this group belong the Sylvestres, Satyrs, Pans, Dryads, Hamadryads, Daedalus, elves, brownies, and little old men of the woods. Paracelsus states that the gnomes build houses of substances resembling in their constituencies alabaster, marble, and cement, but the true nature of these materials is unknown, having no counterpart in physical nature. Some families of gnomes gather in communities, while others are indigenous to the substances with and in which they work. For example, the Hamadryads live and die with the plants or trees of which they are a part. Every shrub and flower is said to have its own nature spirit, which often uses the physical body of the plant as its habitation. The ancient philosophers, recognizing the principle of intelligence manifesting itself in every department of nature alike, believed that the quality of natural selection exhibited by creatures not possessing organized mentalities expressed in reality the decisions of the nature spirits themselves. C. M. Gailey, in the Classic Myths, says, "It was a pleasing trait in the old paganism that it loved to trace in every operation of nature the agency of deity. The imagination of the Greeks peopled the regions of earth and sea with divinities, to whose agency it attributed the phenomena that our philosophy ascribes to the operation of natural law. Thus, in behalf of the plant it worked with, the elemental accepted and rejected food elements, deposited coloring matter therein, preserved and protected the seed, and performed many other beneficent offices. Each species was served by a different but appropriate type of nature spirit. Those working with poisonous shrubs, for example, were offensive in their appearance. It is said that the nature spirits of poison hemlock resemble closely tiny human skeletons, thinly covered with a semi-transparent flesh. They live in and through the hemlock, and if it be cut down, remain with the broken shoots until both die. But while there is the slightest evidence of life in the shrub, it shows the presence of the elemental guardian. Great trees also have their nature spirits, but these are much larger than the elementals of smaller plants. The labors of the pygmies include the cutting of the crystals in the rocks and the development of veins of ore. When the gnomes are laboring with animals or human beings, their work is confined to the tissues corresponding with their own natures. Hence, they work with the bones, which belong to the mineral kingdom, and the ancients believed the reconstruction of broken members to be impossible without the cooperation of the elementals. The gnomes are of various sizes, most of them much smaller than human beings, though some of them have the power of changing their stature at will. This is the result of the extreme mobility of the element in which they function. Concerning them, the Abbé de Villars wrote, "The earth is filled well nigh to its center with gnomes, people of slight stature, who are the guardians of treasures, minerals, and precious stones. They are ingenious, friends of man, and easy to govern." Not all authorities agree concerning the amiable disposition of the gnomes. Many state that they are of a tricky and malicious nature, difficult to manage and treacherous. Writers agree, however, that when their confidence is won, they are faithful and true. The philosophers and initiates of the ancient world were instructed concerning these mysterious little people, and were taught how to communicate with them and gain their cooperation in undertakings of importance. The Magi were always warned, however, never to betray the trust of the elementals, for if they did, the invisible creatures, working through the subjective nature of man, could cause them endless sorrow and probably ultimate destruction. So long as the mystic served others, the gnomes would serve him, but if he sought to use their aid selfishly to gain temporal power, they would turn upon him with unrelenting fury. The same was true if he sought to deceive them. The earth spirits meet at certain times of the year in great conclaves, as Shakespeare suggests in his Midsummer Night's Dream, where the elementals all gather to rejoice in the beauty and harmony of nature and the prospects of an excellent harvest. The gnomes are ruled over by a king, whom they greatly love and revere. His name is Gob, hence his subjects are often called goblins. Medieval mystics gave a corner of creation, one of the cardinal points, to each of the four kingdoms of nature spirits, and because of their earthly character, the gnomes were assigned to the north, the place recognized by the ancients as the source of darkness and death. One of the four main divisions of human disposition was also assigned to the gnomes, and because so many of them dwelt in the darkness of caves and the gloom of forests, their temperament was said to be melancholy, gloomy, and despondent. By this it is not meant that they themselves are of such disposition, but rather that they have special control over elements of similar consistency. The gnomes marry and have families, and the female gnomes are called nomides. Some wear clothing woven of the element in which they live. In other instances, their garments are part of themselves and grow with them, like the fur of animals. The gnomes are said to have insatiable appetites and to spend a great part of the time eating, but they earn their food by diligent and conscientious labor. Most of them are of a miserly temperament, fond of storing things away in secret places. There is abundant evidence of the fact that small children often see the gnomes, inasmuch as their contact with the material side of nature is not yet complete, and they still function, more or less, consciously in the invisible worlds. Conventional gnomes, from Gellerups, Den Eldre Edis Gudesanga. The type of gnome most frequently seen is the brownie, or elf, a mischievous and grotesque little creature from 12 to 18 inches high, usually dressed in green or russet brown. Most of them appear as very aged, often with long white beards, and their figures are inclined to rotundity. They can be seen scampering out of holes in the stumps of trees, and sometimes they vanish by actually dissolving into the tree itself. According to Paracelsus, man lives in the exterior elements, and the elementals live in the interior elements. The latter have dwellings and clothing, manners and customs, languages and governments of their own, in the same sense as the bees have their queens and herds of animals their leaders. Philosophia Occulta, translated by Franz Hartmann. Paracelsus differs somewhat from the Greek mystics concerning the environmental limitations imposed on the nature spirits. The Swiss philosopher constitutes them of subtle, invisible ethers. According to this hypothesis, they would be visible only at certain times and only to those en rapport with their ethereal vibrations. The Greeks, on the other hand, apparently believed that many nature spirits had material constitutions capable of functioning in the physical world. Often, the recollection of a dream is so vivid that, upon awakening, a person actually believes that he has passed through a physical experience. The difficulty of accurately judging as to the end of physical sight and the beginning of ethereal vision may account for these differences of opinion. Even this explanation, however, does not satisfactorily account for the satyr, which, according to St. Jerome, was captured alive during the reign of Constantine and exhibited to the people. It was of human form, with the horns and feet of a goat. After its death it was preserved in salt and taken to the emperor that he might testify to its reality. It is within the bounds of probability that this curiosity was what modern science knows as a monstrosity. The Undines. As the gnomes were limited in their function to the elements of the earth, so the Undines, a name given to the family of water elementals, function in the invisible, spiritual essence called humid or liquid ether. In its vibratory rate, this is close to the element water, and so the Undines are able to control, to a great degree, the course and function of this fluid in nature. Beauty seems to be the keynote of the water spirits. Wherever we find them pictured in art or sculpture, they abound in symmetry and grace. Controlling the water element, which has always been a feminine symbol, it is natural that the water spirits should most often be symbolized as female. There are many groups of undines. Some inhabit waterfalls where they can be seen in the spray. Others are indigenous to swiftly moving rivers. Some have their habitat in dripping, oozing fens or marshes, while other groups dwell in clear mountain lakes. According to the philosophers of antiquity, every fountain had its nymph, every ocean wave its oceanid. The water spirits were known under such names as Oreads, Nereids, Limoniads, Naiads, water sprites, sea maids, mermaids, and potomides. Often the water nymphs derived their names from the streams, lakes, or seas in which they dwelt. In describing them, the ancients agreed on certain salient features. In general, nearly all the undines closely resembled human beings in appearance and size, though the ones inhabiting small streams and fountains were of correspondingly lesser proportions. It was believed that these water spirits were occasionally capable of assuming the appearance of normal human beings and actually associating with men and women. There are many legends about these spirits and their adoption by the families of fishermen, but in nearly every case, the undines heard the call of the waters and returned to the realm of Neptune, the king of the sea. Practically nothing is known concerning the male undines. The water spirits did not establish homes in the same way that the gnomes did, but lived in coral caves under the ocean or among the reeds growing on the banks of rivers or the shores of lakes. Among the Celts, there is a legend to the effect that Ireland was peopled, before the coming of its present inhabitants, by a strange race of semi-divine creatures. With the coming of the modern Celts, they retired into the marshes and fens, where they remain even to this day. Diminutive undines lived under lily pads and in little houses of moss sprayed by waterfalls. The undines worked with the vital essences and liquids in plants, animals, and human beings, and were present in everything containing water. When seen, the undines generally resembled the goddesses of Greek statuary. They rose from the water draped in mist, and could not exist very long apart from it. A mermaid, from Leucosthenes Prodigiorum ac Astentorum Chronicon. Probably the most famous of the undines were the mythological mermaids, with which early mariners peopled the seven seas. Belief in the existence of these creatures, the upper half of their bodies human in form and the lower half fish-like, may have been inspired by flocks of penguins seen at great distance, or possibly seals. In medieval descriptions of mermaids, it was also stated that their hair was green like seaweed, and that they wore wreaths twisted from the blossoms of subaqueous plants and sea anemones. There are many families of undines, each with its peculiar limitations. It is impossible to consider them here in detail. Their ruler, Nexa, they love and honor, and serve untiringly. Their temperament is said to be vital, and to them has been given as their throne the western corner of creation. They are rather emotional beings, friendly to human life and fond of serving mankind. They are sometimes pictured riding on dolphins or other great fish, and seem to have a special love of flowers and plants, which they serve almost as devotedly and intelligently as the gnomes. Ancient poets have said that the songs of the undines were heard in the west wind, and that their lives were consecrated to the beautifying of the material earth. The salamanders. The third group of elementals is the salamanders, or spirits of fire, who live in that attenuated spiritual ether which is the invisible fire element of nature. Without them, material fire cannot exist. A match cannot be struck, nor will flint and steel give off their spark without the assistance of a salamander, who immediately appears, so the medieval mystics believed, evoked by friction. Man is unable to communicate successfully with the salamanders, owing to the fiery element in which they dwell, for everything is resolved to ashes that comes into their presence. By specially prepared compounds of herbs and perfumes, the philosophers of the ancient world manufactured many kinds of incense. When incense was burned, the vapors which arose were especially suitable as a medium for the expression of these elementals, who, by borrowing the ethereal effluvium from the incense smoke, were able to make their presence felt. A salamander, according to Paracelsus. From Paracelsus's Auslegung von 30 magischen Figuren. The Egyptians, Chaldeans, and Persians often mistook the salamanders for gods because of their radiant splendor and great power. The Greeks, following the example of earlier nations, deified the fire spirits and in their honor kept incense and altar fire burning perpetually. The salamanders are as varied in their grouping and arrangement as either the undines or the gnomes. There are many families of them, differing in appearance, size, and dignity. Sometimes the salamanders were visible as small balls of light. Paracelsus says, "Salamanders have been seen in the shapes of fiery balls or tongues of fire, running over the fields or appearing in houses." Philosophia Occulta, translated by Franz Hartmann. Medieval investigators of the nature spirits were of the opinion that the most common form of salamander was lizard-like in shape, a foot or more in length, and visible as a glowing urodela, twisting and crawling in the midst of the fire. Another group was described as huge flaming giants in flowing robes, protected with sheets of fiery armor. Certain medieval authorities, among them the Abbé de Villars, held that Zarathustra, or Zoroaster, was the son of Vesta, believed to have been the wife of Noah, and the great salamander Oromasis. Hence, from that time onward, undying fires have been maintained upon the Persian altars in honor of Zarathustra's flaming father. One of the most important subdivisions of the salamanders was the Echthenici. These creatures appeared only as indistinct globes. They were supposed to float over water at night and occasionally appear as forks of flame on the masts and rigging of ships, or St. Elmo's fire. The salamanders were the strongest and most powerful of the elementals, and had as their ruler a magnificent flaming spirit called Jinn, terrible and awe-inspiring in appearance. The salamanders were dangerous, and the sages were warned to keep away from them, as the benefits derived from studying them were often not commensurate with the price paid. As the ancients associated heat with the south, this corner of creation was assigned to the salamanders as their drone, and they exerted special influence over all beings of fiery or tempestuous temperament. In both animals and men, the salamanders work through the emotional nature by means of the body heat, the liver, and the bloodstream. Without their assistance, there would be no warmth. The sylphs. While the sages said that the fourth class of elementals, or sylphs, lived in the element of air, they meant by this not the natural atmosphere of the earth, but the invisible, intangible spiritual medium, an ethereal substance similar in composition to our atmosphere, but far more subtle. In the last discourse of Socrates, as preserved by Plato in his Phaedo, the condemned philosopher says, "And upon the earth are animals and men, some in a middle region, others, elementals, dwelling about the air as we dwell about the sea, others in islands which the air flows around, near the continent, and, in a word, the air is used by them as the water and the sea are by us, and the ether is to them what the air is to us. Moreover, the temperament of their seasons is such that they have no disease." Paracelsus disputes this, "and live much longer than we do, and have sight and bearing and smell, and all the other senses in far greater perfection, in the same degree that air is purer than water, or the ether than air. Also, they have temples and sacred places in which the gods really dwell, and they hear their voices and receive their answers, and are conscious of them, and hold converse with them, and they see the sun, moon, and stars as they really are, and their other blessedness is of a piece with this." While the sylphs were believed to live among the clouds and in the surrounding air, their true home was upon the tops of mountains. A sylph, from sketch by Howard Woolke. The sylphs were changeable entities, passing to and fro with the rapidity of lightning. They work through the gases and ethers of the earth and are kindly disposed toward human beings. They are nearly always represented as winged, sometimes as tiny cherubs, and at other times as delicate fairies. In his editorial notes to the Occult Sciences of Salverti, Anthony Todd Thompson says, "The fays and fairies are evidently of Scandinavian origin, although the name of fairy is supposed to be derived from, or rather is, a modification of the Persian peri, an imaginary benevolent being whose province it was to guard men from the maledictions of evil spirits, but with more probability it may be referred to the Gothic fogr, as the term elves is from alpha, the general appellation for the whole tribe. If this derivation of the name of fairy be admitted, we may date the commencement of the popular belief in British fairies to the period of the Danish conquest. They were supposed to be diminutive aerial beings, beautiful, lively, and beneficent in their intercourse with mortals, inhabiting a region called Fairyland, Alfheiner, commonly appearing on earth at intervals when they left traces of their visits and beautiful green rings where the dewy sward had been trodden in their moonlight dances. To the sylphs, the ancients gave the labor of modeling the snowflakes and gathering clouds. This latter they accomplished with the cooperation of the undines, who supplied the moisture. The winds were their particular vehicle, and the ancients referred to them as the spirits of air. They are the highest of all the elementals, their native element being the highest in vibratory rate. They live hundreds of years, often attaining to 1,000 years and never seeming to grow old. The leader of the sylphs is called Peralda, who is said to dwell on the highest mountain of the earth. The female sylphs were called sylphids. It is believed that sylphs, salamanders, and nymphs had much to do with the oracles of the ancients, that in fact they were the ones who spoke from the depths of the earth and from the air above. The sylphs sometimes assume human form, but apparently for only short periods of time. Their size varies, but in the majority of cases they are no larger than human beings and often considerably smaller. It is said that the sylphs have accepted human beings into their communities and have permitted them to live there for a considerable period. In fact, Paracelsus wrote of such an incident, but of course it could not have occurred while the human stranger was in his physical body. By some, the muses of the Greeks are believed to have been sylphs, for these spirits are said to gather round the mind of the dreamer, the poet, and the artist, and inspire him with their intimate knowledge of the beauties and workings of nature. To the sylphs were given the eastern corner of creation. Their temperament is mirthful, changeable, and eccentric. The peculiar qualities common to men of genius are supposedly the result of the cooperation of sylphs, whose aid also brings with it the sylphic inconsistency. The sylphs labor with the gases of the human body and indirectly with the nervous system, where their inconstancy is again apparent. They have no fixed domicile, but wander about from place to place, elemental nomads, invisible but ever-present powers in the intelligent activity of the universe. General observations. Certain of the ancients, differing with Paracelsus, shared the opinion that the elemental kingdoms were capable of waging war upon one another, and they recognized in the battling of the elements disagreements among these kingdoms of nature spirits. When lightning struck a rock and splintered it, they believed that the salamanders were attacking the gnomes, as they could not attack one another on the plane of their own peculiar etheric essences, owing to the fact that there was no vibratory correspondence between the four ethers of which these kingdoms are composed. They had to attack through a common denominator, namely the material substance of the physical universe over which they had a certain amount of power. Wars were also fought within the groups themselves. One army of gnomes would attack another army, and civil war would be rife among them. Philosophers of long ago solved the problems of nature's apparent inconsistencies by individualizing and personifying all its forces, crediting them with having temperaments not unlike the human, and then expecting them to exhibit typical human inconsistencies. The four fixed signs of the zodiac were assigned to the four kingdoms of elementals. The gnomes were said to be of the nature of Taurus, the undines of the nature of Scorpio, the salamanders exemplified in the constitution of Leo, while the sylphs manipulated the emanations of Aquarius. The Christian Church gathered all the elemental entities together under the title of demon. This is a misnomer with far-reaching consequences, for to the average mind the word demon means an evil thing, and the nature spirits are essentially no more malevolent than are the minerals, plants, and animals. Many of the early church fathers asserted that they had met and debated with the elementals. As already stated, the nature spirits are without hope of immortality, although some philosophers have maintained that in isolated cases, immortality was conferred upon them by adepts and initiates who understood certain subtle principles of the invisible world. As disintegration takes place in the physical world, so it takes place in the ethereal counterpart of physical substance. Under normal conditions at death, a nature spirit is merely resolved back into the transparent primary essence from which it was originally individualized. Whatever evolutionary growth is made is recorded solely in the consciousness of that primary essence or element, and not in the temporarily individualized entity of the elemental. Being without man's compound organism and lacking his spiritual and intellectual vehicles, the nature spirits are subhuman in their rational intelligence, but from their functions, limited to one element, has resulted a specialized type of intelligence far ahead of man in those lines of research peculiar to the element in which they exist. The terms incubus and succubus have been applied indiscriminately by the Church Fathers to elementals. The incubus and succubus, however, are evil and unnatural creations, whereas elementals is a collective term for all the inhabitants of the four elemental essences. According to Paracelsus, the incubus and succubus, which are male and female respectively, are parasitical creatures subsisting upon the evil thoughts and emotions of the astral body. These terms are also applied to the superphysical organisms of sorcerers and black magicians. While these larvae are in no sense imaginary beings, they are nevertheless the offspring of the imagination. By the ancient sages, they were recognized as the invisible cause of vice because they hover in the ethers surrounding the morally weak and continually incite them to excesses of a degrading nature. For this reason, they frequent the atmosphere of the dope den, the dive, and the brothel, where they attach themselves to those unfortunates who have given themselves up to iniquity. By permitting his senses to become deadened through indulgence in habit-forming drugs or alcoholic stimulants, the individual becomes temporarily en rapport with these denizens of the astral plane. The auras seen by the hashish or opium addict and the lurid monsters which torment the victim of delirium tremens are examples of submundane beings, visible only to those whose evil practices are the magnet for their attraction. Differing widely from the elementals and also the incubus and succubus is the vampire, which is defined by Paracelsus as the astral body of a person either living or dead, usually the latter state. The vampire seeks to prolong existence upon the physical plane by robbing the living of their vital energies and misappropriating such energies to its own ends. In his De Ante Spirituali, Paracelsus writes thus of these malignant beings: "A healthy and pure person cannot become obsessed by them, because such larvae can only act upon men if the latter make room for them in their minds. A healthy mind is a castle that cannot be invaded without the will of its master. But if they are allowed to enter, they excite the passions of men and women. They create cravings in them. They produce bad thoughts which act injuriously upon the brain. They sharpen the animal intellect and suffocate the moral sense. Evil spirits obsess only those human beings in whom the animal nature is predominating. Minds that are illuminated by the spirit of truth cannot be possessed. Only those who are habitually guided by their own lower impulses may become subjected to their influences." See Paracelsus by Franz Hartmann. A strange concept, and one somewhat at variance with the conventional, is that evolved by the Count de Gabalis concerning the Immaculate Conception, namely, that it represents the union of a human being with an elemental. Among the offspring of such unions, he lists Hercules, Achilles, Aeneas, Theseus, Melchizedek, the divine Plato, Apollonius of Tyana, and Merlin the magician. Hermetic Pharmacology, Chemistry, and Therapeutics. The art of healing was originally one of the secret sciences of the priestcraft, and the mystery of its source is obscured by the same veil which hides the genesis of religious belief. All higher forms of knowledge were originally in the possession of sacerdotal castes. The temple was the cradle of civilization. The priests, exercising their divine prerogative, made the laws and enforced them, appointed the rulers and controlled them, ministered to the needs of the living, and guided the destinies of the dead. All branches of learning were monopolized by the priesthood, who admitted into their ranks only those intellectually and morally qualified to perpetuate their arcanum. The following quotation from Plato's Statesman is apropos of the subject. "In Egypt, the king himself is not allowed to reign unless he have priestly powers, and if he should be one of another class and have obtained the throne by violence, he must get enrolled in the priestcraft." Candidates aspiring to membership in the religious orders underwent severe tests to prove their worthiness. These ordeals were called initiations. Those who passed them successfully were welcomed as brothers by the priests and were instructed in these secret teachings. Among the ancients, philosophy, science, and religion were never considered as separate units. Each was regarded as an integral part of the whole. Philosophy was scientific and religious. Science was philosophic and religious. Religion was philosophic and scientific. Perfect wisdom was considered unattainable save as the result of harmonizing all three of these expressions of mental and moral activity. While modern physicians accredit Hippocrates with being the father of medicine, the ancient therapeutae ascribed to the immortal Hermes the distinction of being the founder of the art of healing. Clemens Alexandrinus, in describing the books purported to be from the stylus of Hermes, divided these sacred writings into 6 general classifications, one of which, the Pastophorus, was devoted to the science of medicine. The Smaragdine, or emerald tablet, found in the valley of Ebron, and generally accredited to Hermes, is in reality a chemical formula of a high and secret order. Hippocrates, the famous Greek physician during the 5th century before Christ, dissociated the healing art from the other sciences of the temple and thereby established a precedent for separateness. One of the consequences is the present widespread crass scientific materialism. The ancients realized the interdependence of the sciences. The moderns do not, and as a result, incomplete systems of learning are attempting to maintain isolated individualism. The obstacles which confront present-day scientific research are largely the result of prejudicial limitations imposed by those who are unwilling to accept that which transcends the concrete perceptions of the 5 primary human senses. The Paracelsian system of medical philosophy. During the Middle Ages, the long-ignored axioms and formulae of Hermetic wisdom were assembled once more and chronicled, and systematic attempts were made to test their accuracy. To Theophrastus of Hohenheim, who called himself Paracelsus, a name meaning greater than Celsus, the world is indebted for much of the knowledge it now possesses of the ancient systems of medicine. Paracelsus devoted his entire life to the study and exposition of Hermetic philosophy. Every notion and theory was grist to his mill, and, while members of the medical fraternity belittle his memory now as they opposed his system then, the occult world knows that he will yet be recognized as the greatest physician of all times. While the heterodox and exotic temperament of Paracelsus has been held against him by his enemies, and his wanderlust has been called vagabondage, he was one of the few minds who intelligently sought to reconcile the art of healing with the philosophic and religious systems of paganism and Christianity. In defending his right to seek knowledge in all parts of the earth and among all classes of society, Paracelsus wrote, "Therefore I consider that it is for me a matter of praise, not of blame, that I have hitherto and worthily pursued my wanderings. For this I will bear witness respecting nature. He who will investigate her ways must travel her books with his feet. That which is written is investigated through its letters, but nature from land to land, as often a land, so often a leaf. Thus is the codex of nature, thus must its leaves be turned." Paracelsus, by John Maxon Stillman. Paracelsus was a great observationalist, and those who knew him best have called him the second Hermes and the Trismegistus of Switzerland. He traveled Europe from end to end and may have penetrated Eastern lands while running down superstitions and ferreting out supposedly lost doctrines. From the gypsies he learned much concerning the use of simples, and, apparently from the Arabians, concerning the making of talismans and the influences of the heavenly bodies. Paracelsus felt that the healing of the sick was of far greater importance than the meaning of an orthodox medical standing, so he sacrificed what might otherwise have been a dignified medical career, and at the cost of lifelong persecution, bitterly attacked the therapeutic systems of his day. Uppermost in his mind was the hypothesis that everything in the universe is good for something, which accounts for his cutting fungus from tombstones and collecting dew on glass plates at midnight. He was a true explorer of nature's arcanum. Many authorities have held the opinion that he was the discoverer of mesmerism, and that Mesmer evolved the art as the result of studying the writings of this great Swiss physician. The utter contempt which Paracelsus felt for the narrow systems of medicine in vogue during his lifetime, and his conviction of their inadequacy, are best expressed in his own quaint way. But the number of diseases that originate from some unknown causes is far greater than those that come from mechanical causes, and for such diseases our physicians know no cure because not knowing such causes they cannot remove them. All they can prudently do is to observe the patient and make their guesses about his condition, and the patient may rest satisfied if the medicines administered to him do no serious harm and do not prevent his recovery. The best of our popular physicians are the ones that do least harm, but unfortunately some poison their patients with mercury, others purge them or bleed them to death. There are some who have learned so much that their learning has driven out all their common sense, and there are others who care a great deal more for their own profit than for the health of their patients. A disease does not change its state to accommodate itself to the knowledge of the physician, but the physician should understand the causes of the disease. A physician should be a servant of nature, and not her enemy. He should be able to guide and direct her in her struggle for life, and not throw, by his unreasonable interference, fresh obstacles in the way of recovery. From De Peregrinum, translated by Franz Hartmann. The belief that nearly all diseases have their origin in the invisible nature of man, the astrum, is a fundamental precept of Hermetic medicine, for while Hermetists in no way disregarded the physical body, they believed that man's material constitution was an emanation from, or an objectification of, his invisible spiritual principles. A brief but fairly comprehensive resume of the Hermetic principles of Paracelsus follows. There is one vital substance in nature upon which all things subsist. It is called archeus, or vital life force, and is synonymous with the astral light or spiritual air of the ancients. In regard to this substance, Eliphas Levi has written, "Light, that creative agent, the vibrations of which are the movement of life and all things. Light, latent in the universal ether, radiating about, absorbing centers, which, being saturated thereby, project movement and life in their turn, so forming creative currents. Light, astralized in the stars, animalized in animals, humanized in human beings. Light, which vegetates all plants, glistens in metals, produces all forms of nature, and equilibrates all by the laws of universal sympathy. This is the light which exhibits the phenomena of magnetism, divined by Paracelsus, which tinctures the blood, being released from the air as it is inhaled and discharged by the hermetic bellows of the lungs." The History of Magic. This vital energy has its origin in the spiritual body of the earth. Every created thing has two bodies, one visible and substantial, the other invisible and transcendent. The latter consists of an ethereal counterpart of the physical form. It constitutes the vehicle of archeus, and may be called a vital body. This etheric shadow sheath is not dissipated by death, but remains until the physical form is entirely disintegrated. These etheric doubles, seen around graveyards, have given rise to a belief in ghosts. Being much finer in its substances than the earthly body, the etheric double is far more susceptible to impulses and inharmonies. It is derangements of this astral light body that cause much disease. Paracelsus taught that a person with a morbid mental attitude could poison his own etheric nature, and this infection, diverting the natural flow of vital life force, would later appear as a physical ailment. All plants and minerals have an invisible nature composed of this archeus, but each manifests it in a different way. The title page of the Book of Alzey, from Museum Hermeticum Reformatum et Amplificatum. This title is a further example of Hermetic and alchemical symbolism. The seven-pointed star of the sacred metals is arranged that one black point is downward, thus symbolizing Saturn, the destroyer. Beginning in the space immediately to the left of the black point, reading clockwise, discloses the cryptic word vitriol, formed by the capital letters of the 7 Latin words in the outer circle. Concerning the astral light bodies of flowers, James Gaffarel, in 1650, wrote the following: "I answer that though they be chopped in pieces, brayed in a mortar, and even burnt to ashes, yet do they nevertheless retain, by a certain secret and wonderful power of nature, both in the juice and in the ashes, the self-same form and figure that they had before. And though it be not there visible, yet it may by art be drawn forth, and made visible to the eye by an artist." This perhaps will seem a ridiculous story to those who read only the titles of books, but those that please may see this truth confirmed if they but have recourse to the works of M. Duchesne, S. de la Voilette, one of the best chemists that our age hath produced, who affirms that himself saw an excellent Polish physician of Cracovia, who kept in glasses the ashes of almost all the herbs that are known, so that when any one out of curiosity had a desire to see any of them, as for example a rose, in one of his glasses, he took that where the ashes of a rose were preserved, and holding it over a lighted candle, so soon as it ever began to feel the heat, you should presently see the ashes begin to move, which, afterwards rising up and dispersing themselves about the glass, you should immediately observe a kind of little dark cloud, which, dividing itself into many parts, it came at length to represent a rose, but so fair, so fresh, and so perfect a one, that you would have thought it to have been as substantial and as odoriferous as a rose, as grows on the rose tree. Unheard of curiosities concerning talismanical sculpture of the Persians. Paracelsus, recognizing derangements of the etheric double as the most important cause of disease, sought to reharmonize its substances by bringing into contact with it other bodies whose vital energy could supply elements needed, or were strong enough to overcome the diseased conditions existing in the aura of the sufferer. Its invisible cause having thus been removed, the ailment speedily vanished. The vehicle for the archeus, or vital life force, Paracelsus called the mumia. A good example of a physical mumia is vaccine, which is the vehicle of a semi-astral virus. Anything which serves as a medium for the transmission of the archeus, whether it be organic or inorganic, truly physical or partly spiritualized, was termed a mumia. The most universal form of the mumia was ether, which modern science has accepted as a hypothetical substance, serving as a medium between the realm of vital energy and that of organic and inorganic substance. The control of universal energy is virtually impossible, save through one of its vehicles, the mumia. A good example of this is food. Man does not secure nourishment from dead animal or plant organisms, but when he incorporates their structures into his own body, he first gains controls over the mumia, or etheric double of the animal or plant. Having obtained this control, the human organism then diverts the flow of the archeus to its own uses. Paracelsus says, that which constitutes life is contained in the mumia, and by imparting the mumia we impart life. This is the secret of the remedial properties of talismans and amulets, for the mumia of the substances of which they are composed serves as a channel to connect the person wearing them with certain manifestations of the universal vital life force. According to Paracelsus, in the same way that plants purify the atmosphere by accepting into their constitutions the carbon dioxide exhaled by animals and humans, so may plants and animals accept disease elements transferred to them by human beings. These lower forms of life, having organisms and needs different from man, are often able to assimilate these substances without ill effect. At other times, the plant or animal dies, sacrificed in order that the more intelligent and consequently more useful creature may survive. Paracelsus discovered that in either case, the patient was gradually relieved of his malady, when the lower life had either completely assimilated the foreign mumia from the patient, or had itself died and disintegrated as the result of its inability to do so. Complete recovery resulted. Many years of investigation were necessary to determine which herb or animal most readily accepted the mumia of each of various diseases. Paracelsus discovered that, in many cases, plants revealed by their shape the particular organs of the human body which they served most effectively. The medical system of Paracelsus was based on the theory that, by removing the diseased etheric mumia from the organism of the patient and causing it to be accepted into the nature of some distant and disinterested thing of comparatively little value, it was possible to divert from the patient the flow of the archeus which had been continually revitalizing and nourishing the malady. Its vehicle of expression being transplanted, the archeus necessarily accompanied its mumia, and the patient recovered. The Hermetic Theory Concerning the Causations of Disease. According to the Hermetic philosophers, there were 7 primary causes of disease. The first was evil spirits. These were regarded as creatures born of degenerate actions, subsisting on the vital energies of those to whom they attached themselves. The second cause was a derangement of the spiritual nature and the material nature. These two, failing to coordinate, produced mental and physical subnormality. The third was an unhealthy or abnormal mental attitude. Melancholia, morbid emotions, excess of feeling, such as passions, lusts, greeds, and hates, affected the mumia, from which they reacted into the physical body, where they resulted in ulcers, tumors, cancers, fevers, and tuberculosis. The ancients viewed the disease germ as a unit of mumia which had been impregnated with the emanations from evil influences which it had contacted. In other words, germs were minute creatures born out of man's evil thoughts and actions. The fourth cause of disease was what the Orientals called karma, that is, the law of compensation, which demanded that the individual pay in full for the indiscretions and delinquencies of the past. A physician had to be very careful how he interfered with the workings of this law, lest he thwart the plan of eternal justice. The fifth cause was the motion and aspects of the heavenly bodies. The stars did not compel the sickness, but rather impelled it. The Hermetists taught that a strong and wise man ruled his stars, but that a negative, weak person was ruled by them. These 5 causes of disease were all superphysical in nature. They must be estimated by inductive and deductive reasoning and a careful consideration of the life and temperament of the patient. The 6th cause of disease was a misuse of faculty, organ, or function, such as overstraining a member or overtaxing the nerves. The 7th cause was the presence in the system of foreign substances, impurities, or obstructions. Under this heading must be considered diet, air, sunlight, and the presence of foreign bodies. This list does not include accidental injuries. Such do not belong under the heading of disease. Frequently, they are methods by which the law of karma expresses itself. Johannes Baptista van Helmont, from Van Helmont's Ausgang der Artsenkunst. At the beginning of the 17th century, Van Helmont, the Belgian alchemist, to whom, incidentally, the world is indebted for the common term gas as distinguished from other kinds of air, while experimenting with the root of A, touched it to the lip of his tongue without swallowing any of the substance. He himself describes the result in the following manner. Immediately, my head seemed tied tightly with a string, and soon after there happened to me a singular circumstance, such as I had never before experienced. I observed with astonishment that I no longer felt and thought with the head, but with the region of the stomach, as if consciousness had now taken up its seat in the stomach. Terrified by this unusual phenomenon, I asked myself and inquired into myself carefully, but I only became the more convinced that my power of perception became greater and more comprehensive. This intellectual clearness was associated with great pleasure. I did not sleep, nor did I dream. I was perfectly sober, and my health was perfect. I had occasionally had ecstasies, but these had nothing in common with this condition of the stomach, in which it thought and felt, and almost excluded all cooperation of the head. In the meantime, my friends were troubled with the fear that I might go mad, but my faith to God and my submission to His will soon dissipated this fear. This state continued for 2 hours, after which I had some dizziness. I afterwards frequently tasted of the A, but I never again could reproduce these sensations. Van Helmont, Demon's Idea, reprinted by P. Davidson in The Mistletoe and Its Philosophy. Van Helmont is only one of many who have accidentally hit upon the secrets of the early priestcrafts, but none in this age give evidence of an adequate comprehension of the ancient Hermetic secrets. From the description Van Helmont gives, it is probable that the herb mentioned by him paralyzed temporarily the cerebral spinal nervous system, the result being that the consciousness was forced to function through the sympathetic nervous system and its brain, the solar plexus. According to the Hermetists, disease could be prevented or successfully combated in 7 ways. First, by spells and invocations, in which the physician ordered the evil spirit causing the disease to depart from the patient. This procedure was probably based on the biblical account of the man possessed of devils, whom Jesus healed by commanding the devils to leave the man and enter into a herd of swine. Sometimes the evil spirits entered a patient at the bidding of someone desiring to injure him. In these cases, the physician commanded the spirits to return to the one who sent them. It is recorded that in some instances, the evil spirits departed through the mouth in the form of clouds of smoke, sometimes from the nostrils as flames. It is even averred that the spirits might depart in the form of birds and insects. The second method of healing was by vibration. The inharmonies of the bodies were neutralized by chanting spells and intoning the sacred names, or by playing upon musical instruments and singing. Sometimes articles of various colors were exposed to the sight of the sick, for the ancients recognized, at least in part, the principle of color therapeutics, now in the process of rediscovery. The third method was with the aid of talismans, charms, and amulets. The ancients believed that the planets controlled the functions of the human body, and that by making charms out of different metals, they could combat the malignant influences of the various stars. Thus, a person who is anemic lacks iron. Iron was believed to be under the control of Mars. Therefore, in order to bring the influence of Mars to the sufferer, around his neck was hung a talisman made of iron, and bearing upon it certain secret instructions reputed to have the power of invoking the spirit of Mars. If there was too much iron in the system, the patient was subjected to the influence of a talisman composed of the metal corresponding to some planet having an antipathy to Mars. This influence would then offset the Mars energy and thus aid in restoring normality. The fourth method was by the aid of herbs and simples. While they used metal talismans, the majority of the ancient physicians did not approve of mineral medicine in any form for internal use. Herbs were their favorite remedies. Like the metals, each herb was assigned to one of the planets. Having diagnosed by the stars the sickness and its cause, the doctors then administered the herbal antidote. The fifth method of healing disease was by prayer. All ancient peoples believed in the compassionate intercession of the deity for the alleviation of human suffering. Paracelsus said that faith would cure all disease. Few persons, however, possess a sufficient degree of faith. The sixth method, which was prevention rather than cure, was regulation of the diet and daily habits of life. The individual, by avoiding the things which caused illness, remained well. The ancients believed that health was the normal state of man. Disease was the result of man's disregard of the dictates of nature. The seventh method was practical medicine, consisting chiefly of bleeding, purging, and similar lines of treatment. These procedures, while useful in moderation, were dangerous in excess. Many a useful citizen has died 25 or 50 years before his time as the result of drastic purging or of having all the blood drained out of his body. Paracelsus used all 7 methods of treatment, and even his worst enemies admitted that he accomplished results almost miraculous in character. Near his old estate in Hohenheim, the dew falls very heavily at certain seasons of the year, and Paracelsus discovered that, by gathering the dew under certain configurations of the planets, he obtained a water possessing marvelous medicinal virtue, for it had absorbed the properties of the heavenly bodies. Hermetic herbalism and pharmacology. The herbs of the fields were sacred to the early pagans, who believed that the gods had made plants for the cure of human ills. When properly prepared and applied, each root and shrub could be used for the alleviation of suffering, or for the development of spiritual, mental, moral, or physical powers. In The Mistletoe and Its Philosophy, P. Davidson pays the following beautiful tribute to the plants. Books have been written on the language of flowers and herbs. The poet, from the earliest ages, has held the sweetest and most loving converse with them. Kings are even glad to obtain their essences at second hand to perfume themselves. But to the true physician, nature's high priest, they speak in a far higher and more exalted strain. There is not a plant or mineral which has disclosed the last of its properties to the scientists. How can they feel confident that for every one of the discovered properties there may not be many powers concealed in the inner nature of the plant? Well have flowers been called the stars of earth. And why should they not be beautiful? Have they not, from the time of their birth, smiled in the splendor of the sun by day and slumbered under the brightness of the stars by night? Have they not come from another and more spiritual world to our earth, seeing that God made every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew? Many primitive peoples used herbal remedies with remarkable cures. The Chinese, Egyptians, and American Indians cured with herbs diseases for which modern science knows no remedy. Dr. Nicholas Culpeper, whose useful life ended in 1654, was probably the most famous of herbalists. Finding that the medical systems of his day were unsatisfactory in the extreme, Culpeper turned his attention to the plants of the fields and discovered a medium of healing which gained for him national renown. In Dr. Culpeper's correlation of astrology and herbalism, each plant was under the jurisdiction of the planets or luminaries. He believed that disease was also controlled by celestial configurations. He summed up his system of treatment as follows. You may oppose diseases by herbs of the planet opposite to the planet that causes them, as diseases of Jupiter by herbs of Mercury, and the contrary, diseases of the luminaries by the herbs of Saturn, and the contrary, diseases of Mars by herbs of Venus, and the contrary. There is a way to cure diseases sometimes by sympathy, and so every planet cures his own disease. As the sun and moon by their herbs cure the eyes, Saturn the spleen, Jupiter the liver, Mars the gall and diseases of choler, and Venus diseases in the instruments of generation. The complete herbal. Medieval European herbalists rediscovered only in part the ancient hermetic secrets of Egypt and Greece. These earlier nations evolved the fundamentals of nearly all modern arts and sciences. At that time, the methods used in healing were among the secrets imparted to the initiates of the mysteries. Unctions, collyria, philters, and potions were concocted to the accompaniment of strange rites. The effectiveness of these medicines is a matter of historical record. Incenses and perfumes were also much used. Nicholas Culpeper, from Culpeper's Semiotica Uranica. This famous physician, herbalist, and astrologer spent the greater part of his useful life ranging the hills and forests of England and cataloging literally hundreds of medicinal herbs. Condemning the unnatural methods of contemporaneous medicos, Culpeper wrote, "This not being pleasing and less profitable tome, I consulted with my two brothers, Dr. Reason and Dr. Experience, and took a voyage to visit my mother, Nature, by whose advice, together with the help of Dr. Diligence, I at last obtained my desire, and, being warned by Mr. Honesty, a stranger in our days, to publish it to the world, I have done it." From the introduction to the 1835 edition of The Complete Herbal, Dr. Johnson said of Culpeper that he merited the gratitude of posterity. Barrett, in his Magus, describes the theory on which they worked as follows. For, because our spirit is the pure, subtle, lucid, airy, and unctuous vapor of the blood, nothing therefore is better adapted for collyriums than the like vapors which are more suitable to our spirit and substance. For then, by reason of their likeness, they do more stir up, attract, and transform the spirit. Poisons were thoroughly studied, and in some communities extracts of deadly herbs were administered to persons sentenced to death, as in the case of Socrates. The infamous Borgia of Italy developed the art of poisoning to its highest degree. Unnumbered brilliant men and women were quietly and efficiently disposed of by the almost superhuman knowledge of chemistry, which for many centuries was preserved in the Borgia family. Egyptian priests discovered herb extracts by means of which temporary clairvoyance could be induced, and they made use of these during the initiatory rituals of their mysteries. The drugs were sometimes mixed with the food given to candidates, and at other times were presented in the form of sacred potions, the nature of which was explained. Shortly after the drugs were administered to him, the neophyte was attacked by a spell of dizziness. He found himself floating through space, and while his physical body was absolutely insensible, being guarded by priests that no ill should befall it, the candidate passed through a number of weird experiences, which he was able to relate after regaining consciousness. In the light of present-day knowledge, it is difficult to appreciate an art so highly developed that by means of draughts, perfumes, and incenses, any mental attitude desired could be induced almost instantaneously, yet such an art actually existed among the priestcraft of the early pagan world. Concerning this subject, H.P. Blavatsky, the foremost occultist of the 19th century, has written, "Plants also have like mystical properties in a most wonderful degree, and the secrets of the herbs of dreams and enchantments are only lost to European science, and useless to say, too, are unknown to it, except in a few marked instances, such as opium and hashish. Yet the psychical effects of even these few upon the human system are regarded as evidences of a temporary mental disorder. The women of Thessaly and Epirus, the female hierophants of the rites of Sabazius, did not carry their secrets away with the downfall of their sanctuaries. They are still preserved, and those who are aware of the nature of soma know the properties of other plants as well." Isis unveiled. Herbal compounds were used to cause temporary clairvoyance in connection with the oracles, especially the one at Delphi. Words spoken while in these imposed trances were regarded as prophetic. Modern mediums, while under control as the result of partly self-imposed catalepsy, give messages somewhat similar to those of the ancient prophets, but in the majority of cases the results are far less accurate, for the soothsayers of today lack the knowledge of nature's hidden forces. The mysteries taught that during the higher degrees of initiation, the gods themselves took part in the instruction of the candidates, or at least were present, which was in itself a benediction. As the deities dwelt in the invisible worlds and came only in their spiritual bodies, it was impossible for the neophyte to cognize them without the assistance of drugs, which stimulated the clairvoyant center of his consciousness, probably the pineal gland. Many initiates in the ancient mysteries stated emphatically that they had conversed with the immortals and had beheld the gods. When the standards of the pagans became corrupted, a division took place in the mysteries. The band of truly enlightened ones separated themselves from the rest, and, preserving the most important of their secrets, vanished without leaving a trace. The rest slowly drifted, like rudderless ships, on the rocks of degeneracy and disintegration. Some of the less important of these secret formulae fell into the hands of the profane, who perverted them, as in the case of the Bacchanalia, during which drugs were mixed with wine and became the real cause of the orgies. In certain parts of the earth it was maintained that there were natural wells, springs, or fountains in which the water, because of the minerals through which it coursed, was tinctured with sacred properties. Temples were often built near these spots, and in some cases natural caves which chanced to be in the vicinity were sanctified to some deity. The aspirants to initiation and those who came to request prophetic dreams of the gods were prepared by a fast, more or less prolonged, after which they partook of meals expressly prepared, and also of mysterious drinks such as the water of Lethe and the water of Mnemosyne in the grotto of Trophonius, or of the Sicyon in the mysteries of the Eleusinia. Different drugs were easily mixed up with the meats or introduced into the drinks, according to the state of mind or body into which it was necessary to throw the recipient and the nature of the visions he was desirous of procuring. Salvertes, The Occult Sciences. The same author states that certain sects of early Christianity were accused of using drugs for the same general purposes as the pagans. The sect of the Assassins, or the Yazidis, as they are more generally known, demonstrated a rather interesting aspect of the drug problem. In the 11th century, this order, by capturing the fortress of Mount Alamut, established itself at Iraq. Hassan Sabah, the founder of the order, known as the Old Man of the Mountain, is suspected of having controlled his followers by the use of narcotics. Hassan made his followers believe that they were in paradise, where they would be forever if they implicitly obeyed him while they were alive. De Quincey, in his Confessions of an Opium Eater, describes the peculiar psychological effects produced by this product of the poppy, and the use of a similar drug may have given rise to the idea of paradise, which filled the minds of the Yazidis. The philosophers of all ages have taught that the visible universe was but a fractional part of the whole, and that by analogy, the physical body of man is in reality the least important part of his composite constitution. Most of the medical systems of today almost entirely ignore the superphysical man. They pay but scant attention to causes and concentrate their efforts on ameliorating effects. Paracelsus, noting the same proclivity on the part of physicians during his day, aptly remarked, "There is a great difference between the power that removes the invisible causes of disease, and which is magic, and that which causes merely external effects to disappear, and which is psychic, sorcery, and quackery." Translated by Franz Hartmann. Disease is unnatural, and is evidence that there is a maladjustment within or between organs or tissues. Permanent health cannot be regained until harmony is restored. The outstanding virtue of Hermetic medicine was its recognition of spiritual and psychophysical derangements as being largely responsible for the condition which is called physical disease. Suggestive therapy was used with marked success by the priest-physicians of the ancient world. Among the American Indians, the shamans, or medicine men, dispelled sickness with the aid of mysterious dances, invocations, and charms. The fact that, in spite of their ignorance of modern methods of medical treatment, these sorcerers effected innumerable cures, is well worthy of consideration. The magic rituals used by the Egyptian priests for the curing of disease were based upon a highly developed comprehension of the complex workings of the human mind and its reactions upon the physical constitution. The Egyptian and Brahmin worlds undoubtedly understood the fundamental principle of vibrotherapeutics. By means of chants and mantras, which emphasized certain vowel and consonant sounds, they set up vibratory reactions which dispelled congestions and assisted nature in reconstructing broken members and depleted organisms. They also applied their knowledge of the laws governing vibration to the spiritual constitution of man. By their intonings, they stimulated latent centers of consciousness and thereby vastly increased the sensitiveness of the subjective nature. In the Book of Coming Forth by Day, many of the Egyptian secrets have been preserved to this generation. While this ancient scroll has been well translated, only a few understand the secret significance of its magical passages. Oriental races have a keen realization of the dynamics of sound. They know that every spoken word has tremendous power, and that by certain arrangements of words, they can create vortices of force in the invisible universe about them, and thereby profoundly influence physical substance. The sacred word, by which the world was established, the lost word, which Masonry is still seeking, and the threefold divine name symbolized by Om, the creative tone of the Hindus, are all indicative of the veneration accorded to the principle of sound. The so-called new discoveries of modern science are often only rediscoveries of secrets well known to the priests and philosophers of ancient pagandom. Man's inhumanity to man has resulted in the loss of records and formula which, had they been preserved, would have solved many of the greatest problems of this civilization. With sword and firebrand, races obliterate the records of their predecessors and then inevitably meet with an untimely fate for need of the very wisdom they have destroyed. Chemical syllables, from de Mont-Snyder's Metamorphosis Planetarum. De Mont-Snyder's declares that each of the above characters forms one syllable of a word having 7 syllables, the word itself representing the materia prima, or first substance of the universe. As all substance is composed of 7 powers combined according to certain cosmic laws, a great mystery is concealed within the 7-fold constitution of man and the universe. Of the above 7 characters, de Mont-Snyder writes, "Whoever wants to know the true name and character of the materia prima shall know that out of the combination of the above figures, syllables are produced, and out of these the verbum significativum." The Kabbalah, the secret doctrine of Israel. Albert Pike, quoting from Transcendental Magic, thus sums up the importance of Kabbalism as a key to Masonic esotericism. One is filled with admiration on penetrating into the sanctuary of the Kabbalah, at seeing a doctrine so logical, so simple, and at the same time so absolute. The necessary union of ideas and signs, the consecration of the most fundamental realities by the primitive characters, the trinity of words, letters, and numbers, a philosophy simple as the alphabet, profound and infinite as the word, theorems more complete and luminous than those of Pythagoras, a theology summed up by counting on one's fingers, an infinite which can be held in the hollow of an infant's hand, 10 ciphers and 22 letters, a triangle, a square, and a circle. These are all the elements of the Kabbalah. These are the elementary principles of the written word, reflection of that spoken word that created the world. Morals and dogma. Hebrew theology was divided into 3 distinct parts. The first was the law, the second was the soul of the law, and the third was the soul of the law. The law was taught to all the children of Israel. The Mishnah, or the soul of the law, was revealed to the rabbins and teachers, but the Kabbalah, the soul of the law, was cunningly concealed, and only the highest initiates among the Jews were instructed in its secret principles. According to certain Jewish mystics, Moses ascended Mount Sinai 3 times, remaining in the presence of God 40 days each time. During the first 40 days, the tables of the written law were delivered to the prophet. During the second 40 days, he received the soul of the law, and during the last 40 days, God instructed him in the mysteries of the Kabbalah, the soul of the law. Moses concealed in the first 4 books of the Pentateuch the secret instructions that God had given him, and for centuries, students of Kabbalism have sought therein the secret doctrine of Israel. As the spiritual nature of man is concealed in his physical body, so the unwritten law, the Mishnah, and the Kabbalah is concealed within the written teachings of the Mosaic Code. Kabbalah means the secret or hidden tradition, the unwritten law, and according to an early rabbi, it was delivered to man in order that, through the aid of its abstruse principles, he might learn to understand the mystery of both the universe about him and the universe within him. The origin of Kabbalism is a legitimate subject for controversy. Early initiates of the Kabbalistic mysteries believed that its principles were first taught by God to a school of his angels before the fall of man. The angels later communicated the secrets to Adam so that, through the knowledge gained from an understanding of its principles, fallen humanity might regain its lost estate. The angel, Raziel, was dispatched from heaven to instruct Adam in the mysteries of the Kabbalah. Different angels were employed to initiate the succeeding patriarchs in this difficult science. Tophiel was the teacher of Shem, Raphael of Isaac, Metatron of Moses, and Michael of David. See Faiths of the World. Christian D. Ginsburg has written, "From Adam it passed over to Noah and then to Abraham, the friend of God who emigrated with it to Egypt, where the patriarch allowed a portion of this mysterious doctrine to ooze out. It was in this way that the Egyptians obtained some knowledge of it, and the other Eastern nations could introduce it into their philosophical systems. Moses, who was learned in all the wisdom of Egypt, was first initiated into it in the land of his birth, but became most proficient in it during his wanderings in the wilderness, when he not only devoted to it the leisure hours of the whole 40 years, but received lessons in it from one of the angels. Moses also initiated the 70 elders into the secrets of this doctrine, and they again transmitted them from hand to hand. Of all who formed the unbroken line of tradition, David and Solomon were most initiated into the Kabbalah. See the Kabbalah. According to Eliphas Levi, the 3 greatest books of Kabbalism are the Sefer Yetzirah, the Book of Formation, the Sefer HaZohar, the Book of Splendor, and the Apocalypse, the Book of Revelation. The dates of the writing of these books are by no means thoroughly established. Kabbalists declare that the Sefer Yetzirah was written by Abraham. Although it is by far the oldest of the Kabbalistic books, it was probably from the pen of the Rabbi Akiba, A.D. 120. The Sefer HaZohar presumably was written by Simeon ben Yochai, a disciple of Akiba. Rabbi Simeon was sentenced to death about A.D. 161 by Lucius Verus, co-regent of the Emperor Mark Aurelius Antoninus. He escaped with his son and, hiding in a cave, transcribed the manuscript of the Zohar with the assistance of Elias, who appeared to them at intervals. Simeon was 12 years in the cave, during which time he evolved the complicated symbolism of the greater face and the lesser face. While discoursing with disciples, Rabbi Simeon expired, and the lamp of Israel was extinguished. His death and burial were accompanied by many supernatural phenomena. The legend goes on to relate that the secret doctrines of Kabbalism had been in existence since the beginning of the world, but that Rabbi Simeon was the first man permitted to reduce them to writing. 1,200 years later, the books which he had compiled were discovered and published for the benefit of humanity by Moses de Leon. The probability is that Moses de Leon himself compiled the Zohar about A.D. 1305, drawing his material from the unwritten secrets of earlier Jewish mystics. The Apocalypse, accredited to John the Divine, is also of uncertain date, and the identity of its author has never been satisfactorily proved. Because of its brevity and because it is the key to Kabbalistic thought, the Sefer Yetzirah is reproduced in full in this chapter. So far as is known, the Sefer HaZohar has never been completely translated into English, but it can be obtained in French. S. L. McGregor Mathers translated 3 books of the Zohar into English. The Zohar contains a vast number of philosophical tenets, and a paraphrase of its salient points is embodied in this work. The 72 Names of God, from Kircher's Oedipus Aegypticus. This rare cut shows the name of God in 72 languages, inscribed upon the petals of a symbolic sunflower. Above the circle are the 72 powers of God according to the Hebrew Kabbalah. Below, 2 trees, that on the left bearing the symbols of the planets, and that on the right the signs of the zodiac and the names of the tribes of Israel. The esoteric doctrines of the Kabbalah are in alignment with the secret teachings of all the schools of philosophy, but the method by which its secrets are revealed to the wise and concealed from the ignorant is most unusual. As the religious world interprets its scriptures with 20th century educational facilities, it becomes ever more apparent that the sacred books were not historical documents, but that the kings, sages, prophets, and saviors whom Bible students have revered for ages as once existing personalities are in reality only personified attributes of man himself. Few realize the influence exerted by Kabbalism over medieval thought, both Christian and Jewish. It taught that there existed within these sacred writings a hidden doctrine, which was the key to those writings. This is symbolized by the crossed keys upon the papal crest. Scores of learned minds began to search for those arcane truths by which the race should be redeemed, and that their labor was not without its reward, their subsequent writings have demonstrated. The theories of Kabbalism are inextricably interwoven with the tenets of alchemy, Hermeticism, Rosicrucianism, and Freemasonry. The words Kabbalism and Hermeticism are now considered as synonymous terms covering all the arcana and esotericism of antiquity. The symbol Kabbalism of the first centuries of the Christian era gradually evolved into an elaborate theological system, which became so involved that it was next to impossible to comprehend its dogma. The Kabbalists divided the uses of their sacred science into 5 sections. The natural Kabbalah was used solely to assist the investigator in his study of nature's mysteries. The analogical Kabbalah was formulated to exhibit the relationship which exists between all things in nature, and it revealed to the wise that all creatures and substances were one in essence, and that man, the little universe, was a replica in miniature of God, the great universe. The contemplative Kabbalah was evolved for the purpose of revealing, through the higher intellectual faculties, the mysteries of the celestial spheres. By its aid, the abstract reasoning faculties cognized the measureless planes of infinity and learned to know the creatures existing within them. The astrological Kabbalah instructed those who studied its lore in the power, magnitude, and actual substance of the sidereal bodies, and also revealed the mystical constitution of the planet itself. The 5th, or magical Kabbalah, was studied by such as desired to gain control over the demons and subhuman intelligences of the invisible worlds. It was also highly valued as a method of healing the sick by talismans, amulets, charms, and invocations. The Sefer Yetzirah, according to Adolf Frank, differs from other sacred books in that it does not explain the world and the phenomena of which it is the stage by leaning on the idea of God or by setting itself up as the interpreter of the supreme will. This ancient work rather reveals God by estimating his manifold handiwork. In preparing the Sefer Yetzirah for the consideration of the reader, 5 separate English translations have been compared. The resulting form, while it embodies the salient features of each, is not a direct translation from any one Hebrew or Latin text. Although the purpose was to convey the spirit rather than the letter of the ancient document, there are no wide deviations from the original rendition. So far as known, the first translation of the Sefer Yetzirah into English was made by the Reverend Dr. Isidore Kalish in 1877. See Arthur Edward Waite. In this translation, the Hebrew text accompanies the English words. The work of Dr. Kalish has been used as the foundation of the following interpretation, but material from the other authorities has been incorporated, and many passages have been rewritten to simplify the general theme. At hand also was a manuscript copy in English of the Book of the Kabbalistic Art by Dr. John Pistor. The document is undated, but judging from the general type of the writing, the copy was made during the 18th century. The 3rd volume used as a reference was the Sefer Yetzirah by the late Wynne Westcott, Magus of the Rosicrucian Society of England. The 4th was the Sefer Yetzirah, or the Book of Creation, according to the translation in the sacred books and early literature of the East, edited by Professor Charles F. Horn. The fifth was a recent publication, The Book of Formation, by Knut Stenring, containing an introduction by Arthur Edward Waite. At hand also were 4 other copies, 2 German, 1 Hebrew, and 1 Latin. Certain portions of the Sefer Yetzirah are considered older and more authentic than the rest, but the controversy regarding them is involved and non-productive that it is useless to add further comment. The doubtful passages are therefore included in the document at the points where they would naturally fall. The Sefer Yetzirah, the Book of Formation. Chapter 1. 1. Yah, the Lord of hosts, the living Elohim, King of the universe, omnipotent, the merciful and gracious God, supreme and extolled, dweller in the height whose habitation is eternity, who is sublime and most holy, engraved his name and ordained, formed, and created the universe in 32 mysterious paths or stages of wisdom or science, by 3 Sephirim, namely numbers, letters, and sounds, which are in him one and the same. The Tetragrammaton, by arranging the 4 letters of the great name, IHVH, in the form of the Pythagorean tetractys, the 72 powers of the great name of God are manifested. The key to the problem is as follows. 2. 10 Sephiroth, 10 properties from the Ineffable One, and 22 letters are the foundation of all things. Of these 22 letters, 3 are called mothers, 7 double, and 12 simple. 3. The 10 numbers, Sephiroth, out of nothing are analogous to the 10 fingers and the 10 toes, 5 over against 5. In the center between them is the covenant with the only one God. In the spiritual world it is the covenant of the voice, the word, and in the corporeal world the circumcision of the flesh, the right of Abraham. 4. 10 are the numbers of the Sephiroth out of nothing, 10, not 9, 10, not 11. Comprehend this great wisdom, understand this knowledge and be wise. Inquire into the mystery and ponder it. Examine all things by means of the 10 Sephiroth. Restore the Word to its Creator and lead the Creator back to his throne again. He is the only formator, and beside him there is no other. His attributes are 10 and are without limit. 5. The 10 ineffable Sephiroth have 10 infinitudes, which are as follows: the infinite beginning and the infinite end, the infinite good and the infinite evil, the infinite height and the infinite depth, the infinite east and the infinite west, the infinite north and the infinite south. And over them is the Lord superlatively one, the faithful King. He rules over all in all, from his holy habitation, for ages of ages. 6. The appearance of the 10 spheres, or Sephiroth, out of nothing, is as a flash of lightning or a sparking flame, and they are without beginning or end. The word of God is in them when they go forth and when they return. They run by his order like a whirlwind and prostrate themselves before his throne. 7. The 10 Sephiroth have their end linked to their beginning, and their beginning linked to their end, conjoined as the flame is wedded to the live coal, for the Lord is superlatively one, and to him there is no second. Before one, what can you count? 8. Concerning the number 10 of the spheres of existence, or Sephiroth, out of nothing, seal up your lips and guard your heart as you consider them, and if your mouth opens for utterance and your heart turns towards thought, control them, returning to silence. So it is written, and the living creatures ran and returned. Ezekiel. And on this wise was the covenant made with us. 9. These are the 10 emanations of number out of nothing. First, the Spirit of the living Elohim, blessed and more than blessed be the living Elohim of ages. His voice, his spirit, and his word are the Holy Spirit. Second, he produced air from the Spirit, and in the air he formed and established 22 sounds, the letters. 3 of them were fundamental, or mothers, 7 were double, and 12 were simple, or single, but the Spirit is the first one, and above all. Third, primordial water he extracted from the air. He formed therein 22 letters and established them out of mud and loam, making them like a border, putting them up like a wall, and surrounding them as with a rampart. He poured snow upon them, and it became earth. As it reads, He said to the snow, Be thou earth. Job. Fourth, fire, or ether. He drew forth from the water. He engraved and established by it the throne of glory. He fashioned the Sephirim, the Ophanim, and the holy living creatures, or cherubim, as his ministering angels. And with of these three he formed his habitation, as it reads, Who made his angels spirits, his ministers a flaming fire. Psalms. Fifth, he selected three consonants, I-H-V, from the simple ones, a secret belonging to the three mothers, or first elements, A-M-Sh, air, water, fire, or ether. He sealed them with his spirit and fashioned them into a great name, and with this sealed the universe in 6 directions. He turned towards the above and sealed the height with IHV. Sixth, he turned towards the below and sealed the depth with HIV. Seventh, he turned forward and sealed the east with VIH. Eighth, he turned backward and sealed the west with VHI. Ninth, he turned to the right and sealed the south with IVH. 10th, he turned to the left and sealed the north with HVI. Note: this arrangement of the letters of the great name is according to the Reverend Dr. Isidore Kalish. 10. These are the 10 ineffable existences out of nothing. From the spirit of the living God emanated air, from the air, water, from the water, fire, or ether, from the fire, the height and the depth, the east and the west, the north and the south. Chapter 2. 1. There are 22 basic sounds and letters. 3 are the first elements, water, air, fire, fundamentals or mothers. 7 are double letters, and 12 are simple letters. The 3 fundamental letters have as their basis the balance. At one end of the scale are the virtues and at the other the vices, placed in equilibrium by the tongue. Of the fundamental letters, M is mute like the water, Sh is hissing like fire, A reconciling breath between them. 2. The 22 basic letters having been designed, appointed, and established by God, he combined, weighed, and exchanged them, each with the others, and formed by them all beings which are in existence, and all which will be formed in time to come. 3. He established 22 basic letters, formed by the voice and impressed upon the air by the breath. He set them to be audibly uttered in 5 different parts of the human mouth, namely gutturals, palatals, linguals, dentals, and labials. The Hebrew letters according to the Sefer Yetzirah. In the central triangle are the 3 mother letters, from which come forth the 7 double letters, the planets and the heavens. Surrounding the black star are the signs of the zodiac symbolized by the 12 simple letters. In the midst of this star is the invisible throne of the most ancient of the ancients, the supreme, definitionless creator. 4. He fixed the 22 basic letters in a ring, or sphere, like a wall with 231 gates, and turned the sphere forward and backward. Turned forward, the sphere signified good; when reversed, evil. 3 letters may serve for an illustration. There is nothing better than ONG, pleasure or joy, and nothing worse than NGO, plague or sorrow. 5. How was it all accomplished? He combined, weighed, and changed the A with all the other letters in succession, and all the others again with A, and all again with B, and so with the whole series of letters. Hence it follows that there are 231 formations, or gates, through which the powers of the letters go forth. Every creature and every language proceeded from one name and the combinations of its letters. 6. He created a reality out of nothing. He called the non-entity into existence and hewed colossal pillars from intangible air. This has been shown by the example of combining the letter A with all the other letters, and all the other letters with A. By speaking, he created every creature and every word by the power of one name. As an illustration, consider the 22 elementary substances from the primitive substance of A. The production of every creature from the 22 letters is proof that they are in reality the 22 parts of one living body. Chapter 3. 1. The first three elements, the mother letters, resemble a balance, in one scale virtue and in the other vice, placed in equilibrium by the tongue. 2. The three mothers enclose a great, wonderful, and unknown mystery and are sealed by 6 wings, or elementary circles, namely air, water, fire, each divided into an active and a passive power. The mothers gave birth to the fathers, or the progenitors, and these gave birth to the generations. 3. God appointed and established 3 mothers, combined, weighed, and exchanged them, forming by them 3 mothers, in the universe, in the year, and in man, male and female. 4. The 3 mothers in the universe are air, water, and fire. Heaven was created from the elementary fire, or ether, the earth comprising sea and land from the elementary water, and the atmospheric air from the elementary air, or spirit, which establishes the balance among them. Thus were all things produced. 5. The 3 mothers produce in the year heat, coldness, and the temperate state. Heat was created from fire, coldness from water, and the temperate state from air, which equilibrates them. 6. The 3 mothers produce in man, male and female, breast, abdomen, and head. The head was formed from the fire, the abdomen from the water, and the breast, or thorax, from the air, which places them in equilibrium. 7. God let the letter A predominate in primordial air, crowned it, combined it with the other 2, and sealed the air in the universe, the temperate state in the year, and the breast in man, male and female. 8. He let the letter M predominate in primordial water, crowned it, combined it with the other 2, and sealed the earth and the universe, including land and sea, coldness in the year, and the abdomen in man, male and female. 9. He let the letter Sh predominate in primordial fire, crowned it, combined it with the other 2, and sealed heaven in the universe, heat in the year, and the head of man, male and female. Chapter 4. 1. The 7 double letters, B, G, D, K, P, R, the, have a duplicity of pronunciation, 2 voices, aspirated and unaspirated. Namely, they serve as a model of softness and hardness, strength and weakness. 2. The 7 double letters symbolize wisdom, riches, fertility, life, power, peace, and grace. 3. The 7 double letters also signify the antithesis to which human life is exposed. The opposite of wisdom is foolishness, of riches, poverty, of fertility, sterility, of life, death, of power, servitude, of peace, war, and of beauty, deformity. 4. The 7 double letters point out the 6 dimensions, height, depth, east and west, north and south, and the holy temple in the center, which sustains them all. 5. The double letters are 7 and not 6. They are 7 and not 8. Reflect upon this fact, search into it, and reveal its hidden mystery and place the Creator on his throne again. 6. The 7 double letters, having been designed, established, purified, weighed, and exchanged by God, he formed of them 7 planets in the universe, 7 days in the year, and 7 gateways of the senses in man, male and female. From these 7 he also produced 7 heavens, 7 earths, and 7 Sabbaths. Therefore he loved 7 more than any other number beneath his throne. 7. The 7 planets in the universe are Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Sun, Venus, Mercury, and Moon. The 7 days in the year are the 7 days of the week. Possibly the 7 creative days are meant. The 7 gateways in man, male and female, are 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nostrils, and the mouth. 8. Note: Knut Stenring differs from other authorities in his arrangement of the planets and days of the week in the following 7 stanzas. Kircher has still a different order. Reverend Dr. Isidore Kalisch, Wynne Westcott, and the sacred books and early literature of the East adopt the following arrangement. First, he caused the letter B to predominate in wisdom, crowned it, combined each with the others, and formed by them the moon in the universe, the first day in the year, and the right eye in man, male and female. Second, he caused the letter G to predominate in riches, crowned it, combined it with the others, and formed by them Mars in the universe, the second day in the year, and the right ear in man, male and female. Third, he caused the letter D to predominate in fertility, crowned it, combined each with the others, and formed by them the sun in the universe, the third day in the year, and the right nostril in man, male and female. Fourth, he caused the letter K to predominate in life, crowned it, combined each with the others, and formed by them Venus in the universe, the fourth day in the year, and the left eye in man, male and female. Fifth, he caused the letter P to predominate in power, crowned it, combined each with the others, and formed by them Mercury in the universe, the fifth day in the year, and the left ear in man, male and female. Sixth, he caused the letter R to predominate in peace, crowned it, combined each with the others, and formed by them Saturn in the universe, the sixth day in the year, and the left nostril in man, male and female. Seventh, he caused the letter Th to predominate in grace, crowned it, combined each with the others, and formed by them Jupiter in the universe, the seventh day in the year, and the mouth of man, male and female. 9. With the 7 double letters, he also designed 7 earths, 7 heavens, 7 continents, 7 seas, 7 rivers, 7 deserts, 7 days, 7 weeks, from Passover to Pentecost, and in the midst of them his holy palace. There is a cycle of 7 years, and the 7th is the release year, and after 7 release years is the Jubilee. For this reason God loves the number 7 more than any other thing under the heavens. 10. In this manner God joined the 7 double letters together. 2 stones build 2 houses, 3 stones build 6 houses, 4 stones build 24 houses, 5 stones build 120 houses, 6 stones build 720 houses, and 7 stones build 5,040 houses. Make a beginning according to this arrangement, and reckon further that the mouth can express, or the ear can hear. Chapter 5. The 12 simple letters H, V, Z, Ch, T, I, L, N, S, O, Z, Q symbolize the 12 fundamental properties: speech, thought, movement, sight, hearing, work, coition, smell, sleep, anger, taste, or swallowing, and mirth. 2. The simple letters correspond to 12 directions: east height, northeast, east depth, south height, southeast, south depth, west height, southwest, west depth, north height, northwest, north depth. They diverge to all eternity and are the arms of the universe. 3. The simple letters having been designed, established, weighed, and exchanged by God, he produced by them 12 zodiacal signs in the universe, 12 months in the year, and 12 chief organs in the human body, male and female. 4. The signs of the zodiac are Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces. The months of the year are Nisan, Liar, Sivan, Tammuz, Ab, Elul, Tisri, Markeshvan, Kislev, Tebet, Sibat, and Adar. The organs of the human body are 2 hands, 2 feet, 2 kidneys, gall, small intestine, liver, esophagus, stomach, and spleen. 5. Note: in the following 12 stanzas, Knut Stenring again differs, this time as to the arrangement of properties. First, God caused the letter H to predominate in speech, crowned it, combined it with the others, and fashioned by them Aries, the ram in the universe, the month Nisan in the year, and the right foot of the human body, male and female. Second, he caused the letter V to predominate in thought, crowned it, combined it with the others, and fashioned by them Taurus, the bull, in the universe, the month Liar in the year, and the right kidney of the human body, male and female. Third, he caused the letter Z to predominate in movement, crowned it, combined it with the others, and fashioned by them Gemini, the twins, in the universe, the month Sivan in the year, and the left foot of the human body, male and female. Fourth, he caused the letter Ch to predominate in sight, crowned it, combined it with the others, and fashioned by them Cancer, the crab, in the universe, the month Tammuz in the year, and the right hand of the human body, male and female. Fifth, he caused the letter T to predominate in hearing, crowned it, combined it with the others, and fashioned by them Leo, the lion, in the universe, the month Eb in the year, and the left kidney of the human body, male and female. Sixth, he caused the letter I to predominate in work, crowned it, combined it with the others, and fashioned by them Virgo, the virgin, in the universe, the month Elul in the year, and the left hand of the human body, male and female. Seventh, he caused the letter L to predominate in coition, crowned it, combined it with the others, and fashioned by them Libra, the balance, in the universe, the month Tisri in the year, and the gall of the human body, male and female. Eighth, he caused the letter N to predominate in smell, crowned it, combined it with the others, and fashioned by them Scorpio, the scorpion, in the universe, the month Markeshvan in the year, and the small intestine in the human body, male and female. Ninth, he caused the letter S to predominate in sleep, crowned it, combined it with the others, and fashioned by them Sagittarius, the archer, in the universe, the month Kislev in the year, and the stomach in the human body, male and female. 10th, he caused the letter O to predominate in anger, crowned it, combined it with the others, and fashioned by them Capricorn, the goat, in the universe, the month Tebet in the year, and the liver in the human body, male and female. 11th, he caused the letter Z to predominate in taste or swallowing, crowned it, combined it with the others, and fashioned by them Aquarius, the water-bearer, in the universe, the month Sabat in the year, and the esophagus in the human body, male and female. 12th, he caused the letter Q to predominate in mirth, crowned it, combined it with the others, and fashioned by them Pisces, the fishes, in the universe, the month Adar in the year, and the spleen in the human body, male and female. 6. He made them as a conflict. He arranged them as provinces and drew them up like a wall. He armed them and set one against another, as in warfare. The Elohim did likewise in the other spheres. Chapter 6. 1. There are three mothers or first elements, A, M, Sh, from which emanated three fathers or progenitors, primordial or spiritual air, water, and fire, from which issued the 7 planets or heavens with their angels and the 12 oblique points, zodiac. 2. To prove this, there are 3 faithful witnesses, the universe, the year, and man. There are the 12, the balance, and the 7. Above is the dragon, below is the world, and lastly the heart of man, and in the midst is God who regulates them all. 3. The first elements are air, water, and fire. The fire is above, the water is below, and a breath of air establishes balance between them. The token is, the fire carries the water. The letter M is mute. Sh is hissing like fire. There is A among them, a breath of air which reconciles the two. 4. The dragon, Tali, is in the universe like a king upon his throne. The celestial sphere is in the year like a king in his empire, and the heart is in the body of men like a king in warfare. 5. God also set the opposites against each other, the good against the evil, and the evil against the good. Good proceeds from good, evil from evil. The good purifies the bad the good. The good is reserved for the good, and the evil for the wicked. 6. There are 3 of which each stands by itself. One is in the affirmative, filled with good. One is in the negative, filled with evil, and the third equilibrates them. 7. There are 7 divided 3 against 3, and 1 in the midst of them. Balance. 12 stand in warfare. 3 produce love, and 3 hatred. 3 are life-givers, and 3 are destroyers. 8. The 3 that cause love are the heart and the 2 ears. The three that produce hatred are the liver, the gall, and the tongues. The three life-givers are the two nostrils and the spleen, and the three destroyers are the mouth and the two lower openings of the body. Over all these rules God, the faithful King, from his holy habitation in all eternity. God is one above three, three are above seven, seven are above 12, yet all are linked together. 9. There are 22 letters by which the I Am, or Yah, the Lord of hosts, almighty and eternal, designed and created by three Sephirim, numbers, letters, and sounds, his universe, and formed by them all creatures and all those things that are yet to come. 10. When the patriarch Abraham had comprehended the great truths, meditated upon them, and understood them perfectly, the Lord of the universe, the Tetragrammaton, appeared to him, called him his friend, kissed him upon the head, and made with him a covenant. First, the covenant was between the 10 fingers of his hands, which is the covenant of the tongue, spiritual. Second, the covenant was between the 10 toes of his feet, which is the covenant of circumcision, material. And God said of him, before Abraham bound the spirit of the 22 letters, the Thora, upon his tongue, and God disclosed to him their secrets. God permitted the letters to be immersed in water. He burned them in the fire and imprinted them upon the winds. He distributed them among the 7 planets and gave them to the 12 zodiacal signs. Fundamentals of Kabbalistic Cosmogony. The Kabbalists conceive of the supreme deity as an incomprehensible principle to be discovered only through the process of eliminating, in order, all its cognizable attributes. That which remains, when every knowable thing has been removed, is Ein Sof, the eternal state of being. Although indefinable, the absolute permeates all space. Abstract to the degree of inconceivability, Ein Sof is the unconditioned state of all things. Substances, essences, and intelligences are manifested out of the inscrutability of Ein Sof, but the absolute self is without substance, essence, or intelligence. Ein Sof may be likened to a great field of rich earth, out of which rises a myriad of plants, each different in color, formation, and fragrance, yet each with its roots in the same dark loam, which, however, is unlike any of the forms nurtured by it. The plants are universes, gods, and man, all nourished by Ein Sof, and all with their source in one definitionless essence, all with their spirits, souls, and bodies, fashioned from this essence, and doomed, like the plant, to return to the black ground. Ein Sof, the only immortal, whence they came. Ein Sof was referred to by the Kabbalists as the most ancient of all the ancients. It was always considered as sexless. Its symbol was a closed eye. While it may be truly said of Ein Sof that to define it is to defile it, the rabbis postulated certain theories regarding the manner in which Ein Sof projected creations out of itself, and they also assigned to this absolute not-being certain symbols as being descriptive, in part at least, of its powers. The nature of Ein Sof they symbolize by a circle, itself emblematic of eternity. This hypothetical circle encloses a dimensionless area of incomprehensible life, and the circular boundary of this life is abstract and measureless infinity. According to this concept, God is not only a center, but also area. Centralization is the first step towards limitation. Therefore, centers which form in the substances of Ein Sof are finite because they are predestined to dissolution back into the cause of themselves, while Ein Sof itself is infinite because it is the ultimate condition of all things. The circular shape given to Ein Sof signifies that space is hypothetically enclosed within a great crystal-like globe, outside of which there is nothing, not even a vacuum. Within this globe, symbolic of Ein Sof, creation and dissolution take place. Every element and principle that will ever be used in the eternities of cosmic birth, growth, and decay is within the transparent substances of this intangible sphere. It is the cosmic egg which is not broken till the great day, be with us, which is the end of the cycle of necessity, when all things return to their ultimate cause. In the process of creation, the diffused life of Ein Sof retires from the circumference to the center of the circle and establishes a point which is the first manifesting one, the primitive limitation of the all-pervading O. When the divine essence thus retires from the circular boundary to the center, it leaves behind the abyss, or, as the Kabbalists term it, the great privation. Thus, in Ein Sof is established a twofold condition where previously had existed but one. The first condition is the central point, the primitive objectified radiance of the eternal subjectified life. About this radiance is the darkness caused by the deprivation of the life, which is drawn to the center to create the first point or universal germ. The universal Ein Sof, therefore, no longer shines through space, but rather upon space from an established first point. Isaac Meyer describes this process as follows. The Ein Sof at first was filling all, and then made an absolute concentration into itself, which produced the abyss, deep, or space, the Avir Kadman, or primitive air, the Azoth. But this is not considered in the Kabbalah as a perfect void or vacuum, a perfectly empty space, but is thought of as the waters or crystalline chaotic sea, in which was a certain degree of light inferior to that by which all the created worlds and hierarchies were made. See the Kabbalah. In the secret teachings of the Kabbalah, it is taught that man's body is enveloped in an ovoid of bubble-like iridescence, which is called the auric egg. This is the causal sphere of man. It bears the same relationship to man's physical body that the globe of Ein Sof bears to its created universes. In fact, this auric egg is the Ein Sof sphere of the entity called man. In reality, therefore, the supreme consciousness of man is in this aura, which extends in all directions and completely encircles his lower bodies. As the consciousness in the cosmic egg is withdrawn into a central point, which is then called God, the Supreme One, so the consciousness in the auric egg of man is concentrated, thereby causing the establishment of a point of consciousness called the ego. As the universes in nature are formed from powers latent in the cosmic egg, so everything used by man in all his incarnations throughout the kingdoms of nature is drawn from the latent powers within his auric egg. Man never passes from this egg. It remains even after death. His births, deaths, and rebirths all take place within it, and it cannot be broken until the lesser day be with us, when mankind, like the universe, is liberated from the wheel of necessity. The Kabbalistic System of Worlds. On the accompanying circular chart, the concentric rings represent diagrammatically the 40 rates of vibration, called by the Kabbalists spheres, which emanate from Ein Sof. The circle X1 is the outer boundary of space. It circumscribes the area of Ein Sof. The nature of Ein Sof itself is divided into 3 parts, represented by the spaces respectively between X1 and X2, X2 and X3, X3 and A1. Thus, X1 to X2, Ein, the vacuum of pure spirit. X2 to X3, Ein Sof, the limitless and boundless. X3 to A1, Ein Sof Or, the limitless light. It should be borne in mind that in the beginning the supreme substance, Ein, alone permeated the area of the circle. The inner rings had not yet come into manifestation. As the divine essence concentrated itself, the rings X2 and X3 became apprehensible, for Ein Sof is a limitation of Ein, and Ein Sof Or light, is a still greater limitation. Thus, the nature of the Supreme One is considered to be threefold, and from this threefold nature, the powers and elements of creation itself were reflected into the abyss left by the motion of Ein Sof towards the center of itself. The continual motion of Ein Sof towards the center of itself resulted in the establishment of the dot in the circle. The dot was called God, as being the supreme individualization of the universal essence. Concerning this, the Zohar says, "When the concealed of the concealed wished to reveal himself, he first made a single point. The infinite was entirely unknown and diffused no light before this luminous point violently broke through into vision." The Hebrew Triad. The Kabbalists used the letter Shin to signify the trinity of the first 3 Sephiroth, The central circle, slightly above the other two, is the first Sephirah, Kether, the white head, the crown. The other two circles represent Kokma, the father, and Binah, the mother. From the union of the Divine Father and the Divine Mother are produced the worlds and the generations of living things. The three flame-like points of the letter Shin have long been used to conceal this creative triad of the Kabbalists. The name of this point is I Am, called by the Hebrews Iheyah. The Kabbalists gave many names to this dot. On this subject, Christian D. Ginsburg writes, in substance, the dot is called the first crown because it occupies the highest position. It is called the aged because it is the first emanation. It is called the primordial or smooth point. It is called the white head, the long face, macroprosophus, the inscrutable height, because it controls and governs all the other emanations. When the white shining point had appeared, it was called Kether, which means the crown, and out of it radiated 9 great globes which arranged themselves in the form of a tree. These 9 together with the first crown constituted the first system of Sephiroth. These 10 were the first limitation of 10 abstract points within the nature of Ein Sof itself. The power of Ein Sof did not descend into these globes, but rather was reflected upon them as the light of the sun is reflected upon the earth and planets. These 10 globes were called the shining sapphires, and it is believed by many rabbins that the word sapphire is the basis of the word Sephirah, the singular form of Sephiroth. The great area which had been privated by the withdrawal of Ein Sof into the central point, Kether, was now filled by 4 concentric globes called worlds or spheres, and the light of the 10 Sephiroth was reflected down through each of these in turn. This resulted in the establishment of 4 symbolical trees, each hearing the reflections of the 10 Sephirothic globes. The 40 spheres of creation out of Ein Sof are divided into 4 great world chains, as follows. A1 to A10, Atziluth, the boundless world of divine names. B1 to B10, Briah, the archangelic world of creations. C1 to C10, Yetzirah, the hierarchical world of formations. D1 to D10, Asaya, the elemental world of substances. The Kabbalistic scheme of the 4 worlds. In the above chart, the dark line between X3 and A1 constitutes the boundary of the original dot, while the concentric circles within this heavier line symbolize the emanations and the worlds which came forth from the dot. As this dot is contained within the outer rings, X1, X2, and X3, and represents the first establishment of an individualized existence, so the lower universe is symbolized by the 40 concentric circles within the dot, represents the lower creation evolved out of and yet contained within the nature of the first crown, which may be called God, within whom the divine powers, the celestial beings, the sidereal worlds, and man live and move and have their being. It is highly important that all the rings within A1 be considered as being enclosed by the primitive dot, which is itself encircled by the great ring X1, or the auric egg of Ein Sof. Each of these worlds has 10 powers or spheres, a parent globe and 9 others, which conic out of it as emanations, each globe born out of the one preceding. On the plane of Atziluth, A1 to A10, the highest and most divine of all the created worlds, the unmanifested Ein Sof established his first point or dot in the divine sea, the 3 spheres of X. This dot, A1, contains all creation within it, but in this first divine and uncontaminated state, the dot, or first manifested. God was not considered as a personality by the Kabbalists, but rather as a divine establishment or foundation. It was called the first crown, and from it issued the other circles of the Atziluthic world, A2, A3, A4, A5, A6, A7, A8, A9, and A10. In the 3 lower worlds, these circles are intelligences, planers, and elements, but in this first divine world they are called the rings of the sacred names. The first 10 great circles or globes of light which are manifested out of Ein Sof are the 10 names of God assigned to them by the Kabbalists are as follows. From Ein Sof came A1, the first crown, and the name of the first power of God was Ehyeh, which means I am, that I am. From A1 came A2, which the first wisdom, and the name of the second power of God was Jehovah, which means essence of being. From A2 came A3, the first understanding, and the name of the third power of God was Jehovah Elohim, which means God of gods. From A3 came A4, the first mercy, and the name of the fourth power of God was El, which means God the Creator. From A4 came A5, the first severity, and the name of the fifth power of God was Elohim Gibor, which means God the Potent. From A5 came A6, the first beauty, and the name of the sixth power of God was Eloah Vada'ath, which means God the Strong. From A6 came A7, the first victory, and the name of the seventh power of God was Jehovah Zaboath, which means God of Hosts. From A7 came A8, the first glory, and the name of the eighth power of God was Elohim Zaboath, which means Lord God of Hosts. From A8 came A9, the first foundation, and the name of the ninth power of God was Shaddai El-Jai, which means omnipotent. From A9 came A10, the first kingdom, and the name of the 10th power of God was Adonai Melech, which means God. From A10 came B1, the second crown, and the world of Briah was established. The 10 emanations from A1 to A10, inclusive, are called the foundations of all creations. The Kabbalists designate them the 10 roots of the tree of life. They are arranged in the form of a great human figure called Adam Kadmon, the man made from the fire mist, red dirt, the prototypic universal man. In the Atzaluthic world, the powers of God are most purely manifested. These 10 pure and perfect radiations do not descend into the lower worlds and take upon themselves forms, but are reflected upon the substances of the inferior spheres. From the first or Atzaluthic world, they are reflected into the second or Briatic world. As the reflection always lacks some of the brilliancy of the original image, so in the Briatic world the 10 radiations lose part of their infinite power. A reflection is always like the thing reflected, but smaller or fainter. In the second world, B1 to B10, the order of the spheres is the name as in the Azaluthic world, but the 10 circles of light are less brilliant and more tangible and are here referred to as 10 great spirits, divine creatures who assist in the establishment of order and intelligence in the universe. As already noted, B1 is born out of A10 and is included within all the spheres superior to itself. Out of B1 are taken 9 globes, B2, B3, B4, B5, B6, B7, B8, B9, and B10, which constitute the world of Briah. These 10 subdivisions, however, are really the 10 Atzaluthic powers reflected into the substance of the Briatic world. B1 is the ruler of this world, for it contains all the other rings of its own world, and also the rings of the third and fourth worlds, C and D. In the world of Briah, the 10 spheres of light are called the archangels of Briah. Their order and powers are as follows. From A10 came B1, the second crown. It is called Metatron, the angel of the presence. From B1 came B2, the second wisdom. It is called Raziel, the herald of deity, who revealed the mysteries of Kabbalah to Adam. From B2 came B3, the second understanding. It is called Tzaf Kiel, the contemplation of God. From B3 came B4, the second mercy. It is called Tzad Kiel, the justice of God. From B4 came B5, the second severity. It is called Samael, the severity of God. From B5 came B6, the second beauty. It is called Michael, like unto God. From B6 came B7, the second victory. It is called Haniel, the grace of God. From B7 came B8, the second glory. It is called Raphael, the divine physician. From B8 came B9, the second foundation. It is called Gabriel, the man God. From B9 came B10, the second kingdom. It is called Sandalphon, the Messiahs. From B10 came C1, the third crown, and the world of Yetzirah was established. The 10 archangels of Briah are conceived to be 10 great spiritual beings whose duty is to manifest the 10 powers of the great name of God existent in the absoluthic world which surrounds and interpenetrates the entire world of creation. All things manifesting in the lower worlds exist first in the intangible rings of the upper spheres, so that creation is, in truth, the process of making tangible the intangible by extending the intangible into various vibratory rates. The 10 globes of Briatic power, while themselves reflections, are mirrored downward into the third or Yetziratic world, where, still more limited in their expression, they become the spiritual and invisible zodiac, which is behind the visible band of constellations. In this third world, the 10 globes of the original absoluthic world are greatly limited and dimmed, but they are still infinitely powerful in comparison with the state of substance in which man dwells. In the third world, C1 to C10, the globes become hierarchies of celestial creatures, called choirs of Yetzirah. Here again, all are included within the ring C1, the power which controls the Yetziratic world, and which includes within itself and controls the entire world, D. The order of the globes and the names of the hierarchies composing them are as follows. From B10 came C1, the third crown. The hierarchy is the cherubim, Kaioth, Ha, Kadosh, the holy animals. From C1 came C2, the third wisdom. The hierarchy is the cherubim, Orphanum, the wheels. From C2 came C3, the third understanding. The hierarchy is the thrones, Aralim, the mighty ones. From C3 came C4, the third mercy. The hierarchy is the dominations, Chasmalim, the brilliant ones. From C4 came C5, the third severity. The hierarchy is the powers, Sephirim, the flaming serpents. From C5 came C6, the third beauty. The hierarchy is the virtues, Melachim, the kings. From C6 came C7, the third victory. The hierarchy is the principalities, Elohim, the gods. From C7 came C8, the third glory. The hierarchy is the archangels, Ben Elohim, the sons of God. From C8 came C9, the third foundation. The hierarchy is the angels, cherubim, the scat of the sons. From C9 came C10, the third kingdom. The hierarchy is humanity, the Ishim, the souls of just men. From C10 came D1, the fourth crown, and the world of Asiya was established. From the Yetziratic world, the light of the 10 spheres is reflected into the world of Asiya, the lowest of the 4. The 10 globes of the original Absoluthic world here take upon themselves forms of physical matter, and the sidereal system is the result. The world of Asiya, or the elemental world of substance, is the one into which humanity descended at the time of Adam's fall. The Garden of Eden is the 3 upper worlds, and for his sins man was forced into the sphere of substance, and assumed coats of skin, or bodies. All of the spiritual forces of the upper worlds, A, B, C, when they strike against the elements of the lower world, D, are distorted and perverted, resulting in the creation of hierarchies of demons to correspond with the good spirits in each of the higher worlds. In all the ancient mysteries, matter was regarded as the source of all evil and spirit the source of all good, for matter inhibits and limits, so often clogging the inner perceptions that man is unable to recognize his own divine potentialities. Since matter thus prevents humanity from claiming its birthright, it is called the adversary, the power of evil. The fourth world, D, is the world of solar systems, comprising not only the one of which the Earth is a part, but all the solar systems in the universe. The plan of divine activity. According to the Kabbalists, the life of the Supreme Creator permeates all substance, all space, and all time, but for diagrammatic purposes, the supreme, all-inclusive life is limited by Circle 3, which may be called the boundary line of divine existence. The divine life permeating the area bounded by Circle 3 is focused at Point 1, which thus becomes the personification of the impersonal life and is termed the first crown. The creative forces pouring through Point 1 come into manifestation as the objective universe in the intermediate space, Circle 2. Opinions differ as to the arrangement of the globes of this last world, D1 to D10 inclusive. The ruler of the fourth world is D1, called by some the fiery heaven, by others the primum mobile, or the first motion. From this whirling fire emanates the material starry zodiac, D2, in contradistinction to the invisible spiritual zodiac of the Yetziratic world. From the zodiac, D2, are differentiated the spheres of the planets in concatenate order. The 10 spheres of the world of Asiya are as follows. From C10 came D1, the fourth crown, Vashita Gala Galum, the primum mobile, the fiery mist which is the beginning of the material universe. From D1 came D2, the fourth wisdom, Maslot, the zodiac, the firmament of the fixed stars. From D2 came D3, the fourth understanding, Shabbatai, the sphere of Saturn. From D3 came D4, the fourth mercy, Zedeg, the sphere of Jupiter. From D4 came D5, the fourth severity, Madim, the sphere of Mars. From D5 came D6, the fourth beauty, Shemesh, the sphere of the sun. From D6 came D7, the fourth victory, Noga, the sphere of Venus. From D7 came D8, the fourth glory, Kokab, the sphere of Mercury. From D8 came D9, the fourth foundation, Levana, the sphere of the moon. From D9 came D10, the fourth kingdom, Cholom Yosodoth, the sphere of the four elements. By inserting a sphere, which he calls the Empyrean, before the primum mobile, Kircher moves each of the other spheres down one, resulting in the elimination of the sphere of the elements and making D10 the sphere of the moon. In the world of Asiya are to be found the demons and tempters. These are likewise reflections of the 10 great globes of Atziluth, but because of the distortion of the images resulting from the base substances of the world of Asiya upon which they are reflected, they become evil creatures, called shells, by the Kabbalists. There are 10 hierarchies of these demons to correlate with the 10 hierarchies of good spirits, composing the Yetziratic world. There are also 10 archdemons, corresponding to the 10 archangels of Briah. The black magicians use these inverted spirits in their efforts to attain their nefarious ends, but in time the demon destroys those who bind themselves to it. The 10 orders of demons and the 10 archdemons of the world of Asiya are as follows. D1, the evil crown. The hierarchy is called Thamiel, the doubles of God, the two-headed. The archdemons are Satan and Moloch. From D1 came D2, the evil wisdom. The hierarchy is called Kayidiel, those who obstruct. The archdemon is Adam Belial. From D2 came D3, the evil understanding. The hierarchy is called Satharial, the concealment of God. The archdemon is Lucifuge. From D3 came D4, the evil mercy. The hierarchy is called Gam Kikoth, the disturber of things. The archdemon is Astaroth. From D4 came D5, the evil severity. The hierarchy is called Golab, incendiarism and burning. The archdemon is Asmodeus. From D5 came D6, the evil beauty. The hierarchy is called Togarini, the wranglers. The demon is Belphegor. From D6 came D7, the evil victory. The hierarchy is called Harab Sarap, the dispensing raven. The archdemon is Baal Kanan. From D7 came D8, the evil glory. The hierarchy is called Samael, the embroiler. The archdemon is called Adramelech. From D8 came D9, the evil foundation. The hierarchy is called Gamaliel, the obscene. The archdemon is Lilith. From D9 came D10, the evil kingdom. The hierarchy is called Nahemoth, the impure. The archdemon is Nahema. The Kabbalists declare that the worlds, intelligences, and hierarchies were established according to the vision of Ezekiel. By the man of Ezekiel's vision is symbolized the world of Atziluth. By the throne, the world of Briah. By the firmament, the world of Yetzirah. And by the living creatures, the world of Asiya. These spheres are the wheels within wheels of the prophet. The Kabbalists next established a human figure in each of the 4 worlds. A1 was the head and A10 the feet of the man of Atziluth. B1 was the head and B10 the feet of the man of Briah. C1 was the head and C10 the feet of the man of Yetzirah. D1 was the head and D10 the feet of the man of Asiya. These four are called the world men. They are considered androgynous and are the prototypes of humanity. The human body, like that of the universe, is considered to be a material expression of 10 globes or spheres of light. Therefore, man is called the microcosm, the little world, built in the image of the great world, of which he is a part. The Kabbalists also established a mysterious universal man with his head at A1 and his feet at D10. This is probably the secret significance of the great figure of Nebuchadnezzar's dream, with its head in the world of Atziluth, its arms and hands in the world of Briah, its generative system in the world of Yetzirah, and its legs and feet in the world of Asiya. This is the grand man of the Zohar, of whom Eliphas Levi writes. It is not less astonishing to observe at the beginning of the Zohar the profundity of its notions and the sublime simplicity of its images. It is said as follows: the science of equilibrium is the key of occult science. Unbalanced forces perish in the void. So passes the kings of the elder world, the princes of the giants. They have fallen like trees without roots, and their place is found no more. Through the conflict of unbalanced forces, the devastated earth was void and formless until the Spirit of God made for itself a place in heaven and reduced the mass of waters. All the aspirations of nature were directed then towards unity of form, towards the living synthesis, if equilibrated forces, the face of God, crowned with light, rose over the vast sea and was reflected in the waters thereof. His 2 eyes were manifested, radiating with splendor, darting 2 beams of light which crossed with those of the reflection. The brow of God and his eyes formed a triangle in heaven, and its reflection formed a second triangle in the waters. So was revealed the number 6, being that of universal creation. The text, which would be unintelligible in a literal version, is translated here by way of interpretation. The author makes it plain that the human form which he ascribes to deity is only an image of his meaning, and that God is beyond expression by human thought or representation, by any figure. Pascal said that God is a circle, of which the center is everywhere and the circumference nowhere. But how is one to imagine a circle apart from its circumference? The Zohar adopts the antithesis of this paradoxical image, and in respect of the circle of Pascal, would say rather that the circumference is everywhere, while that which is nowhere is the center. It is, however, to a balance and not to a circle that it compares the universal equilibrium of things. It affirms that equilibrium is everywhere, and so also is the central point where the balance hangs in suspension. We find that the Zohar is thus more forcible and more profound than Pascal. The Zohar is a genesis of light. The Sefer Yetzirah is a ladder of truth. Therein are expounded the 32 absolute symbols of speech, being numbers and letters. Each letter produces a number, an idea, and a form, so that mathematics are applicable to forms and ideas, even as to numbers, in virtue of an exact proportion and a perfect correspondence. By the science of the Sefer Yetzirah, the human mind is rooted in truth and in reason. It accounts for all progress possible to intelligence by means of the evolution of numbers. Thus does the Zohar represent absolute truth, while the Sefer Yetzirah furnishes the method of its acquisition, its discernment and application. History of magic. By placing man himself at the point D10, his true constitution is revealed. He exists upon 4 worlds, only one of which is visible. It is then made evident that his parts and members upon the material plane are, by analogy, hierarchies and intelligences in the higher worlds. Here, again, the law of interpretation is evidenced. Although within man is the entire universe, the 43 spheres interpenetrating D10, he is ignorant of its existence because he cannot exercise control over that which is superior to or greater than himself. Nevertheless, all these higher spheres exercise control over him, as his functions and activities demonstrate. If they did not, he would be an inert mass of substance. Death is merely the result of deflecting the life impulses of the higher rings away from the lower body. The control of the transubstantial rings over their own material reflection is called life, and the spirit of man is, in reality, a name given to this great host of intelligences, which are focused upon substance through a point called the ego, established in the midst of themselves. X1 is the outside boundary of the human auric egg, and the entire diagram becomes a cross-section of the constitution of man, or a cross-section of the cosmic constitution, if correlated with the universe. By the secret culture of the Kabbalistic school, man is taught how to climb the rings, or unfold his consciousness, until at last he returns to Ein Sof. The process by which this is accomplished is called the 50 Gates of Light. Kircher, the Jesuit Kabbalist, declares that Moses passed through 49 of the gates, but that Christ alone passed the 50th gate. To the third edition of the Sefer Yetzirah, translated from the Hebrew by Wynne Westcott, are appended the 50 gates of intelligence, emanating from Binah, the second Sephirah. The source of this information is Kircher's Oedipus Aegypticus. The gates are divided into 6 orders, of which the first 4 have each 10 subdivisions, the 5th 9, and the 6th only 1. The first order of gates is termed elementary, and its divisions are as follows. 1. Chaos, Hyle, the first matter. 2. Formless, void, lifeless. 3. The abyss. 4. Origin of the elements. 5. Earth, no seed germs. 6. Water. 7. Air. 8. Fire. 9. Differentiation of qualities. 10. Mixture and combination. The second order of gates is termed Decad of Evolution, and its divisions are as follows. 11. Minerals differentiate. 12. Vegetable principles appear. 13. Seeds germinate in moisture. 14. Herbs and trees. 15. Fructification in vegetable life. 16. Origin of low forms of animal life. 17. Insects and reptiles appear. 18. Fishes, vertebrate life in the waters. 19. Birds, vertebrate life in the air. 20. Quadrupeds, vertebrate earth animals. The third order of gates is termed Decad of Humanity, and its divisions are as follows. 21. Appearance of man. 22. Material human body. 23. Human soul conferred. 24. Mystery of Adam and Eve. 25. Complete man as the microcosm. 26. Gift of 5 human faces acting exteriorly. 27. Gift of 5 powers to the soul. 28. Adam Kadmon, the heavenly man. 29. Angelic beings. 30. Man in the image of God. The fourth order of gates is termed World of Spheres, and its divisions are as follows. 31. The heaven of the moon. 32. The heaven of Mercury. 33. The heaven of Venus. 34. The heaven of the sun. 35. The heaven of Mars. 36. The heaven of Jupiter. 37. The heaven of Saturn. 38. The firmament. 39. The primum mobile. 40. The Empyrean heaven. The fifth order of gates is termed the angelic world, and its divisions are as follows. 41. Ishim, sons of fire. 42. Orphanim, cherubim. 43. Arolim, thrones. 44. Kashmalim, dominions. 45. Seraphim, virtues. 46. Melachim, powers. 47. Elohim, principalities. 48. Ben Elohim, angels. 49. Cherubim, archangels. The order of the angels is a matter of controversy, the arrangement above differing from that accepted in other sections of this volume. The rabbins disagree fundamentally as to the proper sequence of the angelic names. The sixth order is termed the archetype, and consists of but one gate. 50. God, Ein Sof, he whom no mortal eye hath seen. The 50th gate leads from creation into the creative principle, and he who passes through it returns into the unlimited and undifferentiated condition of all. The 50 gates reveal a certain evolutionary process, and it was declared by the rabbins that he who would attain to the highest degree of understanding must pass sequentially through all of these orders of life, each of which constituted a gate in that the spirit, passing from the lower to the higher, found in each more responsive organism new avenues of self-expression. The Tree of the Sephiroth. The Tree of the Sephiroth may be considered an invaluable compendium of the secret philosophy which originally was the spirit and soul of Hasidism. The Kabbalah is the priceless heritage of Israel, but each year those who comprehend its true principles become fewer in number. The Jew of today, if he lacks a realization of the profundity of his people's doctrines, is usually permeated with that most dangerous form of ignorance, modernism, and is prone to regard the Kabbalah either as an evil to be shunned like the plague, or as a ridiculous superstition which has survived the black magic of the Dark Ages. Yet without the key which the Kabbalah supplies, the spiritual mysteries of both the Old and the New Testament must remain unsolved by Jew and Gentile alike. The Sephirothic tree consists of 10 globes of luminous splendor arranged in 3 vertical columns and connected by 22 channels or paths. The 10 globes are called the Sephiroth, and to them are assigned the numbers 1 to 10. The 3 columns are called mercy on the right, severity on the left, and between them mildness as the reconciling power. The columns may also be said to represent wisdom, strength, and beauty, which form the triune support of the universe, for it is written that the foundation of all things is 3. The 22 channels are the letters of the Hebrew alphabet, and to them are assigned the major trumps of the tarot deck of symbolic cards. Eliphas Levi declared that by arranging the tarot cards according to a definite order, man could discover all that is knowable concerning his God, his universe, and himself. When the 10 numbers which pertain to the globes, or Sephiroth, are combined with the 22 letters relating to the channels, the resultant sum is 32, the number peculiar to the Kabbalistic paths of wisdom. These paths, occasionally referred to as the 32 teeth in the mouth of the vast countenance, or as the 32 nerves that branch out from the divine brain, are analogous to the first 32 degrees of Freemasonry, which elevate the candidate to the dignity of a prince of the royal secret. Kabbalists also consider it extremely significant that in the original Hebrew scriptures the name of God should occur 32 times in the first chapter of Genesis. In the English translations of the Bible, the name appears 33 times. In the mystic analysis of the human body, according to the rabbins, 32 spinal segments lead upward to the temple of wisdom, the skull. The 4 Kabbalistic trees described in the preceding chapter were combined by later Jewish scholars into one all-inclusive diagram and termed by them not only the Sephirothic but also the archetypal or heavenly atom. According to some authorities, it is this heavenly atom, and not a terrestrial man, whose creation is described in the opening chapters of Genesis. Out of the substances of this divine man, the universe was formed. In him it remains and will continue even after dissolution shall resolve the spheres back into their own primitive substance. The deity is never conceived of as actually contained in these Sephiroth, which are purely hypothetical vessels employed to define the limits of the creative essence. Adolf Frank rather likens the Sephiroth to vari-colored, transparent glass bowls filled with pure light, which apparently assumes the color of its containers, but whose essential nature remains ever unchanged and unchangeable. The 10 Sephiroth, composing the body of the prototypic atom, the numbers related to them, and the parts of the universe to which they correspond, are as follows. It must continually be emphasized that the Sephiroth and the properties assigned to them, like the tetractys of the Pythagoreans, are merely symbols of the cosmic system with its multitude of parts. The truer and fuller meaning of these emblems may not be revealed by writing or by word of mouth, but must be divined as the result of study and meditation. In the Sefer HaZohar, it is written that there is a garment, the written doctrine which every man may see. Those with understanding do not look upon the garment, but at the body beneath it, the intellectual and philosophical code. The wisest of all, however, the servants of the heavenly king, look at nothing save the soul, the spiritual doctrine, which is the eternal and ever-springing root of the law. Of this great truth, Eliphas Levi also writes declaring that none can gain entrance to the secret house of wisdom unless he wear the voluminous cape of Apollonius of Tyana and carry in his hand the lamp of Hermes. The cape signifies the qualities of self-possession and self-reliance, which must envelop the seeker as a cloak of strength, while the ever-burning lamp of the sage represents the illumined mind and perfectly balanced intellect, without which the mystery of the ages can never be solved. The Sephirothic tree is sometimes depicted as a human body, thus more definitely establishing the true identity of the first, or heavenly man, Adam Kadmon, the idea of the universe. The 10 divine globes, or Sephiroth, are then considered as analogous to the 10 sacred members and organs of the protogonos, according to the following arrangement. Kether is the crown of the prototypic head and perhaps refers to the pineal gland. Chokhmah and Binah are the right and left hemispheres respectively of the great brain. Chesed and Gebura, or Pekad, are the right and left arms respectively, signifying the active creative members of the grand man. Tifereth is the heart, or, according to some, the entire viscera. Netzah and Hod are the right and left legs respectively, or the supports of the world. Jesod is the generative system, or the foundation of form, and Malkuth represents the 2 feet, or the base of being. Occasionally, Jesod is considered as the male and Malkuth as the female generative power. The grand man thus conceived is the gigantic image of Nebuchadnezzar's dream, with head of gold, arms and chest of silver, body of brass, legs of iron, and feet of clay. The medieval Kabbalists also assigned one of the 10 commandments and a 10th part of the Lord's Prayer in sequential order to each of the 10 Sephiroth. Concerning the emanations from Kether, which established themselves as 3 triads of creative powers, termed in the Sefer HaZohar 3 heads, each with 3 faces, H.P. Blavatsky writes, "This Kether was the first Sephiroth, containing in herself the other 9 Sephiroth, or intelligences. In their totality and unity, they represent the archetypal man, Adam Kadmon, who, in his individuality or unity, is yet dual or bisexual, the Greek didymos, for he is the prototype of all humanity. Thus we obtain 3 trinities, each contained in a head. In the first head, or face, the 3-faced Hindu Trimurti, we find Sephirah, or Kether, the first androgyne, at the apex of the upper triangle, emitting Hakma, or Kokma, or wisdom, a masculine and active potency, also called Jah, and Binah, or intelligence, a female and passive potency, also represented by the name Jehovah. These 3 form the first trinity or face of the Sephiroth. This triad emanated Hesed, or mercy, a masculine active potency, also called El, from which emanated Gebura, or justice, also called Eloha, a feminine passive potency. From the union of these 2 was produced Tifereth, beauty, clemency, the spiritual sun, known by the divine name Elohim, and the second triad, face or head, was formed. These emanating, in their turn, the masculine potency Netzah, firmness, or Jehovah Sabaoth, who issued the feminine passive potency Hod, splendor, or Elohim Sabaoth. The 2 produced Jesod, foundation, who is the mighty living one, El Kai, thus yielding the 3rd trinity or head. The 10th Sephiroth is rather a duad, and is represented on the diagrams as the lowest circle. It is Malkuth, or kingdom, and Shekinah, also called Adonai, and cherubim among the angelic hosts. The first head is called the intellectual world, the second head is the sensuous, or the world of perception, and the third is the material, or physical world. See Isis Unveiled. The 4 Sephirothic trees. The 40 concentric circles, shown in the large circular cut in the preceding chapter, are here arranged as 4 trees, each consisting of 10 circles. These trees disclose the organization of the hierarchies controlling the destinies of all creation. The trees are the same in each of the 4 worlds, but the powers vested in the globes express themselves differently through the substances of each world, resulting in endless differentiation. Among the later Kabbalists, there is also a division of the Sephirothic tree into 5 parts, in which the distribution of the globes is according to the following order. 1. Macroprosophus, or the Great Face, is the term applied to Kether as the first and most exalted of the Sephiroth, and includes the 9 potencies, or Sephiroth, issuing from Kether. 2. Abba, the Great Father, is the term generally applied to Chokhmah, or universal wisdom, the first emanation of Keter, but according to Ibn Geberal, Chokhmah represents the Son, the Logos, or the Word born from the union of Keter and Binah. 3. Aima, the Great Mother, is the name by which Binah, or the third Sephirah, is generally known. This is the Holy Ghost, from whose body the generations issue forth. Being the third person of the creative triad, it corresponds to Jehovah, the Demiurgus. 4. Microprosophos, or the Lesser Face, is composed of the 6 Sephiroth, Chesed, Geburah, Tiferet, Netzah, Hod, and Jesod. The Microprosophos is commonly called the Lesser Adam, or Zair Anpin, whereas the Macroprosophos, or Superior Adam, is Arik Anpin. The Lesser Face is properly symbolized by the 6-pointed star or interlaced triangles of Zion, and also by the 6 faces of the cube. It represents the directions north, east, south, west, up, and down, and also the first 6 days of creation. In his list of the parts of the Microprosophos, MacGregor Mathers includes Binah as the first and superior part of the Lesser Adam, thus making his constitution septenary. If Microprosophos can be considered as sexpartite, then his globes, or Sephiroth, are analogous to the 6 days of creation, and the 10th globe, Malkuth, to the Sabbath of rest. 5. The bride of Microprosophos is Malkuth, the epitome of the Sephiroth, its quaternary constitution being composed of blendings of the 4 elements. This is the divine Eve that is taken out of the side of Microprosophos and combines the potencies of the entire Kabbalistic tree in one sphere, which may be termed man. A table of Sephirothic correspondences, from Flood's Collectio Operarum. The above diagram has been specially translated from the Latin as being of unique value to students of Kabbalism, and also as an example of Robert Flood's unusual ability in assembling tables of correspondences. Robert Flood ranks among the most eminent Rosicrucians and Freemasons. In fact, he has often been called the first English Rosicrucian. He has written several valuable documents directly bearing upon the Rosicrucian enigma. It is significant that the most important of his works should be published at the same time as those of Bacon, Shakespeare, and the first Rosicrucian authors. According to the mysteries of the Sephiroth, the order of the creation, or the divine lightning flash which zigzags through the 4 worlds according to the order of the divine emanations, is thus described. From Ein Sof, the nothing and all, the eternal and unconditioned potency, issues Macroprosophos, the long face, of whom it is written, "Within his skull exist daily 13,000 myriads of worlds, which draw their existence from him, and by him are upheld." See the Greater Holy Assembly. Macroprosophos, the directionalized will of Ein Sof, corresponding to Keter, the crown of the Sephiroth, gives birth out of himself to the 9 lesser spheres, of which he is the sum and the overbrooding cause. The 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, by the various combinations of which the laws of the universe are established, constitute the scepter of Macroprosophos, which he wields from his flaming throne in the Atsaluthic world. From this eternal and ancient androgyne, Keter, come forth from Chokhmah, the Great Father, and Binah, the Great Mother. These 2 are usually referred to as Abba and Aima, respectively. The first male and the first female, the prototypes of sex. These correspond to the first 2 letters of the sacred name, Jehovah. The father is the I, and the mother is the H. Abba and Aima symbolize the creative activities of the universe and are established in the creative world of Briah. In the Sefer HaZohar it is written, "And therefore are all things established in the equality of male and female, for were it not so, how could they subsist? This beginning is the father of all things, the father of all fathers, and both are mutually bound together, and the one path shineth into the other, Chokhmah, wisdom, as the father, Binah, understanding, as the mother." There is a difference of opinion concerning certain of the relationships of the parts of the first triad. Some Kabbalists, including Ibn Geberal, consider Kether as the father, Binah as the mother, and Kokma as the son. In this later arrangement, wisdom, which is the attribute of the sun, becomes the creator of the lower spheres. The symbol of Binah is the dove, a proper emblem for the brooding maternal instinct of the universal mother. Because of the close similarity of their creative triad to the Christian Trinity, the later Kabbalists rearranged the first Sephiroth and added a mysterious point called Da'ath, a hypothetical 11th Sephirah. This is located where the horizontal line connecting Kokma and Binah crosses the vertical line joining Kether and Tifereth. While Da'ath is not mentioned by the first Kabbalists, it is a highly important element, and its addition to the Sephirothic tree was not made without full realization of the significance of such action. If Kokma be considered the active, intelligent energy of Kether, and Binah the receptive capacity of Kether, then Da'ath becomes the thought, which, created by Kokma, flows into Binah. The postulation of Da'ath clarifies the problem of the creative trinity, for here it is diagrammatically represented as consisting of Kokma, the father, Binah, the mother or Holy Ghost, and Da'ath, the word by which the worlds were established. Isaac Meyer discounts the importance of Da'ath, declaring it a subterfuge to conceal the fact that Kether, and not Kokma, is the true father of the creative triad. He makes no attempt to give a satisfactory explanation for the symbolism of this hypothetical Sephirah. The Sephirothic tree of the later Kabbalists, translated from Kircher's Oedipus Egypticus. Having demonstrated that the Kabbalists divided the universe into 4 worlds, each consisting of 10 spheres, it is necessary to consider next how the 10 spheres of each world were arranged into what is called the Sephirothic tree. This tree is composed of 10 circles, representing the numbers 1 to 20, and connected together by 22 canals, the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. The 10 numbers plus the 22 letters result in the occult number 32, which, according to the Mishnah, signifies the 32 paths of wisdom. Letters and numbers, according to the Kabbalists, are the keys to all knowledge, for by a secret system of arranging them, the mysteries of creation are revealed. For this reason they are called the paths of wisdom. This occult fact is carefully concealed in the 32nd degree of Freemasonry. There are 4 trees, one in each of the 4 worlds established in the preceding chapter. The first is in the Atzaluthic world, the 10 circles being the 10 globes of light established in the midst of Ein Sof. The powers and attributes of this tree are reflected into each of the 3 lower worlds, the form of the tree remaining the same, but its power diminishing as it descends. To further complicate their doctrine, the Kabbalists created another tree, which was a composite of all 4 of the world trees, but consisted of only 10 globes. In this single tree were condensed all the arcana previously scattered through the voluminous archives of Kabbalistic literature. According to the original conception, from the union of the Divine Father and the Divine Mother is produced Microprosophus, the short face, or the lesser countenance, which is established in the Yetziratic world of formation and corresponds to the letter V in the Great Name. The 6 powers of Microprosophus flow from and are contained in their own source, which is Binah, the mother of the lesser atom. These constitute the spheres of the sacred planets. Their name is Elohim, and they move upon the face of the deep. The 10th Sephirah, Malkuth, the kingdom, is described as the bride of the lesser atom, created back-to-back with her Lord, and to it is assigned the final, H, the last letter of the sacred name. The dwelling place of Malkuth is in the 4th world, Asiya, and it is composed of all the superior powers reflected into the elements of the terrestrial sphere. Thus it will be seen that the Kabbalistic tree extends through 4 worlds, with its branches in matter and its roots in the Ancient of Ancients, Macroprosophus. 3 vertical columns support the universal system as typified by the Sephirothic tree. The central pillar has its foundation in Kether, the Eternal One. It passes downward through the hypothetical Sephirah, Da'ath, and then through the Tifereth and Jesad, with its lower end resting upon the firm foundation of Malkuth, the last of the globes. The true import of the central pillar is equilibrium. It demonstrates how the deity always manifests by emanating poles of expression from the midst of itself, but remaining free from the illusion of polarity. If the numbers of the 4 Sephiroth connected by this column be added together, 1 plus 6 plus 9 plus 10, the sum is 26, the number of Jehovah. See chapter on Pythagorean mathematics. The column on the right, which is called Yachin, has its foundation on Chokhmah, the outpouring wisdom of God. The 3 globes suspended from it are all masculine potencies. The column at the left is called Boaz. The 3 globes upon it are feminine and receptive potencies, for it is founded in understanding, a receptive and maternal potency. Wisdom, it will be noted, is considered as radiant or outpouring, and understanding as receptive or something which is filled by the flowing of wisdom. The 3 pillars are ultimately united in Malkuth, in which all the powers of the superior worlds are manifested. The 4 globes upon the central column reveal the function of the creative power in the various worlds. In the first world, the creative power is will, the one divine cause. In the second world, the hypothetical Da'ath, the word coming forth from the divine thought. In the third world, Tifereth, the sun or focal point between God and nature. In the fourth world, it is twofold, being the positive and negative poles of the reproductive system, of which Jesod is the male and Malkuth the female. In Kircher's Sephirothic tree, it should be especially noted that the ornaments of the tabernacle appear in the various parts of the diagram. These indicate a direct relationship between the sacred house of God and the universe, a relationship which must always be considered as existing between the deity through whose activity the world is produced and the world itself, which must be the house or vehicle of that deity. Could the modern scientific world but sense the true profundity of these philosophical deductions of the ancients, it would realize that those who fabricated the structure of the Kabbalah possessed a knowledge of the celestial plan comparable in every respect with that of the modern savant. The Tetragrammaton, or the 4-lettered name of God, written thus, is pronounced Jehovah. The first letter is Yod, the germ, the life, the flame, the cause, the one and the most fundamental of the Jewish phallic emblems. Its numerical value is 10, and it is to be considered as the one containing the 10. In the Kabbalah, it is declared that the Yod is in reality 3 Yods, of which the first is the beginning, the second is the center, and the third is the end. Its throne is the Sephirah Chokhmah, according to Ibn Geberal, Kether, from which it goes forth to impregnate Binya, which is the first Hey. The result of this union is Tifereth, which is the vow, whose power is 6, and which symbolizes the 6 members of the lesser atom. The final He is Malkuth, the inferior mother, partaking in part of the potencies of the divine mother, the first He. By placing the 4 letters of the Tetragrammaton in a vertical column, a figure closely resembling the human body is produced, with Yod for the head, the first He for the arms and shoulders, Vav for the trunk of the body, and the final He for the hips and legs. If the Hebrew letters be exchanged for their English equivalents, the form is not materially changed or the analogy altered. It is also extremely significant that by inserting the letter Shin in the middle of the name Jehovah, the word Jehoshua, or Jesus, is formed thus. In the Kabbalistic mysteries, according to Eliphas Levi, the name Jehovah is occasionally written by connecting together 24 dots, the 24 powers before the throne, and it is believed that the name of the power of evil is the sign of Jehovah reversed or inverted. See Transcendental Magic. Of the great word, Albert Pike writes, "The true word of a Mason is to be found in the concealed and profound meaning of the ineffable name of deity, communicated by God to Moses, and which meaning was long lost by the very precautions taken to conceal it. The true pronunciation of that name was in truth a secret, in which, however, was involved the far more profound secret of its meaning. In that meaning is included all the truth that can be known by us in regard to the nature of God." See Morals and Dogma. The Sephiroth in the form of the solar system, from Maurice's Indian Antiquities. Thomas Maurice reproduces the above engraving, which is modification of the elaborate tree on the preceding page. The Sephiroth are here superimposed, decreasing in size as they decrease in power and dignity. Thus, the crown is the greatest and the all-inclusive, and the kingdom, which represents the physical universe, is the smallest and of least importance. Kabbalistic Keys to the Creation of Man. Henry Stephen, in A World of Wonders, published in 1607, mentions a monk of St. Anthony who declared that while in Jerusalem, the patriarch of that city had shown him not only one of the ribs of the Word made flesh, and some rays from the Star of Bethlehem, but also the snout of a seraph, a fingernail of a cherub, the horns of Moses, and a casket containing the breath of Christ. To a people believing implicitly in a seraph sufficiently tangible to have its proboscis preserved, the more profound issues of Judaistic philosophy must necessarily be incomprehensible, nor is it difficult to imagine the reaction taking place in the mind of some ancient sage should he hear that a cherub, which, according to St. Augustine, signifies the evangelists, according to Philo Judaeus, the outermost circumference of the entire heavens, and according to several of the church fathers, the wisdom of God, had sprouted fingernails. The hopeless confusion of divine principles with the allegorical figures created to represent them to the limited faculties of the uninitiated has resulted in the most atrocious misconceptions of spiritual truths. Concepts well nigh as preposterous as these, however, still stand as adamantine barriers to a true understanding of Old and New Testament symbolism, for until man disentangles his reasoning powers from the web of venerated absurdities in which his mind has lain ensnared for centuries, how can truth ever be discovered? The Old Testament, especially the Pentateuch, contains not only the traditional account of the creation of the world and of man, but also, locked within it, the secrets of the Egyptian initiators of the Moses concerning the genesis of the God-man, the initiate, and the mystery of his rebirth through philosophy, while the lawgiver of Israel is known to have compiled several works other than those generally attributed to him. The writings now commonly circulated as the purported 6th and 7th books of Moses are in reality spurious treatises on black magic foisted on the credulous during the Middle Ages. Out of the hundreds of millions of pious and thoughtful students of Holy Writ, it is almost inconceivable that but a mere handful have sensed the sublimity of the esoteric teachings of Sod, the Jewish mysteries of Adonai. Yet familiarity with the three Kabbalistical processes termed Gematria, Notarkan, and Temura makes possible the discovery of many of the profoundest truths of ancient Jewish superphysics. By Gematria is meant not only the exchange of letters for their numerical equivalents, but also the method of determining by an analysis of its measurements the mystic purpose for which a building or other object was constructed. S. L. MacGregor Mathers, in the Kabbalah Unveiled, gives this example of the application of Gematria. Thus also the passage, Genesis 28:2, Vehena Shalisha, and lo, 3 men, equals in numerical value, Elo, Michael, Gabriel, ve Raphael. These are Michael, Gabriel, and Raphael, for each phrase equals 701. Assuming the sides of a scaling to be 11, 9, and 6 inches, a triangle of such dimensions would then be an appropriate symbol of Jehovah, for the sum of its 3 sides would be 26, the numerical value of the Hebrew word Jehovah. Gematria also includes the system of discovering the arcane meaning of a word by analyzing the size and arrangement of the strokes employed in the formation of its various letters. Gematria was employed by the Greeks as well as the Jews. The books of the New Testament, particularly those attributed to St. John, contain many examples of its use. Nicephorus Callistus declared the Gospel according to St. John to have been discovered in a cavern under the temple at Jerusalem, the volume having been secreted long anterior to the Christian era. The existence of interpolated material in the 4th Gospel substantiates the belief that the work was originally written without any specific reference to the man Jesus. The statements therein are credited to him being originally mystical discourses delivered by the personification of the universal mind. The remaining Johannine writings, the epistles and the apocalypse, are enshrouded by a similar veil of mystery. By Notarikon, each letter of a word may become the initial character of a new word. Thus, from Brashith, the first word in the book of Genesis, are extracted 6 words which mean that, in the beginning, the Elohim saw that Israel would accept the law. Mr. MacGregor Mathers also gives 6 additional examples of Notarikon, formed from the above word by Solomon Meir ben Moses, a medieval Kabbalist. From the famous acrostic ascribed to the Erythraean Sibyl, St. Augustine derived the word, by which notarikon was expanded into the phrase, Jesus Christ, Son of God, Savior. By another use of notarikon, directly the reverse of the first, the initial, last, or middle letters of the word of a sentence may be joined together to form a new word or words. For example, the name Amen may be extracted from the Lord is the faithful King. Because they had embodied these cryptic devices in their sacred writings, the ancient priests admonished their disciples never to translate, edit, or rewrite the contents of the sacred books. Under the general heading of Temura, several systems may be grouped and explained in which various letters are substituted for other letters according to the prearranged tables or certain mathematical arrangements of letters, regular or irregular. Thus the alphabet may be broken into two equal parts and written in horizontal lines so that the letters of the lower row can be exchanged for those of the upper row, or vice versa. By this procedure, the letters of the word kuzu may be exchanged for those of Yahweh, the tetragrammaton. In another form of Temura, the letters are merely rearranged. This is the stone which is found in the center of the world, from which point the earth spread out on all sides. When broken in two, the stone is, which means the placing of God. See Pekude Rakov, 71 and 72. Again, Temura may consist of a simple anagram, as in the English word live, which reversed becomes evil. The various systems of Temura are among the most complicated and profound devices of the ancient rabbins. Among theological scholars, there is a growing conviction that the hitherto accepted translations of the scriptural writings do not adequately express the spirit of the original documents. The Vision of Ezekiel, from the Bear Bible. This plate, which is from the first Protestant Bible published in Spanish, shows the Merkava, or chariot of Jehovah, which appeared to Ezekiel by the river Chebar. The prophet beheld 4 strange creatures, each having 4 heads, 4 wings, and brazen hooves like those of a calf, and there were 4 wheels, filled with eyes. Where the cherubim went, the wheels also went. The space between the cherubim and the wheels was filled with coals of fire. Upon the top of the chariot was a throne upon which sat the likeness of a man, Ezekiel fell upon his knees when he beheld the Merkava surrounded by a whirlwind of clouds and flames, A, B, and C. A hand, K, reached out from the clouds, and the prophet was ordered to eat of a scroll which the hand held forth. According to the mystics, the wheels supporting the throne of God represent the orbits of the planets, and the entire solar system is properly the Merkava, or chariot of God. One of the divisions of the Kabbalah, that dealing with the arts and sciences of those planes which are under the heavens, is called the Merkava. In the Zohar, it is written that the celestial throne, or Ezekiel's vision, signifies the traditional law. The appearance of a man sitting upon the throne represents the written law. Philo Judaeus, in describing the cherubim upon the Ark of the Covenant, declares that the figures are an intimation of the revolutions of the whole heavens, one of the cherubim representing the outer circumference, and the other the inner sphere. Facing each other, they represent the 2 hemispheres of the world. The flaming sword of the cherubim of Genesis is the central motion and agitation of the heavenly bodies. In all probability, it also represents the solar ray. After the first copy of The Book of God, writes H.P. Blavatsky, has been edited and launched on the world by Hilkiah, this copy disappears, and Ezra has to make a new Bible, which Judas Maccabeus finishes. When it was copied from the horned letters into square letters, it was corrupted beyond recognition. The Masorah completed the work of destruction. Finally, we have a text not 900 years old, abounding with omissions, interpolations, and premeditated perversions. See Isis Unveiled. Professor Crawford Howell Toy of Harvard notes, manuscripts were copied and recopied by scribes who not only sometimes made errors in letters and words, but permitted themselves to introduce new material into the text, or to combine in one manuscript, without mark of division, writings composed by different men. Instances of these sorts of procedure are found especially in Micah and Jeremiah, and the groups of prophecies which go under the names of Isaiah and Zechariah. See Judaism and Christianity. Does the mutilated condition of the Holy Bible, in part accidental, represent nonetheless a definite effort to confuse the uninitiated reader, and thus better conceal the secrets of the Jewish Tanaim? Never has the Christian world been in possession of those hidden scrolls which contain the secret doctrine of Israel, and if the Kabbalists were correct in their assumption that the lost books of the Mosaic mysteries have been woven into the fabric of the Torah, then the scriptures are veritably books within books. In rabbinical circles, the opinion is prevalent that Christendom never has understood the Old Testament, and probably never will. In fact, the feeling exists, in some quarters at least, that the Old Testament is the exclusive possession of the Jewish faith, also that Christianity, after its unrelenting persecution of the Jew, takes unwarranted liberties when it includes strictly Jewish writings in its sacred canon. But, as noted by one rabbi, if Christianity must use the Jewish scriptures, it should at least strive to do so with some degree of intelligence. In the opening chapter of Genesis, it is stated that after creating light and separating it from darkness, the 7 Elohim divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. Having thus established the inferior universe in perfect accord with the esoteric teachings of the Hindu, Egyptian, and Greek mysteries, the Elohim next turned their attention to the production of flora and fauna, and lastly man. And God said, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness." So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. And God blessed them, and God said unto them, "Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth." Consider in thoughtful silence the startling use of pronouns in the above extract from The Most Perfect Example of English Literature. When the plural and androgynous Hebrew word Elohim was translated into the singular and sexless word God, the opening chapters of Genesis were rendered comparatively meaningless. It may have been feared that had the word been correctly translated as the male and female creative agencies, the Christians would have been justly accused of worshiping a plurality of gods in the face of their repeated claims to monotheism. The plural form of the pronouns us and our reveals unmistakably, however, the pantheistic nature of divinity. Further, the androgynous constitution of the Elohim, or God, is disclosed in the next verse, where he, referring to God, is said to have created man in his own image, male and female, or more properly, as the division of the sexes had not yet taken place, male-female. This is a death blow to the time-honored concept that God is a masculine potency as portrayed by Michelangelo on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. The Elohim then ordered these androgynous beings to be fruitful. Note that neither the masculine nor the feminine principle as yet existed in a separate state. And lastly, note the word replenish. The prefix re denotes back to an original or former state or position, or repetition or restoration. See Webster's International Dictionary, 1926. This definite reference to a humanity existing prior to the creation of man, described in Genesis, must be evident to the most casual reader of Scripture. An examination of Bible dictionaries, encyclopedias, and commentaries discloses the plural form of the word Elohim to be beyond the comprehension of their respected authors and editors. The New Schaff-Herzog Encyclopedia of Religious Knowledge thus sums up the controversy over the plural form of the word Elohim. Does it now, or did it originally signify plurality of divine being? A dictionary of the Bible edited by James Hastings contains the following conclusion, which echoes the sentiments of more critical etymologists of the Bible. The use of the plural Elohim is also difficult to explain. Dr. Havernick considers the plural form from Elohim to signify the abundance and super-richness existing in the divine being. His statement, which appears in the Popular and Critical Bible Encyclopedia, is representative of the efforts made to circumvent this extremely damaging word. The International Standard Bible Dictionary considers the explanations offered by modern theologians, of which Dr. Havernick's is a fair example, to be too ingenious to have been conceived by the early Hebrews, and maintains that the word represents the survival of a polytheistic stage of Semitic thought. The Jewish Encyclopedia supports the latter assumption with the following concise statement. As far as epigraphic material, traditions, and folklore throw light on the question, the Semites are shown to be of polytheistic leanings. Various schools of philosophy, both Jewish and Gentile, have offered explanations, erudite and otherwise, of the identity of Adam. In this primordial man, the Neoplatonists recognized the Platonic idea of humanity, the archetype or pattern of the genus Homo. Philo Judaeus considered Adam to represent the human mind, which could understand and hence give names to the creatures about it, but could not comprehend, and hence left nameless, the mystery of its own nature. Adam was also likened to the Pythagorean monad, which by virtue of its state of perfect unity could dwell in the Edenic sphere. When, through a process akin to fission, the monad became the duad, the proper symbol of discord and delusion, the creature thus formed was exiled from its celestial home. Thus the twofold man was driven from the paradise belonging to the undivided creation, and cherubim and a flaming sword were placed on guard at the gates of the causal world. Consequently, only after the re-establishment of unity within himself can man regain his primal spiritual state. According to the Esoteric, the secret doctrine of Israel taught the first of 4 Adams, each dwelling in one of the 4 Kabbalistic worlds. The first, or heavenly Adam, dwelt alone in the Atzilutic sphere, and within his nature existed all spiritual and material potentialities. The second Adam resided in the sphere of Bria. Like the first Adam, this being was androgynous, and the 10th division of its body, its heel, Malkuth, corresponded to the church of Israel that shall bruise the serpent's head. The third Adam, likewise androgynous, was clothed in a body of light and abode in the sphere of Yetzirah. The fourth Adam was merely the third Adam after the fall into the sphere of Asiyah, at which time the spiritual man took upon himself the animal shell or coat of skins. The fourth Adam was still considered as a single individual, though division had taken place within his nature and 2 shells or physical bodies existed, in one of which was incarnated the masculine and in the other the feminine potency. For further details consult Isaac Meyer. The universal nature of Adam is revealed in the various accounts concerning the substances of which he was formed. It was originally ordained that the dirt to be used in fashioning him was to be derived from the 7 worlds. As these planes, however, refused to give of their substances, the Creator wrenched from them by force the elements to be employed in the Adamic constitution. St. Augustine discovered a notaricon in the name of Adam. He showed that the 4 letters, A-D-A-M, are the first letters of the 4 words, Anatole, Dissis, Arctos, Mesebria, the Greek names for the 4 corners of the world. The same author also sees in Adam a prototype of Christ, for he writes, Adam sleeps that Eve may be formed. Christ dies that the church may be formed. While Adam sleeps, Eve is formed from his side. When Christ is dead, his side is smitten with a spear, that there flow forth sacraments to form the church. Adam himself was the figure of him that was to come. In his recent work, Judaism, George Foot Moore thus describes the proportions of the Adamic man. He was a huge mass that filled the whole world to all the points of the compass. The dust of which his body was formed was gathered from every part of the world, or from the site of the future altar. Of greater interest is the notion that man was created androgynous, because it is probably a bit of foreign lore adapted to the first pair in Genesis. Samuel Bar Naaman, 3rd century, said, When God created Adam, he created him facing both ways. Then he sawed him in 2 and made 2 backs, 1 for each figure. The Zohar holds the concept of 2 Adams, the first a divine being who, stepping forth from the highest original darkness, created the second or earthly Adam in his own image. The higher or celestial man was the causal sphere, with its divine potencies and potentialities considered as a gigantic personality, its members, according to the Gnostics, being the basic elements of existence. This Adam may have been symbolized as facing both ways to signify that with one face it looked upon the proximate cause of itself, and with the other face looked upon the vast sea of cosmos into which it was to be immersed. Philosophically, Adam may be regarded as representative of the full spiritual nature of man, androgynous and nor subject to decay. Of this fuller nature the mortal man has little comprehension. Just as spirit contains matter within itself and is both the source and ultimate of the state of denominated matter, so Eve represents the lower or mortal portion that is taken out of or has temporal existence in the greater and fuller spiritual creation. Being representative of the inferior part of the individual, Eve is the temptress who, conspiring with the serpent of mortal knowledge, caused Adam to sink into a trance-like condition in which he was unconscious of his own higher self. When Adam seemingly awoke, he actually sank into sleep, for he no longer was in the spirit but in the body. Division having taken place within him, the true Adam rested in paradise while his lesser part incarnated in a material organism, Eve, and wandered in the darkness of mortal existence. The followers of Mohammed apparently sensed more accurately than the uninitiated of other sects the true mystic import of paradise, for they realized that prior to his fall the dwelling place of man was not in a physical garden in any particular part of the earth, but rather in a higher sphere, the angelic world, watered by 4 mystical streams of life. After his banishment from paradise, Adam alighted on the island of Ceylon, and this spot is sacred to certain Hindu sects who recognize the old island of Lanka, once presumably connected with the mainland by a bridge, as the actual site of the Garden of Eden from which the human race migrated. According to the Arabian Nights, Sir Richard Burton's translation, Adam's footprint may still be seen on the top of a Ceylonese mountain. In the Islamic legends, Adam was later reunited with his wife, and after his death his body was brought to Jerusalem, subsequent to the flood for burial by Melchizedek. See the Quran. The word Adam signifies a species or race, and only for lack of proper understanding has Adam been considered as an individual. As the macrocosm, Adam is the gigantic androgyne, even the demiurgus. As the microcosm, he is the chief production of the demiurgus, and within the nature of the microcosm, the demiurgus established all the qualities and powers which he himself possessed. The demiurgus, however, did not possess immortality, and therefore could not bestow it upon Adam. According to legend, the demiurgus strove to keep man from learning the incompleteness of his maker. The Adamic man consequently partook of the qualities and characteristics of the angels, who were the ministers of the demiurgus. It was affirmed by the Gnostic Christians that the redemption of humanity was assured through the descent of Nous, or universal mind, who was a great spiritual being superior to the demiurgus, and who, entering into the constitution of man, conferred conscious immortality upon the demiurgic fabrications. That phallic symbolism occupies an important place in early Jewish mysticism is indisputable. Hargrave Jennings sees in the figure of Adam a type of the lingam of Shiva, which was a stone representative of the creative power of the world generator. In Gregory's works, writes Jennings, is a passage to the effect that Noah daily prayed in the ark before the body of Adam, i.e., before the phallus, Adam being the primitive phallus, the great procreator of the human race. It may possibly seem strange, he says, that this orison should be daily said before the body of Adam, but it is a most confessed tradition among the Eastern men that Adam was commanded by God that his dead body should be kept above ground till a fullness of time should come to commit it, the middle of the earth, by a priest of the Most High God. This means Mount Moriah, the Meru of India. This body of Adam was embalmed and transmitted from father to son, till at last it was delivered up by Lamech into the hands of Noah. See phallicism. This interpretation somewhat clarifies the Kabbalistic assertion that in the first Adam were contained all the souls of the Israelites. See Sod. Though according to the Aurea Legenda, Adam was buried with the 3 seeds of the tree of knowledge in his mouth, it should be borne in mind that apparently conflicting myths were often woven around a single individual. One of the profound mysteries of Kabbalism is that set forth in the Notarikon, based upon the letters of the name Adam. These 3 letters form the initials of the names Adam, David, and the Messiah, and these 3 personalities were said to contain one soul. As this soul represents the world soul of humanity, Adam signifies the involving soul, the Messiah, the evolving soul, and David, that condition of the soul termed epigenesis. In common with certain philosophic institutions of Asia, the Jewish mysteries contained a strange doctrine concerning the shadows of the gods. Gazing down into the abyss, the Elohim beheld their own shadows, and from these shadows patterned the inferior creation. In the dramatic representation of the creation of man in the mysteries, writes the anonymous master of Balliol College, the Alim, Elohim, were represented by men who, when sculpting the form of an Adamite being, of a man, traced the outline of it on their own shadow, or modeled it on their own shadow traced on the wall. This is how the art of drawing originated in Egypt, and the hieroglyphic figures carved on the Egyptian monuments have so little relief that they still resemble a shadow. In the ritualism of the early Jewish mysteries, the pageantry of creation was enacted, the various actors impersonating the creative agencies. The red dirt from which the Adamic man was fashioned may signify fire, particularly since Adam is related to the Yod, or fire flame, which is the first letter of the sacred name Jehovah. In John 2:20 it is written that the temple was 46 years in the building, a statement in which St. Augustine sees a secret and sacred gematria, for according to the Greek philosophy of numbers, the numerical value of the name Adam is 46. Adam thus becomes the type of the temple, for the house of God, like primitive man, was a microcosm or epitome of the universe. In the mysteries, Adam is accredited with having the peculiar power of spiritual generation. Instead of reproducing his kind by the physical generative processes, he caused to issue from himself, or, more correctly, to be reflected upon substance, a shadow of himself. This shadow he then ensouled, and it became a living creature. These shadows, however, remain only as long as the original figure, of which they are the reflections, endures, for with the removal of the original, the host of likenesses vanish with it. Herein is the key to the allegorical creation of Eve out of the side of Adam. For Adam, representative of the idea or pattern, is reflected into the material universe as a multitude of ensouled images, which collectively are designated Eve. According to another story, the division of the sexes took place in the archetypal sphere, hence the shadows in the lower world were divided into two classes, consistent with the orders established in the archetype. In the apparently incomprehensible attraction of one sex for the other, Plato recognized a cosmic urge toward reunion of the severed halves of this archetypal being. Noah and his zodiacal ark, from Myers, Kabbalah. The early church father, notably Tertullian, Firmilian, Saint Cyprian, Saint Augustine, and Saint Chrysostom, recognized in the ark a type or symbol of the Holy Catholic Church. Beda, the Venerable, declared that Noah in all things typified Christ, as Noah, alone of his generation, was just, so Christ alone was without sin. With Christ there was a sevenfold spirit of grace, with Noah 7 righteous persons. Noah, by water and wood, saved his own family. Christ, by baptism and the cross, saves Christians. The ark was built of wood that did not decay. The church is composed of men who will live forever, for this ark means the church which floats upon the waves of the world. The diagram shown above is also reproduced in The Rosicrucians by Hargrave Jennings. This author adds to the original diagram appearing in Antiquitatem Judicarum Libri 9, the signs of the zodiac, placing Aries at the head and continuing in sequential order to Leo, which occupies the 5th cross-section of the ark. Jennings assigns the panel containing the door to the undivided constellation of Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, which is continued into the first subdivision of the 2nd section, and the remaining 4 crest sections to the constellations of Sagittarius to Pisces inclusive. A study of the plate discloses the ark to be divided into 11 main sections, and along the base and roof of each section are shown 3 subdivisions, thus making in all the sacred number 33. Occupying the position corresponding to the generative system of the human body will also be noted the cross upon the door of the central section. 2 openings are shown in the ark. One, the main door representing the orifice through which the animal lives descend into physical existence. The other, a small window proximate to the crown of the head through which the spirit gains liberty according to the ancient rites. When the androgenic Scorpio-Virgo was separated and the balance or harmony made from the Scorpio and placed between Scorpio, i.e. male, and Virgo, i.e. female, then appeared the 32 constellations or signs as we now have them. The ark is 3 stories high, perhaps to symbolize heaven, man, earth. In the figure of the man, notice the parting of the hair in the middle of the forehead and the arrangement of the beard, whiskers, mustache, and the hair on the back of the neck and shoulders. See The Kabbalah by Isaac Meyer. Exactly what is to be inferred by the division of the sexes, as symbolically described in Genesis, is a much debated question. That man was primarily androgynous is quite universally conceded, and it is a reasonable presumption that he will ultimately regain this bisexual state. As to the manner in which this will be accomplished, two opinions are advanced. One school of thought affirms that the human soul was actually divided into two parts, male and female, and that man remains an unperfected creature until these parts are reunited through the emotion which man calls love. From this concept has grown the much-abused doctrine of soulmates, who must quest through the ages until the complementary part of each severed soul is discovered. The modern concept of marriage is to a certain degree founded upon this ideal. According to the other school, the so-called division of the sexes resulted from suppression of one pole of the androgynous being in order that the vital energies manifesting through it might be diverted to development of the rational faculties. From this point of view, man is still actually androgynous and spiritually complete. But in the material world, the feminine part of man's nature and the masculine part of woman's nature are quiescent. Through spiritual unfoldment and knowledge imparted by the mysteries, however, the latent element in each nature is gradually brought into activity, and ultimately, the human being thus regains sexual equilibrium. By this theory, woman is elevated from the position of being man's errant part to one of complete equality. From this point of view, marriage is regarded as a companionship in which two complete individualities manifesting opposite polarities are brought into association, that each may thereby awaken the qualities latent in the other, and thus assist in the attainment of individual completeness. The first theory may be said to regard marriage as an end, the second as a means to an end. The deeper schools of philosophy have leaned toward the latter as more adequately acknowledging the infinite potentialities of divine completeness in both aspects of creation. The Christian Church is fundamentally opposed to the theory of marriage, claiming that the highest degree of spirituality is achievable only by those preserving the virginal state. This concept seemingly originated among certain sects of the early Gnostic Christians, who taught that to propagate the human species was to increase and perpetuate the power of the demiurgus, for the lower world was looked upon as an evil fabrication created to ensnare the souls of all born into it. Hence, it was a crime to assist in bringing souls to earth. When, therefore, the unfortunate father or mother shall stand before the final tribunal, all their offspring will also appear and accuse them of being the cause of those miseries attendant upon physical existence. This view is strengthened by the allegory of Adam and Eve, whose sin, through which humanity has been brought low, is universally admitted to have been concerned with the mystery of generation. Mankind, owing to Father Adam its physical existence, regards its progenitor as the primary cause of its misery, and in the judgment day, rising up as a mighty progeny, will accuse its common paternal ancestor. Those Gnostic sects, maintaining a more rational attitude on the subject, declared the very existence of the lower worlds to signify that the Supreme Creator had a definite purpose in their creation. To doubt his judgment was, therefore, a grievous error. The Church, however, seemingly arrogated itself to the astonishing prerogative of correcting God in this respect, for wherever possible it continued to impose celibacy, a practice resulting in an alarming number of neurotics. In the mysteries, celibacy is reserved for those who have reached a certain degree of spiritual unfoldment. When advocated for the mass of unenlightened humanity, however, it becomes a dangerous heresy, fatal alike to both religion and philosophy. As Christendom, in its fanaticism, has blamed every individual Jew for the crucifixion of Jesus, so with equal consistency has it maligned every member of the feminine sex. In vindication of Eve, philosophy claims that the allegory signifies merely that man is tempted by his emotions to depart from the sure path of reason. Many of the early church fathers sought to establish a direct relationship between Adam and Christ, thereby obviously discounting the extremely sinful nature of man's common ancestor, since it is quite certain that when St. Augustine likens Adam to Christ and Eve to the Church, he does not intend to brand the latter institution as the direct cause of the fall of man. For some inexplicable reason, however, religion has ever regarded intellectualism, in fact every form of knowledge, as fatal to man's spiritual growth. The Ignorantin friars are an outstanding example of this attitude. In this ritualistic drama, possibly derived from the Egyptians, Adam banished from the Garden of Eden represents man philosophically exiled from the sphere of truth. Through ignorance, man falls. Through wisdom, he redeems himself. The Garden of Eden represents the house of the mysteries. See the vision of Enoch, in the midst of which grew both the tree of life and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Man, the banished Adam, seeks to pass from the outer court of the sanctuary, the exterior universe, into the sanctum sanctorum, but before him rises a vast creature armed with a flashing sword that, moving slowly but continually, sweeps clear a wide circle, and through this ring pass not, the Adamic man cannot break. The cherubim addressed the seeker thus: Man, thou art dust, and to dust thou shalt return. Thou wert fashioned by the builder of forms. Thou belongest to the sphere of form, and the breath that was breathed into thy soul was the breath of form, and like a flame it shall flicker out. More than thou art thou canst not be. Thou art a denizen of the outer world, and it is forbidden thee to enter this inner place. And the Adam replies, Many times have I stood within this courtyard and begged admission to my Father's house, and thou hast refused it me, and sent me back to wander in darkness. True it is that I was fashioned out of the dirt, and that my Maker could not confer upon me the boon of immortality. But no more shalt thou send me away, for, wandering in the darkness, I have discovered that the Almighty hath decreed my salvation, because he hath sent out of the most hidden mystery his only begotten, who didst take upon himself the world fashioned by the Demiurgus. Upon the elements of that world was he crucified, and from him hath poured forth the blood of my salvation. And God, entering into his creation, hath quickened it, and established therein a road that leadeth to himself. While my Maker could not give me immortality, immortality was inherent in the very dust of which I was composed. For before the world was fabricated, and before the Demiurgus became the regent of nature, the eternal life had impressed itself upon the face of cosmos. This is its sign, the cross. Do you now deny me entrance, I who have at last learned the mystery of myself? And the voice replies, He who is aware is. Behold. Gazing about him, Adam finds himself in a radiant place, in the midst of which stands a tree with flashing jewels for fruit, and entwined about its trunk a flaming, winged serpent crowned with a diadem of stars. It was the voice of the serpent that had spoken. Who art thou? Demands the Adam. I, the serpent answers, am Satan, who was stoned. I am the adversary, the Lord who is against you, the one who pleads for your destruction before the eternal tribunal. I was your enemy upon the day that you were formed. I have led you into temptation. I have delivered you into the hands of evil. I have maligned you. I have striven ever to achieve your undoing. I am the guardian of the tree of knowledge, and I have sworn that none whom I can lead astray shall partake of its fruits. The Adam replies, For uncounted ages have I been thy servant. In my ignorance I listened to thy words, and they led me into the paths of sorrow. Thou hast placed in my mind dreams of power, and when I struggled to realize those dreams, they brought me naught but pain. Thou hast sowed in me the seeds of desire, and when I lusted after the things of the flesh, agony was my only recompense. Thou hast sent me false prophets and false reasoning, and when I strove to grasp the magnitude of truth, I found thy laws were false, and only dismay rewarded my strivings. I am done with thee forever, O artful spirit. I have tired of thy world of illusions. No longer will I labor in thy vineyards of iniquity. Get thee behind me, tempter, and the host of thy temptations. There is no happiness, no peace, no good, no future in the doctrines of selfishness, hate, and passion preached by thee. All these things do I cast aside. Renounced is thy rule forever. And the serpent makes answer, Behold, O Adam, the nature of thy adversary. The serpent disappears in a blinding sunburst of radiance, and in its place stands an angel resplendent in shining golden garments, with great scarlet wings that spread from one corner of the heavens to the other. Dismayed and awestruck, the Adam falls before the divine creature. I am the Lord who is against thee, and thus accomplishes thy salvation, continues the voice. Thou hast hated me, but through the ages yet to be, thou shalt bless me, for I have led thee out of the sphere of the Demiurgus. I have turned thee against the illusion of worldliness. I have weaned thee of desire. I have awakened in thy soul the immortality of which I myself partake. Follow me, O Adam, for I am the way, the life, and the truth.